Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for more fun. Chapter 78. Suddenly, he rushed towards Uncle Ben in the car. What? Uncle Ben was shocked when he saw this. To know. Just now, he was at full throttle. After all, this guy, but wants to hurt his nephew. If a normal person gets hit like this, not to mention that he died on the spot, he would also be seriously injured. But that monster, it actually only rolled a few times in the air. As if nothing happened, he continued to pounce on himself. Uncle Ben is not stupid, he quickly retracted his head and hands. However, according to the window, just hit the accelerator again. Fall toward. Want to avoid this monster's attack, and then give him such a shot. How do you know? The cheetah Amazon is extremely fast. It's on all fours. Claws and hind legs swing together. Like a black lightning, it immediately jumped to the roof of the classic car. Then, it sticks out its sharp claws. With one hand, the fragile iron sheet of the classic car was pulled away. However, with one hand, he lifted Uncle Ben out of the car. That Uncle Ben, struggling quickly. But it is not the opponent of that monster at all. That cheetah Amazons, at this moment, can no longer resist the surging appetite in his heart. Its sharp teeth elongated again. Aiming at that Uncle Ben's neck, he tore it away. Uncle Ben raises his hand. Eyes full of fear. And just when the cheetah Amazon was pulling the classic car, Peter Parker, who was lying on the ground, could no longer lie down. He fought back the pain in his body. Clap your palms to the ground. With the help of the reverse force, a carp straightened up and stood up again. However, gritted his teeth, he ran away in the direction of the classic car. But this time, that Uncle Ben has already been brought out. No, no, no. Parker frantically ran towards it. Yet every step of the way, that Uncle Ben's roar shouted, as if a little weaker. Wait until Parker, when he's about to get to the location of the classic car. It's volley leap, with the help of the inertia of running. He kicked the cheetah Amazon standing on the roof. This trick. It is the trick that Parker is best at in the future. However, this trick requires the help of Cobweb. And without the help of Cobweb, as a result, the effect is much smaller. But still, the cheetah Amazon side flew out. Then, this Parker turned sideways. It fell on the roof of the old car. At the moment's uncle, has been bitten off the artery by that Amazon. Blood flowed. Breathless. Late, God. Uncle Ben. Is there anyone around? Can you help call an ambulance? Parker looked sad, and he quickly raised his hand. Want to stop the outflow of blood. But it didn't help at all. Parker. Run away. And at the moment, Uncle Ben, who still had a breath, said laboriously. Blood was pouring out of his mouth. Until his death, Uncle Ben still missed Parker. He also raised his hand and nudged Parker lightly. I want him to get out of here. Afterwards, its arms drooped weakly. No more roar sucks. No, no. Uncle Ben. Oh, God. Tears kept coming from Parker's eyes. He looked at Uncle Ben lying on the roof of the car, and his anger spread in his heart. All of these. It's all his fault. If you are yourself, don't come to this place. There is no way to meet that monster. Uncle Ben will not die. What? He raised his head and shouted to the sky. Then, with full of anger, he set his eyes on the cheetah Amazon below. Parker, hands up. First put Uncle Ben down gently. Then one got up and jumped in front of the monster. Come. UBD. Come. He growled. Then clench your fists and put them in front of you. And the cheetah Amazon on the ground grinned. Its limbs were wiped on the ground. The hind legs suddenly slammed. Then, like a gust of wind, it rushed towards Parker. Those sharp claws flashed cold light in the air, then waved fiercely, as if to tear the air apart. Peter Parker raised his fist. Go towards it. This is all his power. To know. After obtaining genetic modification, Parker's body has been enhanced exponentially. Although said, the Hulk, the Captain of the United States, the superhero. But definitely not bad. This punch. If it hits, it will definitely cause some damage to the cheetah amazons. However, this powerful punch was an empty one. That cheetah amazons, a turn in the air, got it aside. This made Parker's punch hit in the air. Unspeakable pain. Next. The scene is even more ugly. The cheetah amazons, as if they were playing with Parker. With its super fast moving speed, it shuttles around Parker constantly. From time to time, a few scratches were left on his body. Damn it! Parker was gasping for breath. Growled. Facing this guy, he was completely helpless. The enemy is at hand. But he couldn't do anything at all. This feeling of powerlessness made him hate himself even more. Why not be stronger? If so, Uncle Ben may not be leaving. The cheetah amazons on the opposite side are clinging to a wall. Looking at the Parker below. It licked its tongue. It seems that enough is enough. Then, it pounced on it again. This time, Parker was powerless and threw another punch. Directly by the cheetah amazons, fell to the ground. Roar! The cheetah amazons roared. It seems to be declaring its victory. One of his paws, holding Parker's head. Take a look at it. Seems to be thinking. Where should the mouth be taken from? This little bug. There is some strength. Compare. It should be more delicious than that old guy. While thinking about it, Yin Shui flowed out of his mouth. But still want to kill it. Save time trouble. Think here. The cheetah amazons picked up the paw. Get ready to crush the little Spider-Man's head. And Parker, at the moment, also closed his eyes in despair. After all, this time, there is no Uncle Ben to come to the rescue. However, just when the cheetah amazon was about to step down. Quack quack. Several bullets, shot from a distance. Bang bang bang. It hit the cheetah amazons, and it burst open. Take it back a few steps. The cheetah amazon couldn't help but be surprised. To know. Ordinary bullets have no effect at all on Amazon with tough skin. Before. When he was on the street. I've met a few punks. These guys have shot themselves with guns. But it couldn't penetrate his defense at all. Instead, he killed him directly. But now, this bullet could actually make him take a few steps back. The cheetah amazon looked up and looked into the distance. I want to see who actually dares to attack it. See you far away. A police car with Ames painted on it, roared. It was the Ames guard. I saw that the car stopped 20 meters away from the cheetah amazons. Then, several police-type Humaja jumped out of the car. They are fully armed. He holds a special cracker gun in his hand. This gun is specially developed for Amazon. It has a certain lethality to it. Not only that. There are several cars next to it, also arriving at the same time. There is also a camera car. Seems to be logging something. Obviously. The scene just now was recorded. I saw those police officers, Humaja, quickly stepped forward. Then, from the car, another person got off. He is tall in a work suit, with long hair and a shawl. It is the current captain of Ames, Basu Ui. Ahahaha. Did not expect. There are so many people coming. It seems that today, I can eat extra food again. The cheetah amazons tilted his head and said proudly. In his eyes. These guys in front of them are all food. I can hardly eat it myself. You, be careful. This monster. Too strong. Parker on the ground, at the moment, is almost in a coma. But he still held on, reminding the Humagia players in front of him. Okay, next, leave it to us. Bossa raised his hand and glanced at Peter Parker on the ground. Then he said lightly. Then, it's head up. Looking ahead, grinning cheetah amazons. Then next. It's up to you to experiment with our company's latest research and development products. Talking. She took a grey drive from the hands of her subordinates. This is the second-generation drive that Yake tried to build. Assault Sublimer. Compared to before, the shooting sublimator made by Satellite Zaya. The performance of this raid sublimator is higher. It's all about killing. It is more efficient and terrifying than shooting sublimators. In fact, a day ago, the President's secretary, Izzy, handed over the raid sublimator and secret key to himself. She originally wanted to ask about its effect. However, when talking with her, the President's secretary, Izzy, doesn't seem to be in a good mood. So she didn't dare to ask more. Concrete effect. It can only be seen in battle. Talking. She then took the assault sublimator and carried it around her waist. Brush it. A silver-white belt appeared instantly and fixed it. Then, Sabine took out a golden secret key from his arms again. This secret key was also created by Yake. An existence belonging to the Extinction series. Saber just swung his hand away. The golden secret key immediately turned in his hands. Under the illumination of light, it could be vaguely seen that on the secret key, there was a phantom of a jackal. This jackal, it's an Egyptian beast, has great power. Using it as a secret key is obviously not easy. I saw Saber, after turning it around a bit. Li Qunhao. I pressed the key button. Immediately inserted into the assault sublimator at the waist. Hunt. Transform. Sabine, he whispered in a relaxed voice. Then, the sound effect of the belt sounded one after another. Raid rise. Raid upgrade. Fighting Jackal. Fighting Jackal. Deciding the Fatofa battle like a Valkyrie. Deciding the battle, Valkyrie. Accompanied by harsh sound effects. Blood-red rays of light appeared all over the blade of UI. Next up. One after another long golden tube. Spread out all over it. Just like in Kamen Rider Bullet. Then, a golden halo rises from under the ground. With the collision of blood light and metal, a knight resembling the ancient Egyptian death god, Anubis appeared. Dressed in black and gold. The head is like a jackal. And the body is slender and domineering. This is Ms. Blade's new form. Jackal hijacker. Just an assassin. She raised her hand. Along with the dark purple fog flashed. A dark golden sickle was held in her hand. Just seconds. This change has occurred. The cheetah amazons and Peter Parker lying on the ground couldn't help but be surprised. Roar. The cheetah amazons, roared. Obviously did not expect, the opposite will also transform. And it seems. Just like myself, after transforming, I also became much stronger. Could it be that this guy also came out of that laboratory? Chapter 79. But even so, it's also completely unafraid. Right now, I just want to know. Is the flesh and blood of this guy more delicious? The cheetah amazons, tilted his head, lying on the ground. Looking at the Kamen Rider in front of him, he thought greedily. Saliva flowed out of its mouth again. Since the alienation into the form of amazons, it has been completely controlled by appetite. And Peter Parker lying on the ground. Also surprised. He looked at the Kamen Rider who had been transformed from UI in front of him, and his eyes were full of shock. It looks This Feidian company seems to have mastered the same technology as Iron Man Tony. Just a belt. It can produce armor that covers the whole body. Only. Will the female knight in front of her be able to defeat the monster in front of her? There were still some doubts in his heart. No one is waiting, get out of here first. Next to him, Humaja shouted loudly, holding a gun. It is clear. Just reminding Peter Parker in the field. After Peter Parker heard it, he quickly struggled to stand up. Quickly walked to the side. And the cheetah amazons, naturally reluctant to get the food in the mouth. Get ready now. However, move roar it, indeed another dense burst of bullets. Bang bang bang. After hitting the cheetah amazons, he took a few steps back one after another. And Parker is taking advantage of this effort. Find a hidden place and sit down. At this moment, because of the wound on his body, consciousness is a little blurry. But to see the outcome of this battle, he still gritted his teeth and held on abruptly. Just to see the outcome of this battle. And just after Peter Parker evacuated, Bane raised his hand and stopped his subordinates, Xiamagia, from firing again. After all, there are two main purposes of this operation. One is to keep Peter Parker safe. The second is to test the effect of the raid driver. Then collect the data again. Then next, let's start hunting. Saying that, this blade only raised the domain sickle in his hand and rushed forward. And the cheetah amazon on the opposite side is not to be outdone. Immediately use all four limbs, rushing towards Basu. Soon. 583 The two rushed to the center and fought together. Habit. Once in touch, both of them waved their sharp blades at the same time. However, the difference is, what Basu used was the mirror knife in his hand. And the cheetah amazon uses a pair of sharp claws. Ever. Just a moment's effort. The claws and the scythe already complement each other. Collision a dozen times. Sparks fly in the air. Roar. The cheetah amazon's claws were cut off and scarred. But that razor-sharp domain sickle. But still exceptionally sharp. No damage whatsoever. Roar. Seeing this, the cheetah amazon immediately changed his style of play. It no longer launches attacks recklessly. Instead, it's like dealing with Parker before. Keep jumping around. I hope to find out the flaws of this guy in front of him, and kill him with one blow. But this time, it miscalculated. As Shimagia, this blade only possesses a very strong calculation ability. The cheetah amazons, dancing around. It was instantly calculated by her. No matter what direction it is attacking from, she can always make a judgment in the first second. Then he waved the sickle in his hand to block. Impressive. Peter Parker in the distance saw this. His eyes widened involuntarily. He only felt that Renway's whole body, as if there is an invisible protective film. Let this cheetah amazon, how to attack? It can't break her defense at all. Instead, it was thrown away. Initial defense data has been collected. The data has been sent back to the satellite Yake. And at the moment, in Sabine's mind, a reminder sounded. It was just now. The reason why she fought with the cheetah amazon for so many rounds. It's all about data collection. And now, defense data has been collected. Then next, time to attack. Thinking of this, the blade is no longer hesitation. Raise the domain sickle in your hand. Towards the ground, heavy on a village. If you need time, you only need to hear a boom. A dark purple mist. Immediately it spilled out. The cheetah amazons, accidentally, was immediately sent flying out. On the ground, rolled several times. And the fighting jackal raider stomped heavily on the ground with both feet. Also coming soon. To know this battle with the jackal, but the data of Kamen Rider Valkyrie was entered. This allows her to have a faster speed than Valkyrie. The cheetah amazons only felt a flower in front of him. A purple sickle shadow slashed towards it. The cheetah amazons have just been blasted away. Seeing such an attack again at this moment, the eyes immediately frightened me into a line. Seeing cannot be avoided, it quickly raised its paws. I want to block this scythe. To know. Just now, the two sides fought so much against each other. But this time, see, you can brush it. A whole arm flew into the air. The black and red blood rushed out. Whole paw of this cheetah amazon just got blown away. The cheetah amazon, with pain on the ground, rolled. The other paw quickly covered the wound. And Sabine saw this scene. A sneer appeared in the corner of his mouth. The fight just now is just to collect data. And now, is her true strength. Damn! At this moment, the cheetah amazon no longer has the arrogance just now. At this moment, it is like a wounded defeated dog. There is only one idea in my mind. That is escape. I saw it turned around and said nothing. He started to run wild. The whole action is done in one go, without any stagnation. Soon. It has already run a distance of dozens of meters. And at the moment, Basuyui saw this scene. Sneered again. Want to run? Have you asked about the scythe in my hand? I saw her raise her hand. Then he pushed the button on the raid sublimator. Feidian Bullet, Scythe Harvest. With the start of the killing sound effect, this fight against the Jackal Raiders suddenly accelerated. The whole body turned into black after images. In an instant, that cheetah amazons. Now, the speed that the cheetah amazon is proud of, is actually crushed by the scumbag. How is this possible? The cheetah amazon, who was running wildly, caught a glimpse of the shadow behind him. Can't help but be shocked. However, this blade only did not give it any chance. The scythe in that hand carries a terrifying black-purple mist. A sudden slash came. Get a sound. That terrifying slash instantly folded the cheetah amazon from the middle. The action of the cheetah amazon stopped immediately. Its body froze in place. Purple-black, CBBJ, lightning erupted all over the body. The whole person released a terrifying roar. Then, it exploded suddenly. Boom! Black flesh splattered everywhere. And the battling jackal stalker was bathed in this rain of blood. I used the domain sickle in my hand. Battle data, the collection is complete. The whole scene is so cool. And Parker sees this behind the scenes. Surprise! The whole person can't stand it anymore. Fainted aside. And at the moment, Basuyui disarmed himself. She beckoned Roar's subordinates, and quickly surrounded Peter Parker. Well done. Yuha. Next. Go with the plan. Right at the moment. In Basuyui's earphones, Levi's voice came. Follow your orders, President. Sabine nodded. Then he ordered his subordinates to deal with the scene. While moving Peter Parker up. Afterwards, a shot of medicine was injected into his neck. And at the moment, inside the luxury estate, in the hall, a beautiful pianist is playing a beautiful piece of music. Levi sat on the sofa and poured himself a glass of red wine. While listening to the beautiful piano sound. While drinking red wine. How uncomfortable. And Izzy on the side broadcasted the scene for him. Then, it's your turn. Aguilera. Don't let me down. Levi said lightly. The next scene. But he made other things for Peter Parker too. I don't know how long it took. Peter Parker, wake up from a slumber. The previous battle had cost him a lot of power. Plus Uncle Ben's departure. Make him exhausted. When he woke up, he only felt himself, and his whole body was in pain. It was as if he had been tortured. He slowly opened his eyes. But the sight in front of him made him stunned. What the hell is this place? Peter Parker said in shock. Now. He was wearing a very strange place. It looks like a cave here. But there are no exits around. Underfoot and around, as if broken. Constantly showing all kinds of visions. It was as if he had come to a different dimension. And just when Peter Parker, slightly panicked. Suddenly there was a voice in front. Welcome to the demon dimension. Peter Parker. Hear this voice. Parker immediately raised his head and looked forward. I saw the dark front, and immediately lit up. It was a huge amount of spider web-like structure. And in the center of the spider web, there is a black statue. This statue seems to have evil magic. Just look. It makes people feel that evil is abnormal. All kinds of scenarios. It doesn't look like in the world at all. Who is it? Fake ghosts there. Parker heard the sound and immediately took a defensive stance. And at the moment, a gorgeous figure came out from behind the statue. I saw it, dressed in red. Like wearing a wedding dress. It looks so beautiful. On both sides, two people walked by at the same time. One person, dressed in a green gentleman's suit. He looked suave and courteous. The other person has a mushroom head. Wearing a purple dress in the style of Moses. It looks a little funny. Who are you? Where is this place? Why am I here? C3. Peter Parker asked quickly. Good question. I saw the green gentleman on the right and snapped his fingers. That's it. Then I'll tell you one by one. This is the devil dimension. In fact, in the Marvel world, there is indeed a saying of dimensions. This dimension is different from the parallel world. But in a special space. Among them, there are several famous ones. For example, Hell Dimension, Dark Dimension, etc. Like, this Hell Dimension. Its lord is Mephitos. He has appeared in Ghost Rider, Spider-Man and so on. It's a big boss. And the Dark Dimension is an existence like Dormammu. Demon Dimension? Peter Parker hears the word. Just know, this is not a good place. And the man in the green suit didn't have much explanation. Instead, he continued to speak down. And we are the existences that serve the devil. Named Desperados. The man in the green suit opened his hands. Our mission. It is in the human world, looking for a qualified existence. Grant them, mighty power. Chapter 80. And you. It's the one we've chosen. The man in the green suit raised his hand and pointed at Peter Parker. Eyes full of admiration. What? It's an existence chosen by demons. Peter Parker was stunned when he heard this. Immediately, a look of disbelief appeared on his face. To know. He has always been a good student of his own way. That is, recently, after the strength has been enhanced. Only occasionally went out to fight a few black boxing. How could he be chosen by the devil? Seeming to see the doubts in Parker's heart, at the moment, another guy in a purple Moses-style dress jumped out as well. Because of your qualifications, you are far beyond ordinary people. It's a special existence that only exists among millions of people. He immediately complimented Peter Parker. Yes. When Parker heard his compliment, he couldn't help scratching his head. But soon, he reacted. He quickly stepped back a few steps, and then took a stance. Hey, listen. No matter how eloquent you are, I will never cooperate with you. To destroy the world. Peter Parker, said righteously. As a kind being by nature. No matter what, he will not take the initiative to act evil. Think about it too. To know. This Spider-Man Peter Parker can be said to be the most impoverished existence among the superhero. When I was in school, I was always teased by the school bully. Bullied. If it is a normal person. In his position, I am afraid that Blacken has fallen long ago. But Peter Parker, still stick to the original intention. Even later, gained ability. He didn't use it for profit either. Instead, do your best to help others. He is quite a good man. And after hearing Parker speak like this, standing in the middle, Akiliera, who had not spoken for a long time, laughed out loud at this moment. She raised her slender fingers and wiped her red lips. He spoke immediately. Who said we were looking for you? It's for you to help us and destroy the world. Akil said lightly. To know. This demon dimension, and your human world, are two different dimensions. We don't have much interest in your world. Aguilera stepped down from the high platform and continued to speak. Do you remember? Just now, obviously it was you, Roar called us first, thirsting for power. Aguilera said with a chuckle. Hearing this, Parker froze in place. His head hurt again. Immediately recalled what happened before. That's right. Just before. When he was fighting with cheetah amazons. Indeed, I once silently wished in my heart to gain more power. Kill the cheetah amazon. Could it be that the prayer was just heard by this demon dimension? So I brought myself here. Parker's heart has been shaken. On the opposite side, Aguilera, I once saw the look on the face of at the moment Parker. I secretly laughed in my heart. It was exactly what the president expected. So, she spoke again. We can give you great power. Even, you can resurrect your Uncle Ben. Besides that, there is a free message for you. Killing your father's murderer, who is it? How, are you satisfied with this condition? Aguilera bent down and looked at Peter Parker below. Like a demon, low road. What? Hearing each other, a series of promises. This Peter Parker, immediately froze in place. In his mind, the scene where Uncle Ben fell in a pool of blood immediately emerged. If only then. Be stronger yourself. Perhaps, such a thing will not happen. And it seems. The other party can also revive Uncle Ben. Not only that. They seem to be well aware of their father's death. These three. Each one hit Parker's heart perfectly. Make him unable to refuse at all. So. What's the price? After struggling for a while, Parker raised his head again, with a trace of blood in his eyes. Of course he knows. There is no free lunch in this world. If you want to get something, you have to pay a price. It's easy. Sell your soul to us. Aguilera raised her hand and slammed it hard. I believe you saw it too. The statue in front of us is our master, Lord Keefe. He fell asleep in the middle of a war. And to revive it, 6 powerful souls are needed as sacrifices. And your soul meets this condition. Aguilera glanced at the statue. Then he continued to fool around. Definitely. It's just that you don't die. We will not interfere with you in any way. Until you die. We will reclaim your soul. How about this? This condition is generous enough. Aguilera opened her mouth to explain. Peter Parker, silence for a while. Then he slowly raised his head and gritted his teeth. Good. If your promises really work. I promise. He answered immediately. If able to his soul. In exchange for Uncle Ben, he would be willing. With power, he can also protect everything he cherishes. As for the sold soul. Let's talk about it then. Very good. Hear this answer from Parker. A beautiful smile appeared on the corner of Aguilera's mouth. It seems that the President's commission. She is half done. It seems that this Peter Parker really seems to believe his own rhetoric. Then next. Just add his impressions. As for why? Because, Levi found. This Winter Soldier offers a world spot of its own. It's been a steady stream. But in fact, the chip in his mind showed. This Winter Soldier, has not been transformed into Kamen Rider number 1. So, why does he keep producing world points for himself? Therefore, Levi could not help but have a conjecture. If some characters in Marvel are convinced of the setting of a certain knight in their hearts, so he will be able to continuously obtain world points from this guy. This Winter Soldier, because I firmly believe in the legend of this Consortium X. So later, even if he did not transform into a knight, he still provided himself with a world point. Although not many. But the victory lies in a steady stream and sustainability. Definitely. This conjecture has not yet been fully confirmed. So, he would spend so much energy to arrange this second scene. Check out his guess. Is it right or not? That's where Aki Huangla, the narration just now. And while it's performing, Levi is also sitting on the sofa in the living room of the manor, staring intently at the live reality show in front of him. This so-called demon dimension. It was built by him using another base. The two lieutenants are played by the actor Humagia. The head is covered. It is completely invisible to be an AI robot. At the same time, in order to make the scene effect more realistic, he also deliberately called the satellite Zaya and rendered it to the space. Let it look, magic and reality intertwined. All right. Layla. Next, it's time for dinner. Let me see. What kind of existence is this demon in Parker's body? Levi is sitting on the sofa with his hands crossed. Like a director, he gave orders to the starring Aquilera. Yes. Aguilera through the internal headphones heard Levi's order. Immediately, she raised her hand. Lightly patted the man in purple next to him. Immediately, a small box was taken out from the side. Inside were the demon's drives that Levi had extracted from the system, as well as the 4 demon seals. Aguilera, take one out of it immediately. Just see that demon seal. Ask for flowers. Engraved with the phantom of a spider. It is the spider demon seal. In that case, then use this demon seal. Sign a contract with us. Talking. This Aguilera turned over. Right in front of Peter Parker. Then he raised his hand and pressed the button of the demon seal. Then, he pressed towards Parker's body. This demon seal can materialize the hidden demons in people's hearts. Aguilera moves. 1. Is to prove to Parker what they say is true. It is true that he signed a contract with the devil. 2nd, come. Levi also wants to see what the devil in Parker's heart looks like. To know. Once this devil seal is pressed on a person, it will be able to call out the demons in its heart, and then materialize it. Definitely. Different levels of existence. The devil summoned in his heart is also different. Low-level existences, the demons in their hearts, are miscellaneous soldiers. And there are some who are vicious, with resentment in their hearts. Using them, you can create weirdos and outlaws. And a higher level, they have their own demons. For example, the demon of the protagonist Icky is Whis. It is always in a virtual state. And once Icky uses the demon seal, it will materialize. Fight side by side with Icky. And Icky's younger brother, the sophomore demon, is slightly different. It was born out of jealousy of the older brother. That devil looks exactly the same as the sophomore. And it can also be attached to the sophomore. Manipulate his body and transform into a Kamen Rider evil. And their younger sister, Sakura, summons the devil, but it is extremely cute. Look. It seems to be the juvenile body of the cockroach demon. Makes straight roar cute. But, although the fighting power is average, however, it can be in battle. Transform into Sakura's weapon. And this one. The only exception is the owner of the demon's drive, the door. Thanks to the first level, the demon he summoned was directly blown up. So later, when he turned into Kamen Rider demons, there was no demon by his side. It makes me feel a little regretful. And now, Levi wants to see. In this Parker's body, what can be summoned? Since this Sakura can summon the cockroach demon, then he summoned the spider detective. It's not impossible. And at the moment, along with the demon seal, it was affixed to Parker's body. A spider phantom appeared immediately. Then, red light moving. Parker just felt excruciating pain all over his body. He took a step back involuntarily. And at the moment, in its body, a huge amount of Fiend's Covenant, popping up. Then, accompanied by the purple electric light. This contract is constantly taken together. Then it turned into a cloud of smoke. And when the smoke clears, a dark figure immediately jumped out of it. This devil looks like. It is actually 8 points similar to the Venom Spider. A burly man. Exaggerated compound eyes. And that mouth of fangs. Look. It's like Tom possessed by Venom. What? I'm finally out. This demon resembling a Venom Spider opened his hands and laughed wildly. Boy. You are so weak. Do you know? I've been in your body for a long time. After the Venom Spider demon was released. Turn around now. Look at Peter Parker in the back. Immediately Teach. And Levi in the living room, saw this scene. There was a smile on the corner of his mouth. But think about it too. This demon is the embodiment of malice in people's hearts. This Peter Parker was bullied at school. Although it doesn't look like anything on the surface. But the heart must be affected. Chapter 81. But I just don't know how this demon's fighting power is. And just when Levi privately judged, the Venom Spider in that scene quickly gave the answer. I saw it strode in front of Parker. At the moment, Parker looked a little surprised. Is this the devil born in me? Look. It looks like it's quite majestic. Parker looked up and surveyed the tall Venom Spider. But soon, he touched his chin again. Evaluate the appearance of the Venom Spider. But it looks pretty ugly. That doesn't suit me. Parker shook his head with a look of disgust. Boy. You wanna die? The Venom Parker on the opposite side was not happy when he heard it. He immediately raised his hand. Grab it towards Parker. I want to beat him up and let him see how powerful he is. To know. This devil is not a good-tempered existence. In the original play, the sophomore devil, let it go. He immediately attached himself to the sophomore and went to fight with his brother. And Icky's demon, Whis, was even more outrageous. After being released, he turned his head and wanted to eat his mother. Fortunately, with the wave, a decisive decision was made. After using the reverse drive, the demon Weiss was taken back into the body. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. And the demon in Parker's body is obviously not a good-tempered existence. Levi poured 587 to see. This is how Parker should deal with this scene. However, faced with this demonic spider attack, this Parker seems to be ready for a long time. It squatted suddenly, and immediately dodged the past. Then he ran to the back. I want to hide. That Venom Spider immediately took a step. Chased up. The two started a fierce chase in this demon dimension. But both have their own advantages. Chased for a long time. No one can help anyone. This Venom Spider is tall. The power also seems to be far beyond Parker. But when it comes to speed and agility, it's not nearly as good. Parker moves through all kinds of twists and turns. Time and time again, escaped from that Venom Spider. Finally, both were exhausted and panting. Stand still and stop moving. And at the moment, Parker was half squatting, hands on his legs. Raising her head, she looked at Akilira above. Can you get this guy away? He said breathlessly. boy, what are you talking about? The venom spider behind him was also panting heavily. But still do not forget the vicious forbearance. This devil, once released, it's hard to disappear. Aguilera said with a smile. What? Hearing this news, Parker immediately looked a little desperate. To know. He is still in school. If you are around, follow such a big guy. Don't even think about the door. But I want to take it back into my body. It's still easy. Aguilera added again. With a wave of her hand, the man in the purple dress next to her held the box and stepped forward. Show it to Parker. There are things that can help you strengthen your strength. Hearing this, Parker immediately looked into the box. Exactly before the demon's belt drawn by Levi. Okay. Why, this power-enhancing thing is actually a belt. Parker scratched his head. Looks a little suspicious. But soon, he made up for it with confidence. It must be because, before I fell into a coma, I saw Feidian's transformation belt. Days have thoughts, night have dreams. That's why this demon dimension will manifest this power-enhancing prop into the shape of a belt. It's so sweet. Parker clapped his hands and thanked Roar. This is the demon's drive. You could also call Roar a demon belt. Aguilera lifted up and introduced. What a cool belt. Parker takes this belt out of the box. Eyes full of stars. Since he's seen that Jackal hijacker fight the cheetah amazons. I am so envious of Feidian's belt. Didn't expect it until now. He actually owns one. Although this is to take their own soul in exchange. But do not care. Parker seems to have gotten a new toy. Immediately fell in love with it. He held the belt in his hand and watched it carefully. This belt. It needs to be used with the devil's seal. Aguilera gently weighed the demon seal in her hand. After speaking. Throw it at Parker. Parker picked up his other hand and caught it. This belt is matched with the devil's seal. You will be able to remove the devil within you. Combined with the genetic factors that are also sleeping in you. Thereby turning into Kamen Rider demons. While saying so, Aguilera walked backwards. Kamen Rider demons. Sounds great. Parker looked at the two things in his hands, his eyes sparkling. Correct. To test it out. Do you actually fit a belt? We have a quiz just for you. While talking, Aguilera had already stood in front of the statue. What test? Parker held the drive and the seal and said blankly. We specially prepared 50 subordinate demons for you. You need to transform into Kamen Rider demons. Destroy them all. Aguilera, holding the statue, said with a smile. If not done, may die in it. By then, your human body will also die. The contract made before will also be voided because of this. Akidonla waved his hands with a lovely expression on his face. But the content surprised Parker. Then good luck. Aguilera turned around and waved her little hand. Bye-bye. Talking. She raised her hand and placed it on the statue. Next second, she and those two subordinates shone with light. In less than a moment, disappeared in place. Came to the back space. Definitely. This is the satellite Zaya, using the light to block them. Then, Akalila came to the back of the field. Roar. It's finally over. She patted her body and breathed a sigh of relief. Well done. Layla. Next, release those low-level demons. Levi's voice rings out. Yes, my lord. Aguilera nodded immediately. Then, he pressed a button next to it. And at the moment, in that venue, Parker is looking at each other with his venom spider demon. Seeing the surroundings, one after another vortex-shaped door opened. Subsequently, dozens of skeleton-like demons came out of them. With claws and claws, he ran towards Parker and his demons. These lowly demons, These days, Akiliera used the demon seal to create a small monster. After it's made, these guys were locked up around this place. Only now has it been released. Is this the little monster in hell? Parker couldn't help but take a few steps back. Then, he looked at the prop in his hand. How do you use this thing? He seemed to be in a hurry. And the venom spider on the side looked a little excited. It rushed forward immediately. Waving his fist, he hit one of the demons. Boom! The demon was immediately blown away. Ha ha ha! It's really fun. Come again. While talking, it raised its fist and charged towards the pile of low-level demons, full of fighting spirit. But soon, he couldn't laugh anymore. Because there are so many demons. And also like to swarm. Although this venom spider is strong, its 2 fists are no match for 4. It was soon lost. Some demons. He grabbed his limbs, and soon, he couldn't move. And other demons also rushed towards Parker. Scared Parker, running around. Hey! You haven't said this yet, how do you use it? He is dodging. While complaining. But now. Only on your own. Peter Parker closed his eyes. Thinking back carefully, the scene when Blade UI was transformed. Then, suddenly opened his eyes. Then he fastened the demon's belt around his waist. Demos drive. Demon drive. Buzz. A red ripple spread out. The belt made a low beep. Similar to the lines of red muscles, it immediately stretches. Transformed into a belt, attached to Parker's waist. Then, Parker picked up the demon seal in his hand. Spider-Man. Spider. Press it towards the lower belt. Buzzed. The display screen in front of the belt immediately burst into a burst of red light. And that aside, the venom spider, trapped by several low-level demons, flew into the sky. No! He shouted, and his body was blurred again. Then swipe. Re-entered Parker's body. Deal. Deal done. Then, in the sky, a little Spider-Man descended out of nowhere. Transform. Parker picked up the seal, sighed softly, and slammed it down again. I saw countless red lights on the ground. And the little Spider-Man that appeared out of nowhere. Then around him, turning wildly. One after another snow-white cobweb. Crazy wraps up. Immediately, a layer of armor began to gradually cover its body surface. That little Spider-Man also turned into a brand, covering its left arm. And the prompt sound also sounded frantically. Deep. Deep. Drop. Fall. Danger. Danger. Kamen Rider demons. With a burst of red light. A Kamen Rider with red and black armor full of spider elements. Debut. Stare. And finally, several compound eyes on its head light up in turn. Even more handsome. And at the moment, in the manner, Levi looked at the live broadcast in front of him and lay down at 1.9. Have you finally become successful? It's really not easy. Izzy, help me record the battle stats of this Kamen Rider demons. And then compare it with the few knights of our flying electricity. I need to know. What rank is his strength among our Kamen Riders? Levi opened his mouth and ordered. No problem. Master President. Izzy raised his hand immediately. It's time to move a few codes. I saw that above the demon dimension. Dozens of hidden analyzers, cameras activated immediately. Launched an all-round scan of Peter Parker in the field. Dozens of hidden cameras above that are activated immediately. Turn on a full scan of Peter Parker in the field. And on the field, the transformed Parker opened his eyes. Is this what the devil calls increased power? Me now. Feeling full of power. Parker lowered his head, looked at the armor on his body, and couldn't help sighing. Now that you have gained power. After that, I will definitely prevent the tragedy from happening. Even if you risk my life. Parker's eyes. It seems to have returned to the scene of fighting the monster before. That weak feeling. He still remembers it. Then next. I'll use you guys to verify my conjecture. Talking. He raised his head and looked at the many low-level demons in front of him. Chapter 82. Talking. This Parker rushed to the group of low-level demons. Drink. It's waving his fist. One hit a low-level demon at the forefront. Bang. Sparks fly. This low-level demon immediately fell backwards. Like a bowling ball. There are also a few low-level demons behind him. Cough. It's amazing. Parker, who punched this punch, saw this scene. Couldn't help but be amazed. He didn't expect it. Such a random punch can actually cause such an effect. As expected of the power from the devil. And in Parker, still sighing. Behind him, several more demons attacked. Then, come again. Parker twisted his body and kicked. Boom. The devil immediately flew into the sky. Then he slammed his head into the wall and exploded directly. Cough who? Parker immediately cheered roar up. This feeling is really great. If not transformed. Then, you may need to entangle with these demons for a long time. But now. One punch, one punch. This kind of power was something he had never experienced before. Just don't be too cool. And with Parker's attack. The demons on the periphery also seemed to have sensed his power. They looked at each other. So they dispersed. Then from all directions, it attacked Parker. Exactly. 2 fists are invincible to 4 feet. No matter how powerful this guy is. It's hard, he can still wipe them all out. Just now. The Venom demon was trapped by this move. Thus unable to move. If this Parker, he will transform in a few seconds at night. That Venom spider. It may have been torn to shreds by those low-level demons. And seeing so many low-level demons, they rushed from all directions. Pa 21 grams is also a little flustered. But soon. In his mind, something appeared. I see. After Parker absorbed it, a smile appeared on his face. This demon's armor, in addition to enhancing his strength. There are other ways of attacking. After all. This set of armor was transformed by integrating spider genes. Think here. Parker is no longer hesitation. I saw his body crouch slightly. Then a jump. The body immediately jumped into the air. And at the moment, the surrounding demons have also arrived. They swarmed up, waving their claws, about to grab Parker. Once Parker falls, the consequences are unimaginable. However, at the moment, seeing Parker's waist, he suddenly shot 2 cobwebs. It is like the 3-dimensional mobile device used by the commander in the attacking giant. The 2 cobwebs were glued to the ceiling, driving Parker's body and flying upwards. Brush it. This Parker, with his feet on the ceiling, hang upside down, looking down at the top. My God! This is so cool! Parker put his hands in front of him and looked around. Looking down again, it seems unusual. And the demons below. There are red lights in the eyes. They looked at Parker above, and in an instant, they set up a human ladder. Grab it towards Parker in the air. Want to catch me? Watch out! I saw Parker, raising his hands suddenly. It shot towards the bottom. Brush brush! When he saw 2 snow-white cobwebs, they shot out from his wrist. In an instant, it entangled the demons below. They are waving their claws. Want to clear these cobwebs from myself. But the more you get it, the tighter the cobweb is. Then next. Try my trick again. Talking. Parker pressed his drive again. Demons finish. Demons finish. I saw the cobweb on the waist, and instantly withdrew. And Parker, his feet are a little bit, and his body is turned upside down. Then he kicked towards the demon group below. Under its feet, a crimson cobweb phantom is constantly spinning. Look at the tricks. It looks like the crimson electric drill used by Xiaoye in Kamen Rider 555. I saw the cobwebs dazzling. And Parker, like a sharp blade, plunged straight into the demons. Just hear a bang. These low-level demons entangled by cobweb exploded in an instant. For a while. Fire splashes. The entire demon dimension is illuminated brightly. 50 low-level demons, not a single one left at this moment, was cleaned up. And in this firelight, Kamen Rider demons, gradually stood up, looking very handsome. Yes. Parker raised his hand and silently celebrated for his victory. And at the moment, in the demon dimension, Akiliera's voice sounded again. Good job. You successfully passed our little test. All the previous conditions. All will be established. Parker at the moment, looked up. Now, can you tell me who the murderer of my father was? He asked. Obviously. The death of his father has always been in his heart. Nature. It was the Osborn group that caused your father's death. Or rather, the head of the Osborn group, Norman Osborn. Aguilera immediately explained. And with her narration, the main wall of the demon dimension also began to show a phantom. The characters in there are shadowy. But Parker still recognized one of them. It was his father, Richard Parker. And another. It is the president of Osborn, Norman Osborn. The two were in an office and had a heated discussion on the use of genetic spiders. Norman Osborn wanted to apply it to the military. Once successful, the value of the Osborn group will be greatly enhanced. Even, it can surpass the Stark group in one fell swoop. Richard Parker, however, firmly disagrees with this view. His inventions are used to benefit mankind, not for killing. The two quarreled for a long time, but they didn't convince anyone, and then they were unhappy. And Richard Parker, knowing that Norman Osborn will not give up. So after he left, a lot of test data was deleted. Then, he brought his own experimental box and was ready to evacuate. Afterwards, he prepared to evacuate with his own experimental data. And the ruthless Norman Osborn will not give up immediately. So he hired a mercenary. Richard Parker was arrested and then persecuted. However, no useful information was obtained. So, Norman Osborn, in a fit of rage, ordered Richard Parker to be killed. Subsequently, the experimental results were appropriated as their own. This is the origin of the grudge between the Parker family and the Osborn family. Seeing this, Parker froze in place. If you want to verify authenticity, you can go to the Roosevelt subway station in New York, and there's a little bit of your father's legacy there. Aguilera continued. All right. Now, it's time for you to return to your own world. Good luck. Hearing this, Parker raised his hand and wanted to ask something. But at the moment, all around, white air suddenly appeared. Envelope him in it. Parker just took a few sips and fell to the ground, unconscious. After a moment, some shiumachi around, only then came around. Take it out of here. After a long time, Parker opened his eyes again. But at the moment, his position is no longer in the demon dimension, but in the hospital. Why am I here again? He sat up, looking a little dazed. Parker, you can finally wake up, but you scared me to death. But at this moment, the voice of Ned, the little fat man beside the bed, suddenly rang. Parker turned his head and saw Ned sitting in front of his hospital bed with a look of surprise. You were in a car accident at the time. Thankfully, the Ames guard found all this and sent you to the hospital. Ned looked at Parker blankly and explained. By the way, what about Uncle Ben? Hearing that, Parker was stunned for a while. Then he quickly pulled Ned and asked. Uncle Ben is now in intensive care. But don't worry, Uncle Ben is out of danger. Aunt May is taking care there. You're less injured, so Aunt May asked me to take care of you. Ned opened his mouth to explain. Car accident. Uncle Ben is still alive. Parker sat on the spot and said in astonishment. Could it be, I'm dreaming what happened just now? He shook his head. Obviously some doubts. Yet at this moment, in his body, a phantom suddenly appeared. Definitely not a dream. Otherwise, how did I get here? This phantom is the Venom Spider. With Parker's awakening, it also regained its meaning. However, it no longer has an entity at this moment. Rather, it exists like a soul. What? You are too? That demon dimension thing is real. Did I really make a contract with the devil? Parker was finally lucky to see this Venom Spider. What you have experienced is real. This little fat man looks so delicious. I really want to have a bite. Saying that, the Venom Spider flew towards Ned. It wrapped around Ned's neck and said with a bloody mouth. You stop me! Parker couldn't help shouting. And Ned, at the moment, has no idea what happened to Parker. Can't see the existence of that Venom Spider. So, shout out to Parker. As he was about to eat a hamburger, he was stunned. What? See you, Parker. He couldn't help raising his hand, covering his face. And in the manner on the other side, Aguilera has returned. At this moment, she is still 587 in that red dress. It looks very beautiful. Grown-ups. Parker has been placed in the hospital. The drive has also been placed. She bent down and reported to Levi. Well done. Finally cheated again. Levi looked at his system and complimented Aguilera. It looks. This Parker, obviously, has no doubts about this demonic dimension. In the system, the constantly rising world points are the best proof. This Spider-Man Parker deserves to be one of the best in the Marvel world. The world he brings to himself. Comparable to Winter Soldier, it is much stronger. All right. Now the preliminary work is almost done. Levi shuts down the system. Then he got up from the sofa. Now, it's time to fight back. This time, I will take the entire Osborn in my pocket. Levi said ambitiously. Thinking in the manner, cultivated for so many days. He was also a little confused. That being the case, let's go back to the Feidian headquarters first. There, I still have some things to deal with. Bug. This manner, I'll leave it to you to take care of it first. Levi stepped forward, lifted Aguilera's chin, and commanded. And Aguilera's eyes are full of tenderness. As ordered. Grown-ups. Levi smiled. Immediately, he took Izzy and returned to Feidian headquarters. Definitely. He didn't rush to the 6th floor in a hurry. Instead, he went to the president's office first. It first checked the recent wind reviews about Feidian. Although it's a little better than when it started. But there are still countless images of black followers. The sales volume of the lifestyle Humaja is still tepid. The only good news. It's an order from the military, and it has been issued. Feidian has bought some places. Ready to set up a factory to produce some orders for the military. After all, this Feidian headquarters is able to produce a limited amount of Humaja. But this move was met with some opposition from local residents. This makes the progress of the factory establishment somewhat stagnant. After reading the news, Levi couldn't help but smile. It seems this Norman Osborn, in this regard, spent a lot of money. But soon, he will let it, and return it with interest. Izzy. Chapter 83. Boss, what are your orders? The little secretary, Izzy, had been waiting by the side for a long time. Nowadays, This Osborn Group, how much reserve is there? What about their financial statements? Levi picked up a cup of coffee on the table and took a sip. Then he asked. Izzy's eyes flickered, and he quickly gave the answer. Back to cooking, President. According to what I found. Osborn Group, there are still reserves, about 230 million. The financial report has been displayed on your desktop. Izzy was quick to lay out the numbers. And on the transparent tablet in front of Levi. Also showing Osborn's recent quarterly earnings. And their real situation. Ah! See this news. A bloodthirsty smile appeared on Levi's mouth. To know. 230 million US dollars, if it is a small and medium-sized enterprise. That is undoubtedly a huge sum of money. However, such a sum of money is for the Chable General Osborn Group. But it is undoubtedly a drop in the bucket. To know. This Osborn Group is one of the best biological consortiums in the country. Its subordinates have gathered countless high-tech talents. And raising these people requires a huge amount of expenses every month. These $200 million are only enough to pay them a few months' wages. Not to mention. In addition to wages, such a group has many other expenses. It looks. This Osborn's liquidity is close to wine. It has reached the point where the mountains and rivers are exhausted. In the past few years, if it wasn't for blood transfusions from the military, maybe it won't survive this day at all. And this is the root cause of everything. All from Norman Osborn, the Human Augmentation Project. In fact, just now, Levi glanced at the real data of the Osborn Group. Discover the money it invests in human enhancement programs. It actually accounts for about 80% of the group's revenue. Far more than other projects. To know. The Osborn Group originally started out with medicines. Before, the sales of this medicine accounted for more than 70% of his revenue. But then, Norman Osborn, reluctant to be only a pharmaceutical company, he put a lot of money into the human body enhancement program. The investment in biological drugs has been decreasing year by year. Moreover, also brought a large number of excellent biological researchers. All planned into the human body enhancement program. A full 18 project groups. This has also led to the complete loss of the Osborn Group's ability to develop new drugs. Original. It can also rely on the previous capital to eat for a while. But don't expect it. This Feidian Intelligence has developed a biological detector. This caused Osborn's profits to plummet. Original. Norman wanted to adjust his direction. But how? The human body enhancement program has invested a lot of money. There is absolutely no way to go back. This Norman Osborn can only go one way, to the dark. Before, the situation was better because of the bottom of the military funds. But in the past year, with the replacement of the upper class, the military's investment is also gradually decreasing. This made Norman Osborn have to think of something. Then, he misappropriated other R&D funds from the company. Created the human body armor and flight skateboard, hoping to cheat another wave of funds. Too bad it didn't work. And for the company's financial report released to the outside world, Norman Osborn did a lot of data beautification. This has maintained the status quo. Did not let the stock price drop sharply. But no matter how well he prepared this lie, under the inspection of Izzy, there is nowhere to hide. Soon, a real financial report data appeared in front of Levi. Very good. Now, send this financial report. Let this guy feel the pain first. Levi took a sip of coffee and said slowly. This was his first move. And what about their human experiments? Izzy asked involuntarily. Don't worry about this. Levi sat in the office chair and said with a smile. Exactly. Eat the rice one bite at a time. If all at once, this Norman Osborn will be thrown into the dust. How meaningless that is. Only let him see a glimmer of hope of victory first. Then crush it by hand. This is the greatest revenge against the enemy. Okay, Mr. President. Izzy nodded hard. Then, put the real financial report data at hand. It was sent to various financial newspapers and the mailboxes of many investors. And Levi. Sit in his office chair. He looked at the crystal chessboard on his desk. Lift up one of the black crystal chess pieces and take a step forward lightly. Soon. This real financial report has gained a certain influence on the outside. Many people in the financial world, loudly shocked. They didn't expect it. The seemingly beautiful Osborn group has now reached this point. Real financial report. So unbearable. After seeing this financial report, many Wall Street investors started to swear at the mother one after another. Then they sold their Osborn stock. After all, anyone can see that this Osborn's appearance is coming. Immediately. Less than a morning's effort. The shares of the entire Osborn group suffered a severe setback. Fell by more than 10%. The strength of the fall is comparable to that of the Stark industry at that time. Only, this Stark Industries has Tony Stark. After the stock falls, people can also launch a series of products. And what about Osborn? Thus, a new round of selling continues. The investors and board members of Aoshi Group couldn't sit still. They want to open a virtual video call. Rebuke Norman Osborn. But found that no one answered at all. Then, all the people left their work in their hands. Go directly to the Osborn mansion, ready to ask for the crime. And Norman Osborn at the moment doesn't know anything about it. He is in the underground experimental floor. The final experiment is being carried out. In the last few days, his experimental team has made according to his request. The Amazon's belt and the Amazon armband have been developed one after another. This Amazon belt is for military display. Its shape is very strange. Both sides, somewhat similar to the handlebars of a motorcycle. And in the middle, it is like two pairs of scarlet eyes. There are some activation potions stored in it. Once the button is pressed, this activation potion can be instantly injected into the wearer's body. Make its whole body Amazon cells, instantly activated. This puts it into a very strong state. Besides, they also designed an armband to limit Amazon. Once this armband is worn, those who have transformed into Amazon will be driven. Follow the orders of the owner of the armband. Once you resist, that arm ring will send out an electric shock. Inflict certain damage to the wearer. So here it is. It can ensure the control of these Amazon. So, let's test these two items now. There was a hint of excitement and morbidity in Norman Osborn's tone. To know. Tomorrow is the date for the military inspection. So, don't miss out on this experiment. After speaking, he turned his head and looked at the experimenter beside him. Let's start with that Amazon armband. Norman Osborn muttered. Yes. And the group of experimenters next to them seemed a little docile. After all, the last batch dare to oppose him. After all, it has become an experimental subject. When I saw these guys, I pressed the button immediately. In front is a huge amount of blank laboratory. There is nothing inside. Immediately, a fixed cabin was raised underground. I saw this fixed cabin slowly rise. An experimental body, fixed in it. Crazy struggle. This guy, and that cheetah Amon, are from the same group. I saw a robotic arm sticking out from above. The built Amazon armband was inlaid on the guy's arm. What? With the piercing of the armband. This guy let out a crazy howl. Okay, let it go. Norman Osborn clasped his hands together and commanded. The experimental staff next to him immediately unlocked the blockade of the fixed cabin. Yesterday, with the opening of the fixed compartment, The experimental body in it immediately jumped out of it. Him at this moment. Still in human form. But for many days, hunger uses with him made him unbearable. Yes, put some food in. Norman Osborn issued another order. Immediately, several gaps were found in the laboratory. Several kinds of food were taken out by the robotic arm. That experimental subject greedily looked at the food in front of him. He grabbed one of the hamburgers and took a few bites. He vomited immediately. Afterwards, they took several kinds of human food, but couldn't swallow it at all. Finally, he set his sights on a raw egg. I saw this guy, picking up the raw eggs. Sniffed a few times greedily, and then smashed it. Then open the eggshell and open your mouth. Let the egg liquid in it keep dripping into your mouth. In less than a moment, this raw egg was completely eaten by him. Even the eggshells were licked several times. But it's obvious. Such a small amount. It completely satisfied his appetite. Instead, it aroused his appetite even more. Not enough. Not enough. Any left? Hurry up and bring it to me. That experimental body, BG on the glass of the laboratory, roared madly. At this moment, he urgently needs protein to supplement himself. And according to the instrument display, the Amazon cells in its body are also surging like crazy. Then now, send Connors and that Amazon's belt in together. Norman Osborn, loosen his tie. Speak up. This. The experimenter next to him seemed a little out of place. Why, I don't want to. Otherwise, I'll put you in. Norman Osborn sneered. The experimenter immediately shivered in fright. He didn't dare to do more hesitation. Li Qianzhao quickly turned on the button. And at the moment, on the ground, another fixed cabin also rose. And inside, no one else. It was the former Dr. Connors. He was also injected with Amazon cells. But due to the late injection time, at the moment, Dr. Connors is not hungry yet. So, when he was released, he seemed very calm. And another mechanical arm, the developed Amazon belt. Put it in front of him. Is this the Amazon belt you developed? Dr. Connors, pick up your hand. Pick up this Amazon belt and take a closer look. He looks so poised. But the experimental body next to him was different. He felt like he was going crazy with hunger. Food. Give me food. He lay on the ground and roared in a low voice. The arm ring on the arm issued bursts of prompting sounds. Next up, he raised his head and instantly fixed his gaze on Dr. Connors. In his mouth, water flowed from his mouth. There are also black lines on the neck. Stab la la. Accompanied by a surge of steam. This experimental body immediately completed the conversion to Amazon. I only see Tak at the moment. Although still in human form. But its body has more than doubled in size than before. Behind it, a long black tail. It emerged from between the two strands. It looks terrifying. A lizard Amazons appeared in front of everyone. Speak up. A little bit ironic. Chapter 84. To know. This Dr. Connors, in the original. He became Dr. Lizard because he was injected with the genetic medicine he developed. Thus became one of Spider-Man's old enemies. But now, this name. But it was preempted by the opposite experiment. I have to say, it's ironic. And the lizard Amazon on the opposite side has also transformed into complete at this moment. Like a humanoid lizard. He suddenly opened his eyes. Those snake-like pupils quickly stared at the opposite Dr. Connors. Roar. It's a growl. It quickly attacked Dr. Connors. And this Dr. Connors also showed a hint of panic on his face. Be the leader of the experiment. He naturally knew what that guy wanted to do. Then, he turned his head and wanted to run away. But he has just been released. The body is in a very weak state. Accidentally, he fell to the ground. And the lizard Amazon on the opposite side also followed. Huge shadow, instantly covered Dr. Connors, the whole shrouded. Some saliva poured down directly from above. Dripped onto Dr. Connors' face. Next up. A thick black tail suddenly swept up from behind. Brush it. It wrapped around Dr. Connors' neck. Then it's like carrying a chicken. Pick it up from the ground. Immediately. Dr. Connors' face looked at the face of the lizard Amazon. The two eyes meet. Dr. Connors' pupil drama. It was full of regret and fear. If he doesn't give this Amazon cell to Norman Osborn, I am afraid it will not cause this situation today. And the eyes of the lizard Amazon were full of greed and excitement. Greed, of course, is the desire for meat. The excitement is because he has recognized it. The guy in front of him was the guy who was in charge of conducting experiments on them. Did not expect. This guy has actually been reduced to the point of becoming an experimental body. That being the case, then you don't have to rush to eat him. Gotta torture him. Think here. This lizard Amazon, with its long and narrow mouth, has just opened its mouth. The sharp teeth were exposed. The core like a snake spit out. A lick on Dr. Connors' face. 590. Immediately. One of them tightened his tail. Dr. Connors, for a moment, felt that he was being strangled and breathless. Its whole person is in mid-air, struggling frantically. But there is absolutely no escape. It should be. Looks like that's the only thing to try. Dr. Connors gritted his teeth, thinking hard. As the head of the experiment, he naturally knew the efficacy of the Amazon driver in this hand. But knowing is knowing. He didn't dare to try it lightly. After all, once cell catalysis is performed, no one knows what will happen. Did not expect. Now the first experimenter is actually himself. Speak up. How ironic. Dr. Connors, with red eyes. With difficulty, he buckled the driver in his hand around his waist. Crack. The belt was automatically fastened in an instant. Then. The doctor twisted the handle on the drive. Alpha, Alpha. Accompanied by the belt beep. The green eyes on the belt suddenly lit up. Immediately. Inside it works immediately. One after another acupuncture needles were quickly inserted into Dr. Connors' abdomen. The potion that stimulates the activation of Amazon, injected immediately. The Amazon cells in its body are rapidly activated. Start to phagocytose the surrounding normal cells. And Dr. Connors, his whole body seemed to be torn apart. What? He opened his mouth and cried out in pain. La. And the lizard Amazon on the opposite side obviously didn't know what happened on the opposite side. He tilted his head. I thought it was because the other party was restrained too tightly by me and was about to hang up. That being the case, let's have a piece of arm first as dessert. Otherwise. Wait a minute, this guy is dead. But not so delicious. Thinking of this, the lizard Amazon raised its claws. I was about to tear off one of Dr. Connors' arm first. However, at the moment, on the opposite side, Dr. Connors raised his head again. In his eyes, the fear just now disappeared. The rest, but the desire to kill. Even the lizard Amazon was stunned when he saw it. But haven't waited for it to respond. I saw that Dr. Connors whispered 3 words, spy, in his mouth. Ah. Ma. Brown. And with this sound, I saw his whole body suddenly burst open. A terrifying flame started from him. It suddenly spread out around. This power is no less than that of a small bomb. And the lizard Amazon couldn't dodge in time. The tail wrapped around Dr. Connors exploded directly. The blood that spewed out splattered in all directions. The huge body was also hit by that terrifying explosion. directly blasted out. Like a broken sack. He smashed straight into the snow-white wall 30 meters behind him. Bang! The hard laboratory wall was directly smashed with blood. Fortunately, this wall is built hard enough. Otherwise this time, I'm afraid it will be able to dry wear directly. The staff outside the laboratory saw such a dazzling red light. All instinctively raised their hands and stood in front of them. Fear of eye damage. And only that Osborn, as if looking at some rare treasure. His eyes widened, not wanting to miss the slightest bit of the scene. That's right. That's the power. Norman Osborn saw the burst of red light, and his face was full of obsession. In his mouth, he muttered to himself. And a moment later, the flames stop. Everyone just put their hands down. Look into it. It was not until at the moment that a ferocious monster figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes. I saw the monster, the whole body was crimson red, like blood and flames. Moreover, there are many scars on that body. It looks very depressing. There is no metallic luster on its body. Only the wrist blade at the wrist shone with a faint pitch-black light. Kamen Rider Alpha. This is the existence of Dr. Connors after his transformation. Many experimenters opened their eyes wide. Looking at Kamen Rider Alpha in front of him. His eyes were full of wonder. This type of Amazon is completely different from what they have seen before. Could it be that? Is this the real form of Amazon? Norman Osborn can't help but be excited at this moment. Directly attached to the tempered glass in that laboratory. Seeing the existence that transformed into a Kamen Rider, his eyes were full of excitement. And at the moment, the lizard Amazon, who was blasted away from the opposite side, was completely unaware of the danger. It jumped up from the ground. The tail that was shattered just now recovered quickly. For Amazon, as long as it is not fatally injured, parts of its body can still be recovered. Seeing that just now, Dr. Connors, who was still delicious food, suddenly turned into this strange thing. In his heart, he was naturally furious. Immediately, it roared and rushed towards the red monster. Come on! Let me see who is stronger. Norman Osborn in front of the glass, gritted his teeth and said. And in the experimental field, I saw the lizard Amazon, and within a moment, rushed to the front of the red monster. It waved its claws, and the head cover waved towards it. However, at the moment, that red monster. But it didn't give in at all. He also suddenly raised his dark wrist blade. One waved upwards. Stabbed twice. 2 streaks of black blood immediately swelled up. The hard skin of the lizard Amazon was torn apart by that wrist. Blood dripping. The lizard Amazon took a few steps back in pain. But it is not willing to fail. Then, after it got up, its tail came, like a whip, to the guy. And to does damage to it. However, facing this attacking tail, the red monster raised his hand. Pull it in one hand. What? The lizard Amazons hurriedly wanted to pull its tail away. But the claw of the red monster was deeply embedded in it. Make it immobile. Then next, let you feel my pain just now. Talking. He raised his arm. Like a sledgehammer. Pull the tail of this tin Amazon and smash it towards the ground. Boom. 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 Every stroke is like a heavy hammer. It smashed into the hearts of the surrounding laboratory personnel. The ground was full of black and red blood. In less than an instant, that lizard Amazons, full of scars, falling in a pool of blood, the domineering just now is no longer there. However, at the moment, the red monster seemed to be unwilling to let go. One of its feet stepped on the body of the lizard Amazon. With the other hand, he pulled hard. Stab it. The tail was immediately torn apart by it. Next up, it stuck out another paw. One stabbed into the body of the lizard Amazon. When the paw is raised again, a dark heart appeared in his hands. That heart keeps beating. Emits red-black light. This red monster, crush it into pieces. After killing this lizard Amazon, the red monster turned around abruptly. Its scarlet eyes stared at everyone outside the laboratory. It's heartbreaking. Not good. This guy wants to escape. Quick, let me turn on all the protective measures in this laboratory. And Norman Osborn at the moment, just woke up like a dream. Crazy, reminded the staff. And the staff who looked around quickly pressed the protection buttons one by one. And at the moment, the red monster in the laboratory also moved. His right foot suddenly stepped out. Boom! A small pothole appeared in the ground. Its body suddenly flew up and kicked. It slammed towards the glass layer of the laboratory. Click! Just a moment. The super-strengthening tempered glass in the laboratory. It actually shattered abruptly. To know the strength of this glass is extremely terrifying. Don't say bullets. Even some small bombs cannot be detonated. However, the red monster in front of him will break apart easily. But luckily, in order to ensure safety, this laboratory is equipped with 2 layers of safety glass. And at the moment, inside the laboratory, white mists also emerged. These white mists shrouded the laboratory in an instant. Let the situation inside, not really see. This white fog is an anesthetic. A single milliliter dose is enough to knock an elephant into a coma. And just now, they released a full 5 liters. Those staff, relax a little. Who knows the next second? Boom! The outer glass was also shattered. A red figure flew out of it. Glass splattered everywhere. There are a few pieces, which are just inserted into the body of Norman Osborn. Blood flowed. And that red demon, after breaking out. The body is also a little unstable. After all, it also inhaled a lot of anesthetics. He staggered before Norman Osborn. He raised his arm and wanted to kill it. How do you know? This Osborn, tremblingly, took out something from his pocket. Then suddenly press. I saw a terrifying electric current that spread out from the belt in an instant. Stab la la. The body of the red monster immediately stiffened in place. The transformation is instantly released. Dr. Connor's body was revealed. The belt also slipped off his body. Fell to the ground. Dr. Connors fell to the ground, jerked twice, and passed out. On the other hand, Norman Osborn laughed wildly. Ha ha ha! I didn't expect it. As the developer of this Amazon's belt, he naturally kept it. Did not expect. It worked at this time. But next second, a mouthful of blood came out of his mouth. Original. The 2 pieces of glass just now had been inserted into his heart and lungs. The staff around rushed to rescue. Subsequently, the 2 glasses were removed from their bodies. And, using the surrounding medical equipment, it was checked once. How do you know? It doesn't matter if you don't check. When they checked, they found it impressively. This Norman Osborn's body is now in ruins. Many organs are close to failure. Norman Osborn, on the lab bed. The face is like white paper, and the air is like a hairspring. Quick, give me a shot of that Amazon cell too. Norman Osborn gasped. In fact, why so many years? He has been advancing the human augmentation program. Don't hesitate to invest a lot of money. He even fooled the military and joined them together. It's not that he wants to let humans evolve. But because, his Osborn family, has always had a rare genetic disease. Chapter 85. This genetic disease is extremely difficult to cure. So, few members of the Osborn family lived past the age of 45. Because, once you reach this age, their skin breaks down. Organs can also fail. Finally, die in pain. Norman Osborn, at a very young age, witnessed the death of his elders. Then, he secretly vowed to change the fate of the family. Lift this curse. So later, it's created the Osborn group. Start with medicine. Hope to cure him of this disease. But after research it was found. Their family's genes are inherently defective. There is absolutely no way to treat it with medicine. The only way is to strengthen the physique. This protects against the effects of genetic defects. So, over the years, Norman Osborn will always be on my mind. Facing the human body plan, persistent. To this end, we do not hesitate to transfer a large number of scientific research talents. Spend huge sums of money. In order to let his family get rid of this curse. And now, this opportunity has come. This Amazon cell, although the side effects are great. But Norman believes that his company will definitely conquer it. So, he originally planned to pass the military inspection. He started to treat himself. But now in this case, it has to be injected in advance. This is Norman Osborn, lying on a stretcher. Was carried to the Amazon cell injection machine. After a period of experimentation, the rest of the scientists found out. This Amazon cell is used by both nebulization and injection. Easier to get alive individuals. So, the improved Amazon cell injection machine is much bigger. The innermost is the fixed bracket. The outer circle is an atomized glass cover. The surrounding experimenters took out 4 tubes of Amazon cell solvent. Not enough. Give me more. Norman Osborn yelled at the experimenter next to him. In his eyes, this Amazon cell has become an omnipotent existence. It must also be able to cure his genetic disease. So naturally the more the better. The experimenter had no choice but to increase the dose. From the previous 4 bottles, it was changed to 10 bottles. Come on! Norman Osborn lay down and gave an order in the innermost fixed compartment. Tsitsizi! That green Amazon mist, spewing out. It quickly filled the entire glass warehouse. It obscured Norman Osborn. Can't see what's going on inside at all. Staff around. Can only look at the data on the medical equipment next to it. Judge Norman's state at the moment. However, at the moment, in the thick fog, the screams of Norman Osborn came. That Amazon cell, with the genes in his body, is constantly torn and reorganized. And on the instrument, his heartbeat also dropped suddenly from the initial 180. Eventually it tends to a straight line. Late, my God! An experimenter next to him couldn't help but startle roar. It quickly turned off the power. And at the moment, the Amazon fog in there is gradually dissipating. Norman Osborn, lying there, motionless. As if there was no roar suction. There are experimenters, turn on the equipment. Walking in, I want to check it out. But right now, this Norman Osborn suddenly opened his eyes. Among them, the greenery is abundant. It is full of endless tyranny. He raised his hand and suddenly broke free from the shackles that fixed him. Then he raised his hand, grabbed the experimenter's neck, and threw it out violently. Just hear a bang. The glass warehouse suddenly shattered. And Norman Osborn also jumped out. Looking grim. Scared the surrounding experimenters, they all fled backwards. But fortunately, this state of affairs did not last long. The greenness in Norman Osborn's eyes gradually dissipated. Just now, this Amazon cell, with the genes in his body, produced an incredible linkage phenomenon. Let his body, produced a very wonderful change. It even gave birth to his other personality. Green Goblin personality. Mr. Norman. Are you okay? Some experimenters, hiding behind the instruments, asked tremblingly. Fine. I feel so good right now. The sobered Norman looked at his hands and said with great satisfaction. So here it is. He didn't just solve the problem of genetic diseases. The body that I gave myself has evolved. It took over the coat from his subordinates and went up the slope again. The face also returned to normal. All right. Keep experimenting. Replace Connors with a stronger cell. Use it as a showcase for the military tomorrow. Norman Osborn raised his hand and said, "Yes." And just when he wanted to say something, the door to the experimental floor suddenly opened. An Indian man in a suit hurried in. He was Norman Osborn's exclusive secretary, responsible for the usual administrative processing. "What's up?" Norman straightened his clothes and asked. "Mr. Norman, everyone on the board has reached the conference room upstairs. They asked you to come over, and it seems they have something to announce." The secretary lowered his head and said softly, "Understood, I'll be here later." Norman nodded. "Then I ordered the surrounding staff." Then he followed his secretary and took the elevator to the conference room on the 82nd floor. "Here. This is where the Osborn Board of Directors is located." Frosted glass door, automatic opening. Norman Osborn walked in with his head held high. "I saw it in the huge conference room. All board members have already sat in their respective seats. Everyone. My experiment is at the most critical point. Is there anything that can't be said until tomorrow after the military acceptance?" Norman Osborn walked to the main seat, looked around, and said lightly, "Norman. What's going on with this report?" "I saw one of the directors angrily throwing a report in front of Osborn." Norman glanced slightly. "Then I knew that it was my own misappropriation of the company's funds. You know, the human body enhancement program needs a lot of money. I'm just borrowing a little bit." Norman Osborn spread his hands and said lightly, "Borrow it? Do you know how much damage you have caused the company?" Another director also shouted loudly, "That's right, Norman. Because of your willful behavior, the company's stock price has fallen by more than 20%. There were also people beside him. I think it's time to change the chairman of this company. And right now." An old man sitting opposite Norman also spoke up. "He is the oldest in this group of directors. It also has the most shares." "That's right." The other directors around also echoed Deo. "Look. You seem to have a plan." However, at the moment, this Norman Osborn heard that. But there was no big reaction. He sat in his seat with his head down, as if sneering. "We are just for the sake of the company," the old man said with a smile. "Then let's have a vote." A lot of shame. They raised their hands and prepared to remove Norman from office. "That's it. Then don't blame me. Norman Osborn is at the moment again. Lift your head slowly." In those eyes, there was a green light. Terrifying and infiltrating. And at the moment, the administrative secretary outside is anxiously waiting for the result. He served as Norman Osborn's immediate staff. If Norman was fired, then he didn't have any good endings. "What can we do about it?" "Ask for flowers." He stepped outside anxiously. However, at the moment, the originally noisy conference room suddenly became quiet. The secretary scratched his head, looking very puzzled. "So, can't stand the temptation of curiosity." He walked slowly forward. "Want to see what's inside through the crack in the frosted glass door. But right now." Boom! A figure flew straight in. Suddenly hit the frosted glass. Next up, many directors, frantically knocking on this frosted glass door. Loud roar shouting, "What?" It seems that something extremely terrifying is happening inside. "Law! My God!" The secretary, frightened, quickly backed away. "Don't dare to stay here." And that director affixed to the frosted glass door. But one by one, they were blocked by unknown objects. In less than a moment, the entire conference room It seemed to be quiet again. And at the moment, in the conference room, I saw countless broken corpses lying on the ground. Blood filled the entire conference room. Whether it's a chair, table, or glass, are everywhere. It's like a hell on earth. And at the moment, the old man sitting across from Norman then hid under the conference table, shivering. 0. The scene just now was really terrifying. He couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. But right now, click! I saw the conference table split in two, fall around. The old man was also exposed immediately. He raised his head tremblingly. I saw Norman Osborn standing in front of him. Only, at this moment, he is no longer like a human being. It looks more like a devil. Please let me go. I am willing to give you all the shares. The old man hurriedly knelt on the ground and prayed. However, that Norman Osborn was unmoved at all. He sneered. Immediately raised his hand and put it on the guy's head. Twist lightly. Just hear the click. The entire neck is broken. Blood spurts. Its body fell. In the pocket of the jacket, an antique coin that was collected rolled straight down. Norman Osborn's eyes were full of joy. He raised his hand, licking his paws. However, it was unexpected. The surveillance probe above the conference room, but all this perfectly recorded. And Feidian headquarters. Levi will have a panoramic view of all this. How cruel! While speaking, he took a sip of the tea in his hand. Now, the time has come. Izzy. What Osborn did just now. Let's publish it together with his experiments. He took a sip of the tea in his hand. However, he said lightly. Yes, Master. Izzy heard. I'm about to deal with those files right now. It was then published on the internet. Only this time, she didn't send it to the major media. Instead, put this video on YouTube. Levi, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes. Then next, a grand banquet is about to be held. At that time, everyone will appear. And I, too, will open the mask era with my own hands. He put down the teacup in his hand. Ambitious said. Thanks to Izzy's intervention. Once this video is uploaded, instantly blasted the network. The number of clicks on the video has skyrocketed. That cruel and bloody scene shocked everyone. Oh my god! This guy is the devil. Yes, the government tolerates such experiments. Unforgivable. They will all go to hell. Chapter 86. Seeing these scenes, I almost vomited. TMD. We pay so much tax to the government every year. Is it to make this kind of thing? For a while, there was a lot of scolding in the comments section. The numbers are also increasing like crazy. In less than a moment, it will be 99.99 plus. The staff of the video site noticed this scene and couldn't help but be shocked. They immediately opened the background and wanted to delete it. If this is a normal video, they will naturally not handle it. Instead, you can give a recommendation. After all, it can add heat to the website. Why not do it? But now, this is a video, but it involves the consortium and the government. And the Osborn group had given them a sponsorship before. So they dare not make trouble. Prepare to delete the video first, and then wait for the news. So as not to cause unnecessary trouble. But no matter how hard the staff tried, they couldn't delete these videos. Damn it! What's the matter? They scratched their hair and looked dumbfounded. And Izzy wrinkled his little nose. How could the video she posted be deleted? That's all. Over time, the popularity of this video is also rising like a snowball. One time, the news of Osborn's human experiment rushed to various hot lists. Everyone knows it. At the same time, rumors abounded and there was a lot of noise. The situation is getting more serious. If it is an ordinary experiment, the people grit their teeth, or 593 may be able to bear it. But now, this Osborn group is using civilians to conduct human experiments. And it was made by Zheng Kong. This kind of situation where morality and law are nothing. Just too scary. And at the same time, the entire Osborn group is about to become a mess. Many people can't stand it anymore. Angrily left. And some unknown circumstances are still trying to save. The PR department, they don't know Osborn's plans. I thought it was just a simple hack. A clarification statement was immediately issued. How do you know? Once the statement was released, not only did it not play any role. Instead, a large crowd of enthusiastic people poured in. And the government quickly discovered at the moment. So, they quickly contacted the military. Confirm the authenticity of this. In the meantime, call the NYPD right away. Let it be dispatched to arrest Norman Osborn and bring him to justice. Chief George, after receiving the order, immediately lead the elites and go to it. The Ames Guard, on the other hand, stood still, waiting for the order of the President Levi. And at the moment, in the high-level meeting room of Osborn, the commotion outside seems to have nothing to do with this place. I saw Norman Osborn, lying on the ground at the moment. Eat those delicious foods. The rustling sound continued for a long time. He finally raised his head as if he was full. The bright red blood stained on the corners of his mouth made him look very oozing at the moment. Like zombies. And at the moment, the green in his eyes slowly faded away. It's delicious. He stood up, contentedly picked up a tissue, and wiped the corners of his mouth. Like a gentleman who just had a perfect meal. Then, walk on the corpses full of defective. Left this conference room. Back in his chairman's office. He opened his collar, lay on the office chair, and was ready for a short rest. But this time, the glass screen in front of him suddenly lit up. The avatar of the mysterious person from last time lights up again. Norman Osborn. Norman Osborn, hearing this voice, slowly opened his eyes. General Maginot. What's matter? My body enhancement program has been successful. Tomorrow, you can bring someone to come for inspection. Norman raised his hand and said with a smile. Now, he has dealt with that annoying group of board members. As long as you pass the military's review, you will get funding. Well, Osborn's group, will expand again. Reach unimaginable heights. Until then, what bullshit Stark Industries, Feidian Intelligence, will all surrender to his feet. At the moment, Norman Osborn is ambitious. Ambitious. However, next, the words of the military boss poured cold water on him. Acceptance. You mean the human experiment that was exposed? Osborn, you're a lunatic. The current military doesn't dare to have anything to do with you at all. Tomorrow, there will be no bullshit censorship at all. The military boss roared wildly. Now, even me, is under investigation. I'm afraid there will be court-martial soon. He said angrily. What happened? Norman Osborn sat up quickly and asked. What happened? Go online and see for yourself. Besides, you'd better not say anything about the matter between us. Otherwise. Halfway through, this virtual call was directly closed. It seems that he doesn't want to have any involvement with him anymore. Norman Osborn frowned. What's the situation? You should do a good job of keeping your own secrets. He immediately opened a video site. Above, the human experiment he had performed before appeared impressively. And, they are the cruelest kind. Norman Osborn, looking more and more frightened. See the end. The picture in there. It's how he slaughtered those directors. After seeing this scene, Norman Osborn's anger rose. Who is it? Who is it? He stands up. Go to the floor-to-ceiling window. The more you think, the more angry you are. Raise your hand and face the floor-to-ceiling window next to it, that's a punch. Boom. It was comparable to tempered glass, and it shattered directly. Countless fragments fell towards the bottom. The strong wind outside swept in. Blow the Norman Osborn suit into a loud bang. To know. He is only one step away from success. But now, with the exposure of the video, all his efforts were in vain. It is impossible for the military and the government to have any further cooperation with him. The reputation of the Osborn Group will also plummet. The angry masses will simply not tolerate the existence of such a company. And at the moment, there was also the sound of police cars in the distance. Obviously, the government has already sent people. I want to get myself arrested. Only so. To quell the anger of the people. Ha ha ha. However, at the moment, Norman Osborn, who was standing by the window, suddenly burst into laughter. You forced me to do all this. He looked at the police car below. The greenness in his eyes swept over again. Among them, there is a madness and determination. Since now, the situation has come this far, then he doesn't have to worry about anything anymore. Aren't these guys afraid of the monster in the video, afraid of it? Number 2. Let's do a larger experiment. Take the whole of New York as a testing ground. Use 8 million people as experimental subjects. Use that Amazon lysogen to assimilate the entire people of New York. In this way, he is no longer an anomaly. The Osborn Group, too, was able to survive. Or, you can make a fortune by selling protein inhibitors. This is also the moment, his only chance to break the game. Think here. Norman Osborn, no longer hesitation. So, the experiment begins. I really want to see it. The face you turned into Amazon. Norman Osborn returned to his seat, looked at the comments at the bottom of the video screen, and said with a sneer. Definitely. I want to do such an experiment. He needs a little time. After all, want to infect 8 million people in New York. Need Neptune's Amazon solvent to come. Then, and spread it into the clouds through their company's diffusion machine. Finally, let that Amazon solvent turn into rainwater. Spread throughout New York City. So here it is. The whole of New York will be infected by him. This plan was named Rain God Plan by him. Speak up. In the first season of Kamen Rider Amazons, Nozama Pharmaceutical also passed a Rain God Plan. The purpose is to kill the 4,000 Amazons in the city. And now, this Norman Osborn wants to make 8 million Amazons with this. Speaking of which, it's ironic. But, prepare so many Amazon potions. It will take some time. But, soon, these policemen will break into the Osborn building. This is very likely to disrupt his plans. So, to buy time, he is going to release all the Amazons in captivity in the underground laboratory. To know, those Amazons were imprisoned by him for a long time. One by one, they are all very hungry. Once released, it will inevitably hunt the surrounding humans. So here it is. Those police will definitely stop it. Both sides fight. Nature has no time to stop her plan. Think here. This Norman Osborn didn't do much hesitation either. Immediately go to the underground experimental floor. Mr. Norman. As soon as they saw him coming down, everyone gathered around him. You are now. Bring all the Amazon solvents on site to the lab above. Give me mass production. With a big wave of his hand, he immediately instructed the experimenters. Those experimenters, though doubtful. But he didn't dare to ask more questions. I had to follow his instructions and head to the top. And Norman Osborn, came to the central room of the underground experimental floor. Here, you can see all the Amazons' situation. In that screen, hundreds of experimental subjects were trapped in a small room. Many were already starving and delirious. So, now, it's time to make a scene. Talking. He entered the password immediately. One time, all the cages holding Amazon experimental subjects were opened at the same time. Boom. In a dark environment, one after another terrifying figure came out of that cage. The scarlet eyes are incomparably infiltrating. They are like zombies. Sniffed in the air. Then, he rushed outside frantically. Then let the hunt begin. My Kids 1.9. Norman Osborn, through surveillance, saw this behind the scenes. Immediately, he opened his hands and laughed arrogantly. And at the moment, outside the Osborn building, dozens of police cars have arrived. They gathered outside the Osborn building. Be prepared to burst into it and see what's going on in it. On the other side, there was a crowd of onlookers. After all, in this world, there will never be a shortage of people who eat melons. Not only that, reporters from many TV stations also arrived at the scene. This is rare big news. Everyone seems to miss it. They were holding microphones, facing the camera. Start broadcasting live. Audience friends. We have arrived at the door of the Osborn building. Now the police are preparing for a surprise. Look at the Osborn group, what's going on inside? Please look forward to the first-hand broadcast brought to you by Fox TV. TV will be live for everything. No reservations, all broadcasts. And at the moment, Sheriff George, instructing his men, began to prepare to sneak into it. His police officers, one by one, are fully armed. Holding an assault gun, he looked extremely brave. Okay, let's go. Sheriff George waved his hand. Dozens of police officers under his command rushed towards the Osborn building. However, at the moment, those Amazons who have been hungry for a long time have come out from the underground experimental floor. Chapter 87. Thanks. At the moment, it's already night. The Osborn mansion, under Norman's control. All electricity is drawn. Used above, that Amazon solvent is produced. So, this leads to other places, too, that are unusually dim. These police officers, armed with submachine guns, walked carefully into it. The original Osborn Hall. Now it's all shrouded in darkness. There was a faint sound. A police officer was a little curious. So he groped for that place. But right now, in the darkness, a tentacle suddenly popped out. It suddenly wraps around this guy's waist. Then suddenly dragged it into the darkness. Next up, the remaining police officers heard a scream. Not good. The constable's captain heard the voice. His face changed immediately. Feel the quick shot. He immediately raised the gun in his hand. Aiming at the place where the tentacle stretched out just now, I pulled the trigger. Seeing this, the other police officers also turned their guns. Shoot at that place. Da-da-da. For a while. Flames spew. Gunfire shows up. A salvo of bullets. That dark place is instantly illuminated. See you far away. Several experimental subjects were lying on the ground, eating the police officer just now. The ground is full of blood. The scene is bloody. And after the bullets hit, those guys had bursts of blood on their bodies. Severe pain made them stop eating. He turned his head and looked at the police officers in general. In the scarlet eyes, full of anger. Damn it! How dare you disturb our eating? But it's fine. This one is not enough for us at all. It's up to you to serve as our new food. Talking. Several of the experimental subjects could not help but stand up. 21 They opened their hands and roared for a while. Immediately, they saw the black lines spread all the way from their necks. Next up. Boom! With bursts of high-pressure steam. These experimental subjects completed the alienation in an instant. Transformed into an alien Amazon. One by one, they look so hideous. It looked extremely terrifying. Yes, incarnate as a mantis Amazon. The whole body is wrapped in green carapace. The arms turned into the blades of a mantis. At the moment, in the face of bullet attack, it has no fear. Because of it, it is impossible to penetrate its armor at all. It can only leave a shallow scratch on it. I saw him waving the mantis blade in his hand, and he could brush it. One police officer, along with the gun in his hand, was chopped into 2 pieces. Blood spurted out. And another one, turned into a sea urchin Amazon. There are spikes all over the body. His body shook. Dozens of spikes shot out. Whoosh whoosh. These spikes are like bullets. Instantly pierced through a police officer's body. Dress it like a sieve. Look at the misery of those around you. Some police officers were so frightened that their legs trembled. Where have they seen such a formation? One of the guys heard one throw the gun out of his hand. Spread your legs and run towards the door. However, a bat Amazon stared at him instantly. Treat it as your prey. This guy, immediately volleyed up. Shaking his black wings, he flew towards that guy. And at the moment, I don't know what's going on outside, what's going on inside. People are still watching. And those reporters who interviewed were not idle either. Some interviewed passers-by about their views on this Osborn group human experiment. There was even a direct interview with Sheriff George. Sergeant George. Please ask about this operation. How sure are you? A good-looking female reporter, holding a microphone, asked Sheriff George. Our police officers are the most professional existences. I'm sure they will handle it. Sheriff George is also an old fritter. In the face of the reporter's question, he talked eloquently. Appears to be self-sufficient. However, right between them speaking, the glass door of Osborn suddenly shattered. I saw a dark figure, holding something, fly out of it. Exactly the bat Amazon just now. On its paws. Impressively mentioned the fleeing police officer. In order not to let him escape, this bat Amazon did not control the speed. A dive. The glass door was smashed, and this guy was captured. In the face of this prey, the bat Amazon is not polite. Press it on the ground and stick out sharp teeth. To bite the policeman's neck. One time. Blood frenzy. Sheriff George and the reporter, watching this scene, looked at each other. I do not know what to say. And the bat Amazon was surrounded by everyone. Didn't feel anything wrong. Instead, after tasting the blood, it became mad. Directly tear the guy under him apart. Then he ate it in big mouthfuls. The scene was bloody to the extreme. The onlookers outside saw this scene. First stunned. The whole square was silent. Then, there were bursts of screams that penetrated the eardrums. After all, how could they have watched such a bloody scene so closely? Some people even vomited directly. And at the moment, with the bat Amazon rushing out, some other Amazons were also killed from the Osborn mansion. Seeing so many people, these Amazons, eyes glowing, excited, immediately jumped up and launched a bloody hunting activity. In the sky, Crow Amazon hovering. Above the ground, the Ant Queen Amazon is tyrannical. The crowd at the scene panicked. Like a headless fly, it is now escaping in all directions. But how could they possibly match the speed of that Amazon? For a while, the entire surrounding of the Osborn building has been turned into a hell on earth. Not even Sheriff George dared to stay too much. Hurry up and hide in Tibet. Fleeing everywhere, embarrassed. And in the crowd, panicking when they are fleeing. But there are still desperate reporters with cameras, hiding in the corner, filming and broadcasting. Audiences. I'm the front reporter for the Daily Clarion, Eddie Brooke. I'll be here to bring you first-hand information. Eddie Bullock hides behind two cars, holding a camera, facing the situation in the square. It is broadcasting in real time. In the lens, there are Amazon cannibalistic scenes everywhere. The picture is brutal. And the audience in front of the TV saw this behind the scenes. Couldn't help but shut their mouths. They couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. Many people can't help but pray for a miracle to happen. Look at those Amazon atrocities below. This Norman Osborn, however, feels very happy. He even poured himself a glass of whiskey. After transforming into Amazon, ordinary food has been unable to satisfy his appetite. But this wine, it still irritates his mouth. Come on. Mess up. Everyone. Soon, you will also become one of them. Norman Osborn, raise your square glass. A toast to the whole of New York. Then, the whole office burst into terrifying laughter. Chilling. However, right in front of the Osborn building, a group of demons danced wildly, all in a state of madness. In an underground tunnel below it, it seemed unusually quiet. Only the sound of footsteps, constantly ringing. I saw two figures, holding a flashlight in their hands, walking among them. Hey, Ned, how's it going? Are we arrived? One of them opened his mouth and asked. Parker, don't worry. According to the map, go 100 meters ahead. Should be that's what you said, that abandoned Rossdown subway station. These two are no one else. It was our little Spider-Man, Peter Parker, and his good friend Ned. Since before Parker wakes up, he is not idle. First, I went to the intensive care unit and took a look at Uncle Ben. This uncle, although in a coma, but it's basically out of danger. This reassured Parker a lot. So next, Parker didn't want to stay in the ward. He and Ned immediately prepared to go to the subway station that he heard in the demon dimension before. It's said to be in there. There is information left by his father. Are you sure? Parker is a little unlucky. Definitely. Do not forget. I'm a member of our school, Geography Club. The little fat man said proudly while holding the mobile phone positioning device in one hand. Soon, the two came to the abandoned Roosevelt platform. Look at the date, it should be 20 years ago, the subway was diverted. So abandoned. Ned wiped the dusty wall and spoke. Parker, are you sure there is something here from your father? His fat face is full of doubts. Maybe. Parker wasn't quite sure either. The two were here, rummaging. But after searching for a long time, they didn't find any clues. Is it impossible that demon dimension is lying to me? Parker scratched his head. It shouldn't be. And Ned, some were out of breath. He 593 was leaning against a wall, ready to take a break. How do you know? The brick that his palm was pressing dented inward. Next up. Just heard a rumbling sound. It was as if something was working. Seeing the wall, it opened with a bang. An entrance suddenly appeared in front of them. Wow! Parker and Ned look at each other. His face was full of surprise. They immediately walked into it. The lights inside turned on automatically as the two walked in. A spacious laboratory appeared in front of the two of them. My God! Parker! This is simply too cool. Ned seems to have discovered a new world. And Parker also looked at all this in surprise. He glanced at the stickers on the wall. According to the date, it should also be 20 years of experimental records. Look. Then, his father, Richard Parker, secretly built a laboratory here. Use it for research. Parker walked to the center of the lab. Turn on the computer in it. In the computer, some experimental records of Richard Parker are stored impressively. And some of his diary experiences. Parker looked all the way. It was found that it was exactly what the demon dimension said. The death of his father is inseparable from the Osborn group. In order to avoid the misuse of their experimental results, he will be here near the Osborn mansion. Build a secret base for this. Father. Believe me. I will definitely avenge you. Parker squeezed his fist and swore in his heart. And by the side Ned. But like a curious baby in general. Look here, look there. Soon after, he was on a laboratory bench and found a small box. This small box seems to have a strange magic power. Let Ned's eyes stay on it, and he can't move away. He stepped forward and raised his hand. Yesterday tower sounded. He opened the box. What was inside instantly made Ned's eyes shine. I saw that there was a crimson belt inside. All around. There are 4 stamps. Wow! What a cool stamp! Ned looked a little stunned. He picked up one of the stamps. Unconsciously, I want to press on my body. Chapter 88. Wait, Ned. Just as the seal was about to be pressed on Ned, Parker rushed over quickly. The seal was snatched away in a flash. Roar! So close! He looked at the seal in his hand and couldn't help gasping for breath. Ha ha ha! If this kid presses it, I'm afraid I have another companion. Right at the moment, the virtual venom spider also burst out of Parker's body suddenly, and said with a big laugh. And Ned, who was robbed of his seal, also instantly woke up. Just now. It was as if he had been bewitched. Holding the seal, I can't help but want to engrave it on my body. It shook his head. I just wanted to tell Parker what I felt just now. Who knows, when he turned around, I saw a ghost-like thing wrapped around Parker's body. This made him agitated, and immediately took a step back in fright. Parker. What's on you? He asked tremblingly. You can actually see it. Parker was stunned when he heard it. But on second thought, maybe it was because he had touched the devil's seal. Now that he saw it, Parker didn't hide it. So he told everything he had encountered before. God! You mean, you traveled to an unknown dimension? And then sold the soul for his strength? It's so cool too. After Ned listened, there was no doubt. But with envy his eyes are shining with stars. After all, in his opinion, this is really cool. This is simply a magic operation that only exists in the comics. Then Parker. Can you transform and show me? Like Iron Man? Ned raised his hand, looking expectantly. No, Ned. This armor, I will only use it when I need it. Parker immediately refused. Then put away the demon seal and belt, and continued to check his father's records. And Ned, wrapped in that Parker's venom spider. Let him tell himself about the things in the demon dimension. At the beginning, venom spiders are also intrigued. After all, this is the second human being who can see him besides Parker. But after a while, venom spider couldn't stand it anymore. This guy is more talkative than Parker. The mouth is like a machine gun, dab dab non-stop. Venom spider was dizzy by his quarrel. One head and too big. Finally, I can't stand it. Had to plunge into Parker's body. Hey, man. Let's talk a little longer. Seeing this, Ned looked a little lost. But soon, he diverted his attention. Didn't Parker say that he only transforms when he needs it? Well now. Check it out online for yourself. Is there any place in New York that is suffering? In this way, wouldn't he be able to see Parker transform? So Ned pulled out his phone. Ready to search. As a tech nerd, he had hacked into the New York Police Department's network before. How do you know? As soon as he turned on the phone, Ned was shocked. God! Parker, come and see. Wait a minute, Ned. I'm in a hurry now. Unexpectedly, Parker didn't turn his head. There is nothing more urgent than this. Ned rushed forward and handed the phone to Parker. Parker Lucien took the phone suspiciously. I heard screams coming from inside. On this phone, it was Eddie Bullock's live broadcast. Only on the screen. There are scenes of Amazon hunting humans everywhere. Live footage of at the moment. Focusing on a spider Amazon. This guy, crawling on a van. Constantly spit out cobweb, and hunted the fleeing humans around. A guy, unfortunately entangled with its cobweb. Immediately hung up. And the spider Amazon followed the cobweb and climbed to its side. Directly devour it cruelly. The terrifying scene made both Ned and Parker's faces change. How is this going? Parker asked quickly. It seems to be the Osborn group, doing biochemical experiments. As a result, all these cannibalistic experimental subjects escaped. Ned scratched his fat face and explained. Osborn again. A look of anger appeared on Parker's face. To know. He has a lot to do with the Osborn group. Not to mention, their father, Richard Parker, was probably killed by them. Just say it before. The cheetah Amazon that nearly killed Uncle Ben. I'm afraid it was also the Osborn laboratory that ran out ahead of time. New hatred and old hatred. Naturally, you can't just sit back and ignore it. Ned. How far are we from this Osborn building? Parker looked at Ned seriously. Wait a minute, I'll check. Ned closed the live room, and immediately checked it on his mobile phone. Soon. He lifted the phone again. Above is a 3D image. Roosevelt Station where they are. It is only 250 meters away from the Osborn building. Go through several sewers. You will be able to reach the square in front of the Osborn building. Good. After Parker read it, pick up the little box. Get ready to go for it. Wait, take me with you too. Ned wanted to join in the fun too. The two of them have a small cannon all the way. It came to the water outlet below Osborn Square. Hey, Ned. After a while, I'll be transformed into a Kamen Rider. Just stand by and help me hold the box. I'll keep you safe. Parker looked at his good friend and said solemnly. Then from his chest, take out the demon's drive and the spider sin seal. Then handed the remaining stamps and boxes to Ned next to him. No problem. Ned took the small box and nodded. Immediately, I felt a great responsibility. And Parker, pick up the drive and chop. Transform now. Accompanied by sound effects and light. Kamen Rider Demons, debut. Wow. This operation, watching Ned on the side. Etc. I will also hide my identity. Talking. He pulled up his hood and put it on his head. Parker nodded. Immediately. He took Ned and pulled the sewer cover off. Jump up. And the other side. A mansion built on the edge of a cliff in New York is brightly lit. Here, is one of the residences of the richest man Tony Stark. This guy, just at home, had a party. After playing poker with my sister, it's so satisfying. It was lying on the bed and was about to watch the show. How do you know? Turn on the TV. As you can see above, the situation in front of the Osborn building is being played. This Tony frowned immediately. Osborn Group, as an existence on par with Stark Industries. Did not expect. Actually came up with this kind of thing. That being the case. Then you have to do it yourself. Thinking about it, he left his sister and went straight to his laboratory. With the help of that robotic arm. In a few moments, he was already wearing the 02 model steel battlesuit. Roar! With flames spewing from hands and feet. Iron Man 02 Knight, soaring into the air. J.A.R.V.I.S. Help me plan the closest distance to the Osborn building. Yes sir. It takes 1 minute and 2 seconds to get to the Osborn building. Route planning is complete. J.A.R.V.I.S. responded immediately. In the night sky, the Red Iron Man instantly turned into a shooting star. Go full speed in the direction of Osborn. S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Nick Fury, watching the video coming back from the front. Brows furrowed deeply. The first time it happened, the military and government sent the news to him. In fact, for this, the Osborn Group, in conjunction with the military, is developing human-enhancing agents. He understands. But, from the very beginning, he had no hope of it. After all, if you want to develop this thing, it is better to find out the captain of the United States directly. But didn't expect it. This Norman Osborn, really got it out. Only, the movement it made, probably too big. Talking. He looked at the other screen. Above that, the chaos in front of the Osborn building is playing. As S.H.I.E.L.D, he has to show up. Get this resolved. And at the moment, the door of his office was knocked directly. Come in. Nick Fury turned around. And it was no one else who walked into his office. It is inside S.H.I.E.L.D that Hawkeye, who is as famous as Black Widow. Barton. You must have figured it out. The situation of the Osborn biochemical experiment. I will arrange for you now, and you can go to the scene. Nick Fury turned his head and looked at Hawkeye, who was ready to go, with a bow and arrow on his back. He spoke immediately. Definitely. Except for the people who rescued the scene. I'd rather get your Osborn lab report. Nick Fury turned, body in shadow. Understood, Chief. Hearing this, Barton smiled lightly. Immediately out of the office. Watch Hawkeye leave. Nick Fury raised his hand and clicked on the silent video on the other end. In the screen, the red monster, at war with the lizard Amazon. It's watching this video. Involuntarily fell into a moment of contemplation. And the periphery of S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters. A Black Hawk fighter has long been waiting for it. Hawkeye dons his combat uniform. With more than a dozen elite agents behind him, he stepped onto the battleship. That battleship hatch is closed. Towards the Osborn building, fly fast. One time. The entire Osborn building seems to be the center of the storm. And in Feidian headquarters, Levi is still sitting in the president's office. By monitoring. Look at what you have made with your own hands. And in the face of all action. He knows it all. Izzy. Now, I can make Blade and Bubro. Going to the scene. He knocked on the table and instructed Izzy beside him. Yes, President. Izzy nodded. When, Lin Yohao, was about to pass the information to Buppo and Renwei who were waiting in the police station. In the police station. The two who received the order immediately notified them. They changed to headquarters, the latest guns issued. Riding in several Ames police cars, they went to the scene. Look. It looks like the expulsion class in Kamen Rider Amazon. Very good. Watching those Humages set off, Levi showed a satisfied smile. Next up. He turned his head again and looked at Izzy beside him. How about the program sublimation secret key? President. The 8 program keys have been completely manufactured. The battle data has also been completed. When Levi heard this, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Very good. Then now. It's time, it's my turn. Talking. He stood up and took the elevator from the president's room. All the way to the bottom. And this time, Izzy followed behind. Soon. He has already reached the 6th underground floor. Doors open. Inside, Yaz seemed to have received an order long ago. Waiting at the door. Seeing Izzy behind Levi, she didn't say anything either. Because she knows. Next, the president has to do one thing. Need Izzy's help village. All right. Then, get ready to start. Levi sits on his own throne. And Izzy and Yaz are on either side of him. In the sky. The satellite Zia also began to function. Under the ground. The satellite Yake also had bursts of red light. Chapter 89. After the Ames Guard, and the collection of the Death Thunder this time. The malice possessed by this Yake has reached about 50%. Although the distance is completely full. There is still some time left. However, it is still possible to use it to create a set of weapons and armor for yourself. Issued with Levi's order. The two secretaries behind him also connected to their respective satellites. Blue light flickered in Izzy's eyes. She raised her hand and entered a password on the screen. Yaz, on the other hand, seemed relaxed and freehand. She wrapped her long hair with one hand and controlled something with the other. In his eyes, malicious red light kept flashing. And with the operation of two people, the two major satellites have accelerated their respective operations. Seeing the satellite Zaya in the sky, a burst of light immediately erupted. Shoot towards the bottom. That blue light just fell under Feidian headquarters. And the underground satellite Yake. It's like a malicious eruption. Like the center of the eye, a red light also spurted out. Run to the top. The two data rays finally converged on the basement floor of Feidian headquarters. And with the influx of two rays of light, one of the huge and precise 3D printers seems to be summoned by the two satellites. Work now. A mysterious belt, printed immediately. There is light on it. It looks very handsome and mysterious. And on Levi's side. While a plan is in progress. The Osborn building over there. Spider-Man, Iron Man and others have also arrived at the scene one after another. And the first to arrive. Naturally, it is the closest Spider-Man. I saw that on the square, a manhole cover for a sewer suddenly flew up. Kuang made a sound and fell to the side. Next up. I saw a vigorous figure jumping out of the sewer. Brush it. A backflip in the air. Then it was like a spider. It landed firmly on the ground. The whole process was full of wine. This is our little Spider-Man, Peter Parker. However, Justin Parker, want to move forward. When you arrive at the chaotic battlefield of 593, when you start a decisive battle with those Amazon. In the sewers below, Ned's roar shout was heard. Hey, Parker! Pull me now! I seem to be stuck. No way. Parker had to step back. Return to the manhole cover. Raise your hand and shoot cobweb. Even pulling and pulling, it took a lot of effort. Only then did the little fat Ned come up. Roar. Parker wiped his forehead, and then ordered Ned. Ned, listen. When fighting, I don't necessarily take care of you. Be sure to find a place to hide. Ned was lying on the ground, also panting. Don't worry. Parker. He immediately put on a 0K pose. Then he waved his hand, leave me alone, Parker, let's go. Talking. He glanced around. A hidden spot was soon found. With the box, he cautiously crawled towards the place. When Parker saw this, he couldn't help but feel relieved. Okay. Then next, it's my turn to appear. Parker clenched his right fist and gave himself a breath. Then he raised his hand. The cobweb shot out immediately and stuck to the street lamp beside it. And Parker's whole person, with the help of cobweb's power, volleyed into the sky. Immediately went to the front of Osborn's magnanimity. And the closer it is to the Osborn building, the scene becomes more chaotic. The car overturned, and the flames erupted. Amazon, all out! To the panicked humans, hunt and kill. Everything seems to be the end of the world. Terrifying, extraordinary. And Parker, just above the chaos. At the edge, a blonde was evading the pursuit of the leopard Amazon. Blonde, panicked. The clothes were torn, but he didn't notice it. One desperately wanted to escape. However, her speed is no match for this leopard Amazon. I saw the leopard Amazon, a pounce. Roar. Immediately, the girl was pushed to the ground. Its sharp claws carry its shoulders. The girl below was frightened and shivered by this ugly leopard Amazon. Tears flowed wildly. And this leopard Amazon, but it does not have the slightest feeling of pity. He opened his mouth wide, ready to feast on it. Yet at this moment, suddenly there was a soft voice next to him. Hey, ugly. I don't know if you should be polite to the lady. Look here. The leopard Amazon, hearing this voice, raised his head subconsciously. Yet at this moment, in the distance, a cobweb network flew over without warning. Brush it. It was firmly stuck to the mouth of this leopard Amazon. Block it entirely. Woohoo! This leopard Amazon immediately turned pale. He quickly raised his claws, ready to tear the cobweb off his mouth. How do you know? This cobweb network, far from being torn down. On the contrary, the blonde below it took advantage of this rare opportunity. Stand up. Run away into the distance. Watching this mouth-to-mouth duck fly, this leopard Amazon is very bright. He immediately wanted to catch up. How did you know it was at this time? Behind this guy, he took it again. He grimaced in pain. Needless to say, it's Parker's masterpiece above. Hey, ugly, your opponent is me. He raised his fingers and shook the pair of leopards Amazon. Thanks. That blonde, look at Peter Parker behind him. Thank you quickly. You are welcome. This beautiful lady. Parker waved his hand back and said with great ease. And the leopard Amazon on the opposite side turned his head. Angrily looked up at Peter Parker who was swaying around. He growled. Immediately, he launched an attack on Parker above. Just in time. At the moment Parker, confident to know. The guy in front of him is very similar to the original cheetah Amazon. High speed. But the attack is not strong. At first, faced with this type of guy. Failed miserably. But today, everything is different. Faced with this kind of guy, Parker is very easy to deal with. It's hanging cobweb. Travel back and forth around. Wow. Ugly. Come on. And the ocelot Amazon followed behind. Run all the way. Like a teased puppy. And this scene. It happened to be seen by Eddie Brooke not far away. Hey guys. Guess what I saw? He quickly turned the camera around. Head towards that Peter Parker. Ginger time. The audience will see the picture. A man in armor like a spider is between buildings, CBBJ. Flickering. The leopard Amazon behind him was out of breath. And at the moment. Brush brush. Another few cobweb hits. The leopard Amazon couldn't dodge in time. The limbs were immediately glued to the wall. It wants to struggle. But cobweb super stickiness made it impossible for him to break free. So. Obviously die. And at this moment, Parker in the distance, hanging cobweb. Came flying. A spider kick. Immediately, the ocelot Amazon was kicked out. And with an explosion. Parker turned around handsomely. Exceptionally chic. Such a wonderful battle scene. It was broadcast in an instant. A time. The masses of the TV series are full of emotions. After all, just now. Humans have always been slaughtered. But now. Actually there is only Amazon, was killed. Although it can't change the overall situation, it can still inspire people. On the internet, Some people also applauded. Nice job. So handsome, it's really our superhero. What's this guy's name? I feel like I'm falling in love with him. And Eddie Brooke, seeing this Parker's operation, was also very excited to know. Just now because the situation was too cruel. As a result, many viewers have chosen to close it. Couldn't bear to look again. However, now thanks to the appearance of this guy, the audience surged again. Hey, that's my buddy. How is it? Not bad. And at the moment, a show-off voice suddenly sounded. Eddie looks to the side. I saw a little fat man with a hood, who came around him at some point. Cough. Very nice. What is his name? Eddie Brooke nodded quickly in praise. To know. Now the whole network is paying attention to this guy. If you can dig out his true identity, that must be big news. On the other hand, Ned did not have such a deep mind as Eddie Brooke. Did you say this armor? It's called Kamen Rider Demons. Definitely, I call Roar the Spider Rider. How about this, isn't it a good name? Ned said proudly. As if the one on the field was himself. Not bad. Eddie Brooke smiled slowly. Did not expect. This guy, it's a nickname. Then call him Spider Rider. Eddie Brooke, hiding in the two cars, commented immediately. And at the moment, that audience size, after Spider-Man Parker came on. The number of people in the studio, after Spider-Man Parker played. It also became lively. Spider Rider, great name. Come on, Spider Rider. Come on, give these guys some color. Yes, Spider Rider, my Superman. And just when the Spider Rider, Peter Parker, finished slaughtering the leopard Amazon, a meteor-like figure crossed in the distance. No one else. It's our Iron Man, Tony Stark. But he was in no hurry to join the battle. Instead, it hovered in the air and glanced around. J.A.R.V.I.S, help me determine the number of people in the field. Tony spoke immediately. Okay, sir. J.A.R.V.I.S immediately scanned the audience. In an instant, he had a basic judgment on the situation in the field. After testing, there were a total of 103 amzons present. The number of casualties at the scene, 134. There are still 852 people who can be rescued. After listening to J.A.R.V.I.S report, Tony nodded. Fortunately, it's not too late. Tony concluded. Correct. What is that spider in the field? J.A.R.V.I.S connectivity network. I searched and found no valid information above. I only know that its name is Spider Rider. Also there to help. That's it. Let's go to talking. He suddenly descended downwards. Bang. It fell heavily to the ground. And this move immediately alerted the two wasps Amazon who were foraging next to them. When they heard the movement, they raised their heads immediately. Just saw that Iron Man Tony, falling from the sky. Maybe it's the defense of food. Maybe a change of taste. I saw these two Amazons and looked at each other. They all rushed towards the Iron Man Amazon. And in between, two hard stingers suddenly attacked Iron Man Tony. But two metallic collisions can be heard. These two stingers, only on the surface of Iron Man. A slight scratch was left behind. And Tony, raise your hands too. In the palm of his hand, the light is surging. Next second. Boom. Two light bullets shot straight out of his palm. Just a moment. The heads of the two Amazons were blown apart directly. Blood splattered. Brains were spilled on the ground. Two Amazons, lying upright on the ground. Chapter 90. The whole process. Neat. Incredibly fast. It's Iron Man. and next to some survivors also recognized Tony. They immediately cheered roar loudly. After all, Tony's reputation is much bigger than the Spider Rider who just debuted, Parker. Everyone, do not worry. Next, I will keep you safe. Tony was in the armor and waved to the surrounding survivors. And at the moment, Eddie Brooke, who also moved the camera, moved to Iron Man's position. God! Is Iron Man here too? Now, there is hope. Have to say, this Iron Man's armor is very similar to that Spider Rider. Otherwise, I will also be called Iron Man in the future. How about the Iron Knight? The audience in the webcast room immediately discussed it. Seeing the scene, after two superhero came. Whether it is the survivors present or the audience in the live broadcast room, emotions in the heart could not help but rise. And the Spider-Man Parker on the other side, after killing another Amazon, also found this Iron Man Tony. Law. Did not expect. This Iron Man Tony is here too. Parker looked surprised. He is instantly a cobweb. He came to Iron Man Parker's side. Okay. Hello. Later, after the battle is over. Can you sign for me later? Parker said. I have a friend who is your fan. He pointed to Ned outside and explained. Even though he is a fan of Feidian Intelligence. But actually, before Feidian Intelligence did not rise, he also likes Iron Man Tony very much. However, with the rise of Feidian, he gradually changed his beliefs. Iron Man Tony heard the voice of a boy in the armor on the opposite side. Not a little surprised. But soon, he opened his mouth to encourage. Good job, boy. Rest assured. After the battle is over, I'll treat you to a meal. He said immediately. After all, not everyone has the guts to go to this scene. And at the moment, some Amazons in the periphery saw such a big movement here. Immediately stopped eating, with claws and claws, he moved towards this side and surrounded him. He vowed to eat these two guys who disturbed them. For a while, the Iron Man Tony and Spider-Man Parker are surrounded by layers. The two were facing each other. And outside, there are dozens of Amazons with different shapes and file sizes. How are you, afraid? Tony looked at the Amazons rushing forward and asked with a smile. Definitely not afraid. Parker responded gallantly. Good. Then kill all these guys. Tony skyrockets. Immediately rushed towards those Amazon. The light bullet in my hand is like raindrops. Boom to that Amazon group. Bang bang bang. Take time. Some Amazons were blown apart by the hole. And Spider-Man Peter Parker also showed no weakness. Raise your fist. It rushed towards the nearest poisonous snake, Amazon. See cobweb salvo. Immediately afterwards, fists and feet meet. This snakeskin monster has not had time to react. Just got knocked to the ground by Parker. It is truly appalling. And the Amazons behind them have followed suit. In an instant, there was a sound of ghost crying and wolf howling. See this? For a while, the crowd is boiling. Whether on site or online, everyone couldn't help but cheer roar up. Fantastic, Spider Rider. Iron Man, come on. Look. It seems that it is only a matter of time before these Amazons on the scene are eliminated. And the other side. S.H.I.E.L.DS fighter plane, at the moment, arrived at the scene. Not help, because of its invisible material. So it hasn't been found yet. The hatch opened slowly. Hawkeye looked at the situation outside and frowned. Out here. It seems that they don't need their help. Those two Kamen Riders seem to be doing pretty well. That being the case, then he should complete the task of the chief first. Think here. Hawkeye jumped out of the plane without hesitation. Then he rolled forward gently and landed on a surrounding building. Then, it raised the bow and arrow and shot it towards a place at the bottom of the Osborn building. The bow and arrow dragged the rope, instantly tensing. And Hawkeye, using it, slipped off the top of the building. Before reaching the gate of Osborn easily. At the moment, most of these Amazon have been released. As a result, the interior of the Osborn building became empty instead. This Hawkeye, hiding in the dark. He touched it inside. And in the process of infiltrating the Osborn mansion, Hawkeye, the form outside has changed. I saw Iron Man Tony, cruising in mid-air. His palm, due to firing too many light shells. It was a little hot already. He put it out, ready to cool for a while. But right now, behind him, a black figure suddenly appeared. It was aimed at the Iron Man Juniors, and it was a ruthless kick. Just hear boom. This Iron Man Tony, one can't dodge. The whole person fell straight down from the sky. He fell to the ground ruthlessly, and turned several somersaults in a row. It takes time, and the sparks are scattered. The spray paint on the surface of the steel armor was rubbed off. Who is it? Tony rolled over a few times later. That's how he stabilized his body. He hurriedly got up from the ground and said angrily. How dare you disturb him to pretend? And at the moment, in the sky, a dark bat Amazon was flapping its wings. Looking down at the Iron Man below. His eyes were full of hunger and irony. Iron Man Tony, naturally can't bear it anymore. He immediately raised his hand and wanted to shoot it down. How did you know it was at this time? This black bat Amazon opened its mouth immediately. Hold head high. A terrifying sound wave was immediately released from its mouth. The crowd below immediately blocked their ears. And suffered the most sound waves. No doubt it was Iron Man Tony below. Just seeing his screen in front of him was trembling wildly. Zi la la. Warning, warning. The armor is under ultrasonic attack. Please escape as soon as possible. J.A.R.V.I.S quickly reminded. Damn it. Tony dare not neglect. His suit of armor can resist physical attacks such as bullets and claws. But it can't resist the existence of sound waves. If this continues, maybe his 02 suit will be scrapped. Think here. Tony rolled and crawled, hurriedly flying towards the distance. And the bat Amazon in the sky is not to be outdone. Flapping his wings, he immediately chased after him. And the other side. Parker's situation didn't get much better either. Because of the previous battle, it was too smooth. It also caused Parker, inevitably, to be a little underestimated. So act more boldly. Soon after, in a corner, he saw an Amazon eating alone. The size of this guy is several grades bigger than those of the previous ones. With his back to Parker, he was eating something to himself. See you, Parker. Without further ado. Another cobweb shot. This cobweb immediately tied up this big Amazon. Obviously, just grab it. Parker swung the cobweb and flew towards the big Amazon. Who knows at the moment? This guy suddenly turned his head. I saw that his body was dark and his skin was extremely rough. On its neck is a hideous black elephant head. This is the elephant Amazon. Its level, far exceeding the average Amazon, has reached the A level. They are the first beings to complete the experiment. At this time, he was carrying a person in his hand. The slender trunk, like a catheter, was inserted into the guy's head. Sucking its brains. The whole scene was brutal. Face Parker's provocation. The elephant, Amazon, just gave him a cold look. Immediately, the whole body suddenly exerted force. Stab la la. I saw his snow-white cobweb broke apart in an instant. Fall to the ground. What? Seeing this, Parker couldn't help but be shocked. To know. He just made a simple judgment. The cobweb it shoots out is extremely solid. 4 flowers. It is very difficult to break free. According to the conversion of the pulling force, it takes at least a dozen tons of force to be able to pull it apart. However, the elephant Amazon in front of him tore it apart at once. It can be seen how terrible the power is. And at the moment, facing Parker's attack, he raised his dark fist straight up. And Parker bit the bullet and launched an attack. He raised the demon seal in his hand and immediately launched an attack. Boom! I saw 8 spider legs phantoms immediately appeared behind them. These 8-legged spiders shrank together. Appear at its feet. His whole person turned into a streamer. Kicked towards the elephant Amazon. Fist and foot suddenly collided together. Boom! The ground below suddenly cracked. The arm of the elephant Amazon exploded. And Parker also flew upside down. It slammed into a pile of rubble. Not only that, the spider sin seal on his waist also slammed out. Dropped in an Amazon swarm. Want to get it back again. But not so convenient. And with Parker's fall, Iron Man in the sky, Tony, is not feeling well. I saw him raise his hand. Suddenly, a beam of light was shot out. Facing the bat Amazon chasing behind him, he hit it. Who knows, that guy seems to be rarely prepared. One of them lifted the bat wings. Immediately block it. That light bullet was immediately dissipated into invisible. Damn it! Seeing this, Tony gritted his teeth. Facing this bat Amazon, at this moment, he doesn't know what to do. Just dodge as much as possible. Cannot carry out an effective attack. Seen for a while. Once again stuck in a stalemate. Hey, Parker! And the other side. Watching Parker lose. Ned, who was hiding behind, couldn't sit still. As his good brother. Of course he doesn't do anything. This guy, immediately prepared to rush forward. Bring the demon seal in the box to Parker. Hey, you don't want to die. Eddie Brooke on the side tried his best to stop it. But he still couldn't stop Ned. I saw it turned over the block of the 2 cars, and then rushed towards the place where Parker was. Ned thought. His movements are very sensitive. However, he didn't think so. His chubby appearance. In the eyes of other Amazons, it is simply a walking meal. The elephant, Amazon, saw this Ned at a glance. In his eyes, there was a burst of greed. Right in Ned. Approaching Parker. The elephant Amazon suddenly appeared behind him. His arm has been restored to its original state. It looked as if he wasn't injured at all. Facing the 2 in front of him, it grinned. Its nose suddenly elongated. One hit Ned's neck. Ned was wrapped around his neck, and the box in his hand fell to the ground immediately. Click! The demon seal inside fell out immediately. Ned. Seeing this, Parker hurriedly wanted to get up. He didn't want Uncle Ben's incident to happen again. Who knows that the elephant Amazon is not stupid? He raised his foot and stepped on Parker's body. In addition, it can't move. The elephant, Amazon, smiled and glanced at Parker below. Then, you are ready to enjoy your own delicious food. Parker. And at the moment, Ned, who was lifted up by the elephant's trunk, was already blushing red from the strangulation at the moment. Seems to be dying. And the trunk of the elephant Amazon was suddenly inserted into his temple. I want to suck its brain. No. Parker, who was stepped on below, struggled hard. I want to rescue my friend. But it was trampled on the ground by that elephant leg. Damn it! Eddie, who was hiding by the side, was very annoyed when he saw this situation. However, he did not dare to rush out. Had to hammer the car next to it. And the live audience. At the moment, I couldn't help but roar sucked. They closed their mouths. I don't want to see such a cruel scene. But right now, a brilliant bullet was suddenly drawn out. Chapter 91. Ga got it all. It cuts through the sky. Suddenly, it shot towards the Amazon of the elephant. However, in the face of this flying bullet, the elephant, Amazon, seemed extremely disdainful. To know. With his physical strength. Not to mention a mere bullet. Even if it is a shell, it may not be able to cause damage to his body. Therefore, this elephant Amazon does not care at all. Self-consciously raised the trunk, ready to insert Ned's temple. Start smoking. How do you know? Just the next second. Just hear boom. This guy's nose, from the root, directly burst open. That elephant trunk, broken from the root. And Ned, also suddenly fell from the air. He quickly raised his hand and ripped the trunk off his neck. Then roar sucked in the fresh air. And the elephant, Amazon, was stunned for a moment. Immediately released the tragic roar. To know. The root of the nose is the most memorable part of its body. It suddenly exploded now. You can imagine how painful it was. The guy raised his hands and covered his nose. The body also involuntarily took a few steps back. And Parker, taking advantage of this rare opportunity, a roll, and immediately climbed up from the ground. It kept Ned behind him. Then he picked up a demon seal from the ground. And at the moment, the bullet that pierced through the trunk of Amazon's elephant did not continue to fly far. Instead, it circled in midair. Afterwards, he went back the same way. 597 shot in the direction just now. The eyes of everyone present immediately followed the trajectory of the bullet and looked behind it. See you at the moment. In the street behind, a group of people are walking from the darkness. They are fully armed and carry characteristic bullets. A cold light flashed in his eyes. The movements are very neat, like an army. No one else. It is the Ames Guard under Feidian Intelligence. In fact, as before, Norman Osborn's incitement. The reputation of Feidian Intelligence and Ames has been greatly affected. After many people see the report again. Involuntarily, he had some doubts about the Ames Guard. And before, some exterminated black gangs also jumped out at the moment, alleging this Ames Guard, racial discrimination. For a while, the Ames Guard has become an existence that everyone shouts and beats. As long as they hit the streets, will be greeted by some guys, and even throw rotten eggs and other behaviors. So, had no choice. This Sheriff George had to suspend the law enforcement authority of the Ames Guard. However, they stayed in the police station and rested for a while. They were not allowed to participate in this campaign against Amazon. This can make the undisturbed remonstrance in the police force to worry. To know. He awakening the existence of the technological singularity. His thinking is no different from that of human beings. Suffered so much grievance. This guy, in the police station, can be said to be full of fire. So, after receiving Levi's order, he immediately dispatched with the Ames Guard. Arrive at the scene as quickly as possible. Asterisk. It is to use this action to improve their image among the people. Second come. It is to use these Amazon to vent the anger accumulated in his heart. Now, after meeting the Ames Guard, some of the people present immediately showed a trace of guilt on their faces. To know. Before this, most of them are still prejudiced against this Ames. But now, crisis comes. The Ames Guard, however, still ignores the past. All come. This made everyone feel moved for a while. In the live broadcast room, many people also expressed their apologies. And they come. It also naturally attracted some Amazons' attention. They all raised their heads. Look at the group of uninvited guests in front of you. But, in their opinion, this is not enough to be another batch of guys who came to die. Look at these guys, a tall guy. Compared with the taste, it must be a little more delicious than those guys before. Then, some of them are amazon, put down the food in their hands. It turned to the Ames guard and launched an attack. There is a locust Amazon, the performance is very bright. I saw its limbs land on the ground, and then exerted force together. Brush all over. The whole body rushed forward. The ground was trampled to pieces. Just for a moment. It rushed forward a distance of dozens of meters. The impact speed is extremely fast. In less than a moment, this guy, with the terrifying power, came before the Ames guard. At the moment, it jumped up again. Towards the most forward, Bulletin Po launched a charge. Be prepared to throw it down and bite it away. In that mouth full of fangs, it looked extremely ferocious. However, faced with such a threat, not broken without the slightest fear, he raised his fist and waved it towards this guy. Give me death! He growled loudly. Ridiculous! Just by fist. I want to compete with me too. The Amazon on the opposite side saw this and couldn't help sneering in his heart. And everyone present saw this scene. They couldn't help but turn their heads. I don't want to see the appearance of being bitten after this is not broken. After all, no one can believe that this is not broken only with fists. You can knock down the Amazon in front of you. And at this juncture of extreme crisis, the bullet that had just been fired had already flown back. But its direction. But it is facing the unbroken heart. This guy. Are you trying to commit suicide? And at the moment, Iron Man Tony in the sky, seeing this scene, can't help but complain. But the next second, he was speechless. Just see that bullet. When the distance is not broken, there are still 2 or 3 meters. It exploded suddenly. Then, it turned into countless stomachs. One covered the unbreakable body. Yay! Just momentarily. A dark blue Kamen Rider instantly transformed. Stab la la. Accompanied by a burst of steam. Kamen Rider Balkan Assault Wolf form, immediately formed. The whole process takes less than a second. Incredibly fast. Very handsome. What? How can this be? Iron Man Tony in the sky, after seeing this scene, couldn't help opening his mouth. Eyes widened. He couldn't believe it. This guy, in an instant, completed his transformation with a single bullet. How many technical difficulties are involved? Nanofold. Space compression. Damn it! How did this guy do it? Tony couldn't help but sigh. Thought. The battle armor that he invented by himself has far surpassed Feidian Intelligence. Did not expect. People have simplified the armor to this extent. This Feidian smart. Without preparation. Once again, a technical shock to Iron Man Tony. Damn it! Is this the technology of Feidian smart? No. After returning home, he will also make such improvements to his suit of armor. And at the moment, the field is not broken, but there is no reaction. This is already the first time he has transformed. The whole process is very simplified. Nothing fancy. Just his inner anger. I saw that blue fist with a terrifying phantom. Suddenly, it slammed on the cheeks of the locust Amazon that rushed over. Just hear the click. The sound of bone cracking sounded. Terrifying power. In an instant, the skeleton of the head of the locust Amazon was completely torn apart. Its face was directly hit by shape-shifting. However, it's not over yet. Huge amounts of impact force made this guy's body fly upside down. He slammed into the wall beside him. Boom! The rubble flew around. Due to too much power, this guy's body was actually embedded directly into the wall. Its body twitches. Stuck in it, unable to move. This is the power of Kamen Rider Balkan. This does not break the speed of the first appearance. It attracted the attention of everyone present. The audience in the live broadcast room also exploded at once. I didn't expect that this Feidian Intelligence also has the technology to transform into armor. Yes. Although, Iron Man Tony was the first to develop this knight's armor. But when it comes to coolness, it's Feidian Smart Asia. Yes, Feidian Smart, YYDS. For a while, viewers' comments on Feidian Smart instantly soared. And at the moment, opposite Parker also saw this scene. Too strong. Is this the technology of Feidian Smart? Even if it's me, I'm afraid I can't stop this blow. He thought to himself. But right now, the elephant Amazon on the opposite side let out a roar. His eyes. Due to the sting, it has become extremely scarlet. He looked at Parker and Ned in front of him. Full of appetite. To know. This Amazon has a very strong recovery ability. However, this recovery ability requires the blessing of protein. Just now, he had a full meal. So after his right arm burst, he recovered quickly. However, the protein will also be stored in the body and will be depleted. Now, he desperately needs food. The two guys in front of me are my best supplements. Think here. This elephant Amazon, no longer hesitation. Losing its trunk, it still has other means of attack. And the opposite Parker. Nature also noticed it. It seems. It's time to use this new demon seal. Parker no hesitation. Immediately press the demon seal in his hand. The demon seal this time is the mole seal. After pressing, immediately, a burst of green light erupted. Immediately, Parker put it on his belt. It sounded like an electronic sound immediately. Add. Dominator up. Dominate. Then, Parker hung the demon seal aside. Then he suddenly stretched out his hand. Because he feels it. There, it seemed that something was about to come out. Mogura. Genomics. I can only see it on the right arm. Red goose squirming. Like the son of venom, carnage is coming. With bursts of red light. It's constantly congealing. Finally, a green drill bit like spar 1.9 is formed. Parker's hand trembled lightly. Stab la la. Seeing the diamond above the arm, it trembled rapidly. So cool. This is the ability brought by the strict rat demon seal. A drill bit. Just in time. Parker said happily. Because the elephant in front of him, Amazon, has a very strong defense. Normal attack. It doesn't work for him at all. Just hit hard. He just broke his arm. But now. Change to this drill, but don't be afraid. This Parker, immediately rushed forward. And the elephant, Amazon, raised his hand. Go down. However, Parker immediately raised the drill in his hand. Block. Buzz. The drill in his hand turned rapidly. One to block upwards. Stab la la. In less than a moment. His arms became bloody and bloody. What? The elephant, Amazon, took a few steps back in pain again. That being the case. That's the only way to use it. I saw it crouched down on the ground. Two terrifying ivory immediately grew out. It's an A. He roared and charged towards the Parker. However, face the head-on collision of this elephant Amazon. Parker didn't choose to go head-to-head. He immediately raised the mole bit in his hand. Dive into the ground. Stab la la. With a green whirlwind. It disappeared in place in an instant. Chapter 92. And the elephant, Amazon, suddenly lost its goal. For a while. I don't even know where to go. Only with red eyes, white gas was sprayed on the spot. However. Next second. Then Parker got out from behind him. One leaped into the sky. Then, it's time for the end. Die to death. I saw Parker, pressing his belt again, accompanied by sound effects. Seeing the mole drill in his hand, he immediately shifted his orientation. Came to his feet. Stab la la. The drill bit went crazy. With a supreme cyclone, it swept toward the bottom. And the elephant Amazon, at this moment, is like a huge amount of target. Gary is there. No room for resistance. The end of the eddy. Parker's whole person is like a green whirlwind. Suddenly drilled towards the elephant Amazon. Brush it. It passed by the elephant Amazon. Then it fell into place. Immediately. He raised his hand and touched the sharp corners of his head. That look. It's like a 21-year-old war-free. And the elephant, Amazon, stayed on the spot, motionless. Next up. The whole body exploded. Boom. Blast to pieces. Cough. So amazing. And at the moment, Ned, who was hiding aside, saw this and ran out immediately. Holding Parker and shaking. And the other side. Without breaking them, they also started their own battles. Do not break the lead. Killed immediately. And those other AIMS members began to spread out. Hunt down those Amazons who are alone. The bullets in their hands are the existence of characteristics. The bullets fired are specifically aimed at these Amazons. Some Amazon were beaten to defeat. Damn! Hanging on their wounded bodies, they gradually stepped back. I happened to see Basuyui who was in command behind him. These Amazon, though alienated. But he did not lose his wisdom. This woman, as the commander of this team. If caught. Does that mean the danger is lifted? Thinking of this, these Amazons looked at each other. In an instant, he attacked towards the rear of the blade. Be careful! And at the moment, Eddie Bullock, who was hiding aside, couldn't help but reminded. His camera view. Go there too. However, I saw several Amazons pounce on me. Renvia did not panic in the slightest. Facing the camera, she did not evade in the slightest. Because at the moment, the president gave her two tasks. The first is to lead the AIMS guard. Annihilate these Amazons in the square. The second is to try to show the scene of your transformation. In this way, to show their flying electric knight technology. Original. They brought their own photographer. But did not expect. There is a real presence there. Then, don't bother. Only meet the Amazon that is rushing from all around. Then, let's get started. Shot riser. Shooting sublimator. As he spoke, the blue shooting sublimator was already worn on his waist. Next up. Sister Blade raised her hand. A yellow program sublimation key with the silhouette of the wasp printed on the front, in its hand, a whirl. And then she held it tightly in her hands. Thunder. Authorize. Kamen Rider, Kamen Rider. Kamen Rider, Kamen Rider. Accompanied by the standby sound of the shooting sublimator. Sister Blade also tried to expand the program panel in the sublimator as much as possible. Immediately, he stretched out his right hand and held the shooting sublimator on his waist. Put your index finger on the trigger. Transform. She drank softly. Shot rise, shoot upgrade. The trigger is pulled. Got a sound. A golden bullet burst out immediately. It circled Sister Ren's body and suddenly rotated to look a few times. That sharp piercing sound. Immediately, the Amazons who rushed over were scared to take a few steps back. Next up. I saw the golden bullet slammed into Sister Dao's shoulder. Bullets made of energy. Broken in an instant. It turned into a yellow and white armor with the characteristics of a wasp and a beehive, and fell on Sister Blade. Lightning Hornet. Intense white gas spewed out from the beehive of Gaia. Piercing needle with incredible force, sharp arrow needle, thunder force. Accompanied by gorgeous mechanical sound. Kamen Rider Valkyrie Lightning Wasp form, officially appeared. Its entire transformation screen. It was broadcast live perfectly. Such a silky transformation. Immediately aroused the amazement of the crowd. To know. Several Kamen Riders present now. In fact, everyone just saw how they appeared. Do not break and transform too fast. The cameras didn't record either. So this is the first time the audience has seen the transformation. Very novel. Moreover, the transformation is still a big beauty like Gaia. For a while, her popularity has skyrocketed. Inside a luxury home, the two fathers and daughters are having dinner. On the TV, 610 is playing a clip of the transformation of blades. The old man's action. Immediately a standstill. What's the matter, father? Daughter Hope immediately asked. His father, named Pim Hank. It is the founder of Pim Technology. But in recent years, he has stepped down from his position. He handed over the company to his daughter Hope. Which company's product is this? Pim narrowed his eyes and asked his daughter. This Ames guard was jointly created by the police department and Feidian Intelligence. This should also be a Feidian smart product. Hope replied immediately. She serves as the head of the board of directors of Pim Technologies. I saw Levi once at a tech summit. He has been deeply impressed ever since. Is Feidian smart? Looks like it. I should find a time to visit. Pim seemed to have thought of something, and there was a hint of reminiscence in his eyes. And on the field, Blade UI, who has completed the transformation, did not stop in the slightest. He waved his hand. Countless mechanical wasps flew out from the hive in their armor. Chapter 93. Buzz. These mechanical bees, flapping their wings. Like a missile. Suddenly it flew towards those Amazon. These Amazon, show their teeth and claws. I want to shoot these mechanical honey fronts flying. However, the sensitivity of the mechanical honey front is beyond imagination. I saw Sister Blade raised her hand. Those bees seemed to be summoned. Have avoided the deadly attack. Instead, it possessed the deadly parts of those Amazons. Then, accompanied by a snap of Sister Blade's fingers. Boom! 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 Hearing a series of explosions, it sounded straight. For a while. Fire splashes. Those Amazons were directly bombed with black smoke on their faces. It fell straight down. On Renway's side, it seemed that he didn't even move. Show the style of a master. It's so handsome. Oh my god, I feel like I'm being held captive by this female knight. Yes, me too, this one-handed operation is really cool. The audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help but praised when they saw this scene. No way. This wave of operations by Sister Blade is really gorgeous. Just the one who sees it rarely is not attracted to her. Even Eddie Brooke, who was on the side of the camera, saw this scene. Can't help but shout out roar. And Ned on the other side. I have already put down the Parker next to me. He turned to look at Sister Blade madly. Murmured in the mouth. Hey, Parker. After the battle is over, can you help me get an autograph? Parker raised his hand and covered his face. But speak up. I really should go up and thank people. After all, last time, it was she who saved herself from a tragic death at the hands of the cheetah Amazon. And just when everyone was emotional, another superhero had a bad day. We haven't waited for everyone to appreciate the handsome and heroic appearance of Sister Ren. See you at the moment. A figure suddenly fell from the sky. Block a sound. It fell in front of Deovia. Appeared very embarrassed. And this guy, no one else. Exactly the Iron Man before, Tony Stark. At this moment, when he raised his head, he saw Sister Ren in front of him. Immediately embarrassed. Just now, he was out of power. As a result, the flight speed has become slightly slower. As a result, the Bat Amazon at the back got another kick. Take him out of the air again. The first time. It could also be said that he was not careful. But the second time, I was hit by the same operation again. This is the question of his strength. Unfortunately, it rolled in front of this Feidian intelligent employee. This time, his old face is completely lost. And at the moment, the Bat Amazon in the sky has also chased after him. The hideous face is clearly visible. This Bat Amazon, let me help you deal with it. Sister Blade looked at Iron Man on the ground and said immediately. Talking. The two blue insect wings behind her suddenly unfolded from behind her. Buzz. Flashing with high frequency like a wasp. It not only brought a harsh humming sound, but also inherited the strong driving force from the hornets. Next moment, Sister Ren opened her hands, and her body suddenly flew high into the sky. The opposite Bat Amazon, the eyes immediately red. Turning his head, he let go of Iron Man Tony below. Turned around and rushed towards the Blade Sister. Good come. Turn to the maximum output attack rate. Sister Blade said very calmly. I just saw his hand stretched out. Immediately, a ray of light erupted from his body. Next up, I saw countless mechanical bees flying out of her body. Like locusts passing through the border, they flew towards the Bat Amazon. In the face of the surging swarm of bees, this Bat Amazon smiled coldly. Once again sacrificed his own unique weapon, sonic attack. Hold head high. I saw him open his mouth. Terrifying sound waves spread out from his mouth. It is in touch with the swarms of bees that come. In an instant, it exploded. Boom. 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 And this explosion caused a chain reaction. The fire was everywhere, and the smoke filled the sky. The sound was deafening. The sight of both sides was instantly blocked. At the moment, Sister Blade smiled coldly. Just now, it was just a smoke bomb. Now, she just came for real. One of them pressed the button of the program sublimation key. Immediately, the trigger of the shooting sublimator was pulled. Thunder. Lingting Blastiver. Thunder Blast. Its yellow and white body stretched out in mid-air. All over the body, blue thunder flashed. Immediately, this thunder and lightning gathered towards its legs. Stab la la. With the power of the Lightning Wasp program key, the source is constantly infused into her right foot. Then on top of her right foot, it converged into a sharp edge composed of energy. Immediately, her wings flapped behind her. The whole person is like a stringed sword. With thunder and lightning, it burst out. Squeak. She passed through that explosion smoke in an instant. One will go through the chest of the Bat Amazon. This guy's voice stopped abruptly. It bows its head. Just see your chest, a huge amount of hole. Suddenly take shape. And among them, the thunder shines. No. Its scarlet eyes widened, and its face was full of fear. And Sister Blade came directly to the ground. A backward roll, with the help of the insect wings behind him, he landed firmly on the ground. Her feet just landed. The Bat Amazon in the sky suddenly burst open. Shredded meat all over the sky. Like fireworks. And Sister Blade stood in place. Extraordinarily handsome. See this behind the scenes. Wang does, the live broadcast room was swiped instantly. And Tony's face becomes more ugly. The guy who can't deal with it by himself is easily solved by the other party. That doesn't mean it. Is Stark Industrial not as smart as Feidian? You must find the place yourself. And just when everyone likes roar. When you think victory is imminent. The screen in front of the Osborn building suddenly turned on. Above, a video is displayed. Only in the screen. Norman Osborn's face appeared impressively. At this moment, he is not at all ordinary, gentle. Instead, it looked crazy. Those green eyes are particularly eye-catching. Everyone. Looks like a good job. Those hundreds of experiments that can beat me. It's quite powerful. He opened his hands and muttered to himself. It looks like Joker in Batman. Chapter 94. See Osborn on that big screen. All the people present were tickling their teeth with hatred. If it weren't for this guy, he would be doing so-called experiments. Create such a bunch of cannibal monsters. The scene will not be like this anymore. I thought. What a mess. This guy will definitely hide. Unexpectedly, he actually dared to jump out. Immediately. This Norman Osborn received many cordial greetings. I seem to have heard your congratulations. On the screen, Osborn faced the scolding of the crowd. Instead of being annoyed, he put his hand beside his ear and listened. It can be said to be a good ridicule. What does this guy want to do? Parker looked up at the big screen. Looking a little puzzled. Iron Man Tony, who was beside him, also seemed a little puzzled. However, he still took advantage of this rare opportunity. Replaced the arc reaction piece on the body. Believe just now. Everyone, have you seen that Amazon, the mighty power? They are far superior to humans in terms of speed and strength. And at the moment, Osborn on the screen seems to have a little more desire to perform. He put his hands behind his back, paced, and began to speak slowly. As a scientist, my whole life, I've been working on a human enhancement program. But gradually, I found out that human beings are really too fragile. They are weak, powerless, and cowardly. In that case, then why are we still human? Then Norman Osborn turned around abruptly. His face became more and more hideous. To this end, I made a device like this on purpose. Osborn turned sideways. I saw a liquefier and appeared behind it. This thing is called the Canary device. Just put an antigen on it. Soon, it creates a cloud of reactions that can cover the whole of New York. While talking, Norman stuffed a large bottle of Amazon solvent into the Naganari device. Canary device, initializing. Countdown, 2 minutes. The device immediately issued a beep. It's time to. There is a change. Norman Osborn, installing the Amazon solvent. He turned around with a smile. This is my gift to you. Come on. Join me to meet the arrival of evolution. Norman Osborn opens his arms and splits his mouth. Excitedly announced. However, when he finished talking about his plan, there was instant silence below. Next up, there were bursts of screams. Until now. CBBJ. Everyone understands what Norman Osborn means. He is going to infect the entire New York people into Amazon. Madman. This guy is simply a lunatic. He actually wants the entire New York 8 million to be buried with him. Who can stop him? I don't want to become a monster like Amazon. For a while, the citizens of New York City are also in panic. On the street, vehicles are messed up. Everyone wanted to flee into the distance. In the hospital, doctors and nurses are also in emergency evacuation. Inside the ward, Aunt May held the hand of Uncle Ben lying on the hospital bed. His face was full of fear. In a college classroom, Harry Osborn, stunned watching TV. He couldn't believe it. The man on this TV is actually the gentle father of Sully. NNS.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury threw the table in anger when he saw Osborn's promotion. He didn't expect it. This Norman Osborn is carrying out such an evil plan. If Norman Osborn's plan succeeds, then the whole of New York will fall. Become this Amazon's farm. However, this is not the most terrifying. To know. This Amazon feeds on people. And once the entire New York residents, all turned into Amazon. Residents of other states of the United States. Wouldn't it all be turned into the rations of the New York people? At that time, the entire United States will be plunged into an unprecedented turmoil. Never let Osborn's plan succeed. He quickly connected to Hawkeye at the scene. Let him go immediately to stop it. And in another office of SHIELD, Pierce is also watching the live broadcast. However, he did not have much dislike for Norman's plan. If you take Amazon cells, you can really let your body get a plan. Then it's a cannibal. No big deal either. And Hydra under your own hands may also be able to fish in troubled waters. Get unexpected benefits. Now, it depends on whether this guy's plan can be successful. Pierce sat in his office chair, shook the whiskey glass in his hand, and relaxed. And what was Hawkeye doing before? This guy, since sneaking into the Osborn mansion while he was in a mess, first discovered the underground experimental lair. It carefully sneaked into it, looking to find something useful. How do you know? Carefully for a long time. There wasn't even a ghost in it. There are a bunch of experimental instruments. However, there are no valid records at all. And just in Hawkeye, ready to keep looking. Nick Fury's orders are given. Hawkeye was immediately dumbfounded. Everyone else is already plotting to destroy the whole of New York. And myself, I was foolishly rummaging for something here. No. You must go and organize this conspiracy. Think here. Hawkeye immediately left the underground experiment layer without looking back. Immediately prepare to go to the top floor and impose sanctions on that Osborn. How do you know? The elevator door to the top floor was tightly closed. After pressing it several times, the elevator did not respond at all. Original. The electric current of the entire building was siphoned off by Osborn. Supply the machine on the roof. Damn. Hawkeye fell down the elevator. No way. Now, if you want to go up, you have to take the stairs. That's all. Hawkeye carried his quiver. Climb up the stairs in no time. And at the moment, in the ground, Iron Man Tony just replaced the arc reactor on his waist. In an instant, he felt like he was doing it again. And Spider-Man Parker, too, looked up. Look at the towering Osborn building. Today, he was going to avenge his father. Basu immediately understood what the two of them meant. So he opened his mouth. Leave this to me and Buppo. Then Osborn above, I'll leave it to the two of you. Good. Iron Man Tony, naturally would not refuse. He just needs this opportunity to be ashamed. If it can stop Osborn. Maybe even save his reputation. And Parker, nodded too. He immediately shot the cobweb in his hand. Hung on the wall of Osborn's mansion. Then swipe it, fly into the air, and disappear in an instant. Only Ned stayed where he was. Wow, that's really fast. He spread his hands and said. Parker uses the cobweb and the suction of the rider's feet. On that floor, run wild all the way. And Iron Man Tony, it's a lot easier. Hands and feet, flames erupted together. Immediately surpassed little Spider-Man. I'm going first. He gave the little sister who was still climbing, a respect. Then it landed steadily on the top floor of the Osborn building. Norman. Give it up. It's all in time. Iron Man Tony, looking at Norman above, couldn't help but exhort. Chapter 95. When Norman heard the sound, he couldn't help turning his head. He looked at Tony slightly mockingly, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Close hand. Get what? He suddenly pointed to the machine behind him. Do you see it? 2 minutes left. I will lead the whole of New York to evolve. Become a brand new species and become the master of mankind. He had a grim look on his face. By that time, Osborn Group, will become the #1 company in the world. Take your Stark Industry and Feidian Intelligence under your feet. Norman opened his hands. Said very arrogantly. The greenness in his eyes became more and more terrifying. Cough cough. Looks like it. UBD, it's really helpless. Seeing this, Tony Stark shook his head. Want to surpass him Stark Industries. It seems that this Norman is afraid that he is really sick. That's it. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. Talking. This Tony rose into the air and took a stance. What, are you the only one? Norman said with a sneer. Just now, he saw that there were 4 knights below. And I. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from below. Next up. Little Spider-Man jumped out from below. It landed steadily on the roof of the Osborn building. Look at the Osborn in front of you. There was an indescribable anger in Parker's eyes. Speak up. He had also been to the Osborns a few times. That was 10 years ago. Himself and his son, Harry Osborn, are elementary school classmates. The relationship between them is very good. But later, Harry went to study abroad. He has no connection with the Osborn family. Did not expect seeing each other again, it's actually on this occasion. Ha ha ha. Very good. You two guys, come on together. I'll let you two experience the horror of new species. Norman Osborn laughed horribly. This sentence, except to say to Tony Parker too. Of course, it is also for the people of New York. He wants to use this battle to establish his prestige in the hearts of the New York people. Wait until the Amazon virus spreads. He can become the king of Amazon. Then, let's begin. Immediately. He took out a brand new belt and put it on his body. This belt is slightly different from the one worn by Dr. Connors before. Dr. Connors' belt was like the handlebars of a motorcycle. And this one of his. Like an eagle's beak, it has only one eye. In fact, when it was originally designed, he asked his subordinates to develop 2 kinds of belts. That Dr. Connors is wearing a lower version. And he chose an existence with a higher version. This belt can be used in the shortest time. Activate the Amazon cells in his whole body and let him be in the best shape. Just see Norman. One pushes the needle on the belt. With the injection of medicine, the one eye suddenly lit up. New Omega. A low belt tone sounded instantly. Next up. Boom. A violent green flame burst out from Norman in an instant. This flame storm is huge. Tony and Parker, who were next to him, didn't expect it. I saw Tony in the air, being thrown straight out. But luckily, he hurriedly urged the flames in his hands and feet. This is in mid-air, stabilize your body. Don't fall off a tall building. And Parker, though stable enough. But the scorching hot air wave rushed towards him. He quickly raised his hand and blocked it in front of his face. The ground beneath its feet. A deep ravine has been rubbed out. Soon after, the flame goes out. In the light, a figure suddenly appeared. It was a monster in a green armor. Look! Just like the Green Goblin in the original book. However, compared to the Green Waste, it is even more ferocious and terrifying. The back of the hand and the back have black sharp blades. There are some scary textures on it. Just stand there. It gives a very strong sense of oppression. This is my true form. Norman growled. Done. He suddenly rushed towards Tony among the two. Extremely fast. Just like a phantom. And at the moment, Tony, who was suspended in mid-air, felt like a flower in front of his eyes. A figure suddenly rushed towards him. He rushed to meet him. Raise your hands. A series of strafing shots with light bullets. However, face this terrifying light bomb. After the transformation, Norman did not dodge at all. As he ran wildly, he waved his dark paws. 4 flowers. Suddenly cut towards the light bullet. Got it. This light bullet was actually caught and split open. Boom on the rooftop next to you. Immediately, a large gap appeared. What? Tony by the side. Haven't responded yet. I saw a green figure, suddenly rushing up. Like a mortar. Hit him straight. Boom. It just knocked it down to the ground. How could it be so fast? Tony couldn't help but be shocked. Is this your strength? Tony. It's just unbearable. Kamen Rider Omega, transformed from Norman, rides on Tony. Said with a sneer. Tony wants to struggle to get up. But on the body, it is like pressing a mountain. Can't move at all. Now. Just let me send it to meet your god. Norman laughed grimly. The claws in the hands, immediately raised. One shoved Tony's head in. Clang. The hard helmet immediately resisted part of the attack of the claws. Tony breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, he is like being wrapped in a can. Easily cannot be hurt. But the next second. See the edge of that steel helmet. It was actually corroded. And that J.A.R.V.I.S. also alarmed wildly. Warning, warning. Helmet's defense, close to collapse. Please fix it as soon as possible. Please fix it as soon as possible. Hearing J.A.R.V.I.S.'s voice, Tony wanted to yell. Don't you see I'm being pinned down right now? Seeing this, Tony's helmet is about to be torn off by this green goblin. Little Spider-Man on the side finally reacted. In the face of the enemy's attack, how could he just sit back and ignore it? I saw his arm tremble. The mole drill bit just now condensed out again. This Kamen Rider demons, as long as the demon seal has been used. Ability can be stored. When you want to call it, you can use it. I saw that Yan rat drill, roaring out. Stab in the back of that green goblin. Stab la la. For a while. Mars is going straight. This Kamen Rider Green Goblin Omega was also directly drilled out. Chapter 96. It fell to the ground. Rolled over. An Iron Man Tony, also took the opportunity to get up. I saw at the moment. The mask on his face has been corroded out of the gaps. Let Tony's original face have been exposed. Here it is. The horror of that Norman paw. So close. Tony breathed a sigh of relief. If just now, little Spider-Man hadn't shot. Then you are in danger. Ha ha ha. Very good. And at the moment, Norman Osborn, who was just drilled out. Stand up again. At a glance, he looked at Parker opposite. Those compound eyes immediately became scarlet. Next up. He raised his hand. The blade on the arm actually started to turn. 613 is like a cutting machine. What? When Parker and Tony saw this, they couldn't help being stunned. And this guy doesn't say anything. Jump out now. Fight with them again. That turning blade, BG with Parker's mouse bit. Once. Immediately, sparks were released. Tony was on the sidelines. The three of them fight together. The battle is fierce. And at the moment, Hawkeye was still climbing the stairs. But it's been such a long time. He had only climbed the 20th floor. The Osborn building has a terrifying 108th floor. While climbing the stairs, he also watches through his agent. Saw the situation outside. There is no other way, let them join it first. Remove that atomizing machine. Thought here. Hawkeye immediately contacted the agents who were still in the fighter plane. Let them go to the rooftop and assist Iron Man and Little Spider-Man in dismantling the machine. After receiving the order, The S.H.I.E.L.D fighter jets set off immediately. In a moment. Arrived at the scene. The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D, along the rope, fell. Then raise the gun in your hand. It launched an attack on the Naganari installation. Da-da-da. The bullets shot out like rain. But it didn't make any difference. Damn it. It looks like it's only destroyed with bombs. One of the high-level agents said. The dozen or so agents looked at each other. When even 3 people, carrying bombs, approached the canary device in the center. You are courting death. And Norman, who is fighting with Iron Man and Spider-Man, see this behind the scenes. Cannot help but furious. It wants to rush forward. All these guys will be solved. But Parker and Tony on the side tried desperately to stop him. And Norman, seeing himself, couldn't break through this little Spider-Man and Iron Man Parker's block for a while. So raise a paw. Suddenly stabbed into his own body. Black-green blood suddenly splashed out. Such a scene. Instead, Tony Parker, who was beside him, was stunned. See that, Norman? Claws clenched. Then pull hard. Get it right. An Amazon spear with blood. Pulled out of his body. This spear of Amazon was transformed from the bones of Norman. Exceptionally sharp. Asterisk violent blade. I saw Norman holding the Amazon spear, and suddenly shot at the 3 of S.H.I.E.L.D. Gad all over. The spear cut through the sky. I saw these 3 S.H.I.E.L.D. agents directly and flew out. Its power has not diminished. A terrifying spear, carrying the 3 people, was nailed to the wall on the side of the rooftop. Bloody. Terrifying. And Norman, riding the Iron Man and Parker, was stunned. Soar into the sky. With 2 flying kicks, Parker and Tony flew out. After that, the figure looks like a ghost. Suddenly rushed towards the group of remaining agents. Not good. These guys, quickly raise their guns. Shoot at it, trying to stop it for a while. However, these bullets, for now Norman. It's not that different from scratching a tick. In a moment. It has already arrived in front of this group of agents. This Norman is like a tiger entering a flock. A bloody massacre was carried out on them. Broken arm. Rip the body. At this moment, Norman has simply turned into a devil. Its methods are even more brutal and terrifying than the group of Amazons below. This scene. It looked like Parker and Tony were about to vomit. In less than a moment. The ground was full of his severed limbs and flesh. Norman, on the other hand, was bathed in blood. It seems to be more powerful. Next up. He turned his head and looked at Parker and Tony again. On the blood-stained face, there was a terrifying light. At the moment Parker and Tony. No longer his opponent. Norman, who was rushed over, was beaten violently. The people below are still praying silently. Hope Iron Man and Spider Rider can turn the tide. And the next second. On the roof. A figure suddenly fell. Nice to have it. It hit the large electronic screen above it, and then fell to the ground. The crowd gathered around. Discovered that it was none other than Iron Man Tony. At this moment, his body was full of scratches. In some places, the wound can be seen deep in the bone. The mask on his face was also torn apart. 1.9. Even the belt was damaged. The arc reactor was dug up. Without energy, what Tony had on him was just a pile of scrap metal. He was immediately knocked down by Norman. Fortunately, just now, there was that big screen as a buffer. Otherwise, Tony would just be smashed into meat sauce. And now, he also passed out. Only a faint roar suction remains. And Parker on the other side is not much better. He directly kicked and was kicked into another building. Glass shattered. Parker knocked over several of the desks like a sandbag. It just stopped. However, the powerful impact also made him unconscious. The weapons on his body were all disarmed. Chapter 97. Soon after, a fighter plane also fell from the sky, dropped in the middle of a street. A raging fire was lit. It was the fighter jet of S.H.I.E.L.D. just now. Also destroyed by Norman. It's really unbearable. Everyone. See is my strong. On the screen. Norman opened his hands, covered in blood, and laughed out loud. He looked around. I saw Iron Man Tony, covered in blood, motionless. Spider Rider Parker, lying on the ground with his mouth and eyes closed, has fainted. The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. have long been slaughtered. And Hawkeye, still climbing the stairs. With the canary device behind you, there is 1 minute left in the countdown. No one can threaten his plan anymore. And at the moment, in the sky, it began to rain gradually. Norman looked up and felt the rain dripping down his face. The smile can't help but get more hideous. Have you seen it? Even God is helping me to know. This Amazon cell has good solubility with water. This AMAZO21N solvent, once released. Originally, only 50% to 70% of people would be infected. But now, it will combine with rain into the entire New York water system. Just drink this water. Those citizens, 100% will evolve into Amazon. Without exception. Is everything over? It's over. No one can stop this guy anymore. Are we all about to become man-eating monsters? Crowds below, watch Norman on the big screen. He couldn't help holding his head, looking desperate. God! Come and save your child. There are Christian priests, kneeling on the ground, praying devoutly. There are also people who can't stand such a blow. Open the window and jump straight down. For a while, the whole of New York is on the brink of collapse. And the other side. Flowers in Washington, D.C. A joint meeting between the military and the White House is underway. Ladies and gentlemen, for this matter. How to deal with it? The head of the Federation, looking at the screen, asked the high-level people. High-level people, you look at me, I look at you. For a while, I didn't know what to say. You know, there is still 1 minute before the time set by Norman. There is no point in sending troops or personnel there. Even firing missiles. It is also impossible to accurately destroy the Naginari device. According to expert estimates. Once that canary device is successfully released. Less than a day. The whole of New York will be infected. And a week later. These Amazon, will spread outward. It has caused irreparable damage to the entire country. It seems that everyone, there is no good way. That's it. Then prepare to use nuclear bombs and strike. He said a little helplessly. If there is really no way. They will use nukes. Burn the whole of New York to the ground. And at the moment, people all over the world have also received the news. Countless people watching TV. Keep an eye on it all. And at the moment, in a mysterious space, a voice sounded. Owner. The Federal Assembly, prepare for a nuclear strike on the whole of New York. The man in the seat heard this voice. Couldn't help but sneer. Again. This group of politicians, I am afraid, can only think of this way. In the original. When the Kuritas attacked, they wanted to nuke it too. But luckily, in the end, it was dissolved by Iron Man Tony using a wormhole. It seems. I have to deal with this trouble myself. Also, help me destroy the big screen on the broadcast rooftop. I don't want people to know that I've been here. The man added. Clear. I saw another person, raise your hand. Immediately released a command. Then, the big screen in front of the Osborn building. Immediately, a burst of electric light erupted. The original picture then dimmed. Suddenly, people can no longer see the situation above Osborn's building. What happened? Norman Osborn also noticed this anomaly. He originally wanted to pass the big screen. Let everyone see what the Amazon cell solvent looks like when it spreads. Why is it broken now? Norman. This time, you did a good job. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded. Who is it? Norman looked around. Found all around, empty. No one else exists at all. And at the moment, that's near the rooftop of the Osborn building. A black space suddenly opened. Next up, an escalator, built out of thin air. Next second, I saw a man in a black suit and a gorgeous coat. A well-dressed man walked out of it. Behind it, also followed by two secretary maids. It looks gorgeous and mysterious. Who are you? Seeing this, Norman hurriedly set up a battle. How did this guy appear? And the space that appeared out of thin air, what happened? And that man, go down the escalator. When I came to the platform, I took off the sunglasses on my face, exposing 613 its handsome face. No one else. It is the president of Feidian Intelligence, Levi. In fact, as early as just now, he has already brought his Izzy and Yaz to the rooftop of the Osborn building. Only, his landline was turned on in stealth and silence mode. This made Norman, Iron Man, Parker, and others, unaware. Wait until their battle is over. He just came out Shiran. Izzy on the side. Catch the sunglasses. Yaz, on the other hand, took off the cloak jacket on his back. Levi stood there, staring at Norman. It's you. Levi. That Norman, recognized for a long time. Only then did he recognize the identity of the person in front of him. That's right. Levi sneered. After all, this drama was started by him. Naturally, it is also up to him to pull the curtain down. If you really wait until the Amazon solvent, it will spread. If the military dispatches nuclear bombs, it will be a bit of a game. After all, his company, but also in New York. And that world point has already been collected almost. Next, let him clean up this mess. Chapter 98. Get rid of this Norman. Also, take the Osborn group into your own pocket. Become part of Consortium X. Think here. Levi couldn't help but raised his head and looked at Norman across from him. Good. It's me. He said lightly. It's really you. Why, like Tony Stark? Do you want to be a hero to save humanity? Norman recovered quickly after his initial doubts. He looked at Levi opposite and said with a sneer. This Tony Stark has been knocked down by me. Would you like to taste this too? Facing this sudden opponent, Norman did not attack rashly, but chose to observe for a while. After all, this guy actually has a feeling that he can't see through. And it is less than a minute before this canary device is activated. There is no need to have more troubles. As long as the time is up, the whole of New York will be under his control. He didn't want anything to go wrong at this most critical time. Hero. No. I have no plans for that. Levi raised his finger and shook it a few times. I'm just here to deal with some things. He said lightly. Deal with things. Dealing with what? Norman looked puzzled. It seems Mr. Norman, still in the dark about everything. Levi smiled slightly. That's it. Izzy, tell Mr. Norman the truth now. It's so that he won't be a fool before he dies. Levi turned his head and ordered to Izzy who was beside him. Understood, President. Izzy, who was next to him, nodded after hearing this. On the other hand, Yaz, with a delicate nose, wrinkled slightly. He looked very angry. The president is really partial. Whatever, let Izzy do it. It's small emotions, completely written on the face. Yaz next to him ignored it and raised his hand. Take time. A light screen appeared. Above, is the research map of Amazon cells. How is this possible? How did you own this thing? When Norman saw the Amazon research map on the screen, he couldn't help but turn pale. To know. This Amazon research map, even in an underground laboratory, is a first-class secret. Only a few top researchers can master it. How did this guy get it? Do you really think that this Amazon cell was developed by you? Levi narrowed his eyes and asked lightly. Definitely yes. Norman was about to answer. But soon. He just remembered. This Amazon cell is the discovery of Dr. Connors. This Amazon cell. In fact, it's the result of our president's invention. At this time, Izzy begins to explain the ins and outs. However, the president soon discovered that this Amazon cell has a special preference for protein. And we Feidian, focusing on AI intelligence. For the biological field, not much involved. And just at the moment, you Osborn group, launched a gangster operation against us Feidian Intelligence. Then, the president sent me to implant this Amazon original map into your Osborn database. That's where Dr. Connors found out about Amazon. Izzy tells the whole thing in a nutshell. Not the slightest concealment. What? How is this possible? You mean? All of this is just a game you set up? No. Norman, after listening, immediately froze in place. He couldn't believe it, his proud Amazon cell. It was a product of disdain for others. Moreover, it is also used to set up sets. Not only did you not notice it, and stupidly jumped in. Not only that. We research on you. Always under surveillance. The information leaked outside is also released by us. Izzy at the moment, fills up again. The light screen in his hand changes, and the above is the recorded video of Norman's laboratory. Norman, after hearing that, involuntarily took a few steps back. No wonder. Your own experiments will be exposed at critical moments. Original. Everything about himself is in the enemy's calculations. Damn. Damn it. Norman bent down, and in his mind, countless fragments were produced. These fragments are all after he discovered Amazon cells. All kinds of stupid things. Him at this moment, trapped in deep self-doubt. His head became extremely painful. This Norman immediately raised his paws. Hold on to your head. The Amazon cells in its body. Genes with that genetic disease are stimulated. Deepen integrate again. In a moment. This Norman suddenly raised his head. It was half squatting on the ground, like a beast who had just woken up. The compound eyes flashed red. The whole body exudes a dark atmosphere. It was more terrifying and dangerous than before. Even the tone of his speech changed a little. Even so. So what? Just kill you. Everything will still follow my script. He raised his paws, black aura draped over them. Look at it like this. It's a bit like the dangerous form of War Rabbit Blacken. Yes. When Levi heard this, he couldn't help but smile. That's it. Then next. Just use you as a quiz. Come and try my new toy. Wang Dezao. In fact, originally, Levi did not want to do it himself. Instead, prepare to create a Xiamagia of Tianjin High. Let him replace himself and come to fight. But when Neuzea and Yake, the joint-built drive came out, he suddenly became interested in playing again. While at the moment the drive, compared with the later Nayak drive, it is not powerful enough. Completely unworthy of his identity. But it doesn't matter too much. Treat it as if it were for later drives and rehearse ahead of time. Time to speak. Levi raised his hand. Seeing this, Yaz, who was behind him, hurriedly handed a golden driver into Levi's hands. This drive is gorgeous yet dignified. Like the king's accessories. This is the 1000 heavy drive. Levi's hands up. Take it over. Then he clasped it on his body. Yesterday. Chapter 99. Thousand River. Accompanied by the start-up sound of the 1000-fold drive. The silver-grey belt immediately popped out from both sections. And then fixed to Levi's waist. Is this what you rely on? Opposite Norman, see Levi's belt. Said with a sneer. Then, it suddenly rushed towards Levi. That's right. This is the present, we Feidian smart. The strongest product. Thousands of drives. Whether it's the extinction upgrade key. Facing the rushing Norman, Levi did not panic at all. Instead, he took out a black gold extermination secret key in a hurry. Use it lightly. Immediately, it was plugged into the socket on the left side of the 1000-fold drive. Zetsumetsu evolution, extinction evolution. And the other hand. I also took out another black and gold program sublimation key. It's still the program upgrade key. It all works. Between talking, Levi pressed the button for the program key in his hand. Break horn, break horn. The panel that was amazed at the secret key of the Nanyang Dopus program immediately popped open. Next up, he plugged it into the socket on the right side of the drive. It's 1000% better than your Amazon drive. Levi opened his hands and said 617 with a chuckle. With that procedural sublimation key inserted. That 1000 river, 1000 weight driver, front black cover. Pop off immediately. The metal structure inside is exposed. The circular transparent panel in the center shows the 5-horned coat of arms composed of the double-horned horned beast and the triangular Nanyang worm. That coat of arms, showing golden yellow. As bright as a king's crown. Looking extremely handsome. Then now. Transform me. Levi said solemnly. Take time. 2 golden lights shot out from the belt. Soon, it turned into 2 rushing giant beasts. One head, gallop on the ground. Run down. Boom. The ground on the rooftop was trembling. The other one is soaring in the sky. It flaps its huge wings, like the Pidomon in the Digimon. There was a deafening sound of wings rubbing. This is the extinct heavy-horned beast, and the giant among the insects, the Nanyang giant beetle. 2 giant beasts, lifelike. One collided with the rushing Norman. Boom. This guy can't dodge. The whole body was directly knocked out. Luckily one of them rolled over. This was not directly knocked off the roof. And after hitting that Norman, these 2 giant beasts have returned to Levi's side. 2 blue apertures light up immediately. Like a spirit ring. The 2 giant beasts, one left and one right. Through the aperture, they collided suddenly. When the 5 horns crossed the golden soldiered Hauser Osborn. Accompanied by the driver's sound effects. The 2 giant beasts smashed apart. Turned into countless armors of gold and silver. Around Levi. Immediately afterwards, they walked towards his bag together. The double horns and triangles on the head meet at this moment. Presented by Feidian. Made by Feidian. With the sound of the Senju drive, Kamen Rider Kyunkai appeared. Its shape is very cool. Look. It's a bit like Thunder Yatali's in Armored Warriors. The shape, however, is much simpler than that. With a sense of power. The 5 horns on the top of the head are like a crown. It gave him a noble and luxurious feeling. And after the transformation was completed, Levi couldn't help electric, CBBJ, down his arms. Him at this moment. I just feel that my whole body is full of power. Nice feeling. He nodded and said. Izzy. Help me record the data of this battle. Talking. This Levi raised his head and instructed Izzy beside him. Understood, President. Izzy's eyes turned blue immediately. Start recording immediately. Is this your confidence? Kamen Rider ride. Norman, who was knocked away, got up from the ground at this moment. The voice is full of anger. Thousands of times stronger than Amazon cells. I want to see how strong you are 1,000 times stronger. Norman whispered. Then he stretched out his claws and slammed them towards his body. Stab la la. In less than a moment, a scarlet whip with blood suddenly appeared in Norman's hands. Whip of Amazon. Give me death. Talking. He suddenly waved the long whip in his hand. A bunch of them wrapped around the Golden Knight. However, in the face of this long whip, Levi smiled lightly. No evasion was made. Instead, keep your hands behind you. Let the whip fall on you. Snapped. Just hear a crisp sound. The whip landed on Kyunkai's armor with incomparable precision. Take time. Countless sparks splashed. But he didn't let his body step back even half a step. This trick, for Kyunkai, will cause damage, less than 0.1. The damage is negligible. Izzy, who was beside him, started broadcasting in real time. Very good defense. Then next. Let's test the attack power again. Think here. Levi suddenly raised his hand. When the left hand is wrapped, the whip of Amazon is about to be pulled in the hand. While this whip on, full of barbs, but can't hurt Levi one bit. After holding the long whip in his hand, he suddenly pulled it towards him. Huge amounts of power. Immediately, Norman on the other end of the long side flew towards the Golden Knight uncontrollably. And Levi. He also suddenly clenched his right fist. Facing the flying Norman, he swung it out. And Norman, who is in the air, wants to block. But it's too late. I can only watch the guy's fist, in front of my eyes. Constantly zoom in. Next second. Boom. The terrifying power slanted out in an instant. It slammed into Norman's face. Chapter 100. Norman flew upside down. He fell to the ground on his back. Its face. There was also a small crack. Blood flowed out from the crack, making his face even more hideous. Oops. I'm really sorry. The first attack, the force is not small, the heart is too big. I saw Levi, withdrew his right fist. After using it, he said to Norman who was lying on the ground. However, in that tone, it was full of mockery. This made Norman, who fell to the ground, extremely annoyed. Damn it! I want you to know the price of provoking me. This Norman lay on the ground with his claws on the ground. On the ground of the platform, traces were drawn out. Soon, he got up from the ground. The super recovery force stopped the blood on his face from flowing. He squatted on the ground slightly, like a tiger. His eyes stared at the Golden Thousand Knights opposite. Then his legs suddenly accelerated and attacked this guy. This time, this Norman gave up all sorts of bells and whistles. Get ready for pure hand-to-hand combat and let this guy see. What is the horror of Amazon? B. This Amazon Knight, the most powerful, is naturally its melee ability. Iron Man Tony before, with Spider Rider Parker. They all fell under his crazy attack. Now, this guy is no exception. Die to death. I saw that Norman had arrived in front of the Golden Knight in an instant. Dark claws, tear the air. Aim at the Golden Knight's face and grab it. However, the Golden Knight on the opposite side stepped back slightly. It was extremely easy to avoid this fatal blow. However, at the moment, Norman's other hand, but from the diagonal, suddenly pulled out. Take its heart. I didn't expect it. This is my real killer move. Norman said coldly in his heart. However, at the moment, the Golden Knight on the opposite side seemed to see through his trajectory. The body is slightly tilted again. Avoid this attack again. He has a knife instead. Hit that Norman, almost fell to the ground. Damn, come again. That Norman, quickly transformed himself. Attack the Golden Knight again. But every time, this Golden Knight can use the smallest angle to avoid his attack. And, in the gap of dodging, you can get a few punches every now and then. Heavy bombardment on Norman's body. The purple light spilled out, and Norman was beaten steadily. Simply powerless. There is no fighting back. How can this be? Norman was horrified. I said it before. This Golden Thousand Riders are thousands of times stronger than your Amazon cells. My strength is beyond your imagination. Levi looked at Norman opposite and said with a sneer. As the satellites Yak and Zaya, the first knight jointly created. This Golden Thousand Knights naturally reacted differently. Inside, it has its own combat assistance system. Operation ability, is 1000% of ordinary knights. In the shortest possible time. Through big data operation, the attack trajectory of the enemy's next few steps is obtained. That's right. It's a few steps. That is to say, you just throw a punch. This 1000 knights will be able to predict your 3, 4, or 5 punches. Then make a quick plan. This is where the Golden Thousand Knights are truly powerful. Whether it's defensive or offensive. It has already reached the Feidian Intelligence, and it has reached the peak at present. EP 19591900 Amazon. It can't even be compared to it at all. So, now the farce should end. Talking. Levi suddenly faced the front and threw a punch. A purple light shone from the fist in an instant. It slammed into Norman's belly. He hit his feet against the ground and retreated more than 10 meters. There were 2 marks on the ground of the platform. No. The victor must be me. Norman at the moment. There were many cracks all over the body. Blood rushed out from his body. Make it look. 4 flowers. Like a demon that crawled out of hell. But this guy. There seems to be no pain at all. The mind has been completely manipulated by madness. What? It raises its arms. Suddenly leap into the sky. Sweep towards Levi on the opposite side. Violent punish. That Amazon belt, also roars at the moment. This is the moment. This Norman's strongest trick, big cut. Once hit, there is no chance of survival. Yes. That's it. Then try this. Talking. Levi smiled coldly. Immediately, he raised his hand and pushed the surprise Nanyang Dopus program sublimation key on his waist. That belt center. Immediately, a dazzling golden light erupted. 1000 destruction. 1000 destruction. Next up. This golden light instantly converged towards its legs. Levi at the moment, also jumped out. Feet towards the front, suddenly bang. Gold and purple light, interweaving integrate. Like a shooting star. Gorgeous. The 2 are in the air and suddenly meet. I saw Levi's footsteps, like a meteor hitting the earth. In just a few seconds. On that Norman, he blasted dozens of feet. And that Norman's big cut also slashed the armor of the Golden Thousand Knights. Next up. The 2 passed by. Levi one flip. It landed firmly on the ground on the roof. The whole body was not damaged in any way. No harm was done to me. On the other side, Norman, the situation is not so good. I saw him fall to the ground. The body actually exploded in bursts. Boom. 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 One time. Fire up. When the smoke clears, it can be seen that Norman at the moment is extremely miserable. It's original hard armor. Between the explosions, it was cracked a lot. Countless thick black blood. From the bursting wound, it kept flowing. Chapter 101. He fell to his knees on the ground. The red light in the compound eyes seems to be extinguished. The whole person can be described as miserable to the extreme. It's on the brink of death. This is the Golden Thousand Knights, the ultimate destructive power. Just one hit. Just kicked Norman, who had been invincible before, to the brink of death. Levi, at the moment, is not in a hurry to fill up. Because the trigger time of the Canary device is approaching. I saw the Golden Thousand Riders, slowly walking to the front of the Canary device. Now. Count down to the distance. Just a few seconds left. I saw him raise his hand. With a punch, he swung towards the machine. Immediately smash the countdown screen to smash. Next up. Stab it. Electric light flows. The machine was burned directly. Among them, the Amazon solvent, 923 also stopped running immediately. Very good. Looking at the damaged machine in front of him, Levi nodded in satisfaction. So here it is. This problem is also solved. Levi took that reagent out of the machine. Then, he threw it at Yaz. Ready to bring it back to Feidian headquarters for preservation. Otherwise, this thing falls into the hands of the military or the government. Not sure what kind of moths will come up. And that's when Levi went to work on the Canary device. The Norman, who was on the verge of death, still did not give up his struggle. His hands are on the ground. Eyes full of unwillingness. No. I can't die here. I'm still leading the Osborn group. In his heart, he roared wildly. This obsession continued to spread in his heart. The Amazon cells in its body are rampant again. They unite and keep devouring. In less than a moment, he devoured the only human part left in Norman's body. Then, it proliferates like crazy. And Norman, there is no resistance at all. Let these Amazon cells run wild. Whoa! In less than a moment, I saw that its original scarlet eyes were completely shrouded in darkness at this moment. The mask on the lower part of the cheek slowly shattered, showing off his hideous fangs. And his body began to swell up. Under the ribs, there is a stab. There are actually 6 arms. And those wounds that have been repaired, at the moment open again. A strip of slender granulation tentacles gushed out from the crack. Spread behind him. And the driver worn on his waist was directly torn apart by the swollen body. Speak up. This Amazon drive, also known as the limiter. And now, the limiter disappears, and this Norman has no more scruples. The armor on that body also shattered piece by piece at this moment. With a burst of steam. This Norman has been completely Amazonized at this moment. Him at this moment. Human sanity has been wiped out by zombies. Completely transformed into a monster dominated by Amazon cells. Roar. Accompanied by a terrifying roar. Norman, who has been completely transformed into a rampant form, stands up again. Him at the moment. Already up to 3 meters. It has 8 arms. In addition, the tentacles continued to spread out behind him. It doesn't look like a human at all, but like the evil god in the Thulhu mythology. Law. This guy's desire to survive. Really tenacious. Levi at the moment, turn around. I saw behind him, this Norman's change. It's just that he didn't panic in the slightest. As if everything was as he expected. All right. Just test it with you, my new weapon. Levi sneered. Immediately raise his hand. I don't know where it came from, I took out a conical golden weapon. This weapon. Like a gun, like a sword. It looks kind of weird. There are some similarities with the Heisei sword of the Emperor. This is the exclusive weapon of Kamen Rider Kyunkai. Jackers, thousands of hijackers. It is different from ordinary weapons. Possess the ability to extract the power from the key of program sublimation and the key of extinction sublimation and use it for your own use. In the original, that old man used this weapon. Let Yuta Zunshi eat it several times. And as the president of Feidian Intelligence, Levi doesn't need to be like Jian when using this weapon. Take one by one from each other. After all, as the president of Feidian Intelligence, he has mastered all the procedures and keys to extinction. And those data have all been recorded. So, in this weapon, the power of those secret keys has already been stored. No additional suction is required. Then let me try it. Levi holds the 1,000 hijackers in his hand and shakes it lightly. Said very confidently. And at the moment, the runaway Norman on the opposite side attacked first. Brush brush. One time. There are countless tentacles, attacking Levi. Every tentacle, just like the whip before, incredibly fierce. The first to strike was a few tentacles that came from above. Levi flickers. One attack was avoided. That tentacle, handsome, hit the ground. It hit a deep ravine. Of course at the moment, the 1,000 kidnappers in Levi's hands suddenly burst into flames. He raised his weapon, aimed at the tentacles in the sky, and waved it fiercely. Jacking break. Jacking break. Drawl. Take time. A corrugated flame slanted out in an instant. Those tentacles in the sky. It was cut off in an instant and burned to the ground. And after the tentacles in this sky were cut off. Rooftop ground. But there are a few tentacles that quickly stretch out. Want to wrap around Levi's feet. Then Levi, lifting the 1,000 hijackers in the hands of 5.6, said nothing. The tip of the spear was suddenly smashed to the ground. Stab la la. A burst of ice and snow energy instantly tilted down from the tip of the spear. Freeze the whole ground. Those tentacles were instantly frozen in place. Can't move. This time, it is the energy of frozen Jixing. Ginger time. This runaway Norman lost several tentacles. However, behind him, there are still dozens of tentacles rhythmically. Well, now it's my turn to attack. Talking. Levi swiped the screen in the middle of the 1,000 hijackers. Selected Lightning Wasp program. Then, one pulled the tab behind the 1,000 hijackers. Stab la la. Take time. On the 1,000 hijackers, a shimmering golden and purple thunder shone. Chapter 102. Saw Levi lift up this 1,000 hijacker with thunder. But it didn't come out directly. Instead, lift it up and point it directly to the sky. I saw the tip of the spear, and directly released the full thunder into the sky. Stab la la. For a while, like golden lightning, it fell from the sky. Cut through the dark night sky. And at the moment, the masses below, because the big screen is closed. So I don't know what happened on the roof of the Osborn building. At this moment, they have almost given up their resistance. But right now, in that sky, a golden thunder flashed across. Everyone raised their heads and looked to the sky, amazed at the gorgeousness of that lightning. And before, the priest who had been kneeling silently on the ground, suddenly excited. Look! That's a miracle! God pierced the sky with golden thunder. Warning Osborn! He opened his hands and screamed, roar up. Come on! Everyone! Get down on your knees with me! Pray to God and defeat the evil Osborn! Talking! He immediately put his hands together and put them in front of him. Incomparably pious. The people present were also extremely desperate. See the priest like this. They also hurriedly knelt to the ground and prayed devoutly. For a while, the scene became a little funny. Didn't know they were worshipping God. Still Levi on Feidian Terrace. The only one without blind obedience is the Ames guard. At the moment, they've cleaned up most of the Amazon on site. But there are still some smart Amazon after eating and drinking. I noticed something was wrong. He quickly became a humanoid and hid in the crowd. Dodge the chase with hope. And the Ames guard is looking for traces of these guys. At the moment, Sister Blade raised her head and looked at the sky, the golden lightning flashed across. It was obvious at a glance that it was the action of the president. It looks. The battle above is almost over. Then you have to move faster. So, she flew into the air and began to look for the whereabouts of the remaining Amazon. And at the moment, on the roof, that golden thunder, leaning down. It just hit the tentacles of the rampant Norman. Stab la la. Lightning strikes. Immediately, the berserk Norman was electrocuted, and his heart was soaring. Those flying tentacles immediately slumped down. Seeing the tentacles doesn't work. The berserk Norman on the opposite side is completely crazy at this moment. It waved 8 arms, and its huge body rushed towards the opposite Levi. I vowed to tear it apart. Is this your last resort? That's it. Then I'll let you know. What is true terror? Levi smiled coldly. Now, raise your hand. From the belt, he pulled out the black goldworm secret key. And then inserted it into the 1000 hijackers. Amazing horn. Amazing tentacles. Proceis key confirmio. Program key authentication. Ready to break. Ready to break. Thousands of hijackers immediately made bursts of sound. Then, he pulls again. 1000 rise, 1000-fold upgrade. With sound effects. 8 animal stamps of different shapes and colors appeared around Levi. Next up, Levi lifts the 1000 hijackers and lays them in front of him. The 8 engraved seals release different rays of light. Transform into a phantom of animals. Falcon flying, wolf shooting, shark bite, boxing king. One by one, they flap their wings and scratch their claws. Eager to try. Waiting to strike. Go to me. Levi took the hijacking sword and pointed at the giant in front of him. Falcon flaps its wings, the wolf howls. Sharks swing their wings, King Kong swings their fists. In an instant, these animal phantoms of different colors and endless shapes ran straight towards the monster. They are swarming. Launched a terrifying attack on it. That berserk Norman, waving 8 arms. I want to smash them away. But to no avail at all. That falcon phantom, suddenly came to its eyes. Sharp claws, immediately grabbed towards its head. And that assaulted the wild wolf, the wolf's head stubbornly bit its neck. Other animal phantoms also perform their duties. Wrap around this guy. Offensive. Roar. That huge monster, struggling to tear up. But it was beaten back and forth again and again. Then, goodbye. With that said, Levi took back the 1000 hijackers. Next up, the 8 animal phantoms burst open together. Boom. This time, Norman's huge body exploded directly. The flame rises up with the electric light. Destroy everything on this rooftop. Next up, countless minced meat, like fireworks. Towards the ground and all around, falling away. And the people below. Then only a dull roar was heard. And the dazzling fire, shining on the top of the Osborn building. It's like a punishment. God appears. When the priest saw this scene, he cheered roar loudly. And the people behind them are excited. If this picture, let Levi see. I'm afraid it will lightly 923 laugh. Isn't this God himself? This armor, don't need to be called Kyunkai, just call God. But it didn't take long for them to be happy. In the sky, some flesh and blood fell. These flesh and blood seemed to be somewhat corrosive. Everyone hurriedly hurried to avoid. And some of these dropped in the sewer. Among them, the Amazon cell integrates with water quality. Immediately drifted away into the distance. And on the rooftop, watching Norman explode into countless pieces, Levi chuckled. Then he disarmed himself and returned to his original appearance. Now, everything is finally resolved perfectly. Next. Just wait quietly. Correct. Where is Connors being held now? Levi suddenly seemed to think of something. Immediately asked Izzy, who was beside him. This Connors is an expert in biology. The reason why this Amazon research went so quickly and smoothly. Most of the credit goes to him for sure. And next. Levi may also draw some of the biology-based Kamen Rider world. Naturally need such talents to help yourself start. Of course it can't be left here. Let the government guys pick it up. Return to the ticket president. He's also being held in the deepest depths of the Osborn Group's underground experimental floor. Chapter 103. Izzy long before. It has already invaded the central computer of the Osborn Group. So naturally, the place where Dr. Connors is being held is clear. Booba and Wei, what are you doing now? Levi asked again. They're hunting the remaining Amazon. Izzy clicked on his earphones and replied immediately. Make them stop hunting. The rest of the Amazon, leave it to the government and the police. Their mission now. It was a secret that Dr. Connors was brought back to Feidian headquarters. Levi immediately ordered. With the strength of Unbroken and Via. Most of the Amazon on site must have been cleaned up. There are at most dozens of Amazons left. These remnants of Amazon have not been able to set off any storms. But it can still bring some panic. So here it is. They're flying electric security type Humaja, sales will definitely increase again. Why not do it? All right. Now, go back to headquarters first. With that said, Levi turned around. He walked towards his fighter jet. Now, he's going back to the company to take stock of the gains from the operation. Understood, President. Izzy followed behind, when the news was about to be passed on to the two of Ren Via and Buppo. Then, together with Levi, stepped into the plane. The fighter stealth mode was activated again. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared next to the Osborn building. It was as if no one had ever been there. And at the moment, the gate of the platform that day burst open with a bang. A figure suddenly rolled from inside. With a bow and arrow in hand, it scans the four directions. But not even a ghost shadow was seen. I saw at the moment. The entire rooftop is empty. Only the remnants of flesh and blood, and the blasting machine. This guy is no one else. It was Hawkeye before. After climbing the 108th floor elevator, he finally reached the top floor. How do you know? Just arrived, but this scene is in front of you. What's happening here? He was bewildered. After hesitating for a while, he had to report the news to Nick Fury. And the news of Norman's death. Spread it right away. The top management immediately stopped the previous plan. In order to prevent the information from being wrong, they sent a small force to investigate. And Benua below received the news. Immediately landed from the sky. She immediately took several AIMS team members and sneaked into the underground experimental lair. Finally, in the innermost experimental prison, Dr. Connors was found in a coma. Go on. Kazuya waved his hand. The few AIMS players behind him immediately picked up the pockmarks. Wrapped up Dr. Connors. Then, from another exit, take it out. Soon after, the forces of the military have finally reached the vicinity. After investigation, it was finally determined that this was the death of Norman Osborn. But, about how did Norman Osborn die? They all looked bewildered. However, in order to reassure people as soon as possible, they announced the news just as the people at the scene said. It was God who sent divine punishment and solved Osborn. During the interview, the priest pointed to the sky and said. The words were filled with awe. That's right. I also saw it, a golden thunder came down. Hack that Norman Osborn and the machine. A black ant talking to the camera. For a while. This riot caused by the Osborn group. Finally, with such a funny ending, the curtain came to an end. Definitely. In private, the federal government and S.H.I.E.L.D. launched a joint operation. An undercover investigation has been carried out on the scene. Hope to find out the truth. But after a long investigation, there was no result. This thing has to be over. On the contrary, I am very interested in this Amazon cell, some careerists. In the black market, a high price bounty is offered. Want to get some Amazon cell solvent? But, thanks to the disappearance of Dr. Connors. In this Amazon solvent, the most critical link is missing. So, those in the Osborn group, the remaining staff. In any case, it is impossible to replicate the original experiment. This makes those careerists feel a disappointment. Besides, the most striking of this turmoil, and it belongs to the 4 Kamen Riders who appeared. Needless to say about Iron Man. As soon as the turmoil ended, he was rushed to the hospital for treatment. But this Tony, apart from breaking 2 ribs, was fine. As soon as he was discharged from the hospital, he went straight to the laboratory. Get ready for a new round of transformation on your knight armor. And the Spider Knight disappeared after the turmoil. Actually, Parker, who was knocked out, quickly woke up. In order not to reveal the identity, he immediately disarmed, took Ned, and dived into the sewers again. Put those equipment in his father's laboratory. And Renwei A and Bulletin Po, with their handsome transformation, their popularity has greatly increased. With that, Feidian's reputation is also improving rapidly. One time, orders are flying like snowflakes. NYPD, in recognition of the contributions of the Ames Guard, specially awarded a medal for it. And the big companies, after seeing the power of those knights in this turmoil, they also believe that this armor is the trend of the future. Then, immediately invested funds and launched research on this armor technology. And the Melon Eaters. This turmoil is also called the prelude to the mask era. And just when the outside, promised Zhao, was in turmoil, our originator, the man behind it, Levi, has returned to his president's office. After the screen backs off or so, then he opened his own system. This time, the world points in the system have reached an unprecedented level. 3 million points. This is after the turmoil. Levi gets world points. Far more than it was when you killed Jinbei, or conquered Winter Soldier. But think about it too. This time, he started the layout a month ago. In the end, hundreds of Amazons were made. The 4 Kamen Riders headed by Iron Man are also involved. In the end, he appeared in person and killed the boss Norman Osborn. The sensation caused is self-evident. That's how you get so many world points. It is also normal. That being the case, then this time, let's draw a medium-level masked world. Chapter 104. Talking. Levi raised his hand and opened the extraction page. The medium-level world is more expensive than the lower-level world. Its extraction fee is as high as 2.5 million points. Compared with the low-level world, it is 2.5 times more expensive. But expensive also has expensive benefits. Compared with the lower world, the inheritance of this medium-level world is often more complete. And, in addition to inheritance, it will also come with some fun giveaways. Maybe a character in that world, or some of the items in it. Definitely. What can you get? It's all up to your own luck. Then, let's begin. Levi raised his hand and paid out 2.5 million world points. Whoa! With the disappearance of the world point, the sound of the system rang. Ding! Congratulations on your chance to win the medium-level world lucky draw *1. Do you want to start drawing now? Definitely. Levi doesn't have the slightest hesitation. He spoke immediately. Ding! congratulations on getting the medium level World Heritage Card 1, the character drawing card 1, note, 927 are used together. Cough. It seems that this time, in addition to being able to obtain the inheritance of Masked World, I can still draw one person from that world. Interesting. Seeing this, Levi said with a smile. That's it. Then let me see first, which medium-level world was drawn this time. Talking. He raised his hand and took out the system inheritance card from the system space. This card exudes a bright light. With a flick of a flip, Levi saw the front of it. On that card, there is a knight printed on it. It's just that compared to other knights, this guy is obviously a lot weirder. He is two-colored. The left is green, and the right is cool black. Look. It's like putting it together. On the upper left of the knight, there are two humans standing. One holds a hat, and the other holds a book. No one else. It is two knights in one, Kamen Rider W. Is it really W? After seeing this, CBFG, card, the corner of Levi's mouth immediately showed a smile. To know. This Kamen Rider W is one of his favorite works among the knights. Both the quality and the story. All are outstanding. The popularity among knight fans is also high. And this Kamen Rider W, compared to other works, is very different. Number. It is his protagonist. Tough guy Taros Yang, soft and cute Philip. Complement each other. Throughout the entire knight work, it is the first one with dual protagonists. The latest Kamen Rider Revis has a taste of imitating it. In addition, this drama is presented in the form of a unit drama. 2 episodes and 1 case, very interesting. Many cases, also related to the main line, are extremely delicate. Besides, its story is also very interesting. Taking Fengdu as his main stage. In the Wind Capital, there is a family named Sonosaki family. And the patriarch Sono Sakuri Yubei, when he was young, once discovered a ruin. It's called the Well of the Earth. Here, the will data of the earth is stored. Sonosaki Ryuhei was shocked when he discovered its mysterious power. So I spent a lot of time on it. And dispatched staff to extract the data. Then after packaging and testing, the existence of the name Gaia memory was obtained. In these, Gaia memory, different data is stored. It can make human beings gain incredible power. Definitely. As experiments, they still have certain flaws. Then, Sonosaki Ryuhei has established a mysterious organization called Museum. And, through this organization, sell that Gaia memory. Use those ordinary people as your own experimental subjects. Use this to collect data and improve the product. And Fengdu, because of this Gaia memory, reduced to a laboratory. From time to time, monsters called Dumbo appear and make chaos. In order to maintain the peace of Fengdu, Shotaro Zo, a private detective, comes forward. Together with his partner who owns the Earth Library, Philip. Transform into Kamen Rider W. Fight with chivalry and fight against those chaotic doppelgangers. This is the general plot of Kamen Rider W. Then now, let me see what inheritance this world can bring me. Talking. Levi has no hesitation. One will inherit the card and crush it. Time required. That inheritance card burst open. It turned into a ray of light and poured straight into his mind. Compared with the inheritance of the previous low-level world, this medium-level world heritage is even more majestic. Levi squeezed his office chair and closed his eyes. It took a while to absorb. This is the true acceptance of the heritage. Next up, he felt the knowledge that the W world brought him. After a long time, he just opened his eyes. The brilliance shines in it. In fact, different from the normal world. This W world has brought him 2 different system technologies. First, naturally, it is the inheritance of Gia's memory. He has acquired most of the memories of the Sono Soccer Yubei. It tells how he extracted data from the well of the earth. Then carry out the technique of encapsulation test. But right now in the world of Marvel, there is no well of earth. And this second item is another technique. Its name is never, not decedent. This is the technology researched by Gideo's mother in the theatrical version of W. In the original, Deo self-denial, at the age of 16, died in a traffic accident. But as his mother, Maria. But I am not reconciled to my son's death. So, she devoted herself to research. Dive into the theoretical conception of decedent's rebirth. Ultimately, after decades of hard work, she finally brought her son back to life successfully. That is the later Deo self-denial. But compared to the completeness of Gia memory technology, this never, not decedent, technology is only approximate. There is no complete experimental data. Chapter 105. Want to make it happen? Extensive experimentation must also be performed. Definitely. It's a pity though. But it's not too big of a problem. As long as you assemble your own people, I believe it will be reproduced sooner or later. But then again, these two technologies are all invested by Consortium X. As the villain organization in Kamen Rider W. They are really rich. According to memory, they invested $35 billion in Never technology alone. And for Gia memory, they also paid a price of $40 billion US. It is inhumane. Not only that, in some of the subsequent works, it can often be seen. The core coin in Kamen Rider 000, the Switch in Size A, the game cassette in X8. More or less, all have received its investment. Consortium X isn't an ATM either, though. All their investments are to share the experimental results of the investors. And their own combat effectiveness is also very strong, often surpassing the researchers originally. So, naturally, you don't have to worry about the other party's breach of contract. And now, acquired both technologies myself. It can also be regarded as an indirect inheritance of the mantle of this Consortium X. In fact, long before, Levi has thought about his future development route. As that world point increases, the world heritage that he can have will inevitably increase constantly. But so many world heritages. It is definitely impossible for him, each one develops by itself. Definitely. Some of these less useful techniques or inheritances, he can give to others. Let it do research and use on its behalf. Just like that Amazon cell. It's perfect to use it to entrap a wave of competitors. However, technologies like Gia memory and Never, not decedent, are not suitable for doing so. After all, he didn't want to make a father for himself like Lao Qian did. So, for this kind of world inheritance, his best way is to be like Consortium X. Go behind the scenes yourself. Then support one force after another and work for yourself. Wait until it actually ripens before harvesting the fruit. In order to fool Winter Soldier, he once described the Consortium X in the data. And now, it's time to make that Consortium X a reality. Next, your own goals. It is multi-line development. This Feidian Intelligence, as the existence on the bright side. Earn money. And secretly, he will also establish other organizations. Wait until these organizations have grown and grown. Even if Thanos came, he didn't need to worry too much. Alright. Then next. Let me see again. From the world of Kamen Rider W, who else can we draw? Recovering from that thought, Levi said lightly. Immediately, he raised his hand. The character summoning card appeared in his hand. Levi read the rule of the summoning card. It can summon any character in the W world. It may be the two protagonists Philip and Taro Show. It may also be villains like Jiu Tao Shun and Brother E. Definitely. What can be drawn depends on luck as well. In theory, as long as the characters that have appeared, it is possible to be summoned. But fortunately, in this world of W, there are many beauties. Not to mention those main characters. Even the supporting roles are dazzling enough. Tyrannosaurus Girl, Female Magician, Queen of Fenghua High School and more. All are excellent. Then, let's get started. Levi has no hesitation. With a raised hand, this character summoning card was thrown out. I saw it fly into the air. Immediately it turned into a ray of light and fell on the ground. Soon, a figure appeared. He turned around, his bright eyes were moving, and his makeup was cool. She is a rare beauty. Late, interesting. Levi sitting in a luxurious office chair with Erlang's legs crossed. Looking at the person in front of him, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. 4 flowers. Because she is no one else. It is the queen of the museum, Sono Sakiko. Speak up. She is also a villain in W. He came from the Sonosaki family, a famous family in Fengdu. Father, it is Sonosaki Bei, the king of fear of Kazuto. As the eldest daughter of the family, she was exposed to family affairs very early. Relatively kind sister. She is obviously a lot more mature. If we assume young Wakana is just a budding rose. And this child is already a blooming rose. Not only noble and prickly in the original book, but the existence of 3 brothers-in-law died. It is a rare femme fatale. Really? As soon as this Sono Sakiko came, he looked around vigilantly. Where is this place? She looked very alert. Originally, I was at home, having dinner with my father and sister. Did not expect. In a blink of an eye, I came here. Glancing around, Psycho found that there was a very luxurious office around. At the desk in front of him, a very handsome man looked straight at him. Presumptuous. I'm asking you something. Seeing that the other party did not answer his own question, Sono Sakiko immediately got a little angry. However, Levi, who was on the opposite side, still did not speak. If that's the case, don't blame me for being rude. Talking. Out of nowhere, she pulled out the drive. It was strapped around her slender waist. Crack. This earth drive, wear it immediately. Next up, a golden memory also appeared in his hands. This is the most precious, golden memory of the Sonosaki family. Interesting. Did not expect. Except for summoning this psycho. It actually comes with an earth drive and a gold memory. Looks like I'm lucky this time. Levi sat in the chair like this, silently admiring the performance of Sono Sakiko in front of him. Chapter 106. But have to say, this earth drive is really rough. There is no decoration on the surface. It looks so ugly. But think about it. The Sonosaki clan are not Kamen Riders either. This earth drive is nothing but a virus that they use to block memory. And at the moment, Sakiko Sono has pressed the memory button. Forbidden. The memory made a sound. Then it was inserted into the earth drive and disappeared. Next up, I saw a burst of light flow. That Sono Sakiko's body also began to change. In less than a moment, she became like the Gorgon Medusa. Its body flew into the air. Full of power. Now, let me show you how good I am. Time required. 927. A purple ball of light appeared in her hands. However, facing the threat of this Maru Sakiko, Levi wasn't the least bit flustered. He sat quietly on the spot, just raised his hand slightly. Snapped his fingers. Next second. Stab la la. I saw a powerful electric current that quickly swept through the whole body of that Sono Sakiko. She immediately fell from the air. Get on the ground. Back to human form. How is this possible? Sono Sakiko was horrified. To know. She has never had the experience of being interrupted before. How did this guy in front of him do it? And the golden memory that gave her evolution also fell to the ground. After jumping twice, it just landed at Levi's feet. He bent down and picked it up. Then he got up from the office chair. It's a perfect masterpiece. Look at the golden memory in his hand. Levi couldn't help but praise. Give me back. Sono Sakiko, who collapsed below, was still stubborn. It seems. By now. You still don't understand your situation. Levi walks in front of that Sono Sakiko. Raise your hands. He tapped his forehead. The contract about summoning immediately appeared in her mind. After receiving this information, Sono Sakiko's expression changed from stunned to angry. You are now just one of my slaves. Levi has his hands behind his back, looking at Sono Sakiko below from a height below zero. Yes. As a summoner, he has the power to decide everything about the summoned. Even his life and death are only within his own thoughts. How is this possible? Sono Sakiko's eyes trembled slightly. After all, seconds ago, she is still the queen on the top. Control everything in Fengdu. It can be called above one person and below 10,000 people. And now, he has become a prisoner of others. This kind of thing, who is it? Can't accept it all at once. She raised her hand. Just wanted to resist. Yet at this moment, she suddenly caught a glimpse of Levi's eyes. Those eyes seemed calm. But in it contains supreme majesty. Just like her father. His movements immediately froze in place. Then, start choosing now. Submit, or die. Levi opened his hands and asked dignifiedly. After that Sono Sakiko was silent for a moment. She chose to lower her head. I choose, surrender. Very good. You made the right choice. Levi raised the chin of Sono Sakiko and said admiringly. After all, for this beauty, he couldn't bear it any longer, and hurt the killer. And for this round Sakiko, he also has other arrangements. That's it. Then go back to the manor with me first. Levi lifted her up and said lightly. A day later. In the manor. Within the bedroom. Sono Sakiko, wearing silk pajamas, is sitting on the sofa beside her. The curves are all in. She has red wine in one hand. The other hand is flipping through the information about this world. Compare her world. This Marvel world, in fact, is not much different. After all, compared to the original world, she wasn't very happy either. On the contrary, this world gave her some freshness that she had never had before. How are you looking? And right now? Levi on the side, in a bathrobe, came out. Well, that's almost it. What do you mean? Want me to form a new museum organization in this world? Produce Gaia memory for you? Sono Sakiko raised her head and asked. That's right. Levi walked over to her. Put it in your arms. To know. Nowadays. In his hand, in fact, there is only one card called Humagia. However, this repair magia, but there is a limit. They appear as low-end soldiers, which is not bad. However, if you want to become a high-end combat power, it is somewhat difficult. After all, this world is only a low-level world. The strongest among them is just Yake. In the world of Marvel, at best, it will be comparable to Ultron. Such a little strength is far from enough. So, except for constantly developing this Magia soldier, Levi also needs to cultivate some high-end combat power. And these high-end combat power, humans are required to do it. After all, most of the night system is carried out by people. Moreover, almost all night systems have the possibility and opportunity to break through the upper limit. That's what's called a battle of the mind. And the source of this power is the consciousness, belief, etc. of the incarnation. And this Gaia memory can be used as a pilot experiment. Help him collect data. Thus 5.6 paves the way for future planning. And this garden is the person in charge of Gaia memory. Ability is no doubt. So, Levi arranged to be the head of the Gaia memory project, and of course there was no problem. But, is there a question? There is no well of earth in this place. How to make Gaia's memory? On the side of the garden, lying on Levi. Asked openly. To know. Her father, Sonosaki Ryabi. The reason why Gaia memory can be created. All thanks to the discovery of the well of the earth in the early years. But now, this is the world of Marvel. Chapter 107. Levi heard. Smile lightly. In fact, about this question. After he obtained the inheritance of that Kamen Rider I thought about it for a while. But soon, he found a solution. This Sonosaka Yubei created a memory. The most important thing is the Earth memory data. And in this Marvel world, also hides such Earth memory data. However, they are not in the well. And in the body of a group of people. That's right. This group of people is mutant. In fact, this world is not a pure MCU, Marvel movie world. Rather, it is more like a world of American manga integrates. Among them, there are many traces of mutant existence. In fact, as early as a few years ago, when I just crossed over Levi to figure it out. What world is he in? I've done a lot of research. And these data all show the existence of mutant. They had a lot of big events in the 60s and 70s. But later, because of the strong intervention of the 21 government, the turmoil caused by these mutants was quickly suppressed. Related events also dissipate over time. As a result, many people today are unaware of their existence. And these mutants, because of fear of oppression, many also hid and disappeared. This also leads to very little news about them nowadays. Mutant. Sono Sakiko looks very surprised. Levi picked up the phone beside him. Project some information out. Then, he picked up the red wine on the side and said while drinking. That's right. In those mutant genes, it is very likely that this Earth's memory data is lurking. In fact, in past lives, he has also seen the origin story of mutant in some materials. Legend. The birth of this mutant may be related to this Marvel world, the most mysterious group, the God group. Million years ago, this group of gods once descended on the earth. In order to carry out some kind of experiment, these powerful beings will transfer some memory data of this earth, implanted in the human body. Some people, awakening memories associated with it, get the extraordinary ability. And these awakening ability guys are called mutants. There are treasure houses hidden in their bodies. Just dig it out. Then you can build Gaia's memory for his use. I see. Sonosaki nodded. If there are those mutants, as experimental material, according to the research results of another world, I believe that soon, they will be able to study the memory of Gaia. But the problem is, where to find these mutants? To know. These guys are not Huxia cabbage. You can see it on the street. They hide in a huge human race. There are only a few 100,000. Or even less. Compared to the entire population of the Earth, it is only 1 in 10,000. Want to find them? Undoubtedly looking for a needle in a haystack. Even with the help of the satellites Zia and Yake. It's not easy either. Faced with this question, Levi once again smiled faintly. In fact, this is what Sakiko thinks about. Of course he can think of it. So, When I left Feidian before, he arranged for Izzy and Yaz work together to search for a person's whereabouts. Rest assured. For this, I have long been prepared. Let's go. Probably at the moment, they have already found out. Levi put down the wine glass in his hand. Soon after, in the living room, Levi came out first. Izzy was already waiting there. How's the investigation going? Izzy. Levi found a sofa at random and sat down, then asked. Go back to the president. It's been investigated. This is the information you want. I saw Izzy, and patted my hand lightly. In front of the living room, some virtual materials appeared immediately. And at the moment, Sono Sakiko, wearing a gorgeous long dress, just happened to walk out of it. She happened to see the profile picture of a man's head. Colonel Stryker. That's right. Levi asked Izzy to investigate. It was William Stryker. This William Stryker is not easy. The 70s and 80s. He once served in the US Army because his position was colonel. So everyone called him Colonel Stryker. It used to work under Dr. Tesluk. This Dr. Tesluk is the character in X-Men, Days of Future Past. He once proposed the Sentinel Project. Fight mutant with this. In the movie, that Sentinel, in 2020, research success. Not only is it highly intelligent, moreover, it can also absorb the ability of those mutants. For its use. It's so powerful. Relying on this Sentinel, the government carried out a mass slaughter of mutant. Those X-Men were slaughtered. Finally had to unite. Traveling through time and space, I want to destroy the Sentinel in its infancy. Definitely. This is just the plot of the movie. In this world, this does not happen. That Dr. Tesluk, 927 for some unexpected reason, died very early. Colonel Stryker, on the other hand, inherited his mantle. Decades after this, research on mutant has been going on. The birth of Deadpool. It seems to be his handwriting. In his experimental base, there are naturally rich mutant materials. Find him. The research on Gaia memory is bound to go a lot better. And at the moment, after seeing this profile of Colonel Stryker, Levi hands crossed. Light in the eyes. A plan that takes shape in an instant. Tooth, come here. He waved his hand and pulled Sono Sakiko to his side. Then started talking about other plans. The plan this time. It's very important to him. When I was looking at the Stryker profile just now, he also remembered the episode that reversed the future. The Sentinel inside is very similar to his Humaja. Perhaps. Wait until that Gaia memory is developed. He will also try to integrate the two. See if you can make a robot comparable to Sentry. If the experiment really succeeds, then his strength will also expand unprecedentedly. Definitely. All this is just an idea. It takes one step at a time. Chapter 108. Definitely. Now, the most important thing. Or research the memory cover first. Others can be discussed later. Right, Izzy? Help me connect to the thunder of death. Levi raised his head and looked at Izzy beside him. Okay, Mr. President. Izzy nodded immediately. Then he raised his hand and tapped his earphones. Time required. Then they connected to the people who came to the thunder of destruction. I saw that on the virtual screen. 4 purple boxes popped up immediately. Next up, 4 figures appeared one after another. It is the 4 people of the thunder of destruction. After seeing Levi, they put their hands in front of them and went to worship together. See the president. See the people in front of you. A smile appeared on the corner of Levi's mouth. Speak up. The 4 got together. It's quite like the 4 horsemen in X-Men, Apocalypse. In fact, since last time, they have been summoned together. completed the mission to assassinate Kim and the mercenary president. The four of them dispersed and carried out their respective tasks. Destroyed, responsible for the formation of an underground force. For some of the Hydra members who were involved in it before, an assassination campaign. Definitely, also take some missions in the dark web. In a short period of time, he gained some fame. Death is his deputy, taking care of the organization. At the same time, constantly collecting some underground intelligence. Just in case. Enlay was sent to the satellite Gaia to repair some fortifications. It wasn't until a few days ago that it returned to Earth. Compare them before. The changes are not too big. And this is the biggest change. It's going to be one of them. Because of the last assassination, this soon looked very unprofessional. So after that, he was brought back to the underground laboratory. It has been remodeled and upgraded. Just finished the upgrade a few days ago. At the moment of Sun, it looks more stable and mature. Now he is wearing a suit. The hair is also very soft. You can't even see how frizzy it was at first. Very good. So annihilated. Tell me about your recent situation. Levi sat on the sofa and asked a question. Follow your orders, Mr. President. Destroyed in an orderly manner and reported his own situation. After hearing this, Levi nodded involuntarily. This extinction is indeed Yaka's most satisfying work. It's in a very short time. A well-organized assassination squad has been established. And soon on the dark web. Gained quite a bit of fame. And that death was equally fruitful. After the two finished reporting, there was a smile on the corner of Levi's mouth. You are doing great. But next. I need you, put down the task at hand for the time being. Unite and complete a mission together. Levi said lightly. And this task? Definitely accompany Sono's Akiko to Striker's base. Collaborated. And why? To create this thunder of destruction in one breath. First. This Colonel Stryker, as the big villain in the X-Men. It is not a simple existence. Because he was originally, just an ordinary person. So usually, stay in the base. However, if you want to discuss cooperation with him, you must see him in person. This base is easy to defend and difficult to attack. In the movie, even the X-Men took a lot of effort to get through it. Second, if the two sides want to cooperate, they must show their respective strengths. Only when the strengths are similar will there be cooperation. Otherwise, it would not be cooperation, but unilateral crushing. So, before collaborating, he's going to show that Stryker the horror of their consortium X. Otherwise, when the two sides cooperate, there will inevitably be gaps. Definitely. As for after researching the Gaia memory, what will happen to both sides? That's not what at the moment Levi needs to consider. So, this action. Levi will gather all this thunderbolt of death. The purpose is to stun Colonel Stryker hard. Let him see how terrifying the power in his hands is. It is also convenient to gain more voice in cooperation. Everything, follow the President's orders. And after Levi, after revealing his plan, those four had no hesitation at all. Immediately bent down, Chi claimed. $7. Izzy. Go down and get ready. In a moment, let them go. Levi sat on the sofa and said with a chuckle. Okay, President. After speaking, Izzy went out and made preparations. Lake Alkali. It is located in the far north of the United States. There are lush vegetation and many lakes. And this Alkali Lake is the largest of them. To take advantage of this abundant water resource, so a dam was built near this lake. And at the moment, in the sky, a fighter jet flew from a distance. Then it landed steadily in the forest around the dam. The door is slowly opening. The thunder of destruction, in order, walk out of it in turn. The first to appear, of course, is to destroy the father. At the moment, he is still dressed as before. Wearing a long cannon, don't be too sharp at the waist. His face was stern and unsmiling. And the death of this second person, although the setting is female Humagia. But the dress is promised, neutral. She looks very handsome in a black trench coat. The next step is the completion of the transformation. At this moment, he is unusually stable, with a very friendly smile on his face. Last appearance. It is Lei, whose dressing style is very different from the other three. It's a set of tooling, and the expression looks like a condescending one. Among these three people, it seems a little out of place. He was wearing a work uniform and looked a little sloppy. And as the person in charge of this operation, Sono Sakiko, with the utmost courtesy, appeared behind the four. Hey! Is this the base that Izzy was investigating? Looks like nothing. Is this the base that Izzy detected? How does it look? There is nothing. Ray has his hands in his trouser pockets, looking into the distance and saying, Rod. Chapter 109. And just when Ray was complaining, there was another person who also saw the scene. Needless to say, it was Levi. Right now, he is sitting comfortably on the sofa in the living room. From their perspective, watching the live broadcast. Have to say, this place is quite similar to 01 Middle School, the town of Dawn that was bombed. The same lake. The same dam. 01, here was used as the base of the Thunder of Destruction. And here, it became the place where Colonel Stryker used to study the mutant. I have to say, destiny is really wonderful. So now, just look at the Thunder of Destruction, how to operate. Thinking of this, Levi raised his hand and ordered a cup of milk tea. Then he continued to watch with gusto. And at the moment, in the scene, just when Lei was looking around, confused. Originally, she died silently by the side. At the moment, she suddenly raised her palm. Immediately after that, the light flashed. A miniature map of the dam base appeared on her palm. Send. Do you have the map of this base? Lei was stunned when he saw it. Before we set off, Izzy had already sent us the map of this base. Don't you? Do you know? Dead said with a flat face. Really? Lei scratched his hair and hurriedly checked his mailbox. Only then did he realize that there was indeed a base map sent by Izzy. I'm sorry, no. I'm so sorry. He immediately apologized. He gave him a look and continued with the pair of three-dimensional maps of the base that appeared. Their entrance is in the third flood discharge of this dam. Now, we just follow the path marked by Izzy. You can get there. Then, let's go. After she finished speaking, she folded her palms and took the lead in walking towards the target point. That's right. She is the person in charge of this operation, appointed by Levi. After all, among the group, this silence is too few, and Lei 930 is too noisy. Psycho is too arrogant, and Sun has just been remodeled. Only Death, delicate mind, suitable for this position. The group, led by Death, walked towards the entrance of the base. And at the moment, inside the dam base, one by one experimenters are using various instruments to conduct various inhumane experiments on the mutant. From time to time, all kinds of shrill screams can be heard. And right in the center, a middle-aged man, facing a mutant with a special appearance, was injecting something. What? Damn! When I escape, I will definitely kill you all. The mutant growled. However, when the middle-aged man on the opposite side heard it, he couldn't help but smile coldly. Escape, the mutant I'm imprisoning here. Never have ever been able to escape. Saying that, he pulled the switch on the side. Stab la la. That mutant, even trembling with electricity. The body is also undergoing some changes. That's right. This guy is the head of the place, Colonel Stryker. Looking at the painful expression on the mutant's face, there was a cruel smile on this guy's face. And at the moment, in the monitoring room of the dam base, several staff members are mobilizing drones around the dam, scanning back and forth. However, at this time, the drone quickly locked on several targets. And on the screen, it's marked. An unidentified person has been detected breaking in. The identity is unknown, please deal with it in time. After hearing the sound, the monitoring personnel immediately became alert. To know. This dam is located in the wilderness. There is no trace of human beings to be seen all year round. But now, suddenly there are unidentified people breaking in. If you think about it with your cerebellum, you also know that it must be a bad person. However, they dare not jump to judgment. So, they immediately reported this news to the top person in charge of the base. That is the actual ruler here, Colonel Stryker. Soon after, Colonel Stryker, who received the news, came to the monitoring room. Looking at several figures on the screen, his eyes became sharp. The direction of these guys, if I'm not wrong, it should be the entrance to your base. Thinking of this, his brows could not help but wrinkle. Have someone send a squad and get rid of them all. We are here, never allow exposure. Colonel Stryker put his hands on his hips and said coldly. After all, this is where they study mutants. Once leaked, it will inevitably lead to unnecessary trouble. If Professor X or Magneto knew, the consequences would be unimaginable. So, face any small threat. He will be strangled in the cradle. The soldier commander at the back, after getting the order, immediately went to the base and selected a pair of people. And then poured out of some secret passages in the base. Then he outflanked towards the Thunder of Destruction. And at the moment, the Destruction Thunder Squad has already arrived on the dam. The breeze by the lake is very pleasant. The view here is really nice. In space, you can't see. As he walked, Lei said chatteringly. There was a piece of grass in his mouth. He clasped his hands behind his head, looking very relaxed. This view is truly beautiful. Sun next to him nodded in praise with a smile on his face. Yet at this moment, avoid! Accompanied by the sound of eager footsteps, a group of armed men in camouflage suits have poured out from all around. Surround them in an instant. After seeing this scene, there is still a smile on the face over there. However, there was a hint of coldness in the smile. I didn't expect someone to come to greet us so soon. And at the moment, always seem cynical, chattering Ray. At this moment, the smile is also restrained. He spit out the grass in his mouth. Then raise your fists and squeeze each other. In fact, being naughty and jumpy is just a part of his character. After all, in this Thunder team, it is really too dull. Whether it is death or death, it is too silent. Really need a person who escapes and is naughty to make the atmosphere of the team not so dull. And when seriousness is required, this Thunder can also quickly get serious. Otherwise, Levi will also not give him the task of destroying mammoths and repairing satellites. Then next, let me do a show. Lei squeezed his fists and said imposingly. CBFG. He was just about to play. Who knew it was at this time? A hand was placed on his shoulder. Lei, let me come first. Lei turned his head and saw Sun, looking at him with a smile on his face. Exactly, test it. This remodeled situation. Sun's tone was very gentle. All right. That's it. Then let it go to you, boy. After listening, Lei nodded, and then retracted the drive. Just let me see. What has your boy been transformed into during this period of time? In fact, as the Death Thunder that was born almost at the same time. They know each other very well. However, this Sun was actually pulled back and rebuilt. This makes others, for at the moment Swift's strength. Some are still unclear. And Sun walked to the front of Lei. As he walked, he took out a red drive like a blade and carried it around his waist. In fact, while transforming it, Satellite Yake also upgraded his sublimator and secret key at the same time. Riser. With the sound of the sublimator starting, he immediately raised his right hand. Clap! I heard the rhythm of the chains. At this time, everyone noticed. On his right hand, there was actually a long chain with a fiery red and transparent secret key to program sublimation. This secret key is not the same as the one he had before. I can't think of you, boy. Even the secret key has been replaced with a new one. Really? If I knew earlier, I also begged the president, but I changed it to a new one. Seeing this, Lei scratched his hair angrily. I spent too much time in the space station by myself. As a result, this equipment has not had time to upgrade. Up to now, only the key to the dodo can be used. Sun heard Lei's complaint and smiled, but did not say yes. Instead, he took off the program sublimation key at the end of the chain. Then gently hold it in your hand. Then, he raised his head and glanced at the armed men in front. Then he raised his hand and pressed the button above. It was then inserted into the sublimer. Inferon Wing. Burn Rise, Burn Upgrade. Kamen Rider, Kamen Rider. Kamen Rider, Kamen Rider. Accompanied by the standby sound of the sublimator. Sun also pulled away the sublimation panel of the program of the Burning Falcon. Transform. Rise, Cut Upgrade. After pulling the trigger. Boom. I saw a huge falcon covered in flames, and it flew out of the sublimator in an instant. Look, what is that? Fire Phoenix. Is this guy really a mutant? After seeing the flying burning saffron, many armed men in front immediately panicked. They were all shocked. To know. They usually take care of that mutant though. I have also seen a lot of that strange ability. But he has never seen this ability that can summon a burning flamingo out of thin air. Quick, shoot. Shooting. Some of these guys immediately pulled the trigger. Da-da-da. For a while, the bullets are madly shot towards the thunder of destruction and the burning saker in the sky. However, in the face of bullets, none of the people present was afraid. After all, they are all Humaja. Definitely. There is also a garden that needs to be protected for the time being. Think here. Sun Li immediately raised his hand and made a light move. The burning falcon that was hovering in midair quickly flew back from the air. And then fell behind Sun. I saw it chirping loudly. Then he lifted the skeleton-like wings and quickly wrapped Sun's body. Boom! The raging fire wrapped around it. Like a storm of fire. It's unbearable to watch. Among the flames, the two eyes are the most blazing. Burning Falcon, Burning Falcon. The strongest wings-bearing Thefirio fell. Next moment, the flames burst. Falcon, who was in the ashes, suddenly spread its wide wings. Take that bullet. Block it all. Don't let it hurt Sono Sakiko in the back. This is the modified Kamen Rider, Sun. Chapter 110. Green Compound Eyes. Red Armor. Like Suzaku, Kamen Rider reborn from ashes appears. What a cool transformation. Lei at the rear, look at this new form of Sun. I was so envious that it was almost drooling. And holding the sword all the time, Gu Bo's eyes disappeared without surprise. At the moment his eyes trembled. Because he can clearly feel it. At the moment, Sun is very different from the original. Murderous introverted, but domineering. It is a stark contrast to the previous Sun who laughed like a child. On the other hand, Sonoko, who was holding his arms and looked arrogant, couldn't help his eyelashes trembling when he saw this. Obviously, she was slightly shocked. Is this the Kamen Rider made by Levi? Look! It's even better than Kamen Rider W in Kazuto. And Suin, who had completed the transformation, shook his hands. The wings behind it, after blocking the bullet, got it back again. Then he raised his head and looked forward. Humans, you are all full of malice. In that case, then let me destroy you, he said softly. After saying that, he walked straight ahead. Those armed men immediately raised their guns again. Shoot it! However, the bullet from the flying shot hit his armor. Not even a trace could be left. And at the moment, Nasun has come to them. Facing the existence covered in armor, an armed man immediately took out an electric baton from his waist. This electric baton is their base, specially designed. Used against mutants. The electric current above is extremely terrifying. Once electrocuted, he will instantly lose consciousness. He raised the electric baton violently, and hit the head like that soon. How did you know this time? A hand was raised immediately. Just hold this electric baton and stab it. Is this your method? Sun said with a sneer. Handily, the flame ignited in his hand. I saw that the steel electric baton instantly burned red. Let the soldier who was holding the electric baton scream hotly. It immediately let go. And off, then gently pinch. The electric baton in his hand was immediately bent. The part that was held by him actually melted directly, dripping to the ground. Then, next, it's my turn. I saw Sun raise his fist, and immediately punched it like that guy. Boom! Its head suddenly burst open. The whole body also burned instantly. Demon! It's a devil! Seeing the tragic state of that guy, the guys next to him immediately frightened, his face turned pale, and he hurried to the surroundings, fleeing in a hurry. But how could Sun give them this chance? I saw his feet lightly tap, and his wings behind him spread out again. With a falcon cry, it immediately flew into the air. Spread your wings! Whoa! I saw a bunch of scarlet flame feather arrows, shot from the sky. Instantly pierced those guys' chests. Time required. The entire dam was transformed into an azure fire field. Damn! Sure enough are those damn mutants. In the base, Dr. Stryker, through surveillance, saw the footage outside. Nasun, like an azura in the ashes. The armed men who sent him out were slaughtered. Why? This Dr. Stryker sees Sun as a mutant, and did not see that he was Kamen Rider. It is because the communication in this base is very poor. It is difficult to receive information from the outside world. So, of course, I don't know anything about this Kamen Rider. It can only be rudely and judged as a mutant. And now, see this mutant come. Colonel Stryker, naturally subconsciously, thought that they were here to rescue their compatriots. So immediately play the spirit of 12 points. Since this ordinary soldier is not his opponent, then try it and bomb with missiles. He doesn't believe it. In the face of shelling, this guy can still resist. After hearing Dr. Stryker's orders, the staff next to me immediately pressed the button next to me. And outside the base, above the dam, the bodies of those armed men were lying. The roaring fire is burning. Sun hung in the air and clapped his hands, getting ready to come. On both sides of the dam, there was a sudden roar. Next up, two huge amounts of turrets, rising slowly. The angle of the muzzle turned impressively. They are about to be attacked. Seeing this, Sun couldn't help but sneer. Immediately, he lowered his head and said to the people below, "You go first. I'm just outside, have a good time with them first." Immediately, he spread his wings and suddenly flew towards the distant fort. "Let's go." Seeing this situation, the death below said lightly. She believes this will definitely resolve this matter. And in the monitoring room, see yourself showing the turret. I thought this group of guys would show a panicked expression. But unexpectedly, they are still very calm. This made Colonel Stryker uneasy. Good. I'd like to see. How much can you resist? He instantly ordered the surrounding staff to launch. Boom. Boom. Take time. 2 Sidewinder missiles. Suddenly, a salvo shot out from the muzzle. 4 flowers. Then quickly shot towards the sky in the sky. However, face the incoming cannonballs. Sun was unusually calm. He raised his hand and took off the slashing sublimator on his waist. Actually, this slashing sublimator is also Levi's idea. He absorbed the inspiration from Kamen Rider, Holy Blade. It looks just like the miniature version of Feidian's flaming sword fire. Quickly take the slashing sublimer, hold it in your hand, and press it lightly. Wow! Immediately, flames erupted from the blade, and roared out. Then, he turned around suddenly, took this slashing sublimator, and slashed towards the rear. Take time. Countless flames are rounded and poured out. Then, those 2 shells were cut into several pieces in an instant. Then it exploded directly. Did not go to where they were. For a while. In midair, the fire is soaring into the sky. 0. Smoke is everywhere. Hit? Colonel Stryker, his eyes fixed on the screen. Want to see? Did this bombardment have any effect? But the next second, I saw a fiery red figure, swaying out from the fire. In fact, after the secret key is upgraded, it becomes a burning sable. This Sun's body has also been strengthened. To a certain extent, his body can absorb the surrounding firelight, convert it into energy and replenish it in your body. So, just that little explosion. Not only did it not cause any damage to him. On the contrary, it makes its internal energy more and more vigorous. After rushing out of the fire, he flew straight towards one of the forts. What do you want this guy to do? Colonel Stryker, staring at the screen, puzzled. See you soon, in a moment. It reached around the muzzle. Then, he put the slashing sublimator in his hand and inserted it back into his waist. Then press the program key button of the burning falcon again. Then pull the trigger. Infernon wing. Burn in grain. Rush. Burning rain. The pair of black and red lotus wings on the back expand to the max again. The flames rise. And finally, it converges on its feet. Give it to me, crush it. Talking. This quickly turned into a flying fire meteor. Suddenly slammed down. Next second, I saw a terrifying light that suddenly exploded. Boom. The whole fort hidden in the mountains. The whole thing fell apart. And the monitoring room has also lost control over it. Damn. Then Colonel Stryker slammed the table. Door. Chapter 111. It seems. This time, the guy is aggressive. Ordinary weapons seem to pose no threat to them at all. That being the case. Number B***. Only magic can defeat magic. If you want to deal with a mutant, you should also have a mutant. Think here. This Colonel Stryker, no longer hesitation, immediately walked out of this monitoring room, and then hurriedly walked towards the place where mutant was imprisoned. Soon, he has arrived at the mutant prison. Right in front of me, a huge steel door was erected. At the door, a tall Asian woman in a tight suit was waiting there. Yuriko. Release those 2 guys. I want you to take them both. We meet the enemy together. Colonel Strutty 930G, cast a glance at her, and immediately ordered. Yes. After the woman heard this, she nodded immediately. A cold glow appeared in his eyes. It's called Lily. It was Striker, an adopted titular girl. From Neon. Originally also mutant. However, under the training of Striker for many years, he has long been brainwashed. For his orders, it can be said to be obedient. Its ability is exactly the same as that of Wolverine. Bone Claw, self-healing ability, adamantium. Everything is there. But, it's a Wolverine with a twisted personality. After receiving the order, she immediately walked to the steel round door. Entered the password in it. Turn it on. The detainees here are no ordinary mutants. But they are all powerful beings. Once released, it is easy to cause accidents. So, this Striker, he's imprisoned here. Locked with special mirror cuffs. Nanobombs were also implanted in the body, just to prevent accidents. But now, in the face of threats, he had no choice but to release a few of them. Help him to defend against foreign enemies. He doesn't believe it. Can't kill these guys. Definitely. If he can't resist, he has a last resort. And while Striker was still picking the mutant, the deceased has brought everyone to the third flood outlet of the dam. This spillway is under the dam, presenting a huge amount of circular potholes. Walking into it, you will find that it is dimly lit. There are also various pipelines around. It should be here. Death looked in front of him, a huge amount of steel gates. Cannot help but say. Behind this steel gate is Colonel Striker's base. Have to say. The location of its base is very delicate. Without the aid of a map, the group of them couldn't find this place at all. Next up. Extinction reproduces the original operation at Nick's building in the Philippines. His hands were inserted into the gate mechanism. Electro-optical flow room. That steel gate, immediately opened slowly. And at the moment, there are already some soldiers in the rear, ready to fight. See this situation. That annihilation has no hesitation. Before even transforming, he raised the sword in his hand. Kill in. These guys, who were not his opponents at all, were beaten back and forth. Discard armor. Death and the others walked towards the inside with no expression on their faces. At the moment, in the mutant prison, Colonel Striker also heard the voice. His face suddenly changed. Not long after, the two mutants were selected and released. After explaining a few words to the dead woman, Ben immediately ran deeper. Let's go. The dead woman, leading the two who had just been released, walked outside. Soon, the two teams met at the most central transportation hub of the base. Seeing the costumes on the other side, Death immediately understood their mutant identity. It seems. If you want to see Colonel Striker, you have to go through the three of them. However, these three guys are not the existences that can be solved with bare hands. Therefore, the three of Death Thunder took out the driver at the same time, and took it with them. Force Riser. Next up. The three took out their secret keys and pressed them. Poison, poisonous. Dodo. Dodo. Japanese wolf, Japanese wolf. Transform. Saying that, the key is inserted into the drive. It's just that the states presented by the three are a little different. This time, the one that jumped out was a mechanical poisonous scorpion. Just like last time. In the dead body, there is no beast. Instead, there was a terrifying white blizzard. Take time. The entire base could not help but get colder. The special effects of Ray are obviously insufficient. Nothing but a flash of red lightning. And after this, the animals, or the energy, transformed by these secret keys disintegrated instantly. Turned into various armors, covering them. Kamen Rider extinction. Kamen Rider is dead. Kamen Rider Ray. Here comes it. And the three mutants on the opposite side looked at each other. They chose their opponents. Those who stand in the face of death are none other than others. It is the leading dead woman. Your opponent is me. She looked at the death of the transformed Kamen Rider and said coldly. Interesting. Death also conducted data analysis on the dead woman through the knight's armor. Soon, she learned the general information of the dead woman. Interesting. What a coincidence. Dead smile. To know. Her secret key is the neon wolf. 5.6 An ancient wolf species that has long since become extinct. And the death girl on the opposite side, her ability is also very similar to the wolf. And, also from neon. Two wolves duel. Let's see who is stronger. Thinking. The dead woman on the opposite side suddenly raised her hand. Giveaways. I saw the metal fingernails shining with cold light, stabbed out. On the opposite side of me, is a monster with blue skin. It looks like a devil descending from hell. So people here call Roar the Blue Devil. Look at the transformation in front of Sun. Brush it. He suddenly appeared behind him. This Blue Devil's ability can move instantly. Only. His ability is still very unstable. Chapter 112. And what Ray faced? It was a tall, sturdy, burly man. On its head, there is a steel headgear. Wear leather armor. Just standing there is very oppressive. Especially in comparison with Lei Yi, he looks tall and mighty. After seeing Ray, he immediately clenched his fists and roared at Na Lei. Time required. You can see its muscles bulge like rocks. Look at it. Just know that the evolution direction of this guy is related to strength. One time. The three confront each other, forming a horn-like trend. No one chose to go first. The picture froze there. However, a burst of crisp footsteps broke the silence. I saw Sono Sakiko at the back, and suddenly walked out. She was extremely calm and walked in the direction where the striker fled just now. Without caring about it, the three mutants who were blocking the road ahead came. The posture of her strolling in the courtyard is like that of a noble queen. Outstanding style. Convincing. And Levi in the manor saw this behind the scenes. There was also a smile on the corner of his mouth. This son. She is indeed the queen of Fengdu. He raised the red wine glass in his hand and gently touched it upwards. Cheers. Here's how to show your love for her. And at the moment, the situation in the field changed immediately. Before and after seeing Sono Sakiko, the three mutants who blocked it also had to start moving. The first to attack was naturally the dead woman. A cold light flashed in her eyes. Then he jumped up and rushed towards the Sono Sakiko. Sharp claws on the hands, radiant coolant. As her opponent, Death would naturally not be able to let her succeed. His figure flashed. When even came to Sono Sakiko's side. Next up. He then raised the two strong in his hands, lying together. Made a defense. And at the moment, the dead woman also happened to be killed. Seeing this death's obstruction, she sneered at the corner of her mouth. Immediately, he raised the fingernail in his hand and slashed it away. One time. The sharp 21 nails collided with the sharp claws in an instant. Block. For a while. Fire splashes. The dead body stands still. Abruptly blocked this attack from the dead woman. What? On the opposite side of the dead woman, her pupils trembled slightly. To know. Her claws were made by adamantium. Incredibly hard. Even steel can be cut off. But the guy below, not only resisted his own attack. And it's faintly coming back with a shock. As a result, at this moment, her mouth is a little broken. But luckily, this dead woman's recovery is extremely fast. The shattered tiger's mouth soon recovered. And at the moment, the crushed death, double tops one top. Huge amounts of power. Immediately, the dead woman is about to fly out. But This dead woman is light and graceful. One turned over and stepped on the pillar next to it. Towards death again. Brush brush. Mang is cold. Death smiled coldly and easily resisted. Pin pin pin. One time. No matter how dead girl, how to attack. Never break the defense of death. Just like that, she watched that Sono Sakiko, walking farther and farther. Disturbed, the attack will naturally appear flaws. And in its distraction strike. Breaking through the barrier with one foot, it suddenly came towards it. The dead woman quickly raised her hand and stood in front of her. While blocking this attack. However, his body took a dozen steps back. This is how he can stabilize his body. The two sides immediately distanced themselves. The dead woman used her somewhat numb hands. Strike a pose again. Want to strike forward. But at the moment, the compound eyes of the opposite die suddenly lit up. It's been so long. Next, it's my turn to attack. After she finished speaking, she pulled the handle of her drive. Zetsumetsu Utopia. Accompanied by sound effects. On the dead pair of claws, there was also an ice blue light. Immediately, her body turned into a phantom. Go straight to the enemy ahead. Brush brush. Take time. Just see the icy blue claws, overwhelming. The dead woman couldn't even see the attack. Had to flee in a hurry. One time. His hands and face are full of scars. Death flashed in an instant and returned to her position. And the dead woman is still escaping. It wasn't until a few seconds later that she discovered that the attack had stopped. Is this your attack? Not so much. The wounds on the dead woman's face and hands healed quickly. She calmed down for a moment and quickly fought back. Yes. Death sneered, then shook his claws. Ginger time. I heard a tear sound. I saw the capable clothes on the dead woman. All of a sudden, it all shattered. Pieces fell to the ground. Take time. Spring is here. What? Seeing such a situation, even the dead woman was utterly ashamed. Quickly squat on the ground and cover up. Don't dare to attack again. And just when the dead woman was beaten and defeated, the blue devil on the other side immediately tried to stop Sakura Sono. Only one of them flashed. Right next to Sono Sakiko. He holds a dagger in his hand. He was about to launch an attack on Sono Sakiko. Yet at the moment, a purple chain flew straight out. Emit sharp tearing air sounds. Immediately stabbed in the direction of the blue devil. The blue devil was shocked. Quickly flashed again and disappeared in place. And in the next second, the tip of the purple chain can be stepped on. He inserted it where he had just appeared. Bumped the cement on the ground and opened up huge amounts of potholes. And this attack? No one else. It is that extinction. I saw him raising his right hand. That purple chain was stretched out from his hand. Law. Failed. Me said coldly. The purple chain was immediately pulled from the ground. Then slowly retract. But right now. Behind him, a thick ink-like breath suddenly emerged. Next up. The figure of the blue devil appeared. This guy actually flashed to the back of this time. I want to strike a fatal blow on it. I saw that it was carrying 7 songs. Suddenly, he stabbed towards the back of Jean's head. However, at the end of the moment, it seems as if preparations have been made. It's hands up. I caught the blue devil's 7 songs in one fell swoop. Pinch lightly. The head shattered immediately. This frightened the blue devil and flashed again. Useless. Me said coldly. To know. His sensor radar is in the thunder of death. The strongest existence. As long as there is a little turbulence around him, he can detect it instantly. The reaction speed is more than 20 times that of the human brain. It can be said that it has reached the level of unity of mind and spirit. So, Wherever the Blue Devil appears, he can get the news at the first time and respond quickly. So, at the end of the moment, it's like playing a game. Use the scorpion thorns to play the Blue Devil with applause. Let it run away. Overwhelmed. And this one? I am afraid that only Lei is the only one who is really in a hard fight. See the guys around, all fighting. The strong man also roared. However, he did not run towards Sono Sakiko. Instead, he ran towards the thunder on the opposite side. He has been imprisoned for a long time, and now he urgently needs a battle to release him. For a while. Rumbling footsteps. And Lei, who has a bold personality, is naturally not to be outdone. He also raised his fist and rushed towards it instantly. In an instant, the two approached. Then they each threw a punch. Boom! Ray was actually shot directly out. Stuck in the wall. This shows how terrifying this guy's punch just now is. Good. Enough portion. Narai suffered such a heavy punch though. But didn't suffer much damage. He jumped out of the field and shook the dust off his body. He patted his thigh and stood up again. It seems that you are indeed very powerful. Then, next time, I have to be serious. Come and feel my thunderous rage. Talking. He suddenly pulled the driver around his waist. Stab la la. I saw all the electric lights, gathered on his fists. Dazzling. Come again. With that said, Lei stomped his feet heavily and charged towards the big burly man again. Behind it. It seems that 4 big characters have emerged. Purgatory Lei Gang. Full of momentum. And it's the 3 of them, Extinction, Death, and Thunder. When fighting that mutant, it was a lot of fun. Sono Sakiko, then walks away. After passing the transportation hub, follow a corridor and keep walking in. Soon after, she reached the end of the corridor. In front of her, it's a huge space. Here, seems to be the innermost part of the dam. Although it is very spacious. But because there is no light on, so it looks very dark. Can't see what's inside. And in the garden, when looking around, in front of that, there suddenly appeared a shining circle of light. Next up, I heard the sound of a mechanical start. Sentinel, starting. Taste. With this sound, the lights above it suddenly turned on. Time required. The entire interior of the dam is illuminated. Like daytime. It's like a simulation field here. Oh? Interesting. That's Sono Sakiko, after taking a look at the surrounding situation, involuntarily let out a sneer. Here, it is quite similar to the place where the Sonosaki family used to simulate the Gaia memory experiment. This simulation field has been arranged to become a battlefield. Surrounded by round walls, there is no room for escape. Just like the Colosseum in ancient Rome. And in the entire simulation field, the most eye-catching. It was the tall metal robot in the field. Get a rough estimate. This guy is 10 meters tall. And it looks very rough. Quite punk. It's all akin to the dangerous wanderers in Pacific Rim. And this is the sentinel that Dr. Stryker, 933 researched. In fact, as Stryker's subordinate. Over the years. In addition to researching mutant, he has also been developing projects related to Sentinel at the same time. And also use these mutants who are imprisoned by themselves, and fight against them constantly. Then its shortcomings are updated and iterated. Up to now, it is already the 4th generation Sentinel. Unlike Dr. Stryker, the original Sentry. This 4th generation Sentinel is undoubtedly much larger. Because this Colonel Stryker thinks, when the size is large enough, some deficiencies can be filled. So, he set this Sentinel to a height like a shape-shifting King Kong. And, due to previous experiments, this sentinel's intelligence failed to live up to expectations. So, in this sentinel, he added a human control mode. That's driving mode. And at the moment, he was already in the sentinel's cockpit. Get ready. Once the three mutants outside can't resist, then let him solve it. And at the moment, suddenly there was a burst of noise outside. You can even notice it here. It was the strong man who was struck by Lei Yang's purgatory, causing the movement. Next up. Then he saw Sono Sakiko below. It seems that these guys broke through the defense. But keep an eye out. There is only one figure. So there's only one guy left. Then let me deal with you. Colonel Stryker said with a sneer. Immediately, he slammed the sentinel's start button. The sentinel's eyes lit up immediately. The aperture on his chest also activated instantly. Next up. At its chest, invisible light waves are emitted. This light wave will have a great impact on mutant. Let the X factor in their body be in a state of riot or out of control. Can't control it well. In this way, they can greatly reduce their combat effectiveness. And below the garden, facing the attack of this light wave. But no response. After all, at this moment, she is just an ordinary human being. Is this Stryker's trump card? She glanced at the huge amounts of sentinel. Disdain flashed in his eyes. All right. Let me destroy it first. Let him take a good look at the power of this Gaia memory. Then, another negotiation. As the director of the museum, this Sakiko Sono deeply understands negotiation skills. Chapter 113. Then she raised her hand. Take out your golden memory. Press lightly. Taboo. Taboo. Then, he let go of his slender hand. The taboo memory was automatically inserted into the earth drive at his waist. Done. Put it in your waist. One time. The light flickered. The red Forbidden Queen flashed immediately. And Stryker, who was sitting in the sentinel, saw the transformed Sono Sakiko. Can't help frowning. Didn't the suppression of light waves just now work? This guy, what the hell is a mutant? Seeing the scene below, he looked quite surprised. To know. All these years. He has captured many types of mutants. But she has never been so weird after transforming like Sono Sakiko. Do not care. Next. Just try other sentinel functions. Talking. He controlled the stance stick in his hand. Take time. Those huge amounts of sentinel raised their hands. Want to capture the Forbidden Queen on the ground. However, facing the giant hand stretched out. Sono Sakiko, but there is no nervous look. She immediately raised her hand. Stab la la. A splendid ball of light immediately appeared in his hands. That Forbidden Queen, tugging at her nails. Then flick it. The ball of light was launched immediately. Boom. Just blow up Sentinel's left hand. Stab la la. In the cab, an electric current flashed instantly. Stryker's hand was directly electrocuted and quickly retracted. Damn it. At the moment, Stryker seems to be in a hurry. But soon, he calmed down. It hurriedly entered a string of codes in the control room. I saw that Sentinel's eyes immediately turned red. Next up, a series of lasers immediately shot towards the Forbidden Queen in midair. However, the Forbidden Queen floating in the air had already sensed the danger. Her figure is lightning fast. Immediately dodged this series of laser shots. Not only that. While dodging, the light ball in his hand did not stop firing. Brush brush. After several shots, they all hit the critical part of the Sentinel. Bang! 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 Concubine time! A series of explosions sounded. The tall Sentinel was instantly disintegrated. The tall body collapsed suddenly. Next up, accompanied by a burst of steam, Colonel Stryker crawled out of the gap in a panic. His thigh was hurt, bleeding ceaselessly. He leaned on the ground and struggled to escape. But right now, its body floated uncontrollably. Next up, I came to the Forbidden Queen. Seeing the Forbidden Queen, she turned her right hand. That Colonel Stryker suddenly felt like he was covered in zombies. Powerless to move. As if being controlled by an invisible big hand. He looked at the terrifying queen of monsters in front of him, and a trace of fear could not help in his eyes. Colonel Stryker. It's really hard for us to find you. The Forbidden Queen, suspended in mid-air, fiddled with her slender nails. What are you going to do? Rescue those goddamn mutants? Congratulations, you have now achieved this goal. Then now, kill me and avenge your bloody fellow mutants. Colonel Stryker said, struggling. However, although he said it, he was very tough. But there were beads of sweat on his forehead. There was also a trace of fear in his eyes. Kill you? Ha. The Forbidden Queen, after hearing this, couldn't help laughing. The sound is very sharp. You wouldn't think that we took so much effort to find you. Just to kill you. The Forbidden Queen said with a sneer. We're coming for you. I want to work with you. Immediately, she said sternly. What? Cooperation. When Stryker heard this, he was a little stunned. You brought a few people, sparks and lightning all the way, and entered your own lair. Beat yourself up. In the end, I actually told myself that you are here to discuss cooperation? That's right. That Forbidden Queen smiled faintly. Immediately, he released his transformation and returned to his human appearance. And that forbidden memory. It also popped out of her waist and returned to her hands. Actually, at the moment, it was the organization that sent us here. Only, in order to see you quickly. The means we used are a little more aggressive. Sono Sakiko said lightly. Are you a little aggressive? Almost pierced my entire base. It's just these words that Stryker kept in his mouth and didn't dare to say it. After all, now her own life is in her hands. However, what exactly is the cooperation that the woman in front of her is talking about? Also, what a powerful organization in the end. To be able to drive such a group to exist. At the moment, Stryker is full of suspicion. Seems to see Stryker's confusion. If Colonel Stryker doesn't mind, we can find a place and talk in detail. That Sono Sakiko said with a faint smile. Colonel Stryker did not dare to defy. I had to take that Sono Sakiko, and I was going to find a conference room and have a good talk. And went out of the simulation hall. I saw several of his subordinates, without exception, all lying on the ground. And the three people of Xing, and Lei are defending everywhere. Obviously. They have the entire base under control. Soon. The two have already arrived in the meeting room of the base. Speak. How do you need me to cooperate? Colonel Stryker, at the moment already knew, he couldn't resist. That being the case, it's better to listen carefully, what the organization said by this woman wants to do by herself. Seeing this, Sono Sakiko smiled lightly. Then, just put a USB stick on the computer. Talk to Colonel Stryker about the Gaia memory. At the beginning, this Colonel Stryker is still a little absent-minded. But the more he listened, the faster his roar sucked. If only what this woman said. Then this Gaia memory will surely set off a revolution. To know this thing. Ability can be extracted from mutant's body. Do an analysis study, then load into that memory. It enables ordinary human beings to obtain unimaginable ability. If this thing once developed successfully, the mutants in the world are bound to be wiped out. Politicians around the world will treat them as prey. By the time Even if they hide to the ends of the earth, they will also be arrested. In despair and terror, all the power was drawn from his body. Think here. Stryker was hot all over, feeling full of malice. And for this power, he is also very conscientious. So, why work with me? Colonel Stryker looked up and asked calmly. Because of our organization. Fancy your hatred for mutant. And, you have enough material here. Sono Sakiko, at this moment, also began to flicker. Actually, with our organization, we want to completely build this Gaia memory. It's actually not difficult. But the organization is currently tackling another technology. Nyohoho, so, we really can't recruit more people. Research this technology. So I made a proposal within the organization. Share this technology and cooperate with outsiders. And the organization has been deleted and selected, and you have been selected. Sono Sakiko, let's talk. Take this Colonel Stryker into a daze. The technology of Gaia memory, in that organization, is only the existence of scraps. How terrifying this organization must be. He couldn't help swallowing. Good. I work with you. Dr. Stryker, said with a red face. Don't worry. My words are not finished yet. To cooperate with us requires you to give up everything you have now. Including existing identities, bases, etc. Sono Sakiko said lightly. Stryker thought for a moment, gritted his teeth, and agreed. After all. Although I have researched it for so many years. But still haven't researched much. Now. A perfect opportunity is in front of you. He will never let go. Chapter 114. Very good. Seeing Colonel Stryker, so cooperative. Sono Sakiko nodded in satisfaction. Definitely. This Colonel Stryker, the reason for such cooperation. First, I was attracted by this Gaia memory. Second, if he doesn't agree to cooperate, I'm afraid he won't see the sun the next day. Good. You sit here for a while. I will tell the upper management about this. Immediately. Sono Sakiko walked out of the conference room and went outside. And at the moment, destruction, death, suin, and thunder have completely taken over this base. Death at the moment, hacked all systems throughout the base. The switch was all in her mind. As for me and Suin, they counted the number of mutants here. To prevent someone from taking the opportunity to run out. And Lei is charging. Just one stop, released a lot of energy. If it is not charged, it will fall into sleep mode. By death, Psycho Sonosaki, will that Colonel Stryker's will notify Levi. And at the moment, in the manner, Levi was looking at the information that had been sent back from the dead. This Stryker really deserves to be an expert in studying mutant. In this base alone, more than 50 mutants are imprisoned. In addition to those killed before, there are no less than 100 people. This is proper experimental data. After hearing the report from Sono Sakiko, a smile appeared on Levi's mouth. With the addition of this Colonel Stryker. As such, the prototype of this museum organization, even if it is built. But, because of this cooperation, it is carried out in secret. Can't let outsiders know. So, he had to pick a headquarters for the museum. How's it going, Izzy? Have you found a suitable building for the museum organization? Levi sat on the sofa and asked while drinking milk tea. I've found it, President. Please take a look. Izzy said, and handed over a tablet. Above is the address of her choice. Because of this museum, many experiments will be carried out. So there are many requirements for site selection. And Izzy, based on the big data investigation, quickly came to a conclusion. CBFG, meet the requirements, a total of 3. Levi glanced at it and chose one of the most expensive places. Actually, The Osborn building was originally under his consideration. But, although hit by this Amazon riot, but the Osborn group still managed to survive. Norman's son, Harry Osborn, returns to the company. Turn the tide with the help of a family trust foundation. Finally saved the only property of the Osborn family. However, its market value has shrunk by 80%. Most of the industries were also forcibly stripped out by the government. To punish him, just choose this place. Buy it as a venue for museum organization. Levi pointed to the most expensive place among them and said immediately. Correct. Use Hongshang Foundation's funds. Don't let people see the connection between this museum and Feidian Intelligence. Levi went on to add. That's right. This Hongshang Foundation is a financial organization founded by Levi. Actually, a year ago, the Hongshang Foundation has already been established. Then, the Moonzia has been created. The capital of Feidian Company is also enough to operate. As a result, Levi took out part of his excess property. The Hongshang Foundation was created. At the beginning, the Hongshang Foundation was still making a fuss. But then, after Death Thunder kills Jinping, the black property held by this gold was transferred to the foundation. And after that, before targeting the Osborn Group, this Hongshang Foundation has also shorted a large stock of it. After the Amazon incident, the stock price of Osborn Group fell off a cliff. The Hongshang Foundation has made a lot of money again. Up to now, this is the size of the Hongshang Foundation. Although not as good as those old-fashioned funds and banks. But it is also a rising star on Wall Street. Only, its style is very low-key. As a result, not many people are aware of the existence of this institution. Okay, Mr. President. Izzy turned on his earphones immediately. According to Levi's instructions, instructions were sent to the people of the foundation. Soon after, that location has already been drawn under the name of the Hongshang Foundation. All right. Let's remake it. Then let Sono Sakiko enter it. I will give her a clear identity to run this company. And that Gia memory experiment is going on in secret. Levi put down the milk tea in his hand and said lightly. Izzy nodded. The Feidian Intelligent Building Type Humaja was dispatched immediately. And at the same time, Psycho at the dam base also received the news. In her beautiful eyes, rays of light flowed. Apparently, for the post of director of this museum. Very interested. In fact, in WS World, she is in the position of her father. The ship has been a long time. Otherwise, it would not have directly rebelled in the later stage. And now, in this new world, she is about to become the leader of the museum. Psycho swears that he must organize this museum and run it better than Ryabi's. Prove it. You are not inferior to others. Correct. Later, someone will pick us up. This damn base. Destroy it as much as possible. Leave no traces. Sono Sakiko said to the thunder of destruction behind him. Clear. Died after getting the order. The information from this base was about to be uploaded to the satellite Xiam. And Death, Thunder, and other three. Then they began to escort those mutants, ready to go to the new base. And when the mutant materials in it were all transported away, they are no longer polite. The entire damn base. It also exploded directly under the conspiracy of the thunder of destruction. Boom. The raging flood bursts the embankment. Infiltrated from the bursting dam. Its movement is very strong. Government officials were immediately alerted. People from the federal government and the military immediately sent people to check. To know. This dam base was jointly built by Straker Industries and the government. The purpose is to study mutant. But now. But suddenly collapsed. Chapter 115. Take a look, of course. But Due to the demise of the four Thunder, their hands were quick and easy. The base of the dam was completely submerged by the flood. The inside of the base has also completely collapsed. Even if the detectives dived underwater, they couldn't find any abnormality. To this end, they had to simplify the investigative report. To write it, the dam is in disrepair. It suffers from lake erosion all the year round, and, due to the movement of the lower crust, eventually led to the accident. In this dam base, not many people survived. And that upper level, after receiving the investigation report, also lost interest in continuing the investigation. After all, in the past 10 years, the mutants have long since died. They are all hidden. It did not cause much harm to the society as a whole. And Stryker's Mutant Institute has naturally become dispensable. If it weren't for a few higher floors. Fear that mutant will make a comeback. This institute may have been abolished long ago. It's fine now. At least, they don't pull out a lot of research grants every year. At the moment, the turmoil gradually subsided. And after moving to a new location, Colonel Stryker, based on the principles of the Gaia memory, a new study was launched. And Sono Sakiko has also acquired the identity of the Bright Side, the founder of a large private museum. There are many works of art in the museum. Just started. It attracted a large number of people to visit. Not only that, this museum has also undertaken some large auction houses. Many extremely precious cultural relics were auctioned. The price was astonishing. Definitely, many of them are Hongshang Foundation, which is used for money laundering. But anyway, this museum is organized under the leadership of Sono Sakiko. It quickly made a name for itself. On the market, there is also a legend of the mysterious woman rich. And the other side. After completing the task, death did not stop for too much time. After all, in the underworld, there are also organizations that need them to be involved in operations. Thunderbolt, on the other hand, stayed for the time being. They don't have much to do anyway. It can also act as a security officer for this museum organization. Why not do it? The museum organization, along the path set by Levi, runs smoothly. And in the garden, it's in full swing. While busy building a new museum organization, Levi wasn't idle either. He is planning to build another small base. Original. Just when shopping for that museum base, he was rich, and bought 2 other places. Is he? Then Faust's base, is it like this now? In the manner, Levi asked while reading a magazine. That's right. This time, in addition to creating a museum organization, Levi, he also prepared to bring this, Faust, together. Definitely. This Faust mission. Not the study of nebular gas. Instead, help him to study those human and biological technologies. Including, but not limited to, technologies such as artificial humans, non-decedent, etc. Even Kamen Rider 555, the kind of Orpheus who came back from the dead and gained power. It is also the object of their research and manufacture. Anyway, there will become his research center for biotechnology. In fact, since the last time, when he deceived Winter Soldier, he had some ideas about this Faust organization. Just then, under his hands, there is no suitable candidate. So I haven't mentioned it yet. But now, this Osborn group is seriously damaged. The original researchers also resigned one after another. And Levi has won over a group of people. Plus, Dr. Connors, who had been captured before. It is also time to turn this, Faust, base from a legend into a reality. This museum organizes. Will develop Gaia memory for him. The main direction is various additional abilities. And this Faustian organization will research human-related technologies for him. The two complement each other. Although now, these two organizations were initially established. But Levi believes they will grow in secret and silently. 4 flowers. It won't be long. Can become a very terrifying existence. And just as Levi was thinking to himself, Izzy, who was beside him, also said, "Return to the president. The base of Faust has also been built. Only now, there is a little problem, causing it not to function properly." Hearing this, Levi's eyes jumped up. What went wrong? In Izzy's hands, a few photos immediately popped up. Above, it's about Dr. Connors. This guy. Since the last time he was brought back, he has been controlled with anesthesia. So, he fell into a long slumber. Until the Faust base was built. Izzy ordered someone to be sent into it. Then wake it up again. Only the awakened Dr. Connors did not seem to be in high spirits. Except for the necessary meals every day. All sit there. Like the Walking Dead. So here it is. It cannot work properly. After hearing Izzy's story, Levi smiled softly. I thought what was going on. Actually, that's all. It seems. This Connors seems to be blaming himself for creating Amazon. This guy looks a lot like Uncle Ren. However, for this kind of guy, he also has a way to wake it up again. In that case, it's up to me to do it myself. Go and persuade him to turn over. Levi stood up suddenly and said lightly. Definitely. He couldn't go in his real capacity. Instead, put on a vest. Before. Look at Aguilera, Sonico, fooling others. This made him also want to perform some performances. That being the case. That scene, let him perform it himself. Correct. Before I go to persuade. Help me build this armor first. Levi seems to have thought of something. Facing Izzy who was beside him, he opened his mouth and said. Immediately. He came out with one of the designs from the table beside him. Door. Chapter 116. Clear. Izzy took this blueprint and scanned it. Then, it was uploaded to the satellite Gaia. And the satellite Gaia after building the model. It quickly joined the 3D printer of Feidian headquarters and started to operate. Soon after, something has already been made. Then, it was packaged by a special person, taken away from Feidian company, and delivered to the scene. Let's go. Take me to meet our Dr. Connors. Levi chuckled. So, the two of them were arranged by the guards. Head towards the base of Faust. After about an hour of driving, they finally arrived at the destination. Doors open. Levi stepped out of the car. As soon as I got out of the car door, I could smell a very pungent odor. He raised his head and looked forward to 933. I saw a complex heavy industry factory standing in front. This factory, it seems, is also some years old. Some of the railings on the periphery are even stained with rust. This factory was previously responsible for machining, steel production, etc. But poor management due to factory owners. So forced to sell it. Just happened to be, Levi saw. So I bought the whole package. As a cover for this Faust. 00. The factory is still operating. It's just that the staff inside are replaced by their own existence. Even the name. Also changed to Namba Heavy Industries by Levi. As soon as I hear Levi coming, the person in charge of the factory immediately came out to greet him. Get into it. You can see the smoke billowing. And the constant roar of machinery. That's why Levi chose this factory in the first place. No matter the experiment, make any sound. All will be covered up by this rumbling mechanical sound. Can't hear it at all. Under the leadership of the person in charge. 7 turns and 8 turns. This finally came to the entrance of the Faust base. This entrance is built in a factory building. Very small. If no one leads. Can't find it at all. Click. Steam-style iron doors open. Levi took Izzy and the others, and walked down the stairs. Because of this Faust, built beneath the steel processing plant. So the whole base, looks, also quite industrial style. This place is really nice. Levi looked around. Involuntarily nodded. It's a little bit of a ride, the charm of the Faust base. Master President. This is your customized kit, please take a look. And at this moment, Izzy took the box from the person next to him. Then he opened it, held it in his hand and said. This is what Levi asked her to print before. Just right. Let me see how it's quality. Levi looked into the box. I saw a small gun with a unique shape lying inside. Below, there is a small bottle. He raised his hand and took the small gun in his hand. Consider it a little bit. It's really like that. This is what he designed before, turning into a smoke gun. Levi, after playing around for a while, he picked up the small bottle below and shook it gently. Then the bottle was inserted into the transformed smoke gun. Cobra! Cobra! It turned into a smoke gun and immediately made a sound effect. Then, Levi lifted the transformed smoke gun, pointed it to the sky, and pulled the trigger. Steam blood! Missed match, missed matching! Roar la la! Time required. The muzzle spewed out a thick black smoke. Then, this cloud of smoke wrapped Levi in it. Next up. Boom! I saw that in the black fog, the red light was shrouded in it, like thunder. Keep ringing. Next up. Several blue-green rays of light lit up. Like the poisonous eye of a cobra. Immediately afterwards, the black mist dissipated. A ray of light like firework shone around. A red and green knight appeared in front of everyone. Exactly the Levi before. He lowered his head and checked his equipment at the moment. There was a smile on the corner of his mouth. Good. That sound is no longer what Levi had before. Instead, it became a bit more rough and hoarse. This armor. It is Levi, based on the first form of the E-Total in the creation of rides. Compared to the original. In appearance, it can be said that they are very similar. Definitely, only on the surface. In fact, with today's flying electric technology, some low-level armors can be imitated. In appearance, it can even achieve a fake effect. It's just its effect, it can't be restored. After all, it's missing certain key elements. For example, E's blood potential was transformed using nebula gas. And Levi's armor, although it is also shrouded in black mist. But in reality, it's just a simulation. For the original, it can only be regarded as a cottage-like existence. But, for Levi at the moment, such a set of armor is enough. After all, he is here to act, not to fight. Then next, it's how time. Bring me Dr. Connors, bring me up. Levi spread his hands and screened back left and right. And the other side. In the innermost room of Faust, Dr. Connors is sitting there. However, at the moment, two guards in black helmets came in with guns. Our leader, we want to see you. They pointed to Dr. Connors in the room. Dr. Connors, I didn't want to bother. 5.6. But he at the moment, he thought about it. Going to meet the guy, it's not a big deal either. Then, he stood up, followed the two guards, and walked outside. Until at the moment, it was the first time he could see clearly the inside of this Faust. Soon after, passed through the layers of barriers. A few of them came to the largest hall of Faust. I saw it on the high platform at the very center. A figure, sitting on the throne impressively. Under the lights. I can't see his true face. When Connors looked up, he saw the armor on the man. This armor is somewhat similar to what he looked like after he transformed into Amazon. For a while. This Dr. Connors, some doubts. Chapter 117. Could it be that? Is this guy, also an Amazon cell-infected person? And right here in Dr. Connors, it was the blow of doubt. The figure above also suddenly looked down. Take time. He saw two breathtaking rays of light emanating from his compound eyes. This light is like the eyes of a cobra. Dangerous and charming. Dr. Connors couldn't help but look at him. His expression couldn't help but be in a trance. Fortunately, this Dr. Connors shook his head. Soon woke up. Seeing this, the serum above smiled slightly. Immediately, he opened his hands. Dr. Connors. Welcome to Faust Base. How have you been here these days? The slightly hoarse voice sounded immediately. After hearing this, Dr. Connors laughed at himself. Come these days. For his silence. Therefore, the guards who guarded him did not dare to make too many moves. He kept him in his residence. So this place, Connors has never been before. He looked around. This place is very nice. However, I prefer a sunny place to this kind of darkness. Dr. Connors looked around and said in a flat tone. Cough. A sunny place. Hearing this, Na Shueqian smiled softly. Immediately, he lay back and raised Erlang's legs. It seems, Dr. Connors, that you don't fully understand your current situation. 21 Shueqian's tone was obviously a little playful. But it's fine. That's it. Then I'll show you. After speaking, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Groan. The screen next to it lit up immediately. The tragic situation in front of the Osborn building that day was played. In fact, when the Amazon chaos broke out that day, all infected Amazons were released. Only him, because he was feared by Norman Osborn. So stay in it. Not released. Then, it was packed and brought back by Renwei A and others. So I don't know anything about the outside world. And at the moment, suddenly see the screen. The scene of hundreds of Amazons slaughtering human beings wantonly. This Dr. Connors froze in place for a moment. He didn't expect it. The things you create yourself can have such a big impact. He didn't expect it. What he created himself has actually caused such a big impact. This is something he doesn't want to see, and he doesn't want to face. See it. Dr. Connors. Because of your research has caused unimaginable damage to the whole of New York. Is this what you call a sunny place? At the moment, the blood diver on the throne, sneered again. Whenever the blood diver opened his mouth to say the last one, the face of Dr. Connors became pale. And you, the source of this turmoil. Now it has been listed as a wanted target. Talking. Shuelian snapped his fingers again. On the screen, the wanted order of Dr. Connors appeared. He is wanted for crimes against humanity. Not only that. The honors and achievements he has achieved before. It was also cancelled by those institutions, universities, etc. Yes. After that turmoil, the government conducted an inventory of all those involved in the research and development of Amazon cells. Although that Norman Osborn is dead. But the rest of the experimenters were wanted by the federal government. But many of them. He died tragically in that turmoil. But there are some more. Disappeared. And this Dr. Connors is naturally among them. See it. Dr. Connors, there is no place for you under the sun now. Blood dived from the throne and stood up. Open your hands. It was our organization that brought you out of the Osborn company. Save you from punishment. Speak up. Our Faust organization, may be your best home. And at the moment, hearing Shueqian's words, Dr. Connors sneered. You save me. I'm afraid it won't be so kind. Blood dive is back on the throne again. That's right. The reason for saving you is because of your scientific research ability. We want you. This blood is about to say something. But Connors suddenly interrupted him. I will not tell the ingredients of this Amazon. He looked up. Said in a firm tone. This Amazon cell has done so much damage. But luckily, you can see from that video just now, this Amazon riot has ceased. And this group of organizations, the reason why they tied themselves here, still want that Amazon ingredient. However, now that a disaster has been caused, then he must not speak of this Amazon cell. Let that devil, once again re-human. How do you know? Connors just finished. The next second, he heard a burst of wanton laughter. Ahahaha. You wouldn't think so. We bring you back, and let you study Amazon cells, this kind of unpopular thing. See above. Blood potential hung on his stomach and laughed. This time, it was Dr. Connors' turn to be stunned. It's not about the Amazon cells, they want to research something on their own. And just when Connors was a little confused, the blood diver above, who didn't know where it came from, took out a tablet. Then the next second, he threw the tablet downwards. Brush brush. This flat plate is like a rotating knife. Fly down. This Dr. Connors has been injected with Amazon cells after all. The body's reaction has long surpassed that of ordinary people. Seeing this fast-floating tablet, I immediately caught it. Look at this. Bloody said with a smile. Then Dr. Connors, with doubts, turned to look. I saw a few words written at the top. Never, decedent, experiment. Look at it. He was completely fascinated by the experiment. If it is true as this experimental report said, even if it is decedent, it can also be resurrected by some means. How about it? This experiment is challenging enough. If research comes out, even the people who lost their lives in the Amazon turmoil can be resurrected. And you can also take the opportunity to atone for your sins. Blood Dive sat on the throne and said slightly confused. Atonement. Then Dr. Connors, when he heard this word, immediately froze in place. Next up. Stab la la. It was as if there was an electric current rushing through his mind. This Dr. Connors suddenly had a headache. He immediately shook his head and fell to his knees on the ground. And at the same time, the word atonement has always been in his mind, haunting. That's right. Only research this technology. You can atone for yourself. He shook his head and muttered to himself. And the blood dived, looking at Dr. Connors, who was kneeling on the ground. There was a slight smile on the corner of his mouth. In fact, this Dr. Connors, the reason for this reaction. It is because, as early as after it was transported back to Feidian headquarters, he ordered someone to implant a chip in the doctor's mind. Definitely. This chip, and the Winter Soldier's one, are slightly different. Because that Winter Soldier, it's Levi, is undercover for Hydra. Usually does not need to be activated. As long as you change your personality at a critical moment, you can follow your own orders. So, AI in that chip. It is the chosen death-like character. Calm down. Plus, this Winter Soldier character, too. So the two will not have any effect on each other at all. And this, Dr. Connors, is different. What Levi needs. But he obeyed his orders. At the same time, 933 still wants to keep his original memory. Otherwise, if you change to another personality, that just controlled the body of Dr. Connors, those knowledge will be news. So, the role of this chip is not to replace the personality. Its role is under the imperceptible situation. With this Dr. Connors character, integrate. Change the original character and behavior of this Dr. Connors. So, Levi specially injected the character of an honest man into this chip. Its template is based on Chuanqi, the Ice Room magic virtue as the prototype. As a rare honest person in the Mask series, this Ice Room fantasy is full of bright spots. In the original, no matter how he always plays with him, in the end, this guy will listen to him. What others say. What does he believe? Never argue. Such a character is what Levi needs. And after implanting the chip, whenever Levi, after a certain set of words is mentioned, that chip will trigger. Let that honest man's character integrate with this Dr. Connors. And this time, the words he said would keep popping up in his mind. Dr. Connors, mistaken for the subconscious mind, was reminding himself. Dr. Connors at the moment. The two personalities in the body seemed to be switching to each other. For a moment, it was Dr. Connors. After a while, it was the honest man Ice Room Fantasia again. Until a few minutes later, this effect gradually disappeared. And that Dr. Connors also agreed with the statement just now. Just work out this undecedent technology. I can wash away my sins. His eyes gradually became firmer. That's right. Blood lurked on the throne and said with a smile. That's it. Come on. Let's change the world together. Blood dived with open arms. It's like welcoming a new future. And that Dr. Connors also stood up again. In his eyes, the light of hope rekindled. Chapter 118. Very good. At the moment, the blood diver on the throne burst into laughter. He looked down at Dr. Connors. No, maybe now, it's time to call roar Dr. Candid. If later, if he can draw that Kamen Rider Bullet world, then he wouldn't mind, try to develop that pressure driver. Then hand it over to Dr. Connors for use. Have a look. Does this squeeze the drive have any effect on its IQ? Dr. Crocodile. Think about it, it's very interesting. Definitely, that's for a later story. And at the moment, that Dr. Connors also raised his head, stated his conditions. Want me to conduct experiments for your organization? However, I also have two requests. He said brightly. Speak. The blood diver on the high platform, with his hands behind his back, said lightly. First, I need some helpers. Dr. Connors looked around and said. Can. Bloody said lightly. Before. Since it was the Ames guard on the scene. In their database, the information of the Osborn group personnel is stored. So. But all those Osborn researchers. The members of the Ames guard captured them all. However, they didn't turn it over to the New York headquarters. Rather, they are imprisoned in their own prisons. Now, it's time to release it. Let him act as Dr. Connors' subordinate. The second. I don't want to use real people anymore and do experiments. That Dr. Connors sighed and continued. Maybe last time. That Amazon experiment, the direct use of human experiments' sake. So this Dr. Connors is very disgusted by this kind of behavior now. For this proposal. Blood pondered for a while. Agreed immediately. No problem. We also have information related to androids in our organization. You can first try to cultivate a group of artificial humans for experiments. Another experiment. Xueqian raised his hand and continued. Yes. That's right. Actually. In the last Amazon world inheritance, except for the technology of that Amazon cell. It does have the technology of the artificial human project. To know. In the first season of Amazon, the protagonist, Mizusawa Yu, is an artificial person cultivated by integrating human cells and Amazon cells. Therefore, Noma Pharmaceutical Co., Limited has a lot of experience with the artificial human experiment. And this technology is naturally included in the inheritance. So, this Dr. Connors, don't do experiments on living people. He is completely satisfied. And Levi also has his own plans for the android. In fact, this time, he used the system to summon Sonoko. This is an immediate result. And it costs a lot. And if, start the research on this artificial human technology now. Although it takes time, it will take a little longer. But if the research is successful, so, wouldn't he be able to create characters similar to the Kamen Rider world at will? Tieto. Fighting world. ZECT, once used artificial human technology. Created a mimetic heaven. Although the strength is not comparable to the real Chief Secretary of Heavenly Dao. But its ability is much stronger than ordinary characters. Then, no decedent technique is applied to it. That's under his command. Wouldn't it be possible to have more Kamen Riders who couldn't be killed? If so, then the whole earth will surrender under his feet. But want to get to this level? The workload is enormous. There are also many problems to overcome. Just look at Dr. Connors, how to operate. PhD. Then next, I will hand over this Faust base to you. The guards in this base, you can call at any time. What's the problem? You can also contact me immediately. In this base, a satellite with a helmet. In fact, it's also all mode Gaia. Therefore, he naturally does not have to worry about his rebellion. Once there is a problem, these mechanical guards will instantly transmit the message to the Gaia satellite. Izzy will also know at the first time. All right. It's getting late. I saw that blood dive, one turned over. He jumped down from the high platform. Time required. He came to the side of Dr. Connors. He tapped the doctor on the shoulder. Then out of the Faust base. This time, the base gate is open. Blood sneaks out of it. Outside the door, Izzy and his group of guards had been waiting there for a long time. That blood diver disarmed himself. It's back to Levi again. He shook his hands. Have to say, this acting is really interesting. After this blood dive is his own trumpet vest. When the plus size can't show up, just use this blood dive instead. Correct. Levi looked at the person in charge of Namba Heavy Industries and hooked his hand. The person in charge immediately bent over. Trot forward. President. What's the matter, tell me. He nodded and bowed. Give me a few more days to watch this Dr. Connors. After, I will secretly send someone to send his assistant and some experimental materials. At BH at 2, plus. Levi said lightly. Yes, I understand, I understand. The person in charge nodded again and again. Levi smiled and took Izzy back to his manor. A few days later, the artificial person profile that Levi will organize himself. It was handed to Dr. Connors at the Faust base. After Dr. Connors saw it, he was amazed. Did not expect. There is such a technology. He immediately took his assistants and threw himself into the research. So here it is. Each of the two secret bases has conducted research. But talk about progress. Or the museum organization, even better. After all, Colonel Stryker, with many years of accumulation. Experimental materials, do not need to worry about. On the other hand, look at Dr. Connors. Everything needs to be started from scratch. The natural progress is slower. And Feidian Smart, at the moment also runs smoothly. There is no need for him to intervene too much. One time, Levi was completely idle. Time has become quite abundant. In this manner, he is also a little tired of staying. I thought about going for a walk. Izzy, have you received any invitations recently? Chapter 119. As the president of Feidian Intelligence, the rich and famous in the society, he will naturally receive many invitations from the outside world. Only Because before, he was too busy. So these invitations were all turned down by Izzy. And now, after leisure, I naturally have to see if there is any fun in it. Yes, Mr. President. Izzy inquired and answered immediately. Let me see the invitation from the last month. Levi said lightly. Izzy hands up. Those invitations appeared on the big screen in front. Whoa! For a while. They are stacked together. Almost filled the entire screen. La. Interesting, let me take a look. What are the invitations? Levi was intrigued for a while. He raised his head and looked at the screen. Crises Auction, East Asian Culture Exhibition, welcome. Immediately, he saw one of them. Cultural Exhibition. Seeing this, Levi shook his head. Just cross it out. As the behind-the-scenes boss of that museum organization, how could he go to the exhibition of other people's culture? Then the next one. Los Angeles Oscar Awards Redemption, you are cordially invited to come. 937 Oscar? To know. The Academy Awards are the grand event of the United States film industry. This awards ceremony. In addition to the obvious ones attending the meeting, the organizing committee also often invites some rich people to present awards. And those rich people, often happy to go. Come on, you can promote yourself. If you have a fancy star, you can also talk about the price. But, for such occasions, Levi did not like it very much. Pass again. Next, the third one. International Charity Racing Club, Monaco Royal Family Invitation. This is kind of interesting. Levi looked at the invitation and said lightly. This Monaco is a small country in Europe. It is surrounded by France on 3 sides, and the Mediterranean Sea is on one side. The land area, although small, but very rich. It is a very famous tourist destination in the whole of Europe. And here comes the invitation. It is to invite Levi to go there and participate in a charity car race. This activity is quite fun. I heard that the place is also very suitable for relaxation. That being the case, then go play. Izzy, give me an answer. Levi said lightly. Okay, President. Izzy immediately contacted the organizer to confirm the date of participation. Soon after, Feidian's exclusive aircraft started again. Fly to Europe. The members on this plane were almost the same as last time. It's just that the head bodyguard has changed from Buppo to Renyu. Because last time, the Ames guard, in the turmoil in Amazon, made a lot of credit. This Chief George, not only commended them, it also increased the number of sites under its control. This makes it impossible to break and becomes very busy. On the other hand, Sister Blade, who was managed by the guards, could not help but relax for a while. So he acted as at the moment's bodyguard. And traveling with it, there is also a Kalira, responsible for taking care of Levi's diet etc. A few hours later, the plane landed successfully at the airport in Monaco. Just got off the plane. Levi felt a warm sea breeze blowing. Extremely comfortable. Standing on top of this airport, you can see the whole scenery of Monaco. Monaco is indeed the richest region in Europe. Feel free to scan. You can see that luxury cars can be seen everywhere on the street. Crowds of beauties. On the coast, luxurious yachts line up. Densely packed. Dazzling. It makes people feel like they are in heaven for a while. But among them, CBFG, the most attractive one is the ongoing F1 racing competition. Several streets were specially blocked, used as a racetrack. This is also a warm-up activity for the next rich charity competition. Is it President Levi of Feidian Intelligence? This way please. We have reserved a private room for you. As soon as they walked out of the airport, the reception staff of the Monaco royal family had already arrived. For this rich charity match, They are also well prepared. Because of that charity car race, it's not happening until tomorrow. So this Levi was first taken to a luxury hotel for a rest. This hotel room is next to the track. Through the floor-to-ceiling glass, you can enjoy the roaring racing cars up close. Definitely, this glass is idiosyncratic. Only from the inside. The outside cannot be seen inside. Levi brought Aguilera and settled in. After some relaxation, he wore a bathrobe and came to the floor-to-ceiling window. Drink champagne. Yuze looked at the track below, and the galloping car got up. Have to say, the speeding racing car made him feel a little unbearable. That being the case, that's tomorrow's charity game. Go down and have a go yourself. And at the moment, in his mind, a prompt sound suddenly came. The system that hasn't worked for a long time. It actually appeared again. Ding, the surrounding scene detected. Kamen Rider Ride the World, Automatic Awakening. Cough. Automatic Awakening. Hear this system prompt. Levi couldn't help but feel a sense of novelty. Can this Kamen Rider world still be able to automatically awakening? It seemed that he felt Levi's doubts. The system actually started to answer automatically. In fact, when the situation around the host is very similar to Kamen Rider world, the corresponding night world will automatically awakening. And at the moment, whether buying this world heritage or extract the items here, all have different effects. Such a situation, not to be missed. I see. Levi nodded. But for this Kamen Rider ride, Levi, in fact, hasn't seen much of it. After all, Heisei so many works. He can't possibly know everything. For this ride, all he knew was some of the memes and famous scenes. This ride, as the name suggests, it's a car-themed existence. No wonder, it will be awakening in this game. Chapter 120. Its story. It should be the story of the male protagonist, who is a police officer, using Chiki to solve crimes constantly. Levi put his hand to his head and thought for a moment. More. He didn't know. Although the plot is not very clear. But to buy, or to buy. After all. Finally, there is a masked world, autonomous awakening. The next time this happens, I don't know when. Thought here. Levi turned on the system. Last time, although he gained a lot of world points. However, most of them were used to buy the inheritance of Kamen Rider W. Now, in this system, there are only less than 500,000 world points left. Just enough to buy a defective world card. That being the case, Levi also has no hesitation. Anyway, old ones don't go, new ones don't come. With a wave of his hand, he spent the remaining 500,000 world points. Ding! Congratulations, in the state of Kamen Rider Drive World Awakening, you purchased the defective world card. Critical hit effect is triggered. Defective world card *2. Cough. Interesting. After seeing this tip, there was a smile on the corner of Levi's mouth. These 2 defective world cards. It also means that he can extract 2 things from the world where Kamen Rider drives. That being the case, then take a look. You can draw something good out of it. Thinking, Levi raised his hand. From that system, firstly, a defective world card was drawn. Brush it. Turned over. And this time, seems to be taking care of Levi, never seen this Kamen Rider drive like. The system played a picture directly in his mind. I saw a crimson sports car galloping on the road. Not only is it super fast, and in the process of driving, depending on the road surface, it will also change different tires on its own. Not only that, under the control of the male protagonist Shinashuk, this Cetron sports car, in a different situation, It will also transform into different forms. For example, in mountain conditions, it morphs into off-road form. In the event of an obstacle, it switches back to the technical model. Even when needed, this Zetron will also become a spaceship mode. The functions are diverse and powerful. After the introduction, the screen disappears. This Levi, before returning to the real world. Ding! Congratulations on the vehicle you drew, Said rang. The Zetron has been stored in the space and can be accessed when needed. Levi, see here. Smiles slightly. Although at this moment, he does not lack a car. However, it is possible to draw the Zetron. This world is not a white flower. So, look at this second one, what can you draw? Talking. He took out the second defective world card. When this piece appears, it exudes a different light than before. It is much more precious than the first one. Levi was immediately interested. He immediately opened it. Just like before, another scene appeared in front of his eyes. It's like being in a warehouse. Ground first, a mess. It was as if it had just been through a battle. A broken belt, lying on the ground, constantly shaking. And at the moment, on the opposite side is a young man. Holding a signal axe, he slowly walked towards the broken belt. Etc. The broken belt actually made a human voice. But the young man did not hesitate at all. Into the signal axe, something was entered. The signal axe was activated instantly. I am such a great mind. Never disappear from this world. The broken belt swayed even more. And at the moment, on the signal axe, the traffic lights flashed in turn. Then the prompt, one night in one belt. It said, it's ready to go. The young man raised the signal axe in his hand, and without hesitation, smashed it towards the ground. Do not do this! The broken belt roared wildly. However, to no avail. Boom! The signal axe suddenly fell. Time required. Fire splashes. Farewell. My father, and my cowardice. The screen has now disappeared. And Levi, back to the real world. 4 flowers. Cough. Did I draw a signal axe this time? Levi said with a smile. For the picture just now. He is still impressed. After all, this is a rare and famous scene in Kamen Rider. There are also many well-known memes. For example, the noble phantasm to the father, Signal Lord. It said, can go on. Goodbye my father and my cowardice. It's a classic. Ding. Congratulations on winning the broken belt, Savage Tenjiro version. Hearing this voice, Levi couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. I thought. He extracted. It's a signal axe. Did not expect. It was the belt that was chopped up. According to the information instilled in the system, Levi also finally knows the cause and effect of the scene just now. Many years ago, there are 2 genius doctors and they come together. Want to come up with a great invention. And these 2 doctors are Dr. Kurim who invented Strawn. And this Savage Tenjiro. Only, unlike Dr. Kurim, this Savage Tenjiro is very ambitious. Desire to rule the world. Even his own wife and children are just a means to his end. Finally, this guy invented a mechanical variant. That is, the weirdo who rides the world. However, this was the mechanical variant that he came out of, but he did not obey his instructions. Instead, kill him. Consciousness was also blocked in the online world by the 003 mechanical variant. Can't move. Until later. He relied on a series of trajectories to escape from it. And transfer the data in your mind to the Savage Drive. After that, the body of No 006 mechanical variant was captured. Evolved into Golden Rider. Become the boss of the world. But unfortunately, even this guy, Sotos, In the end, he was defeated in the battle with his son Shideo Gang. This is the famous scene just now. Did not expect. Now, I have actually won this villain. Interesting. Door. Chapter 121. Only. This guy is obviously a little restless. How can I use it to get the most out of it? Levi thought for a moment. There is no good way yet. Never mind. Or put it in the system space first. When there is a suitable opportunity, let it go. Now. He still relaxes first. After all, Aguilera was still waiting for him. The next day, Levi took Izzy, Rinwia, and the others towards the restaurant inside the hotel. Aguilera is a little uncomfortable. Did not go with them. Once in it, the restaurant was already full of people. After all, today is the day of the charity regal. Therefore, everyone present is either rich or expensive. But even so, after seeing Levi's arrival, those guys stood up one after another and greeted him roar. After all, who doesn't know 937, this Feidian company is now hot. And at the moment, a woman in a red dress with a bewitching figure is rushing to go outside. How do you know, accidentally? About to hit Levi. How do you know? Levi smiled and his body slanted immediately. The woman tilted her body and was about to fall to the ground. Levi then raised his hand and gave her a hand. See you again, Miss Jess. He said softly. That's right. The woman in front of me is exactly the Black Widow I met at the banquet last time. Did not expect. Actually here, I met her again. But that Black Widow, after seeing Levi again, looks a little embarrassed. She didn't expect it. The person he bumped into was actually Levi, the previous tasker. This time, it was embarrassing. And that's when Levi meets Black Widow. On the other side, Tony Stark and Pepper are sitting at the bar. Get ready to order a glass of wine. Yet at this moment, that Justin Hammer suddenly plugged in. There was also a female reporter in blue beside him. Hey, Tony. Have not seen you for a long time. Justin Hammer looks familiar. Hold Tony, and it's time to catch up. By the way, Tony, this is the Christine of Flashy World. He introduced to the beautiful woman in blue next to him. This is Tony Stark, you'll recognize that lady as the new CEO of the Stark Group, and that's big news. Facing Justin Hammer, Pepper just politely smiled back. And Tony, a mocking smile appeared directly. It's almost like saying, we don't know each other. And at the moment, the reporter Christine also ignored Justin and immediately prepared to interview Tony. Justin, who was the introducer, was left out in the cold. To know. During the previous Amazon riots. This Tony, but brilliant. Although at the last moment, he was directly knocked off the high platform by that Norman. But that didn't stop him, Tony's popularity was soaring. This Tony, such a sassy character. How can you refuse an interview with a beauty? What's more, in the presence of Justin Hammer, he was about to brag about himself. Yet at this moment, at the door, there was a burst of change. The female reporter looked up at him, and her eyes immediately went straight. That's actually Levi. To know. Since the Amazon chaos, the reputation of Feidian Intelligence has soared into the sky. Once again selected as the world's #1 technology company. And as company president Levi, it has become a favorite among thousands of media. They all want to interview him. Only that Levi seems to have disappeared. There was no trace of him at all. Did not expect. You can meet him here. What is this interview with Tony? Definitely going to interview him first. Sorry, Mr. Tony. I might have something. Can this interview be postponed for a while? He had just finished speaking, before Tony could respond. The female reporter ran towards Levi. This time, it's Justin Hammer's turn to gloat over his misfortune. Tony. It seems that your popularity is not very good. Tony was a little irritated when he heard Hammer's sarcasm. Turning around now, that guy is taking over his new female assistant. Even more furious. Immediately as it went. And at the moment, Levi took his sister and came to a table. That female reporter wants to come to interview. But she was already stopped by Sister Ren, who was waiting by the side. And at the moment, Levi also noticed that Tony was coming towards him. Seeing that Tony, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This guy. But help yourself, earn a lot of world points. Hey, long time no see. Tony. Seeing Tony walk to his table, he raised his hand and stretched it out. When Tony saw Levi stretch out his hand, he wasn't good at having a direct attack in front of him. Only, the anger just now must be vented. He rolled his eyes a few times, and soon saw the racing car galloping outside. Hey, long time no see. Next, I'm going to take part in that F1 car. Would you like to come and have a try? Tony immediately suggested. To know. He's a veteran when it comes to playing cars. There are no less than 100 top sports cars collected in the garage. In my spare time, I often go to the track to play. Its level is comparable to that of professional drivers. E07. With the help of this racing car, kill the majesty of this guy. Let him see. Who is stronger? All right. Levi didn't know Tony's intention, and nodded immediately. Would you like to join us too? Tony squinted and glanced at Justin Hammer behind him. Remnant, no, no, no. You still play, you play. That Hammer immediately raised his hand and waved it. To know. This F1 car race is no joke. It's super fast speed, if you don't pay attention, you may crash the car. Where is he going to play directly? In fact, the rich charity tournament. But the rich can designate drivers to play. But now, unexpectedly, Tony, a lunatic, actually wanted to appear on the scene himself. Okay, that's it. Wait then. See you at Arena 5.6. After Tony finished speaking, he turned to leave. Levi, on the other hand, smiled faintly. It looks. The Cetron that I drew yesterday seems to be able to come in handy today. Then, soon after, he came to the garage prepared for him by the organizer. It's hands up. I will show the defective world card from yesterday. Then raised his hand. The card flew out immediately, and it exploded in midair, turning into a ray of light. Next up. Above the ground. Like science fiction. From the engine to the frame. A very cool Cetron racing car gradually emerged. And this time, its appearance is not its usual appearance. But according to Levi's mind, switch to strong formula mode. It's just that the old driver has never used this kind of driving. Chapter 122. Look at this red formula that emerges in front of you. Levi nodded in satisfaction. Then, he asked Izzy to send someone to bring it into the arena. And with the entry of the Cetron formula, Tony is already waiting there. The car he chose was a blue F1. The two formula cars are arranged together. There were also many spectators around. After all, you can see two rich people racing at the same time. This kind of scene is rare. However, at the moment, in the venue, watching Tony with his helmet on, jump into that F1 car. Little Chili's face is full of worry. Natalie, let Happy come over. I have something to say to him. She aimed her head and said to Black Widow next to her. Since last time, I was asked by Nick Fury to monitor this Iron Man Tony. This Black Widow, joined Stark Industries. Acted as Tony's personal secretary. That's why Tony was so angry when he saw Levi talking to Black Widow just now. And the other side. Izzy and Basui are very calm. Because they are so clear. The strength of your own boss. It's just an hammer over there. Holding 21 with both hands, his eyes stared at the screen. Die together. Die together. Both of you guys, better die on the racetrack together. He silently wished in his heart. If only these two guys die together on this track. Then, his hammer company will surpass the Feidian and Stark in one fell swoop. Become the largest arms dealer in the United States. And at the moment, in the arena, all the drivers are already in place. Tony turned his head, fighting intently. So. Preparation. Run. The flag-raising girl suddenly waved the flag in her hand. Brush it. The F1 racing cars suddenly moved forward and galloped away. Boom. The motor roared. At the beginning, that Tony's car had the upper hand. Horses take the lead. And Levi's Cetron will be a little behind. Aha! That Iron Man Tony, look at Levi being left behind. Laugh out loud right now. However, he hasn't laughed for long. Levi and Stran suddenly switched to rapid mode. I saw that the tires of the racing car suddenly improved. Immediately, the speed is like opening and hanging. Suddenly chased forward. Whoosh whoosh. That red figure kept surpassing one goal after another. Damn it. That Tony stepped on the gas, and then, wiggled the car. Stuck in front of Levi. For a while. That Strawn can't be surpassed. But soon. They came to a tunnel. With a slight smile, Levi changed the Cetron tires again. A tiny existence like a thorn appeared on it. The grip becomes extremely scary. Then, let's get started. Levi kicks the throttle. Sing. That's Cetrang, full horsepower. Suddenly rushed towards Tony in front of him. Is this guy crazy? Looking behind him, Stran who was approaching, even Tony, broke out in a cold sweat. To know. Closer now. Once hit. Destroy the car. But the next second. Boom. I saw that Cetron, speed up again. Only this time. It was heading towards that tunnel wall. It's like Batman's Batmobile. Cling to the rounded tunnel walls and smell it. It passed the Iron Man Tony's car. The whole process, in one go. Flowing clouds and water. It made Iron Man Tony in the back stunned. For a while. Don't know what to say. And after that. This Cetron has switched tires again. Full horsepower. Instantly used that Tony's car without a trace. That speed. It's no different than flying. Soon. It's off the track. This also makes the surrounding audience a happy roar. Soon after. That Strawn has far surpassed everyone. In the popular roar. The end has been reached. Stab la la. After a sudden stop. That Strand turned a corner, and then stopped horizontally. And Levi in the car couldn't help but smile. Have to say. If you only talk about the speed of change. This Strawn, on the arena, is definitely a well-deserved overlord. And you can switch the form freely. However, these forms are still mostly related to cars. It would be even more perfect if it could be transformed into a robot like a mobile Pegasus. Levi is ready to go back later. Just give it some makeover. Let's see if we can add a few more gear-shifting chariots to this Cetron. Elda. Use shape-shifting King Kong to shift the chariot and transform into a bumblebee shape. Use Lolo's adventures to shift the chariot and transform it into Human Torch form. Think. It's quite fun. And just as Levi, at the finish line, fell into contemplation. On the maintenance track next to that track. A middle-aged man with long hair and a shawl in a yellow maintenance suit. There was a cold smile on the corner of his mouth. Then next. It's my turn to play. Talking. He opened the guardrail next to him. Went straight to the runway. And at the moment, there are racing cars one after another, driving out of the tunnel. Whoosh whoosh. Thanks just now. The state of Levi's loop around the tunnel is too shocking. Caused Tony, a little distracted. It's racing, not long after. Just overtaken by a good car. The racer couldn't help but smile. After all, he also surpassed that super-rich Iron Man. But the next second, when he turned his head, he saw a person standing on the runway in front of him. I saw that guy, put out his hands. Ginger time, 2 whips, popped suddenly. Next up. Stab la la. Above the whip, a terrifying electric current flashed. Next up. His clothes were also set on fire. Finally revealed the whole picture inside. See the racing cars coming. He took a toothpick and raised his hand. Just a whip. Stab la la. The whip hit the front of the car in an instant. Like a hot knife cutting snow. The front of the car was quickly cut off. And that F1 car also volleyed into the air. After rolling for several laps, it fell heavily to the side. Immediately, the audience around was shocked. And Levi, who was on the finish line, also narrowed his eyes. Correct. This guy seems to be the villain in Iron Man 2. Did not expect. It actually appeared in this place. He said quietly in the car. In fact, although back then, he had also seen many Marvel movies. But some of them have long since been forgotten. However, at the moment, seeing this picture, he seemed to remember something. In his mind, the history of this guy also appeared. Its name is Ivan Vank. His father, the original partner with Stark's father, Howard Stark. Together they developed the arc reactor. But later, due to the conflict between the two sides, this guy's father, Anton Vank, was exiled to the Soviet Union. Finally sullen. And he remembered his father's death. Later, I saw that Tony Stark, using the arc reactor, transform into an Iron Knight. Get furious now. So far away, ready to kill this Tony Stark to avenge his father. Doll. This is the scene in front of him. Think here. There was a smile on Levi's face. Howard Stark and Anton Vank are quite similar to the Savage Tenjiro and Dr. Kulim. Chapter 123. Dr. Kulim. Like Howard Stark. And that Savage Tenjiro is similar to Ivan Cowan's father. It looks. He already knows who should give the broken belt to, so that the benefits can be maximized. Think here. A sinister smile appeared on the corner of Levi's mouth. And at the moment, Ivan in the field did not notice at all that he had already been calculated. He called for a toothpick and continued to walk forward. And on the field, the next car is coming at a gallop. No one else. It was the one Tony was driving. At the moment, this Tony finally woke up. I heard a loud bang in front of me. He thought it was the car in front of him that had an accident. I don't know. I raised my head. I saw that Ivan waving a whip and came head on. Tony was taken aback immediately. Quickly turned the steering wheel. The whip swiped over his head almost dangerously and hit the hood of the racing car. Time required. Fire is shining. One of the wheels of Tony's racing car was cut open in an instant. The entire racing car lost its balance immediately and flew up. Then he fell heavily on the track. Immediately afterwards, due to inertia, one rushed forward. It didn't stop until it hit the car just now. See this scene? The surrounding audience couldn't help but shut their mouths. And in that venue, the little Pepper is even more shocked. However, at the moment, Tony's driver, Happy, also arrived at the venue. He's carrying Tony's latest tech case. Quick! Give this to Tony. Little Pepper said hurriedly. Afterwards, the two drove the Rolls-Royce towards the track. And at the moment, in the track, as the car flipped over, that Tony, face down. The whole person is full of stars. When he opened his eyes, he saw that Ivan, swinging his whip. Turn around and walk in the middle of the track. Don't worry at all, you will be hit by the car behind you. The swaying look is quite similar to brother Xiaoming. Quite classy. And the racing car behind seems to be using his life to match his pretense. I saw a racing car that had just turned a corner, and saw someone blocking the road ahead. So a quick decision, a straightener, stopped in the middle of the track. It's a pity that the car behind it is blocked from view. Not realizing the danger, he stepped on the accelerator and slammed into the guy's body heavily. Next up. It's the next one, the next one. A series of rear-end collisions caused a violent explosion. Countless pieces of racing cars splashed all over the place. And Ivan, still did not look back. Headed towards the half-car that Tony had flipped over. Rao is Levi, and I have to boast. Really? Real man, never look back at the explosion. Soon. And Ivan had come to the front of Tony's car. One of the whips swung down, but there was no Tony in the overturned car. And at the moment, behind him, a person suddenly picked up the broken car door and gave this Ivan a shot. It's none other than Tony. Just now, with the help of the moment of the explosion, he had already escaped. Interesting. Who knows, after Ivan was beaten, instead of rage, he laughed. It turned around and immediately launched a violent attack on that Tony. Whip out. It's like hunting for mice. And this Tony, relying on the wreckage of the racing car, is running wildly. There is a whip. Even when it was drawn between his open legs, little Tony's racing suit was smoking. With the power of a high-voltage electric whip. If this hits, I'm afraid it will be directly baked into carbon. And Tony, obviously isn't jealous either. Using the gasoline leak of the racing car, I almost took away Ivan in one wave. Saved some face. But this also made Ivan lose his interest in playing. Prepare to strangle this Tony on the spot. Yet at this moment, Small Peppers and Happy, finally felt. They want to rely on that Rolls-Royce to collide with Ivan. But he was avoided. The front of the car slammed into the side, stuck and couldn't get out. When Tony saw this, he couldn't help but slap his forehead. Oh my god! You guys are good enough. Quick! Give me my knight's armor case. He reached out his hand and shouted at the little Pepper in the car. Little Pepper hurriedly threw a yellow-green box out of the car. Just see that, Tony. Catch the box with one hand, and press your palm on it. I saw the surface of the box, and it scattered in an instant. Reveal the arc belt. Tony buckled the arc belt around his waist. Next up. Boom. The box split in an instant. Turned into countless small nails. Then quickly slammed into Tony's body. Whoosh whoosh. In less than a moment, this Tony completed his transformation. Buzz. The compound eyes on his head lit up instantly. Become scarlet. Next up. The connection lines on the body actually flashed yellow lines. It looks like the photon blood in Kamen Rider 555. And at the moment, the shape of this Iron Knight has finally appeared in front of people. This model is very different from the previous one. The whole is yellow and black. Appearance looks. It is very similar to the Shining Locust in 01. This is him in the midst of Amazon riots. After seeing Renwei as Lightning Huangfeng, I was inspired. Afterwards, he modified his knight armor to look like this. Light, simple and fast. Its speed is 2 or 3 times that of the previous one. Yes, interesting. And at the moment, Levi at the finish line nodded when he saw Tony's transformation. This Tony. It is indeed the chosen child of the Marvel world. In a short amount of time, He transformed his armor to such an extent. He is looking forward to it. After seeing more of Kamen Rider, what kind of inspiration will this guy, Noah's, go in and create what kind of armor? This is really looking forward to. And at the moment, seeing Tony, transformed into Kamen Rider, this Yvonne is even more annoyed. This guy actually dared to hold the arc reactor developed by his father and show off his might in front of him. Electric whip in his hand. Swing more and more vigorously. But Tony at the moment, with the help of armor, the whole person is as light as the wind. Face the falling whip. Its shape, flashing fast, immediately escaped. And in the process of dodging, this guy, still has time, asks his own artificial intelligence J.A.R.V.I.S. J.A.R.V.I.S. Help me find this guy's weak spot. That Favis. The crazy calculations begin now. After a few seconds, it gives the solution. And, on the screen, the virtual location is displayed. For Tony's reference. Chapter 124. Very good. Next second. This Tony is like a yellow flash. Smell it. He arrived at the side of Yvonne. Immediately, he waved his fist and moved roar towards the guy's face. This armor is simple to use. Although the attack power is not very strong. But it's very fast. Bang it. This Yvonne was hit in the nose immediately. The blood flowed out instantly. Yvonne is first in love. Then, he found Tony beside him. He immediately waved the electric whip in his hand and wanted to attack it. But the next second, Tony dodged. Came to the other side of him in an instant. Another punch. Boom. This Yvonne was beaten and took a step backwards. Next. This Tony, like that shining locust, appeared around Yvonne. Fist, kick, hit instantly. This Yvonne was beaten in the head. Embarrassed. But unfortunately, Tony's suit of armor is all agile. The attack power is really not high. After so many times, I haven't played it yet. Enough. I saw 940 Yvonne on the opposite side, and roared. Immediately holding the whip in both hands, a button was activated. Stab la la. The arc reactor on its chest immediately reached its maximum power. Take time. One after another, lightning flashes emerged through various points on his body. The arc is overflowing. This sudden electric current also let Tony immediately step back. Can't get close anymore. Come on. Come on. Then Yvonne is crazy again. Waving the whip, he hit Tony in the distance. However, Tony at the moment, but relying on that armor, brought him agile speed. Flying around. Perfectly dodged those electric whip attacks. But this situation only lasted for a moment. Soon after, the lightning around Ivan's body quickly subsided at a speed visible to the naked eye. After all, the arc reactor he made is a degraded version of existence. Far less powerful than Tony's arc reactor. Damn! That Yvonne lowered his head and cursed. That's it. Next, it's my turn. Upon seeing this, Tony immediately sneered, CBFG. Then, raising his hand, he pressed the arc reactor in the belt. Take time. Its red compound eyes. And the yellow core in the middle of the chest lit up instantly. Assault charge. The voice of J.A.R.V.I.S. immediately sounded. And that Tony. He also gave a low drink. The feet stomped on the ground. Boom. The ground of the track below was immediately cracked. Next up. The yellow lines all over his body are all lit up. Then it completely converges on its right foot. Just see that right foot. All entwined with yellow-green electronic light. Next second. Tony's whole body, like a shooting star, turned into a yellow flash. suddenly kicked towards Ivana. That Ivan couldn't dodge at all. In an instant, Tony was kicked in the chest. The arc reactor above it shattered immediately. Stab la la. For a while, the components inside are instantly destroyed. The only remaining electric current was also tilted on Ivan himself. And his whole person, under the huge amounts of kicking skills, volleyed into the sky. It fell heavily to the ground. After shaking a few times, he suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. Passed out. The surrounding security guards rushed up in an instant. Surrounded Ivan, who was still trying to struggle, and then arrested him. And Tony, turned over and landed firmly on the ground. Such a perfect performance. Seeing the surrounding audience, they were boiling. They all got up. Applause. Happy for Tony roar. Chili Pepper and Happy are also smiling. And Levi, too, showed a smile. Did not expect. This Tony, actually developed the armor to such an extent. Even the knight's kick has been learned. There are really two. There was only Hanmer in the whole venue, and the atmosphere was endless. He raised his hand. He threw out the wine glass in his hand. Frightened, it hit the ground. This voice immediately attracted everyone who liked Roar to look at him. Sorry, so excited, so excited. I'm happy for Tony. His armor is really awesome. Seeing this, Hanmer hurriedly raised his hands and explained with a smile. Soon after, Levi also drove the Strawn back into his garage. After making it good, he then returned to the venue. Izzy, help me bring that Strawn back to New York first. He came to the restaurant and ordered a cup of tea. Then he ordered. Yes. Take Nastron back first. And he will stay in Monaco for some time. On the one hand, enjoy life. On the other hand, naturally, it is necessary to do something in the dark. And after the assassination, the entire Regal charity tournament is unknown. Everyone left. And that Ivan was also taken into custody by the Monaco police. Tony, on the other hand, went to the prison to meet him. After figuring out the reason for his assassination, he hurriedly returned to the country. Don't stop. Because at the moment, there are already parliamentarians in the country who have launched a complaint against Stark Industries. Accused of leaking the arc reactor. Caused a great safety hazard. And Tony, why rush back? To resolve this matter. After all, if the solution is not good, I am afraid that the share price of Stark Industries will drop again and again. And Ivan cough. He was temporarily held in a prison in Monaco, waiting for the FBI to bring it back to the country for interrogation. Take the trial. And at the moment, that Ivan Vank, in prison uniform, sitting in prison with shackles on both feet, in the biggest cell. Totally boring. But right now, stab la la. The lights in the entire prison began to flicker suddenly. The prison guard outside the door saw this. I thought it was because the voltage was unstable, so I ran away, looking for someone to fix it. And when the guards guarding outside left, the lights turned off suddenly. Time required. The whole room inside and outside became dark. Ivankov sat in it, his head was spinning. I was thinking, how to find a chance to escape. Yet at the moment, only a squeak was heard. It seems that the door of the prison was opened by someone. Next up, just the sound of footsteps. Chapter 125. Who is it? Ivankov was instantly alert. Could it be that Tony Stark, who sent the killer here? I want to cut the weeds. Think here. This Ivankov, immediately nervous. Get your ears up and get ready. Once that killer dare to approach, he will react immediately. Let him know what is a fighting family. But the next second, a snap of fingers was heard. The light above the head came on again. Only this time. In the huge cell, another figure appeared. See him, wearing red and green armor similar to Iron Man Tony. Only. The armor looked, but it was far less decent than Tony's. The whole gives a very cold and evil feeling. Ha ha ha. Finally meet. Ivankov. I just saw that guy, smiling and walking with dashing steps. Walk towards Ivankov in the center of the cell. The compound eyes on the armor glowed with light. Like a gloomy poisonous snake. This made Ivankov's eyes jump. Who are you? He asked immediately. Good question. The Scarlet Knight pointed to himself. You can call me Rora Blood Diver. To save your existence. He spread his hands and said freely. Help me. You're taking me out of the cell. Work for you. Ivankov raised his head, and asked curiously. No, no, no. This is so untechnical. The blood diver shook his finger and said jokingly. I'm here. I came to give you the power of revenge. Xueqian clasped his hands together and said impassively. The power of revenge. After Ivankov heard it, he groaned. That's right. Our organization. I saw your performance. Think you have potential. So send me here. I'll leave this to you. Talking. The blood diver raised his hand. I saw a light flashing in his hands. Soon. A broken belt appeared in his hand. I saw the blood dive and raised his hand. The broken belt was thrown out. Gollum. Then he rolled to the feet of Ivan Vank. What is this? That Ivan Vank once glanced at the broken belt and asked. This is the Kamen Rider belt developed by our organization, a scientist. Only. That guy, in an experiment, didn't believe in fate. And his results. We organize, but have never been able to crack it. The blood diver said. That's it. Then this thing, left in our hands, is of no use. So, the organization chose you. Give this to you. As a gift. Bloody said with a smile. Similar to Iron Man's belt. Ivankov looked at the broken belt, his eyes twinkling. That's right. If you crack it, you'll gain more power than Iron Man Tony. The blood potential opened his hands. Want revenge? Want to beat Tony? Restore the glory that belongs to the family. Everything is hidden in that belt. He said slightly confused. So, what am I going to pay? Ivankov raised his head and asked. He does not think that there is a free lunch in this world. Good question. If you crack it, then our organization will recycle this technology. Bloody said with a chuckle. Then, best of luck. I won't bother you anymore. Done. The bloody stool folded his fingers together. On his forehead, he made a gesture of respect. Immediately, the lights turned off again. Wait until it lights up. The sound of blood diving has disappeared without a trace. Just the broken belt on the ground. It shows that what just happened is real. Mysterious organization. And at the moment, that Ivankov couldn't help but jumped his eyes again. He combed through the conversation of the guy just now. A mysterious organization has developed a belt similar to Iron Man Tony. However, the scientist in charge of research and development died tragically in an experiment. Ask for flowers. All that's left is this broken belt. And that organization, which has no ability for the time being, will restore it. Then, I found myself in this prison. Want to make myself, help them, restore this technology. It sounds. It's quite reasonable. Only. That scientist, the belt developed. Can you defeat the Iron Man's armor? That Ivankov, in his mind, couldn't help but think of the situation when Tony used the armor to defeat himself. That swift speed. The unparalleled power left a deep trace in his heart. If only relying on the electric whip. Well, he can never be that guy's match. Only if researched from scratch. 0. That would never catch up with that Iron Man Tony. But fortunately, that mysterious organization seems to be also researching armor technology. Let's see for yourself, what kind of technology is there. Then, this Ivankov, struggling to bend down. Raising his hand, he took the broken belt in his hand. However, at the moment, the broken belt suddenly stretched out some electronic tentacles. Suddenly he inserted it into his hand. Stab la la. For a time, on the electronic tentacles, lightning surged. Fire splashes. And that Ivankov's body also trembled at the same time. And at the moment, the broken belt actually gave out a burst of crazy laughter. Ha ha ha. I should never end my fate. This sound. It is the great villain in the galloping, the savage Tenjiro. Original. After being called out, the soul in that belt, savage Tenjiro, immediately awakened. He only remembered that he was just fighting with his son Shideo before. Himself was knocked to the ground. The boarding body was completely destroyed. Only a broken belt remained. And that signal axe will attack him in an instant. Yet at this moment, light strikes. In a blink of an eye, it was as if I had entered another world. But, although he was lucky enough to save his life, however, that belt is badly damaged. After a while, it will automatically shut down. And his consciousness may also be completely cleared. Chapter 126. So, he must take this opportunity. Transfer your consciousness out of that broken belt. Possessing others' body. Otherwise, some more time, he is bound to vanish. Damn! Is this the guy, the death scientist? Did not expect. This guy actually has a hand in this belt. And at the moment, that Ivan Vank also noticed the difference. Immediately, he gritted his teeth and struggled to resist. His body also began to tremble violently. Don't let that savage Tenjira's consciousness invade his body. One time. The electric current is radiant. That savage Tenjiro's consciousness could never replace Ivankov's position. Occupy this body. See it. This savage Tenjiro, 940 is also a little anxious. To know. If it goes on like this broken belt will not be able to hold up. The electric current among them will be exhausted soon. Then, this savage Tenjiro had to lower his requirements. I've noticed it. You really want revenge, don't you? But your enemy has much more power than you. That's not the case. You let my consciousness integrate with you. Thus, you will be able to gain my knowledge. I can also use your body to survive. How? That barbarian Tenjiro quickly proposed. Immediately. He then put some fragments of the evil way he studied. Teleport to the eyes of that Ivankov. That mighty evil way. Unbelievable acceleration. Fast-moving gallop. All of these. It was beyond the imagination of Ivan Vank. See it. This is the knowledge I have. Come on. We two in one. At that time, the whole world will tremble for it. Savage Tenjiro continued to seduce. Hear the words of that savage Tenjiro. Think about the hatred of your own family. This Ivankov gritted his teeth. His consciousness immediately relaxed a little. And that savage Tenjiro took advantage of this opportunity. In an instant, integrate with that Ivankov. Stab la la. I saw red electric lights scurrying around. Then Ivankov's body suddenly tightened. On that face, there was actually a shadow about it, and there was a ferocious shadow of the evil way. It's like riding a strange night among the kings of time. Roar. I saw it let out a roar. Bang. The lights above exploded instantly. The entire cell was instantly pitch black. In a moment, This vision on Ivankov gradually dimmed. The personalities of the two are also instantly integrated. Ivan at the moment. It is himself, and it is that savage Tenjiro. A pure villain, Ivan Savage is born. Waiting for come on. Tony. I will definitely add you to me and return it in multiples. In the dark. Ivan looked up. Just see those eyes, extremely scarlet. And just as Ivan Savage prepares to sit still for a while. When you regain your strength. There was a loud noise from outside. Just hear a loud bang. The prison door was blown open directly. Next up. A team of fully armed and masked personnel rushed into it. Without further ado. A sack was placed over his head. Then the two supported him and rushed out. At the moment Ivan Savage, as if the consciousness has just been integrated. The body is still in a state of rigidity. So just leave them at their mercy. Was taken out of the prison and stuffed into a dark car. Fly all the way. Soon after, he disappeared at the intersection. The policemen in the Monaco prison alone, looked at each other. Do not know what to do. And on the way that the vehicle flees. A luxurious Rolls-Royce sedan, also driving. Gorgeous interior. Levi sits on the leather sofa with Aguilera in one hand. A wine glass in one hand. Izzy, who was next to him, raised his hand. Play all the pictures just now. After seeing the picture of Ivankov integrating the barbaric Tenjiro. There was a smile on the corner of Levi's mouth. Very good. It's all under control. His plan was successfully completed. This savage Tenjiro, and Ivankov, merged into one. As for the group of people who stole him after that. If the plot doesn't change. That's no doubt the guy Justin Hammer hired. To know. This Hammer company, since the last research summit. The stock price keeps falling. The company's business is also shrinking on a large scale. Its share in the arms market has also fallen to the third place in the whole meter. Only eat leftovers. If you can't research new things. I'm afraid he can't even keep the third place. After all. The following group of small arms dealers can be eyeing the capital. Staring at Hammer's share. And just so, this guy, saw the performance of Ivan Vank. It's capable of making an arc reactor. Perhaps, it can also create knight armor. If the research is really successful. Well, Hammer, will also take off again. This Justin Hammer, the abacus is cracking. It's just that he doesn't understand yet. What kind of existence did you bring back? But it's fine. Levi stroked a glass of red wine. Let this Ivan Savage scourge the Hammer company. It is also a good choice. After all. This guy, but at the technology summit, gave him a slap in the face. He hasn't gotten revenge on May 6th yet. See if that savage can take over Nestle. Take this Hammer company as your own. Then develop the evil way and transform into a golden gallop. Come find that Tony Stark for revenge. Think about it. Golden Ride, Battle Iron Man 01. It's really fun. Well now. He just needs to wait for this Ivan Savage to grow quietly. By the time he silently harvests world points. And with the end of this event, Levi is in no hurry to go back. Instead, I stayed in Europe for dozens of days. All the way up the mountain and play. So unhappy. Until a month later. He just returned to New York. Because at the moment, Sono Sakiko called him. Chapter 127. Seem. The research on Gaia memory has already paid off. If that's the case, then it's time to go back. After all, this Gaia memory is also an important part of his plan. Of course you need to go back and check it out. So soon after, they ended their trip to Europe. Take a private plane and return to New York. However, upon arrival, Levi wasn't in a hurry to go to Sono Sakiko's place. Instead, he first returned to his manor and repaired it. The next day, just drove to where Sono Sakiko was. Fengdu Museum. This is the newest museum in New York. The establishment is only a few months away. Compared with those old museums, it is obviously more than one grade younger. But even so, a large number of spectators and tourists come here every day. Because of this Fengdu Museum. Although it has not been established for a long time, there are many treasures and rare collections. 21. Whether it's a European Renaissance oil painting, or the ancient lacquerware of Southeast Asia, or the paleontological fossils of North America, the relics of civilization in South America. Everything is here. Even the original building of the museum. It is a very special collection. And a legend. It was a beautiful woman who founded this museum. He holds great wealth in his hands. But I have a soft spot for this artwork. That's why this museum was created. Used to store some of her personal collections. All kinds of legends, superimposed together. Immediately it attracted a lot of tourists. They all want to see it. What the hell is this museum director? But very few people saw it. But today, this bustling museum seems to have something big going on. It was closed a day earlier. This has disappointed many visitors. Back in vain. And at the moment, the glamorous museum curator that they said in their mouths, Sono Sakiko. However, he was wearing a capable black OL outfit, holding his hands on his chest, and standing at the back door of the Fengdu Museum. It seems to be waiting for some kind of guests. If only those tourists saw it. Don't let your jaw drop. To know. Last time, the governor of New York came. She didn't even come out to meet me. After getting up, Sun Li, each stood aside, with guards around him. Hey! It's so boring. I thought that life on this earth would be a little more interesting. It turned out to be the same as in space, no fun at all. Narai leaned against a pillar. Put your hands in your pockets. Said boredly. Since the last time, since the invasion of Colonel Stryker's base, he was transferred to this museum. Originally thought, this organization has just been established. There must be a lot of people coming to challenge. You can also play a few games yourself. Did not expect. This place is so peaceful. Except for those roaring tourists every day. There's no such thing as a challenge. This makes Lei, who is very active, so depressed. On the other hand, Sun, who was next to him, still had a gentle smile on his face. As if everything, he didn't seem to take it to heart. And right now, in the distance, a lengthened version of Lincoln is driving from a distance. Then it stopped in front of a few people. The sluggish Lei quickly stood up. Don't dare to be slighted. And at the moment, just hear it. The Lincoln's doors open automatically. Levi got out of the car in a neat black suit. And the other side. There was also a person who jumped out of the car at the same time. I saw him in a small secretary outfit, but with fluttering red hair. That's right. This time, it was not the usual Izzy who accompanied Levi. It was Yaz who had no road for a long time. He saw Yaz holding a lollipop, with a sly smile in his eyes. And see Levi coming. Na Sun. The two of them hurriedly bowed down. See President. Levi raised his hands to get them up. Then, he glanced at the Fengdu Museum. This shape is quite similar to the one in W. Let's go, Psycho. Show me first, what's going on in this museum. Levi said lightly. Psycho made a gesture of invitation. Then he took Levi and others into the museum. Actually, collection in this museum. Most of them are purchased by the Hongshang Foundation. So, in theory, the stuff in here is also Levi's collection. After walking into it, Levi nodded involuntarily. Have to say, inside this museum, under the arrangement of Sono Sakiko. Very beautiful. Each exhibit is different according to its value and quality. Are placed in various exhibition halls. And in this museum. As striking. There are also several dinosaur fossil skeletons in the center. They were hung with wire ropes and presented in front of everyone in a standing posture. Especially the Tyrannosaurus rex fossil. It opened its mouth as if 940 was hunting. Look. Prestigious and lifelike. Good. Levi nodded. To express the affirmation of Psycho. This museum is really well decorated. It did not humiliate these collections. Okay, then next. Let me see what happened to Gia's memory. This is the real purpose of his coming here. With me. Go to the office upstairs and watch. That Sono Sakiko said seductively. Levi smiled faintly. Immediately follow behind her. Take the elevator and go up. And Yaz, who was behind him, immediately followed. Sun and Lei did not dare to neglect, they quickly followed. In fact, this Fengdu Museum, except for the huge amounts of exhibition halls on the first floor. There are several floors above. Just there. All are private areas. Without identification, tourists cannot pass. Besides, 50 meters below the museum, there is a huge amount of underground research room. However, there is only one entrance. Right in Sono Sakiko's curator's office. Soon. A few people arrived at Sono Sakiko's office. The area here is still huge. Chapter 128. Furnishings in the house. Very simple, just a wide desk. And a few sofas. It feels a bit like Kamen Rider. And Levi, just a casual glance. He chose one of the sofas to sit on. And at the moment, that Sono Sakiko also came over with a bottle of red wine. She was about to pour Levi a drink. He was pulled into his arms by Levi. You are here. It's more spacious than my Feidian office. While talking, it's walking around. And that Sono Sakiko, she knew it in her heart. In the eyes of others, this is the curator of the museum who is sitting upright. Immediately kissed Levi. And see this scene. That Sun and Lei hurriedly turned their heads to one side. Express yourself and see nothing. Said he didn't see it. And Yaz on the other side bit his lip angrily. Humph. I really don't know what's so good about this old woman. President, you have never done this to yourself. Perhaps he felt Yaz's resentful gaze behind him. After a long time, the two were separated. All right. Now let's get down to business. How about the research on Gia's memory? Sakiko Naso stood up from Levi. Then he held the wine glass next to him, poured it down, and started talking. The development of this Gia memory is very fast. Now, this first batch of experimental products has been produced. Yes. Because of this Gia memory, it was previously in charge of Sono Sakiko. So, for many of these key technologies, she knew it all. After a little pointing, Colonel Stryker also immediately understood the meaning of it. Then, the first batch of Gia memories were quickly researched. Talking. She turned back and went to the desk. From the crisper down there, take out a silver box. Then, it was brought to Levi. Crack. Box opened. I saw a dozen different Gia memories lying on the black curtain. Definitely. Here, there are all the lowest level existences. Such as magma, dress up, weapon and so on. Each of them is represented by the first letter. It looks very gorgeous. Levi randomly took out a piece of memory from it. Press lightly. Bird. Bird. Although not inserted into the body. But Levi still felt the surging energy. Very good. Then next, just find the perfect aptamer. The existence of the second version can be developed. Levi chuckled. Yes. This Gaia memory, in fact, exists in two versions. This is the first one. It is the T1 version memory developed by Sonosaki Ryobi. This version of memory, although it can make people gain power, but that Gaia memory contains a lot of toxins. While giving strength, the toxins in it will not continue to erode the human body. And once the user, there are emotions such as anger and hatred. These toxins will explode. The end user will also run out of control directly. And if you find a memory that matches Gaia's memory, there is an existence that matches. It will really integrate with the human body. Thereby a data record is generated. And use that data record. It is possible to create the existence of the T2 version. At first, the reason why Sonosaki Ryobi formed a company. Send a special salesperson to sell this Gaia memory. First, it's to gather money. The second is to collect complete data. Get ready for your own plans. But he didn't expect it. Among his own R&D personnel, there are undercover agents of Consortium X. It secretly collected data. Then it was sent to Sonosaki Fumini. This led to the development of a complete set of T2 memory. This version exists. Toxic-free and safe. And it's very efficient. They would have liked to send it to the headquarters of Consortium X. No idea at that time. The plane it transported was attacked by Ge Daokiji and his mercenary group. Scattered all over the place. Finally, these memories, although they were completely collected by K-Dao, it also transforms into Kamen Rider Eternal. However, in the end, he lost to Kamen Rider W's ultimate form. And those T2 memories were also damaged in that battle. And after that, Sonosakuryu's soldiering guard, don't beat him either. He set himself on fire in the mansion. Even the original data was lost. Then, this Consortium X had to give up the Gaia memory project. Instead, support the development of core coin technology. And Levi, what you want to get is naturally the existence of the T2 version. And this T1 version of Gaia memory, for him, is not very useful. Feel free to spread it out. Let it find a host that matches itself. And the best place to spread this Gaia memory is naturally the underground black market. Yaz. Let me see how the underground forces in New York are today. Levi's hands up. He asked Yaz who was beside him. Yaz didn't dare to neglect. In the eyes, red light flickered. Soon after, he then revealed the information he found on the dark web. In fact, since the last time, Levi sent Doom Thunder to kill Kim Bing. Then dispatched the Ames Guard, and swept away for a while. This underground world of New York has indeed settled down for a while. But soon, it germinates in a solid state and reignites. After all, where there is light, there is darkness. Such a big business, don't be greedy. Soon, a new force emerged. Divide up the gold and the original industry. In the end, the 5 most powerful forces were formed. And one of them is the organization created by Demise. And the other 4 forces. No one obeys anyone. Nyomos, among them, the undercurrent is surging. They are lacking in great power. And this Gaia memory, once it enters the market, it will become the focus of contention. And all of New York also get confused. But, who cares? This New York, in Levi's opinion, it's just like a testing ground. As long as this test field is not overturned, then you can continue to use it. So, Suan, Lei, it's just the 2 of you. Give this crate of Gaia memory to death and destruction. Let them sell it. Levi sat on the sofa, tapped the armrest, and talked about the details. This Gaia memory, certainly not for free. After all, free things, but no one cherishes. The more expensive the nephew, the more people will fight. Chapter 129. Definitely. How to price and how to operate. That's what happened to the Thunder. He wouldn't meddle in such trivial matters. And once, that Gaia memory spread. So, the damage it has caused is absolutely no less than the last Amazon riot. However, so what? After all, for Levi, the more chaotic, the more world points he can gain. Why not do it? Seeing Levi, got up from the sofa. He raised his wine glass and walked slowly to the floor-to-ceiling windows of the office. At the moment, the sunset has gradually set. The light shone down, dyeing the entire New York into a golden color. And Levi stood there, shaking his glass. A smile gradually formed on the corner of his mouth. So, come and have fun, hell. At this moment, he was whispering like a demon. But soon, this Levi has restrained his expression. He turned around and took a light sip of the red wine from the glass. All right. Then, now, Sun and Lei, you can go. By the time, just send me the sales list of that memory. Yes, Mr. President. The two thunderbolts immediately nodded respectfully. Then, they carried the box of memory and walked out of the office. Yaz, you also go out to 943 for a while. Collect information on the dark web. And at the moment, Levi found another reason at random. Yaz is Humaja. But the IQ is very high. And it has already activated the technical alignment point. I still don't know, what does this Levi want to do next? She blushed immediately, and fled as if flying. And that Sono Sakiko walked over with a smile. Soon, this office has become a battlefield. And the other side. Sun and Lei rushed towards the base station where Sun Li perished. That base. It was at the beginning, after killing Jin Bing. Through the records inside the Feinik building, one of his secret lair was found. It was then rebuilt on this basis. The location is very secret. Ordinary people can't find it at all. Only Humaja can pass the coordinate position sent there. Ready to locate. To find the entrance. Soon after, the two Thunder arrived at the gate of the base. After accepting strict information scanning again, they just entered the base. Once in it, it can be seen that this base is covered with various cables. Look. Quite a cyberpunk flavor. It is exactly the same as that of me and Sun, the base in Dawn Town. This place is really hard to find. As soon as he entered, Ray looked around, and then complained. But it's secretive enough, isn't it? At the moment, Death walked out from the side, and said Xiang. Okay, me is already waiting for you in the conference room. Follow me. Death said immediately. Then, they brought the two to the conference room. I saw this conference room, it was very simple. The table in the conference room was built according to the symbol of Thunder of Destruction. There are 4 positions each with the characters corresponding to it written on it. On the other hand, me sat in the first place with an indifferent expression, waiting for everyone. They sat up in their respective order. The sign in the center of the table also lit up immediately. All right. Tell me about this mission. Sun opened the Gaia memory box in his hand. Then he conveyed Levi's meaning to the remaining 2. What do you mean? The president asked us to sell this box of Gaia memory. And leave no trace. Death sat aside and asked calmly. Yes. Just specific measures, let us make up our own minds. But selling this thing, how could I possibly? Narai said while scratching his head. To know. It's okay to let him fight. But now, let him sell things, which is more uncomfortable than killing him. And after hearing that, Mo was also stunned. After all, let him assassinate anything, no problem. But when it comes to selling things, he has no record of this in his mind at all. Among the 4 people present, there was only death, and after listening to it, he looked like he was confident. After all, her prototype, but a spy kind of existence. All kinds of skills need to be mastered. Everyone immediately surrendered their eyes to her, looking for a solution. This is very simple. I think, the President's intention, CBFG, thinks. Let's support a few agents to sell Gaia memory. Death said very calmly. And this object of support? It's the big evil forces in New York City. Without them, it would be more appropriate to exist. She explained immediately. In fact, except for the assassination organization formed by the Annihilation, it cannot appear on the bright side. In the underground of New York City, there are a total of 4 major forces. I want to spread this Gaia memory out. Just use their hands. After all, these guys are already running those illegal businesses. Naturally there are channels. Continue to explain. Sun and Lei nodded immediately. Definitely. Not every one of these 4 families is suitable for support. I picked 2 of them. In this way, there is competition. There is a guaranteed market for Gaia's memory. I saw Death, raised his hand, and waved it gently. That table, immediately projected 2 3D data. 2 different figures are shown above. A man in a suit and leather shoes looks very gentle. The other person, with scars on his face, looks like he is not someone to be messed with. The 2 of them are the leader of the Devil's Party, Martin Lee. And the leader of the Hell Gang, Tombstone. Immediately, Death began to introduce the situation of the 2. Let's talk about Martin Lee. He is Huxia. On the bright side, he is a young and promising philanthropist and financier. Secretly, it is a new organization, the leader of the Demon Gang. Operates a huge money laundering center. After Kim's death, many sites are in a state of leaderless. And this Martin Lee took advantage of the momentum. First annexed the site near Chinatown. Afterwards, it continued to expand outward based on it. The power gradually grew. This guy, determined to be the second gold and ambitious. Its power ranks 3rd among the underground forces in New York today. Let's talk about the Tombstone. This guy is a black man with albinism. Its prototype is Jin Bing's subordinate, who is a small leader in a gang. However, on the day when Mi and Sun launched an attack, this guy is leading his team to go out on a single mission. Not in the Philippine Nick building. So lucky to get away with it. And after the death of Kim, this guy took the opportunity to gather up the remnants of a group of gold mergers. Then he founded his own Hell Gang. Gradually took control of some of the arms and drug trafficking channels of Jin and his subordinates. It ranks 4th among all the underground forces in New York. And Death, the reason why he chose the 3rd and 4th forces as his support object. Naturally because at the moment, they are also relatively weak. Better control. And if you directly choose the 1st and 2nd forces. But it's easy to play off. After he finished speaking his proposal, it was unanimously approved by the other 3. All right. Then next. Get started. I team up with Death, Sun, you team up with Lei. Just get their leader. The next thing, I will do it. Death nodded, and then ordered. The 4 stood up from that conference table. Divide Gaia's memory in half. Then, they set off with their own. Chapter 130. New York. On the streets outside Chinatown, there is a homeless shelter called Feast. It is by Martin Lee. Established charities. In recent years, helped many homeless people. In the surrounding, quite famous. Hey, Aunt May. Are you here to help again? Peter Parker passed by this teaching aid station after school. Seeing Aunt May's figure, she walked into it. Since last time, Uncle Ben came back to life. This Aunt May is grateful. Come out often and do good deeds. And this homeless aid station is where she often comes. Yes. Isn't there nothing at home? I'll go out and find something to do. Aunt May smiled at Parker as she wiped the table inside. And right now, there is an office inside, open immediately. One person walked out of it. You can see his suit and leather shoes, and his figure is improved. It looked like he was in his 30s or 40s. This is the investor of this rescue station, Mr. Martin Lee. However, he's not here very often. Parker had only seen him a few times. But that didn't stop him from respecting him. Mr. Martin Lee. Parker immediately hit roar. Hello, Parker. That Martin Lee responded immediately with a smile. Immediately, he walked to Aunt May's side. It's been hard work these days, Aunt May. This is a little bit of my mind. Take it back and give it to Uncle Ben to make up for it. Saying that, he took out an envelope from his pocket. It was stuffed into Aunt May's hands. Aunt May immediately wanted to refuse, but saw Martin Lee's sincere eyes. This is reluctant to accept. After wiping the last table, this Aunt May, accompanied by Parker, left the rescue station. And the homeless in the station. At the moment also basically, eat and drink. They all left here. When Martin Lee saw this made people pull down the floodgates of the rescue station. This aid station, ostensibly, houses homeless people. Actually, behind the scenes, illegal transactions are being carried out. Only because of the protective cover of charity, the police have never come to trouble. And at the moment, the smile on his face subsided. How's business here lately? He turned his head and asked the person in charge of the rescue station on the side. A little worse than last month. The other two gangs are also doing similar business. It caused our business to decline. The man said in a low voice. Martin Lee frowned upon hearing this. Those two gangs. He was already upset. However, at present, there is not enough strength on hand. Can't take action against them. Damn it. Now, if only I had more power. That Martin Lee clenched his fists and thought to himself. Yet at the moment, behind him, a voice suddenly sounded. Looks like you need a little help. When Martin Lee heard this, he turned around immediately. Get your gun out and get ready to shoot. I saw two people in black robes, who didn't know what was right, appeared behind them. Who are you? Martin Lee raised his gun, directed the two of them, and asked immediately. It doesn't matter who we are. We can bring you strength. The dead raised his head and said lightly. Give me strength. Yes. That Martin Lee smiled coldly. But the next second, he unceremoniously pulled the trigger. With a bang, the bullet suddenly shot out from the fire-breathing muzzle. Shoot straight towards the death. How do you know? In the face of this flying bullet, Nade was not afraid at all. Just raise your hand slightly. He squeezed the bullet in his hand. On the other side of me, his eyes narrowed slightly. Race time, a chain suddenly shot out. All of a sudden, the gun in his hand fell to the ground. Everything happens between lightning and flint. Another Martin Lee was stunned. See it? That's power. Death threw the bullet in his hand to the ground. True power can change everything. Not enough strength for support. Your plan is ideal. The end is like a mirror, and it can be shattered at any time. Death looked at Martin Lee on the opposite side, and said lightly. So, can you give me strength? Martin Lee narrowed his eyes. Definitely, that's exactly why we're from. Death opened the suitcase in his hand, revealing the memory and belt in it. One of those memories. It seems to sense the owner. It actually gave off a faint blue light. This is... Martin Lee looked at the memory slightly absent-mindedly. I felt an inexplicable longing from the bottom of my heart. It's like seeing clear water after being thirsty for days in the desert. Ask for flowers. Gaia memory, so-called Gaia memory. It is a kind of memory stick, portable memory, that is transformed by the information called Earth's memory that encapsulates various memories on the Earth with a special program. Death immediately explained. This will give you great power. And Martin Lee at the moment. It doesn't seem like he's listening to Death. His eyes were always fixed on the faint blue memory. That's it. Then let's try it first. Talking. She threw the memory directly out. To go with it, there's a lighter version of the drive. After all, be the first customer of this Gaia memory. They still have some privileges. This Martin Lee picked up the memory and brought the simple drive with him. Then pressed the button on that memory. Negativity/negative energy. I saw that the memory actually flew straight up. It was connected to the interface of the drive, and then disappeared. Stab la la. After seeing a terrifying light flickering, this guy immediately became a dopant. Now, he's still human. Just the body, like the negative of a photo. Only black and white. It looks weird. And at the moment, inside the museum's office, Levi and Sono Sakiko are among them. Through Yuz's broadcast, I watched the scene. Cough. This guy, not the villain of Marvel Spider-Man. Mr. Negative. Levi sat on the sofa and said lightly in his heart. In fact, this Martin Lee is also a villain of Marvel. Mr. Negative. Just, in this world, he doesn't seem to have awakening super ability. Instead, relying on this Gaia memory, it has evolved. On the side, Sono Sakiko suddenly widened her eyes. This power. It's a lot like my father's fear memory. Perhaps, in him, we can discover the sequence for making high-level memory. Seeing that Sono Sakiko cannot help muttering said. And at the moment, in the field, Martin Lee gradually opened his eyes. He raised his palm and raised it in front of his eyes. This power. It's intoxicating, the door. Chapter 131. Only at this moment, his palms became like pitch black. It's a hand knife. It can smash the heavy desk in front of you. Not only strength, but enhanced. He felt that he had also acquired other abilities. Mind a move. I saw that above the palm, there was a flame-like light swaying. This thing seems to be able to act on the human body. That Martin Lee immediately searched around. And right now, in that far row of cabinets, there was a sudden noise. Martin Lee glanced, and the subordinate immediately understood. He came to the cabinet and pulled it open. Seeing it, a scrawny tramp was standing in it. His face was frightened, his face full of fear. Original. This guy has his eye on the food in the rescue station. So I sneaked into it. I planned to steal a few bags of food after the rescue station closes. Did not expect. The food was not stolen, but I saw such a terrifying scene. Seeing this, Martin Lee sneered. 943 is fine, just use you as my test object. That guy was dragged in front of Martin Lee by his subordinates. Martin Lee raised his hand and pressed it on the guy. Stab la la. One time. I saw the black light quickly covering the guy's body. In less than a moment, this guy has also become like a negative. All over the body, only black and white. Just that color, just the opposite of Martin Lee. The clothes are black. And the face and skin are penetrating pale white. Forehead. The guy looks up again. The look of fear in his eyes is gone. Just crazy. He immediately struggled and broke free from the shackles of his subordinates. Then, he rushed towards that Martin Lee. This is one of Martin Lee's current abilities. Corrupt. To know. The memory he obtained was negative energy. Once released, it can catalyze the negative personality of others. People who were originally kind will be turned into evil in an instant. People who used to love each other will become hate each other. And this tramp, under the catalysis of this negative energy, from the original timid, will instantly become crazy. I saw him look terrifying. I just wanted to launch an attack on Martin Li. Looking at the rushing homeless man, Martin Li, he smiled coldly. Immediately raised his hand again. See, you have a drink. A blade made of negative energy instantly appeared in his hand. This was the second ability he obtained after inserting the memory. Realize that negative energy. Yes. This Martin Li can make this negative energy and form energy waves. Launch it. It can also be turned into a physical weapon, such as knives, swords, spears and the like, attack the enemy. If developed well, it can even form a swampy realm like the Dread King. This is the benefit of a complete fit with the memory. And at the moment, this Martin Li, waving the negative energy blade in his hand, suddenly forward a group. Get it? The sharp blade cut the homeless man in half in an instant. And after being beheaded, the base color on the homeless man quickly faded. Back to normal form again. Blood splattered, sprinkled around Martin Li. And in the museum's office. Looking at this scene, Levi was drinking red wine, and there was a slight smile on the corner of his mouth. This guy is a genius. That's it. Just let me chat with him in person. Talking. He put down the red wine in his hand and turned his head. Az. Give me Naak's newly developed body attachment. He said lightly. Yes, Mr. President. I saw Yaz, and quickly took out what looked like a PIA connector from his body. In Levi's hands. This thing is called Yak possession. Only recently, after the maliciousness of Yak reached 70%, the existence of development. In the original, this Yak wakes up. It can be freely attached to Shimeji Ya and control them. And now, this Yak, though not quite mature yet, but some ability, already awakening. This Yak possession is one of them. This Yak possessor, once put on. So, your mind and consciousness can be like possessed by Yak. Temporarily gain control of a Humaja. Definitely. At present, only Levi can have this permission. After attaching this Yak to the ear, Levi's eyes. A light screen appeared. Inside, there are various modification options. And the thunder of destruction is on the list. Now, there was only death there. And death is the female form. Levi naturally does not log in. Then, there is only one choice. Levi's fingers slid lightly. Immediately selected the body of extinction. Selected off, please log in. Definitely. Levi lightly. Just for a moment. His mind consciousness immediately connected with that extinction through the satellite Yak. And at the moment, when the scene is extinguished, the body stops. Next up, his eyes suddenly changed color. From the original amber to a thick scarlet. At the same time, the momentum of the whole person also changed instantly. Just like the Emperor Yak. And at the moment, Levi's thinking has completely replaced the original existence of extinction. It's as if this body was born with him. He waved his hand and felt the mechanical body. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Have to say, this feeling is really amazing. The death on the side also seems to have noticed this. Immediately became respectful. I want to salute. But Levi raised his hand to stop him. And at the moment, the opposite Martin Li, after beheading the homeless man, felt his own strength. Look back at Death and Levi. But at this time, there was a hint of vegetable in his eyes. There was also a look of eagerness on his face. At the same time, a negative energy is quietly attacking them. Cough. This guy seems to be a little restless. Levi sneered inwardly. But it's fine. Exactly, let him see the power on his side. Think here. Levi sneered and immediately raised his hand. He tapped the drive at his waist. Boom. Time required. A terrifying red coercion was instantly released. This light is like reality. Sweep around. For a time, malice swept through. It's like a beast coming out of the cage. Because of this moment, he was using a yak possession. So naturally it also brings the power of yak. Although you can't directly transform into a yak. But with a little bit of malice to use it, you can still do it. Race time. That negative energy was swept away. And that Martin Li also felt an unparalleled force, now attacking him. He seemed to be pulled into hell. This negative energy of oneself is in front of that terrifying force. Like a mud cow entering the sea. 5.6, it is nothing at all. Levi, on the other hand, smiled faintly. To know. This yak collected the purest malice. And what Martin Li uses is just negative energy. There is a natural restraint relationship between the two. It's like in the pirates, Akainu's rock fruit and Ace's flame fruit have absolute suppression. That Martin Li immediately changed his face. But soon, he returned to normal. Excuse me. Let the two of you laugh. He bowed slightly. I just obtained the power of this memory, and I didn't control it for a while, offending the two of you. Seeing that my own strength cannot overcome. This Martin Li recognized immediately. We give you this memory. It's not that you are provoking our capital. When Levi heard the words, he immediately raised his head and said coldly. Scarlet eyes. With that powerful voice. Let that Martin Li could not help breaking out a cold sweat. Yes. Yes. He hurriedly bowed and nodded. Chapter 132. Now. Have you felt the power we have given you? Levi open hands. Then now. Answer me. Are you willing to work for me? Continue to ask. And at the moment, Martin Li showed a hint of hesitation. Then if I say I don't agree, what will you do? Threat to force, or just kill me? Martin Li asked tentatively with some curiosity. No, no, no. Even if you don't agree, we, at the moment, will not take any action against you. Because of our organization, never like to force others. Levi raised his hand and shook his finger. Only. We will choose another agent. Meanwhile, take back your current power. Levi said lightly. As if that Martin Li agreed. For them, they are all insignificant 21 like. What do I need to do? Martin Li was silent for a moment before asking. It's easy, help sell Gaia memory. Find the most suitable candidates for Gaia memory. Levi smiles. Opened and answered. I'm curious. Martin Li has basically made up his mind. He also relaxed, and then asked again. Since this Gaia memory has such power, why do you want to sell it? Isn't it good to keep it in your own hands? For this, Martin Li is really curious. If it was himself, he would definitely control all the power of the memory in his hands. After, then let your most trusted people use memory to form an army. In this way, wouldn't it be better? Only qualified users. To be able to realize the true potential of this Gaia memory. Blindly hiding. It is impossible to break through the inherent limit. Shows endless possibilities. Levi didn't answer directly. Instead, he raised his head and said lightly. All right. The question is now answered. Now, it's time to give your answer. That Martin Li bowed his head and pondered for a moment. He immediately raised his head and laughed. Then there is only one answer. That is. As he spoke, he held the negative energy sword in his hand. Then half kneeled on the ground. To you, I swear my allegiance. Looking at Martin Li, who was kneeling on the ground, holding a negative energy sword. Levi couldn't help laughing. This situation. It reminded him of the famous scene in Kamen Rider Bullet where Utsumi swore an oath to President E. Did not expect. Met it here today. Just a pity. This guy's hand is a negative energy sword. Rather than crutches. The famous scene is reproduced, it is not perfect. All right. That's it. Then this box of Gaia memory is yours. I saw Levi raised his hand. He threw the Gaia memory in his hand out. The box fell at the feet of that Martin Lee. From now on. However you want to use the memory, no problem. Whether it is to expand the power. Or become the new emperor of the New York Underground. The organization will not interfere in any way. Levi paused and continued. However, the only requirement. I want you to find the best fit for these memories. Then turn in the records and reports. Everything else. Organizations don't care. Levi opened his hands and said with a smile. Is that so? A glimmer of light flashed in Martin Lee's eyes. Definitely. Don't get too happy too soon. In addition to choosing you, the organization will choose other agents. As far as I know. Another group of people seems to have selected another gang leader as their support object. If you lose to him in the subsequent competition, the organization will recycle this power. Levi is afraid of this guy, a little slack. So get vaccinated in advance. Okay. That's it for today. In the future, let her be your regular contact. Do me a good job. Talking. Levi raised his hand and patted Martin Lee. Then with that death, disappeared. And wait until the two have left for a long time. This Martin Lee, just got up from the ground. He unlocked the transformation first. After taking out the memory again, he put it in the closest pocket. Then, his eyes looked at the corpse of the homeless man on the side. And a box of Gaia memory on the ground. It narrowed his eyes. Notify me. Have someone come over and clean up. By the way, let the high-level officials of the entire demon gang gather for me. I have something important to announce. Martin Lee, tidy up your suits. Then bent down and picked up the box of Gaia memory. Go outside. After experiencing the power of Gaia memory firsthand, Martin Lee, clearly aware. Selling memory will never be as simple as selling other commodities. This kind of props that can make people have powerful 943 power. Once it appears on the market, it will definitely attract the attention of all parties. If you do not act cautiously and confidentially, you are likely to get into trouble. At least, take full control of the power of this negative energy memory in yourself. And with the help of memory, before forming a powerful force of your own. He won't mess around. Clear. The subordinates on the side nodded. Immediately called. Soon. Martin Lee, with this Gaia memory, came to his real lair. And at the moment, the gang members under his hands also gradually gathered. Each of them, wearing a grimace mask. Between us. Complimentary acquaintance. Usually, it is called by the code name. Only Martin Lee knows their true identities. Okay, everyone. Today, I called you here. To show you something different. Talking. He opened the box of Gaia's memory. Immediately there are several memories, radiating brilliance. And the other side. Sun and Lei also found the location of the demon gang tombstone. This guy's headquarters. In a nightclub. There are layers of bodyguard handles on the outside. Chapter 133. And at the moment, in a nightclub, in the innermost box, the headstone was followed by several young girls. While drinking, singing songs. How uncomfortable. The way it spends money like dirt is staggering. To know. This kind of situation, in the past, was unimaginable. After all, at that time, he was just a pony under Jin Bing. How can it be so beautiful? However, since Kim Bing died. He just turned around, not only annexed some of the Jinbian forces. He also controlled several channels related to arms and drugs. Every day can be said to be a day of gold. Incredibly chic. And just when this guy was having a good time, just hear a boom. The door of the box was blasted open directly. One time. Fragments flutter. The young girls in the box were immediately startled and screamed. I saw two figures breaking through the door. That tombstone saw someone break in. Immediately, he was furious, and he had not dared to provoke him until now. He stood up right away. Get ready to give these guys some color to look at. To know. Before him, he was a thug of the Jinbing group. A force that cannot be underestimated. However, facing the two guys in front of him, he is no match at all. Haven't jumped twice yet. Was beaten to the ground. Needless to say, these two are Sun and Lei. They didn't even transform, they pierced all the way here. You are brave. Na Lei pressed on the tombstone and patted his cheek. Said with a sneer. The tombstone was instantly recognized. Do not dare to resist in the slightest. And the next thing, it is logical, it is not difficult to guess. This tombstone, I thought it was a killer from the opposite gang. Did not expect. Really looking for cooperation. He was naturally overjoyed. And after seeing the power of the Gaia memory, his eyeballs almost popped out. Without further ado, I immediately agreed to the request for cooperation. After all, this Gaia memory, in his opinion, is simply a more profitable business than that of arms and drugs. Once laid out, the profit in that is unimaginable. Think here. This tombstone could not help but be extremely excited. And seeing what he promised was so refreshing. This made Lei a little less interested. This task is simply not difficult. After a few simple exhortations, they left the base. This tombstone also immediately summoned his own hands. Start testing the Gaia memory. Two underground forces. Immediately around this Gaia memory, different routes were launched. This first step. Naturally, use this Gaia memory to arm your own members first. In this step, there is not much difference between the two. They asked their gang to test all the memories present. If you find the most suitable Gaia memory, use it yourself first. And those remaining Gaia memories. Of course it's for sale. And for how to sell these remaining Gaia memory, the two have adopted very different sales strategies. Tombstone here. Because there are sales channels for arms and drugs before. So, take advantage of this channel. This memory is on sale. Definitely. The way this guy sells is rude. Regardless of whether it is compatible or not, I will sell this memory to you first. As for what happens after using it, they are not responsible. To know. The current Gaia memory is the existence of the T1 version. Not just toxins. And there are some requirements for users. Some guys' bodies simply cannot withstand the corresponding ability. After inserting it directly into the body, their bodies cannot resist this power at all. It will explode in an instant. Like a small bomb. But this tombstone's demon gang don't care about that. Can't match, burst open. That's right. They will recover the memory from the explosion and resell it. As the saying goes, small profits but quick turnover. With this sales method, in the underground black market, legends about them gradually spread. This Gaia memory is also regarded as a gift from the devil. Once matched, then the host will gain powerful power. If there is no match, then only go to hell to report. Under normal circumstances, people don't dare to try. Only those who are desperate, or who are lucky. Only with the mentality of giving it a go, buy a memory from the demon helper. Then, like a gamble, insert it into the body. If you fail, you can only complain about your bad luck. And once successful, it will pay big dividends. And rely on this strategy. The demon gang led by Tombstone is also rising rapidly. It didn't take long for the previously ranked second gang to be annexed. The existence of subordinate dependence is also increasing day by day. And Martin Lee is here. The handling of Gaia memory is much more cautious. If we assume that headstone is aimed at low-end customers. And he aimed. But it is high-end customers. After obtaining the Gaia memory, he's not doing mass sales like a headstone. Instead, use your connections in the black market. Set up a small auction bureau. People who can get involved. Rich or expensive. And at that auction, he then picked a suitable host for that Gaia memory. Then on to the sale. Thus, the death rate will be greatly reduced. And those customers are also the existence of good money. In order to take pictures of the favorite cover memory, they often pay extremely expensive prices. This Martin Lee, via this memory auction, make a lot of money. Not only that, this guy will also buy those guys who successfully bought memory. Get together. Afterwards, an existence called Hellfire Club was formed. Power. It is also expanding rapidly. Both, using Gaia memory, go from strength to strength. Although there is some movement. But it's still done in private. And due to the limited amount of Gaia memory. So there have been no major disturbances for the time being. The only thing that matters. Let's just say homicides in New York City have increased a bit. After all, this Gaia memory has the power to erode people's hearts. After controlling the super ability, many people's attitudes will also change accordingly. This crime of passion. It happened unstoppably. But this number of victims, for the huge New York, it can be described as a drop in the bucket. Didn't get the police's attention. But there was one person who was completely irritated. He is no one else. It is the famous Punisher in the American comics. To know. This guy is not an easy character. He served in the Marine Corps of the United States. During his service, he completed numerous difficult tasks. And because of his strong performance, he was awarded many medals. Then, even Nick Fury has heard his name. No good. I went there in person and wanted to recruit him into SHIELD. However, this Frank politely declined. Because he is a little tired of fighting. I just want to take my wife and children and return to the city. Not long after, this Frank resigned from the military. Back in New York City and become an ordinary resident. However, this thing changed a few years ago. That day, after work, he came home exhausted. But at the moment, inside his house, it was a mess. His own wife, lying in a pool of blood. Untidy. My own child is out of breath. This scene. Let Frank burn with rage, not himself. Full of anger, let him burn with rage. Only. Even through information from the past. Even asking S.H.I.E.L.D. for help, he has not found the murderer of his wife and children. This makes Frank completely angry. He dropped his disguise, and from then on, he fell into the boundless darkness. Become an avenger and fight against evil. Come on, let out the anger in your heart. Second, let's see if we can find clues about the murderer of his wife and children. Chapter 134. In the dark night, the Punisher, Frank, has sneaked into a warehouse base outside New York. Recently, he received a message from an informant. There's going to be an intra-gang deal here tonight. Mainly sells arms and drugs. Besides, they seem to have a mysterious item. But that's not what Frank cares about. For any sin, he has only one word: kill. Under the cover of night, this guy quickly dig into the warehouse where the goods are stored. Then, he opened the weapon cargo box. Then, choose a few weapons from them and put them on your body. Then, a simple detonator was set up. Once you leave, this explosive device will detonate. Also save these things and spread them out. After setting everything up, the Punisher then hung a string of grenades on his body. Then slowly moved towards the point where those gang members connect. After easily eliminating the perimeter guards, he climbed to the top of the warehouse, looked through the gap, and observed the situation below. At the moment, the two sides seemed to be talking about something. This time, let's get rid of the munitions. There are still new things to sell. You must know the recent rumors. Right at the moment. Among the gang members, one said. He is one of the leaders of the demon gang, Jill. He opened his mouth and clapped the suitcase in his hand. The buyer on the opposite side is quite impressed. And on both sides, when the goods are about to be inspected. At the top of the warehouse, there was a soft sound. 947 Punisher Frank, look to the side immediately. I saw a wild cat, and I didn't know the right place to climb to my side. Damn it! He cursed secretly. Who is it? The gang leader Jill suddenly became alert. Immediately waved. The two gunmen behind him immediately understood. A Chicago submachine gun lifted up and opened fire upwards. Da-da-da! For a time, the bullet slanted out. That Frank is no longer hidden. A grenade was dropped immediately, followed by a rollover. Jump to the bottom. He took out his gun and set fire to it. And at the moment, boom! The grenade that was dropped just now exploded instantly. Huge amounts of shocks, shredding the door of the warehouse directly. A few gangsters who approached were directly blown away by shockwave like a broken sack. It flew out more than 10 meters and landed on the ground, with more air out and less air in, one unlucky one, and even his limbs were incomplete. Others, in the aftermath of the explosion, panicked. And that Frank seized the moment. One turned over, held the submachine gun in his hand, and shot inside. Immediately, those standing gang members were swept to more than half of them. Damn! It's the Punisher! The gang leader Jill immediately closed his eyes. He knew that this matter could not be good. This Punisher is not good. His prestige in the underground forces, it is not small. But if it was before, he may have been frightened, thinking how to escape. CBFG. But now, things are a little different. This Jill took out a blue memory from his pocket. Then pressed gently. Beast, beast. Next up. He raised his other hand and lifted his sleeve. I saw that there was a black pattern on the arm. Chi smiled wickedly, and then inserted the beast memory ruthlessly. After a burst of light, I saw a monster as tall as a beast, and it appeared in front of everyone. Roar! The monster roared, and the whole warehouse was shaken. Appeared. Beast Dopants. The younger brothers on the side looked at the boss in such a state, and they were all shocked by Roar. And the Punisher who saw this scene rather frown. What the hell is going on this guy? How could it change in such a short period of time? Could it be that this guy is a mutant? But hasn't that clan all retreated? And while punishing, or thinking, that beast impure body has already come running wildly. See you. The Punisher Frank immediately raised the submachine gun in his hand and fired at it. However, after transforming into a night god mixed body, this Jill directly ignored Frank's fire suppression. The tough skin deflects all the flying bullets. The bullets of this submachine gun did not affect him much at all. What the hell is this? When the Punisher Frank saw this, he couldn't help but scolded. It looks like something is not quite right. He threw out the remaining grenades, and at the same time stepped back to avoid the edge. Get out the door! Frank, who retreated to the gate of the warehouse, was alert to the flames that had not yet dissipated from the explosion of the grenade. I always felt that the monster would not be eliminated so easily. Sure enough, there was a roar like beast. I saw the beast dopant, roaring, and rushing out of the flames. Those on the body, the scars caused by the grenade shrapnel and the charred traces caused by the explosion, are rapidly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. How can this be? Frank's eyes narrowed slightly. He secretly exclaimed in his heart. Next second, this beast impure body has already rushed in front of him. Boom! Those huge amounts of fists, like cannonballs, bombarded him. The fist speed is heavy. This Frank raised his hands quickly, trying to resist. But just listen. The fist slammed into his arms. Immediately, there was a sound of shattering bones. The power of this beast-mixed body is extremely terrifying. Much stronger than the original beast-type Amazon. This Frank immediately took a few steps back. There was also a trace of blood oozing out of his mouth. See? Punisher. This beast dopant, then laughing wildly and attacking. Its huge amounts of fists, like a torrential rain. This Punisher is simply unstoppable. Being beaten like a sandbag, he retreated again and again. Too weak. That beast impure body, said with a wild laugh. Then a terrifying whip leg swept the Punisher to the ground. Bang! The Punisher was beaten and flew out. Then it hit the ground hard. Spit out blood in the mouth. And at the moment, the tall figure followed. It lifted huge amounts of the soles of its feet and stepped on the Punisher. See, have you? Punisher. Times have changed. This city will be ruled by our demon gang. And you? It will be the first sacrifice. That beast-mixed body opened his hands and laughed loudly. Immediately. Saying that, he raised his foot. He kicked the Punisher away. Boom! The Punisher, like a ball, was kicked out immediately. Then it fell heavily to the ground. Also rolled around a few times. This is a normal person. It has long been kicked out by these huge amounts of power. And the Punisher, after lying down for a while, he gritted his bloody teeth. With both hands on the ground, struggling, ready to stand up again. Until now, he still hasn't given up. I want to stand up again and fight. The heart in his chest is beating wildly. And at the moment, the suitcase that fell from the center of the warehouse suddenly opened automatically. Next up, two rays of light, shining out of them. One red, one black and white. Both take off at the same time. Fly towards the Punisher. What? How is this possible? That beast dopant body, seeing this scene, couldn't help but turn pale with shock. To know. In that suitcase were the 2 Gaia memories given to him by their boss. These 2 memories, in the entire gang. No one can wake it up. So just take it out and trade it. Unexpectedly, now they are awakened at the same time. To know. This can fit with a Gaia memory, and it is already very powerful. Did not expect. This Punisher actually matches the 2 major memories at the same time. What kind of existence is this guy? And at the moment, the Punisher lying on the ground suddenly saw 2 rays of light flying towards him. Not long after, it was right in front of you. Those are 2 things that resemble a USB stick. Among them, it seems to store the surging power. This Punisher, there is no excessive hesitation. He randomly chose a memory and held it in his hand. It then learned what the beast memory looked like just now. Just one click. Skull, bone. Immediately afterwards, a crimson belt appeared on his waist for some unknown reason. Click. Insert this skull memory into it. Stab la la. Take time. Countless purple lightning flashes out from the belt wantonly. The wind is blowing. Immediately afterwards, a circle of purple light appeared. Then, they suddenly gathered towards the Punisher's body. A Kamen Rider that looks like a skeleton. appeared in front of everyone in an instant. Spread. Come and count your sins. Chapter 135. Withdraw. Come and count your sins. Seeing the Skull Knight, he put a snow-white hat on his head. Then, he raised his hand and pointed at the beast dopant. The beast impure body first trembled. Immediately want to run away, but soon he calmed down. That's not right. This guy just changed his body. What's there to be afraid of? He quickly recovered from his initial shock. Yes. This guy used the memory and turned into a Kamen Rider skull. But, so what? The existence that uses the beast memory himself. Everyone is transformed using Gaia memory. Then why be afraid? Think here. The courage of this beast adult body has also become bigger. He loosened his muscles. Then his face became hideous again. Last time, I only used my fist. But this time, I will use this claw to tear you to shreds. He said confidently. Done. This beast impure body roared and rushed towards the Punisher again. However, transform into a Punisher. But it's the same as before. He looked at the beast impure body that was rushing wildly, and there was nothing. Just tidying up the white top hat on my head. Then he pulled out a dark gun from behind. Skull Magnum. This dark pistol, except for the color. Its shape is almost the same as the trigger Marlin gun used by Taro Sho in Kamen Rider W. But the two are also different. That is, even without the extreme drive. This Magnum gun was originally, also in Maximum mode, Extreme mode. Although the quick burst function is lost. But in contrast, this gun has also gained more powerful destructive power. Next moment, the Skull Knight raised his hand. Suddenly pulled the trigger. Boom! Dark energy bullets blasted out of the muzzle in an instant. Ginger time. It was exposed on the body of the beast mixed body. Boom! The moment the bullet hit, it exploded on top of his body. It looks like there is only one energy bullet. But this power is terrifying. Enough to defeat a Sidewinder missile. Powerful destructive power. In an instant, the beast was mixed with the body, and the skin was opened. Not only that. The shockwave brought by the explosion also made his body fly into the air. Hit it hard towards the rear. After smashing down more than a dozen wooden boxes, it finally stopped. What? How is this possible? Those gangsters in the back saw this behind the scenes. Can't help but widen your eyes to know their boss, since getting this beast memory. It's a no-brainer. Did not expect. Now it fell under the hands of this Skull Knight. And at the moment, that beast mixed body fell to the ground, full of fear in his heart. To know the blow just now, if it weren't for his rough skin and thick flesh, I'm afraid it will be directly fried into a mashed meat. He quickly stroked the wound on his chest. Those wounds are horrible. He immediately used high-speed regeneration to restore it. Stab la la. Billowing white smoke came out. Soon, the wound healed. But even so, this beast mixed body, I dare not raise any thoughts of confrontation in my heart. It's just a bullet and it works. If that guy shoot a few more points, wouldn't he be dead? So, he got up immediately, without the slightest hesitation. Facing the gate of the warehouse, get ready to run away. Report this news to your boss first. However, at the moment, witness this. That Kamen Rider Skull smiled coldly. If you want to escape, have you asked me? Under his Punisher, no criminal has ever been able to get out alive. This guy put away the firearm in his hand. Then, raising his hand, he inserted the skull memory on his waist into the extreme slot on the right side of the belt. Skull. Maximum driver, skull, extreme drive. The driver immediately burst into a sound effect. Take time. On the white ribs at the chest. Immediately, a purple light shone out. Immediately, a purple-black skull-shaped energy from the silver skeleton roared out. Gather in the sky. Incarnate as an amethyst-like skull. This skull is towards the beast dopant below. Ask for flowers. Ha laughed. And at the same time, the skull of Kamen Rider below that also had both feet on the ground. Next up, the whole body flew into the air. Immediately, he came to the back of the purple skull energy suspended in the air. So, go. Skull Knight Kick. Then, this Kamen Rider skull, a whip leg. Just like playing a football, it slammed heavily behind the purple skull energy. Boom. Take time. The purple-black jawbone energy hurriedly blasted towards the beast impure body. No matter how fast this guy is, it can't compare to the energy skull made entirely of energy. The energy skull with its wide-open mouth dragged a trail of purple-black tail flames. Precisely fell on the body of the beast dopant. Boom! A violent explosion swept the entire warehouse in an instant. Fire is blazing. Sound rumble. Immediately afterwards, an explosive shockwave swept the audience. The wooden boxes in the warehouse shattered in an instant. And those gangster brothers were also directly stunned. And Kamen Rider skull in mid-air. It fell peacefully to the ground. A pitch-black arc, from the slot's skull memory, marched out. It then spread to the entire body of the lacquer Black Knight. Let the armor and stomach under his body suddenly disappear like the wind. The flesh of the Punisher appeared again. He is back. With the help of the skull memory, he looked at the scene behind him. Thoughtful. And at the same time, the Punisher did not find it. In the upper left corner of the warehouse, a surveillance probe is taking that picture. Where did it go untouched? Soon. Levi in the manor received this message. Izzy immediately presented the picture to him. Cough. Another Kamen Rider is born. This guy is quite suitable. Levi is wearing a nightgown, looking at the Punisher's attire in the picture. Said without a smile. In fact, on the chest of the Punisher, there was a skull and crossbones symbol. Plus its original settings. Transform into a Kamen Rider skull. Not surprisingly. This is not surprising. But, what surprises this Levi is this guy, in addition to the skull memory, actually awakening a Gaia memory. Door. Chapter 136. To this, Levi is very curious. Izzy, check it out for me. Yes, Mr. President. Izzy nodded immediately. In fact, the Gaia memory produced by this museum has a device inside. Once a suitable match is found, the in-memory device will transmit the information back to the museum for research and analysis. Soon. Nai's got the news. Back to the President, another Awakening's Gaia memory is the accelerated memory. She immediately reported the information to Levi. Accelerate memory. Isn't this the memory used by Ryuter Yui? Levi taps the sofa with his fingers. There is a smile on the corner of the mouth. But, have to say, the experience of Ryuter Yui is very similar to that of the Punisher. The same family members were killed, and the same jealousy of 947 was like hatred. This Punisher can get the approval of accelerated memory. Of course it doesn't make sense. All right. Izzy. Set this guy as a key monitoring target. I want to see his future development. After thinking for a moment, Levi looked up and continued. Yes. Izzy was in the database immediately and made some settings. Then we'll come down. Let's see if this guy can bring me more world points. Levi sat on the sofa and said with a smile. And at the same time, the other side. After finishing this gangster warehouse quest, Frank returned to his safe house. Then, a phone call was made. After a long time, the door to its safe house suddenly opened. It's really rare that you would actually find me. Nick Fury in a black trench coat walks into Frank's safe house. He found a sofa at random to sit down. He looks a little surprised. Yes. He and this Frank have known each other for many years. At first. Also personally invited this guy into S.H.I.E.L.D. If you enter, give him the name of a 10th level agent. To know. Hawkeye and Black Widow are just level 9 agents. What an honor this is. Unfortunately, that Frank still refused. But over the years, there is still contact between the two. Sitting down on the sofa, he said with a surprised look. I'm very busy. There are a lot of things in the bureau. If there is anything important, just talk about it. Nick Fury said with a wave of his hand. I came to you to ask you to investigate something. Frank spoke calmly, ignoring Nick Fury's behavior. Then, he recounted what happened to him today. After listening, the expression of Nick Fury immediately became serious. He asked immediately. You mean, after that guy turned into a beast, the bullets can't penetrate it, and even grenades can't damage him. So, how did you kill him? Frank glanced at that Nick Fury. Then, I told myself about awakening drives and memory in the warehouse. Gaia memory? Dopants. Nick Fury's one eye narrowed slightly, his expression extremely solemn. It's been an eventful season. To know. Previous Amazon riots. They haven't found a result yet. Now, there is more so-called Gaia memory. This is the beast memory that I destroyed. Frank took out a clump of cloth and opened it to reveal the shattered beast memory. Nick Fury took over and took a closer look. But can't see any difference. This thing is no different from an ordinary broken U-disc. Don't look. If you can see the problem directly. Why am I looking for you? Frank pouted and spoke to Nick Fury. Right. Nick Fury nodded. Then the broken memory was repackaged. Income in arms. Correct. Can you show me your memory? Nick Fury suddenly proposed. Frank was silent for a moment, then handed Nick his drive and memory. Definitely. He kept an eye out. He didn't say anything about his awakening 2 memories. After all, there is a life-saving trump card. It's also very important. Is this memory plugged into the interface of the drive and it can be used? Nick Fury asked after looking at the structure of the starter and memory. You can try it. Frank's eyes flickered, and he said. Nick Fury fixed a look at Frank, then let me try it. Frank sighed helplessly and made a gesture of your choice. Nick Fury, this guy, really has no absolute trust in anyone. Phil Coulson, come in. Nick summoned Phil Coulson, who was waiting outside, threw the COMM on his collar. Director, what's the matter? Phil Coulson glanced at Frank sitting next to him and asked Nick. Try this gear. With that said, handed the drive and memory to toolman Phil Coulson. Phil Coulson took it over and looked around suspiciously. Put the belt around your waist and insert the memory into the port. Frank said aloud. Phil Coulson nodded and followed the instructions. Take your belt. Then insert the memory. Race time. A stream of purple electric current, overflowing from it. However, the next second, the electric current thought of Phil Coulson himself and attacked. Phil Coulson gave roar of pain and hurriedly took off his belt. Dare not try. This is. Phil Coulson was confused. Looks like the guy didn't lie to you. This thing, called Gaia memory, really requires choosing a specific person. Only being able to use the power in it has the so-called degree of matching. Nick Fury nodded. Phil Coulson, how did you feel just now? He looked up and asked. Phil Coulson recalled for a moment, and then answered. This memory is plugged into the interface. 5.6 will feel like a powerful energy. From the waist, all the way to my whole body. But this power. It seems to be very repulsive to me. Phil Coulson answered lightly. So? Nick pondered slightly. That's it. Then take this thing back to S.H.I.E.L.D. and study it. Correct. Can you lend me this drive for a while and study it? Nick Fury took the drive and asked tentatively. Seeing that Frank just looked at himself with cold eyes and didn't speak. Then will you cooperate with me to do some tests and collect some data? Nick Nana smiled. I'm not going to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s lab. Frank takes back his drive from Nick Fury. Obviously. He is for this official institution. Not at all impressed. Chapter 137. Why so? It was because he felt that this S.H.I.E.L.D. was not as simple as it seemed. Behind it. As if there was something peeping in the dark. It makes him very uncomfortable. So all these years, I didn't have too much involvement with this S.H.I.E.L.D. Just got in touch with this Nick Fury, one-liner. Alright then. Only if there is news of that Gaia memory, even contact me. Nick Fury said with some helplessness. Then, with Phil Coulson, he returned to SHIELD. The fragments of the Gaia memory were then handed over to the laboratory for analysis. And the other side. Pierce's office. He is having an important meeting with his subordinates. Yet at this moment, the earphone he was wearing suddenly flickered. This Pierce, stunned for a moment, but quickly calmed down. Okay, let's deal with so many problems for the time being today. You go back and give me a plan first. Let's continue the discussion tomorrow. As he spoke, he put away his steel 21 pens. After listening to the staff, they packed up. Left the scene. And Pierce, Shiran, took out a small device from his pocket. Then threw it on the table. The light above surging, instantly formed a virtual screen. On the screen, a doctor in a white robe appeared. The guy, with a pair of eyes, looked at Sven's. It is very similar to the middle-aged version of the Kamen Rider Revi, the doctor in Phoenix, and George Hunter. Contact me this time. Did something happen? Pierce crossed his hands, looked at the doctor on the other side of the screen, and asked lightly. This guy in front of me. On the bright side. He is the head of the SHIELD Scientific and Armed Department. Specially responsible for developing new weapons for S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. And in the dark. He is a member of Hydra. Over the years. This S.H.I.E.L.D. Whatever weapon is developed. This Hydra will be known as soon as possible. Thereby assembling it for its own members as well. It's this guy's work. The guy smiled faintly when he heard Pierce's question. Then he pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose, and then answered. Nick Fury, don't know where to start today. Bring back a broken USB stick. Speaking of which, it contains powerful energy. Let our scientific research equipment department help you with the research. The doctor's glasses shone brightly and said slowly. Cough. Something back from Nick Fury. Interesting. Did he say anything else? This Pierce chuckled. He claims, this thing, named Gaia Memory. There's incredible energy in it. And, showed me a video. Talking. The doctor sent a video to this Pierce device. It's playing inside. That's exactly what happened to Phil Coulson using the belt and skull memory. Obviously. Nick Fury was filmed at Frank's house. In this video. That Phil Coulson, although not successfully transformed. But it can still be seen that this Gaia memory is powerful. Otherwise. This Nick Fury, will not bring it back to the research room for research. Cough. Frank. After Pierce meets Frank in the video. Eyelids can't help but twitch. But soon, he was back to normal. Obviously. He also knew this guy. Moreover, there is even some kind of connection between the two. Definitely. Pierce didn't say anything about it. Gaia memory. Okay, I know. I'll have someone investigate right away. Pierce spoke immediately. Definitely. During this time, you can also try to analyze this Gaia memory. See, can I break through? Pierce added immediately. Understood. That's all for now. Everything, for Hydra. The doctor smiled and said immediately. For Hydra. Pierce nodded too, then cut off the communication. After this, he was in the office, after some thought. Then he called his two capable men, West Xavier and Crossbones. Then, assign them a mission. The Crossbones, responsible for monitoring the movements of the Punisher. And Nishi Xavier unleashed the power of Hydra. Check it out, where did this Gaia memory come from? After both received orders. Get started right away. And the other side. In Fengdu Museum, there is another good news. The first high-grade Gaia memory has also been developed. Yes. Even Gaia memory. In fact, there are also 3, 6, 9, and so on. Lowest level. It is a disguised memory that can be mass-produced at will. This is the easiest Gaia memory. Easy to produce. But you can't get powerful ability. In the original, the Sonosaki family used 947 to arm their subordinates. It's the favorite of the miscellaneous soldiers. And after that, that is the general saleable body. That is, the existence developed by the museum before. Its power is great. It all depends on the strength of the user. Definitely. These memories, if you encounter a very suitable existence, evolution may also occur. Just like the memory that was originally combined with Martin Lee. It is also the data sent back with the help of that memory. This Colonel Stryker, through this, developed the first high-level memory. And if according to the division of the Sonosaki family, that should be a silver memory. Although powerful. However, it is still not comparable to existential items such as fear and taboo. Only this higher level of memory, the harder it is to find a suitable host. If it is said that ordinary memory, among 1,000 people, can find a suitable host, that high-grade memory, then out of 100,000 people, only one fit person can be born. Requirements. Extremely strict. And after developing this silver memory, Levi ordered and handed it over to Martin Lee. After all, during this time, compared to the tombstone of the Devil's Party, this Martin Lee's performance is even more outstanding. Chapter 138. The batch of Gaia memory given last time. This Martin Lee is sold out. And the tombstone still has most of it in his hands. So, Levi is naturally more inclined to this Martin Lee. And that's the task of sending Gaia memory. Naturally, it was handed over to Death to execute. Wait until Death, after arriving at the new base of Martin Lee. She found out that this guy, compared to the last time, it can be said to be in high spirits. He was wearing a close-fitting suit and holding a golden cane in his hand. It looks more style than last time. Compared with the previous gold, it is not too much to know. Since this time, this guy can be described as a spring breeze. Its components Hellfire Club. It is developing rapidly. Relying on the memory, we have won many members. He also took this to amass an unknown amount of money. But, in the face of Death, he did not show any stubborn arrogance. Rather respectfully. This is a new batch of Gaia memory. The organization is very satisfied with your recent performance. So I specially gave a silver memory. Hope you keep working hard. Death lifted the box in his hand and put it on the table. Yes. I will definitely live up to that lord's expectations. Martin Li bent down and said extremely humbly. Very good. After a few more orders. Death will not stop. And after the death, this Martin Li showed his edge. He opened the box. Look at the silver memory in the center. There was a smile on the corner of his mouth. Go, get ready. Rely on this higher level memory. I'm ready in 3 days. Create a bigger auction. Go and inform those members, tell them the news. Martin Li waved his hand. Eyes are full of cold light. This time, he wants to snatch the share of the demon party together. Make this Gaia memory monopolized by him alone. Its subordinates will start working immediately. Start preparing for this. The other side. In Hell's Kitchen. Here since last time. After being swept up by AIMS. The appearance has changed a lot. Its security has become better than before. So some bars also took the opportunity to open. On the street. Jessica Jones, hands in pockets. From entering one of the bars. Sitting alone at the bar, drinking 1 cup at a time, drinking wine to relieve your worries. A few months ago, Jessica's family members died in an accident. Jessica survived though. Also gained some incredible abilities. However, no idea. After I met the Purple Man myself. This guy, don't know why. Possess a secret technique that can control people's minds. After he stumbled upon this Jessica practicing ability. This guy is like a treasure right away. Immediately use his ability to control Jessica. During the period of being controlled, Jessica suffered a heavy blow from body to spirit. Slumped. If I said that I still had the idea of using my own super ability and acting as a chivalrous person. Well now. This Jessica, just wants to drink every day. Drunk to the point of unconsciousness. That way you don't have to recall that cruel time of being controlled. And the reason why she was able to escape from the claws of the Purple Man. And thanks to Daredevil's help. Daredevil. Maybe it's because of his unwavering willpower. Or maybe the eyes can't see and can focus on other senses. So, when facing the Purple Man, he actually resisted the Purple Man's mind control. And Jessica. He also used this to escape, temporarily getting rid of the Purple Man's control. But there is absolutely no way to get out of the shadows experienced during this time. So, she started a detective agency and wanted to help others by get yourself out of that shadow. But the effect is not very obvious. So, she can only get drunk every day and numb herself. Beauty, why are you drinking alone here? Do you want some of our brothers to accompany you? But right now, several youths with tattoos all over their arms walked up to Jessica and said with a teasing smile. You can definitely drink it together, but you have to pay for the drink. Jessica just glanced lightly when she heard the words. A few social youths were slightly taken aback when they saw Jessica's reaction. Then laughed. How much can a lady drink? I'd probably get drunk after a few drinks. So gladly agreed. Jessica looked at the malicious people with a slight look of disdain in her eyes. In fact, after she obtained super ability, the body's resistance to alcohol is also greatly improved. This makes it necessary for Jessica to have a lot of spirits if she wants to get drunk. So it's a huge amount of burden for Jessica's bleak economic conditions. Since someone is willing to pay for herself, Jessica is definitely not asking for it. With just a few thugs, Jessica is still confident enough to drink them down easily. And if he turned his face from embarrassment, with Jessica's ability, he wouldn't be afraid at all. My treasure. I finally found you. I just left soon. You're drinking with these filthy bugs. What a disappointment. Jessica is gulps. I hope these gangsters will help themselves and pay for the sake when the time comes. But right now, that dreamlike voice suddenly sounded. She turned her head in disbelief. I saw the purple man in a decent suit at the entrance of the bar, slowly walking towards her. He walked gracefully to the bar table. After pouring himself a glass of wine, he said happily, "This time, I won't let you escape my control again," he said with a smile. And Jessica sees this behind the scenes. His eyes are full of despair. Her body was shaking with fear. Sweat beaded all over his forehead. No one knows better than her the horror of this man in front of her. She wants to get out of here. But the legs, as if filled with lead, can't move at all. A hole. UBD, what do you mean? Didn't you see that we came first? The few gangsters around said angrily. Nollies, Xiron's arrogant attitude. It really annoys them. And the bugs in this guy's mouth are just a few of them? Can this be tolerated? A few thugs immediately gathered around. I want to show this defiant guy in front of me a little color. At least, make him kneel on the ground and apologize. And the purple man looked at these guys in front of him, and a trace of disgust flashed in his eyes. He raised his hand and put it on his temple. Then, he said to Jessica. Jessica, get these bugs away. Just this lady. A few bastards heard the words as if they heard a joke. Immediately he laughed. Then his face turned gloomy. We've changed our minds. Originally, as long as you knelt and got under our crotch, you could have forgiven you. But now, we're going to break your limbs. Let you crawl out like a maggot. After a few people surrounded the purple man, they were about to start. Chapter 139. Hear what these guys have to say. The purple man's face became a little ugly. He put down the wine glass in his hand, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. It's really annoying. I just wanted to drive you away. But now, I've changed my mind. Jessica, kill them. The purple man said coldly. Then, he activated his ability. Yes, this guy, though not a mutant, but also has a little ability. His body can emit a hormone. And when the target skin receives these hormones, the purple man can control it through words, which is a secret technique similar to hypnotic ability. Ha ha ha. These little bastards, I want to laugh at them. But suddenly, their laughter stopped. Because they found that they were just about to do it. But the body is stiff in place. Can't move at all. BD, what have you done? Let us go. They panicked all of a sudden. The color roared towards the purple man inwardly. Noisy. That purple sneered. Immediately, ability is activated again. Those bastards can't even make a sound. Jessica, don't do it yet. The purple man raised the wine glass on the table again, just like enjoying a drama. You can't resist me. He smiled and drank the whiskey in his hand. Now, even if that daredevil appears again, you can't get out of my control again, he said to himself in his heart. In fact, during the time Jessica escaped, he accidentally joined a club. From this club, get a Gaia memory. This memory seems to be born for him. After using it again, make his ability stronger. Now, even if Daredevil came in person, in front of him, only kneeling down. Don't start yet. The purple man said with a sneer. He looked at Jessica who was struggling to resist. There was endless joy in my heart. He just liked it, looking at this Jessica, his heart collapsed little by little. Only in this way. In the end, she will truly surrender to her feet. 950 really becomes its own doll. Now, just let Jessica kill these guys. Her heart will be blackened again. After that, you will never be able to escape your control. And opposite Jessica, grit her teeth. Want to resist the control of the purple man. But now, she couldn't control her body at all. Its fist, involuntarily slammed towards the gangsters next to him. Seeing that fist is about to land on one of them's head. To know. Since the evolution, this Jessica's power is far beyond ordinary people. If this fist hits, that guy is sure to die. However, at this critical moment, a hand suddenly blocked in front of Jessica's fist. Cool, stop it. Moment. Violet and Jessica couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. Because both of them know how powerful this punch is. Yet now, the ordinary white young man in front of him picked him up with his bare hands. Who are you? The purple man wrinkled and asked. Danny Rand. The young man said lightly. This guy, actually, has a name, Iron Fist. Speak up. His experience, and this Jessica, are also very similar. This guy's father is the founder of the Rand Group. This Rand Group, although not as big as Stark Industries, Feidian Intelligence, and other big companies. But in the United States, it's also in the top 50. Its business covers a wide range. However, 15 years ago, this guy, on a plane with his parents, went on vacation to the Himalayas. But unfortunately suffered an air crash. Parents are dead. And he was lucky to survive. Later, he was adopted by the monks of Kunlun. Been trained for many years. 15 years later, he returned from Kunlun to New York. However, he found that his father's company had already been commanded by his father's partner. Now he is homeless. So come to the bar and get ready for a drink. Did not expect. But here is such a scene. He, who has justice in his heart, shoots immediately. Stopped this scene. However, after taking the punch from Jessica, he was surprised to find that this seemingly ordinary woman actually possesses such a powerful power. Seeing this, Jessica hurriedly cast a look of help at him. This makes Tekken Danny somewhat unclear. Take the power of Jessica, this Superman. Ordinary people shouldn't be able to bully her. And at the moment, the purple man opposite also showed a dangerous smile. Late, it looks like I got another collectible tonight. Jessica, leave him alone, keep going. If it was before, this purple man, even if he wants Jessica to kill, impact will also be taken into account. It won't make things worse. But now, after getting the memory, his state of mind became even crazier. Do things without considering the consequences. Jessica is ready to do it again. And Tekken wants to stop it again. But he was surprised to find that his body seemed to be out of control. He looked at the purple man in surprise. In an instant, I understand the situation in front of me. It turns out that this guy can actually control others. This Iron Fist Danny frowned. Immediately clenched his fists, used all his strength, and blasted towards the purple man. Although his punch was relatively reluctant, and at this moment, his hands are still shaking. But even so, this punch of his is also enough to make ordinary people lose their combat effectiveness. Xiron was caught off guard and was hit in the chest with a punch. He was immediately hit by the huge amounts of power and flew backwards. The last one hit the wine cabinet in the back. For a while, countless wine bottles fell from above. Jingle bell. Sprinkle the drink all over the place. And Tekken Danny also took advantage of this opportunity. Hug Jessica and stop her from carrying out Purple Man's orders. Did not expect. UBD, you're actually the same as that hateful daredevil. Being able to get out of my control. The Purple Man, holding his chest, stood up from the pile of broken wine bottles. He coughed a few times, and saw blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. The guy raised his hands and wiped away the blood. His face became even more ferocious and terrifying. Well, first the damned blind man. Now, it's you again. You guys, why can't you just accept my control obediently? Originally, I didn't want to use it yet. You forced me to. The purple man said with a gloomy face. With that said, he took out the Gaia memory from his arms. Then, his neck crooked. Then the memory was inserted into the connection hole on the neck. Puppeteer. Stab la la. The memory, the moment it was inserted, merged into his body. Next up. Great light. I saw the head of this purple man, and in an instant, it turned into a monster. This change immediately frightened the audience around and fled in a hurry. To know. They thought that. CBFG, it's just a simple joust. Did not expect. Now this is the case. And the purple man didn't care about the bar guests who escaped. Right now, he is only interested in the Iron Fist Danny who can break free from his control. If it was before, I may let you escape from under my nose like last time. That's now. Be my puppet, obediently. The purple man said with a sneer. Then, he suddenly raised his hands. Quack quack. Take time. Several crystal-clear puppet lines immediately wrapped around the Iron Fist's body. That Iron Fist Danny was shocked when he saw this. He did not expect that this purple man could actually transform into such a monster. One of them dodged and was ready to flee to the side. However, Jessica aside. But suddenly stopped in front of him. Blocked his escape route. Mean. Iron Fist Danny only had time to scold. Next up. It was tightly bound by the puppet line that was shot. Subsequently. White light flashed. His body was immediately manipulated again. Ha ha ha. How about being able to get out of my control? Now you are not a puppet in my hands again. The purple man looked at the Iron Fist controlled by himself. A smug smile appeared on his face. Then now. Let me teach you a lesson first. Let you know how to respect your master. Talking. He tilted his head. Jessica next to her picked up a knife from the table. Now. I want you on this guy. Engrave a few words. Purple man's exclusive doll. The purple man said very perverted. And that Jessica, shaking her head. Reluctantly. But her body walked towards the Iron Fist uncontrollably. The knife in his hand is already simulating the state of the lettering. Ha ha ha. Go. Go. The purple man laughed happily. As if, in front of him, was a funny puppet show. Soon. This Jessica has come to the front of Iron Fist. The sharp knife reached Iron Fist's chest. He was about to pierce his chest and draw a few letters. But right now. Buzz. I saw the sound of insects flapping their wings in the entire empty bar. Next up. I saw a black shadow flying in the sky. One hit the knife in Jessica's hand. Stop it. The knife was thrown out immediately. One was stuck on top of the bar. And that shadow, hovering above the bar. What the hell is this? The purple man immediately looked into the air. Found that shadow, a bit like a flying beetle. Damn. At this moment, there was a sudden roar of the engine outside. Next up. Just listen to boom. The door of the bar was smashed open directly. A black Harley motorcycle, accompanied by a rumbling roar, broke into it. Immediately afterwards, the side stopped in the middle of the bar. And on that motorcycle, no one else. It is the Punisher dressed in black skeleton. I saw this guy and took off the helmet from his head. Have to say. Among those Kamen Riders Levi made. Only the fan of the Punisher is the most righteous. Quite a bit of a show a rogue. With this cool motorcycle. I just need to mark the words Ishimori Shotaro. And at the moment. The Punisher looked around and laughed. This flying insect device that you find yourself at your door is still very useful. With that, he raised his hand and pointed to the sky. The mechanical unicorn hovering in the air immediately flew back to his hands. In less than a moment. Just like the existence of a mobile phone. Take him into his own pocket. That's right. This mechanical unicorn was released by the Punisher. In fact. Just a few days ago. This guy suddenly received a courier. Opening it up, it was the mechanical unicorn inside. It can be transformed by plugging in the memory. Turn into a mechanical unicorn, help him, and search for the criminals around. The Punisher thought it was sent by SHIELD. Without even thinking about it, I readily accepted it. But actually, this thing is made by Feidian Company. And why send it to the Punisher? First, it is to use this thing to better monitor it. After all, this guy, it's not Tsumagia. Izzy was unable to broadcast his footage in real time. Second, also want to pass this thing. Let the Punisher make this water more turbid. And Levi, but also to get more world points from it. At the moment, just after the Punisher drove into the bar, Levi in the manor also got the news. Izzy is about to cut into the picture. He saw the situation in the bar. Interesting, did not expect. The two of the defenders have already met. This story is getting more and more interesting. Levi chuckled. Chapter 140. In fact, in this Marvel world, there are many hero groups. Except for the most famous Avengers. There are also such as X-Men, Fantastic Four and more. And the Alliance of Defenders may be the lesser-known existence of these groups. Because the heroes among them are all second-rate existences. In the whole group, there are only 4 people. They are Luke Cage, also known as Divine Speed. This guy has great power. And an indestructible body. It can be said that it is a weakened version of the Hulk plus Colossus. But now, this guy should still be in prison, has not been released. Next up, it's Daredevil, Matt Murdock. Also known as Daredevil. When he was young, he was blinded by the radioactive material. However, this accident enhanced his other senses. After that, he studied under the stick of a blind martial arts master. Finally became a mighty warrior. By day, he's a lawyer. At night, it will wear a mask. Incarnate as Daredevil, be a chivalrous hero. Then came the female detective, Jessica Jones, and Iron Fist, Danny Rand. These 4. The Defenders League was formed. The reason why Levi remembers it so clearly. That's because Marvel once worked with Netflix. A series of episodes have been created around the 4 of the Defenders. He happened to see it too. Actually, of the 4, except for Luke Cage and Jessica, the other 2 actually have no super ability. That being the case, in his mind, he couldn't help but think a little more. Thinking of this, the corner of Levi's mouth could not help but have a smile. He then called Izzy and said something to her. This Izzy then went to the museum immediately. And at the moment, in the bar, the Punisher also saw the situation in the bar clearly. You are, Punisher. And the Purple Man, after seeing Frank's iconic costume. Subconsciously, he shivered and took a few steps back. After all, this guy has a great reputation. Murder like hemp. Its prestige was built up with the corpses of countless gang members. But soon, the Purple Man reacted. What if this guy is a Punisher? How dare you mind my business? Today I will let you come and go. He said coldly. To know. Own the existence of memory. And this Punisher is just an ordinary human being. And on my side, I still control 2 super ability users. How could this Punisher be his opponent? Come on with me. The Purple Man shouted loudly. Not only Tekken, Jessica. Even the gangsters launched an attack on the Punisher together. I'd like to see. How can you resist? The Purple Man smiled evilly. Ridiculous. Thinking that you can stop me. The Punisher, Frank, shook his head disdainfully. Then he rolled over and got off the motorcycle, then pulled out the driver. Carry it around your waist. This time, try another memory. While talking, He took out a fiery red memory and pressed it gently. Accelerate. Then, it plugs this memory into its own drive. Line, transformation. Woo. Take time. I heard the roar of the engine from the drive. Then, the pistons composed of 6 energies are surrounded by a circle of red light. Appeared around the Punisher. Can't stop rhythm C. Countless red lightnings also appeared in the red circle. And then fell on the body of the Punisher. Distributed around the Punisher. Next moment. Crimson armor, from bottom to top. An inch covered his body. That's a motorcycle-like armor. The one-eyed blue compound eye on the head resembles the headlights of a motorcycle. The front chest on the left is more like a silver-white fuel filler. Backpack and calf. They are the front and rear wheels of the motorcycle, respectively. It looks like this. It's the new form of the Punisher. Kamen Rider XL. What? You, how come you have Gaia memory? Violet Man looked in front of him, this Scarlet Kamen Rider. For a time, he was stunned on the spot. This Gaia memory. Isn't it only available to people from the club? This guy, how can there be? Could it be that? Is this guy a member of the club too? But it doesn't look like it. However, the Punisher of at the moment, but has no meaning to answer. Look at the guys coming from all around. He raised his hand. 3 to 5 and 2 to put down those little bastards. On the contrary, facing the Iron Fist and Jessica, it was a little troublesome. Looking at the 2 men who were not afraid of death and rushed towards them. Frank frowned slightly. He sees it too. These 2 guys were obviously controlled by the Purple Man. Although he starts, he never shows mercy. However, that's only for criminals. It is impossible to kill innocent people. So, facing the siege of the 2, the Punisher raised his hand and blocked it away. However, that Iron Fist, at this moment, has been completely controlled by the Purple Man. On his clenched fist, a yellow light shone unexpectedly. This is Iron Fist, a secret technique learned in Kunlun. Condensing chi in the fist can make it as hard as steel. It slams on the Punisher's knight armor. 4 flowers. There were actually sparks. That powerful force made the Punisher take a step back. It seems. It must be rescued from that guy's hands first. Think here. The headlights on the Punisher's head armor suddenly sounded. Blue light shines. Just momentarily. He saw the Purple Man, the puppet line that controlled the Iron Fist. This puppet line is hidden in the air. If ordinary people might not be able to see it. But under the eyes of his judgment, everything is invisible. Then, it raised his hand. Pulled suddenly behind him. Zheng Yo. There was a sound of metal rubbing. A long sword with a unique shape appeared in his hand. This is the exclusive weapon of Kamen Rider XL. Engine sword. I saw the Crimson Knight holding the engine sword and speaking coldly. Are you ready for the end of despair? 0. After speaking, it jumped up suddenly, in an instant. It cut off the puppet line on the Iron Fist. And that Iron Fist, in an instant, recovered his meaning. He shook his head. Just saw behind him, that has transformed into a purple man with a mixed body. But, who is this guy in red armor? Haven't waited for him to think about it. I heard the guy speak. You stop the woman he controls. Don't interfere with me, deal with this guy. When Iron Fist heard the words, he was slightly taken aback. But soon, he responded. Step forward now. In a hurry, hold down the Jessica who wants to throw away. Damn it. And at the moment, when I saw my 2 puppets, they lost control. The Purple Man suddenly panicked. And the Punisher, with a smile, carried the engine sword, and walked forward. Stab la la. The tip of the engine sword rubbed against the ground. There was a daring fire. You, don't come here. The purple man looked at the approaching Punisher. A cry like Kamen Rider Bulletin Jingyun came out of his mouth. While talking, he quickly raised his hand. In an instant, several invisible puppet threads were shot. Hope to trap the Punisher. I saw the Punisher, a trigger that pulled the engine sword. Jet. Boom. I saw a flame, and it spewed out from the engine sword. When the puppet threads that were shot were about to be burned and melted. The cowardly rat. In less than a moment, this Punisher has already walked in front of the purple man. Then, he pulled the trigger of the engine sword again. Electric. Stab la la. Seeing that above the blade, electric currents were released one after another. Then, it waved the engine sword in his hand, and swept it diagonally towards the guy, from bottom to top. Chapter 141. Stab la la. With the flow of electric light, the blade slashed at Xiren's body. One time. Fire splashes. Its body was also flown straight into the air. The Punisher still did not let him go. He raised his head, and there was a burst of strong light in those blue compound eyes. Then, it pressed the engine trigger again. Boom. I saw a roar from the engine sword. Then the entire sword body turned crimson. Engine, maximum drive, engine extreme drive. With this sound, this Punisher, a blade in his hand. Take time. A dazzling A-shaped energy wave blasted out immediately. He shot straight at the purple man in mid-air. Boom. A scorching explosion, when 950 swept across the sky above the bar. Under the explosion, all the glass products in the entire bar burst open in an instant. Then Jessica and Iron Fist quickly closed their ears. Squat on the ground. And after the explosion, the purple man also fell from the air. It smashed heavily on the table and chairs in the center of the bar. Its transformation is also released. A chubby piece of metal. It rolled out of his arms. Gugulo came to the feet of Tekken Danny. This guy is crouching on the ground with a headshot. After seeing this national card, I couldn't help but be attracted. And at the moment, the Punisher also dragged his engine sword and came to the purple man. I surrender. Do not kill me. Seeing himself, he is not an opponent at all. The purple man read it immediately. Ignoring the pain in his body, he quickly raised both hands. Surrender with both hands. I can give you the memory. While talking, he was also afraid that the Punisher would not believe it. He quickly took the Gaia memory out of his body and held it in his hand. Said respectfully. The armored front of the Punisher's head flickered slightly. Identified immediately. You are acquainted. He snorted coldly. Immediately he disarmed himself. The crimson armor on his body disappeared immediately. Changed back to memory and drives. Then, the Punisher raised his hand. Then he took this memory from the purple man's hand. Speak. You memory. Where did you get it from? The Punisher drew his leg gun and pointed it at the purple man's head. Start asking questions. I don't know who they are. The guy who sold me the memory took my money and gave me the memory. The purple man is lying on the ground. Eyes full of dodge. The words were said intermittently. Yet at this moment, the Iron Fist crouched on the ground suddenly thought of something. He turned around immediately and reminded the Punisher. Be careful. That guy originally also had the ability to control others. And at the moment, the purple man lying on the ground laughed proudly. Only now. It's too late. My hormones have penetrated into your skin. Now. Obviously become my phone. The purple man laughed proudly. However, he's not finished yet. Just hear a bang. The gun that pointed at him suddenly burst into flames. The smile on the purple face. immediately froze there. You! Why are you out of my control? He struggled to get the last words out. Then he fell to the ground. There is no breath. The hole above his forehead kept flowing blood. Idiot! Frank snorted coldly. Then the pistol turned gently in his hand. Insert it back into the boot. In fact, as early as just now, he had already discovered the purple man's small movements through the compound eyes of the XL armor. This guy, relying on external hormones to control other people's means. From the Punisher's point of view, it is fundamentally insignificant. I wanted to ask the origin of this Gaia memory. Did not expect. This guy runs the train with his mouth full. That being the case, then he would have no value in life. In fact, if it's S.H.I.E.L.D, or someone from the military, here it is. We'll definitely choose to keep him alive. Then take it back to the lab to study. Slowly force him to tell the truth. But Frank, he wouldn't think about such things. Don't tell the truth. Then there is only one dead end. And with the death of the purple man, this Jessica finally recovered. She looked at the corpse of the purple man on the ground and couldn't believe it for a long time. You can let me go, sir. Jessica released her fist and spoke to the Iron Fist that was hugging her. Iron Fist was stunned when he heard this. Immediately, he smiled embarrassedly. Quickly let go of Jessica. Frank walked over to the motorcycle, rolled over and sat on it. Act on the throttle and you're ready to go. Mr. Punisher. After Jessica was cut, she mustered up the courage to speak to stop Frank. What's up? Frank just glanced at Jessica lightly. Thank you. Jessica spoke very sincerely. Now that the purple man is dead, I finally don't have to worry about it every day in the future. And I should also thank you. If it wasn't for you this time, I'm afraid I would have died in the hands of this guy. Tekken also smiled and said. I killed him just because he was damned, and it has nothing to do with you. If you have nothing to do, leave immediately. The police shouldn't be here in 5.6. Frank looks unmoved. Just finished talking. Start the motorcycle and go. As soon as the voice fell, he started the motorcycle and walked away. This Iron Fist, because only returned to New York. Nowhere to go right now. This Jessica, so she took it to her detective agency. Prepare to let him stay here for a few nights. The two came to a dilapidated building. This building is located between the slum and the commercial street. Most of the people who live in it are also low-level people. From time to time, some scantily clad girls can be seen walking in with men. Even an elevator. It also kept making creaking noises. Soon, the two had already reached the floor of the detective's office. Jessica took out the key from her waist. Open the door. Chapter 142. You go first. I'll go to the landlord and say something. After opening the door again, Jessica pointed inside. Then, he went to the next room. And Tekken Danny shrugged his shoulders. Then he put his hands in his pockets and walked into Jessica's detective office. And at the moment, because the lights are not on, inside the office, it's pitch black. There was only a faint light from the window. Tekken Danny, take a few glances. He went inside and looked for its light switch. However, at the moment, out of the corner of his eye, he saw the seat inside the desk. A figure was sitting there impressively. That guy seems to be looking for something. However, due to the dim light, it is difficult to see. Is it a thief? Thinking of this Iron Fist Danny immediately became vigilant. He raised his fist and approached it cautiously. Want to find out? Although he has kept his voice as low as possible. The figure on the desk also seemed to hear movement. Who are you? A low voice sounded, and then the figure suddenly stood up. He saw what looked like a stick in his hand. Iron 21 Fist Danny, I thought it was a weapon. Immediately put on a stance. Focus the chi on your fists. If you don't agree, it's time to start. However, at this critical moment, clap sounded. The lights in the detective station suddenly turned on. Until now, this Iron Fist Danny just found out. The figure just now was a person wearing a suit and sunglasses. Matt. I didn't expect you to come to me. Why didn't you tell me in advance? And at the moment, Jessica went up to meet them, and the two embraced each other. Introduction to you. It's an Iron Fist, Danny. Danny, that's what I told you, Attorney Daredevil Matt. That's right. It was none other than the one sitting at the desk just now. Just before, Daredevil, Lawyer Matt, who rescued Jessica from the sea of misery. Why didn't he turn on the lights just now? It's because he doesn't need the presence of lights at all. Iron Fist Danny suddenly felt embarrassed. But fortunately, after explaining it, several people began to get acquainted. After understanding, this Daredevil, Matt, came to Jessica's office. Also because, when he's doing chivalry outside, also met a user of Gaia memory. But that guy's memory is very ordinary. Just the lowest camouflage memory. He was knocked to the ground by Daredevil. Run away. From it, a round object falls out. It seems to have some meaning. So he took this thing and came to show this Jessica. Can you find any clues from it? And when the Daredevil took out that thing, Iron Fist beside him, his eyes lit up. Isn't this thing the same thing that fell out of Xiron's arms? It seems. This thing. It must have something to do with that Gaia memory. The Iron Fist Danny said decisively. But what is this thing? He scratched his head and said. On this thing. It seems to have a special pattern. And at the moment, Daredevil Matt said. Although his eyes can't see, but the sense of touch and hearing are far more developed than ordinary people. After touching that thing, I found it instantly, and there seemed to be something printed on it. The three printed it on paper. Sure enough, a mysterious pattern was discovered. It seems. It's an ancient mark. Soon after, Jessica scanned the pattern into the computer. Then through his own encrypted network, he began to search. Next up, they found out. This logo is impressively the inscription of a club in New York. According to the network display, this guy's club is a club dedicated to serving the rich. If I'm not wrong, this guy's club is definitely not as simple as it appears to be. Tekken Danny clasped his hands in front of him. Said decisively. Perhaps. This one contains the secret of Gia's memory circulation. Exactly. Then the official website shows it. 3 days later, this club seems to be holding an event. At that time, we can go to explore the truth. Jessica made her concluding remarks. Time flies, 3 days later. This club is located in a very prosperous location in Manhattan. The building is extremely luxurious. On the street, there is a lot of traffic. They drove the vehicle and hid in front of the club to the right. Holding the binoculars, looked towards the door of the club. Use binoculars and look out of the car. I saw that there were personnel exchanges in the club. However, the light from the outside could see any abnormality. Looks like we should get in there first. Jessica said. And at the moment, at the entrance of the club, a luxury bus stopped. Next up, on the bus, a girl with a sexy figure and a cool dress came down. They lined up and walked into the club one by one. The guests around are looking at him one after another. This is the existence of the club specially invited to serve for the sake of the guests. See it? There are beauties. That Iron Fist Danny, as a normal man, after seeing this scene, naturally also excited. However, at the moment, Jessica on the other side seemed to suddenly think of something. She raised her hand and took off the jacket on 950. Immediately afterwards, a layer of black silk was put on the legs. Have to say, after wearing black silk, the charm of Jessica's whole person has been upgraded. Similar to the stockings maniac's Yamikon in Decade. Iron Fist, on the other hand, had no idea what was going on. He turned his head with a smile and saw the hot scene. Hey, what are you doing? He widened his eyes, obviously not knowing what Jessica's intention was. Definitely got in. While talking, Jessica tucked her clothes on the seat. Then opened the door. Immediately mixed into the group of girls. Hey, wait! This Iron Fist and Daredevil are naturally worried that Jessica will go alone. So they got out of the car. One chased up. However, the wait arrived at the door. This Jessica, mixed in the group of sexy girls, successfully entered. But Daredevil and Iron Fist were stopped by the security guard at the door. Sorry. Gentlemen. We are a private club here. You need a certificate to enter. The security guard in black stood in front of the two and said stubbornly. That Iron Fist Danny, hesitant for a moment. Then he took out the metal round card obtained from Xiren before. Really? After seeing this golden round card, the service staff immediately became respectful. You here please? Chapter 143. The Daredevil in the back, Matt did the same. Qualified to enter. The two walked into the door of the club side by side. However, when entering it, each guest will receive a golden mask. Put it on your head and cover your face. This Iron Fist Danny got a dragon-shaped mask. And Daredevil Matt is a deer head mask. This mask is a bit like a Squid Game. That group of wealthy people onlookers, the kind they brought. Based on various animals. Perfect for covering their faces. That's why. The previous Purple Man, not sure if the Punisher was a member of their Hellfire Club. Because in here, many people are wearing masks. They don't know each other's identities. There is only the behind-the-scenes boss of the club. Martin Lee, just know the real identity information of these people. The two followed this guide and entered a secret door. Immediately, bursts of noise were heard. Go down the stairs. It didn't take long for the two to find out in surprise. Inside this club, there is actually a huge and luxurious casino. The decoration of this casino is extremely luxurious. Just like a palace. Brilliant. It was dazzling to see. Below, there are many different types of gaming tables. Many men in suits with gold masks on their heads. Holding a glass of wine, he stood aside. Bet with ease. And all kinds of hot, scantily clad girls wandered around. Provide various services for gamblers. It looks. Here, it is nothing but a deceitful luxury casino. On the surface, there is nothing unusual. Could it be that our previous investigation was wrong? Those two guys. But they all happen to be regulars at this casino. Iron Fist Danny said with a look of astonishment. However, at the moment, Daredevil Matt, who was beside him, shook his head. No. This casino is definitely not what it looks like. Clockwise at 6 o'clock. When the customer is betting, he will unconsciously look at his watch. Counterclockwise at 8 o'clock. That guest, keep pacing back and forth. Obviously, the mind is completely out of the game. To know. A normal casino, gamblers, will never be like those people just now. Them. It seems as if they are all waiting for something. Daredevil Matt, ponder for a moment. Said lightly. Hearing Iron Fist Danny beside him, he was stunned. Thought. This Daredevil is just a little more sensitive. Did not expect. He was able to pass the subtle voice. Discover so many details that are hard to find for ordinary people. And at the moment, that Jessica, also holding a wine quilt, take advantage of the chaos to come to the two of them. Sir, do you want 2 cups? After speaking, she lowered her voice immediately. Said quietly. I've already asked. This club is really not easy. There is a higher level of existence in here. At about 8 o'clock, there will be an auction. But want to get into it? At least $1 million chip is needed to be able to get in. Jessica sent her the information. Quickly told Daredevil and Danny Iron Fist. $1 million. Hearing this number, Iron Fist Danny couldn't help smacking his tongue. If we assume 10 years ago, this figure is nothing but his pocket money. But now, his family's company has been rammed by others. He is penniless. How could it be possible to get $1 million? Could it be that? Next, are they going to break in? And Daredevil Matt on the side is hanging his cane. Close your eyes and listen carefully. Buzz. I saw information everywhere in the casino. The sources constantly flowed into his ears. Matt carefully screened out the anomalies. There is a way. Let's go to those 10 o'clock directions. Talking. Matt, the Daredevil, stepped forward and walked towards a gaming table in this casino. And Tekken and Jessica are close behind. I want to see what this Matt is doing. Soon. The Daredevil had already arrived at the gaming table. I saw that there were not too many guests around this gaming table. Because it works. It is an ancient Eastern mysterious gambling method, rolling the dice. So, at this gambling table, there are basically some Asian faces. Meet Daredevil Matt coming. They seemed a little curious. Tekken and Jessica, at the moment followed suit. You have to gamble. To win $1 million. Iron Fist at the moment, Daredevil's thoughts have been guessed. But this is too incredible. Moreover, they now have no bargaining chips at all. However, Jessica took out a $100 chip. The guest over there just now gave it to me. She said with a smile. Okay, next. Just as I said, drop in the corresponding place. Daredevil Matt said calmly. Because he found out. You can clearly perceive it. When the dice jumped, it issued an abnormality. This time, press down. Jessica no hesitation. According to what Matt said, the $100 chip was placed on it. Really? After the lid was lifted. The result was as Iron Fist expected. Yes. Iron Fist clenched his fist excitedly. Next. Several people have won one after another. Attracting the surrounding people, a burst of sighed. Even the dealer was surprised. So he quietly bowed his head. Report this news to your boss. And at the moment, in the surveillance room of the casino, some staff members have already pointed their cameras at Daredevil's table. Director. Are you going to shoot at them? The monitor asked. Behind it. A middle-aged man in a white suit with a metal coin in his hand. Pin. That metal coin made a pleasant sound. Then he took it in his hands again. This guy. It is this club, the person in charge of the peripheral casino. Bob. He was originally just a little accountant under Martin Lee. Responsible for gang money laundering and accounting. Nolly's status is not high. But later, he was linked with the memory of money. So, the status went up all the way. In the end, it was arranged by Martin Lee to be in charge of the operation of the casino. This outside casino. In fact, it is a cover for the club. Except for those real members. This casino will also conduct some hunting activities for some rich people. He mentioned gambling and drained his money. Then, there's Bob. Use the money memory to harvest his soul. Definitely. They rarely do this kind of thing. After all. Once discovered. Not a glorious thing either. Not urgent. Today is a very important day for the boss. Just let these guys go for now. The middle-aged man looked at the monitor on the quality. Daredevil Matt in action. It was soon discovered that this guy was using his super hearing ability. Identify the orientation of the dice. For this method, it is impossible to say whether it is cheating or not. Chapter 144. If you rashly shot. Very likely. It will disturb the interest of other guests. After all, people are not really out of the money. At that time, if the boss is to blame down, I can't explain myself well. In fact, since this club was established, it's not that no one is looking for trouble. There are professional gamblers who want to make a name for themselves. There is an old man who wants to fish in troubled waters. There is even a red-eyed existence. Still, these guys, all of them have become coins of life in his hands. Can't make a sound anymore. Send someone to watch them. As long as you don't win too much, stop doing it. That Bob finally concluded. Yes. The monitor, after hearing the order, immediately communicated through the walkie-talkie. And at the moment, in the casino, security guards with black masks received orders. They all turned their heads. Look at Daredevil and others. It's talking voice. Naturally, he couldn't hide the Daredevil Matt's ears. So, after putting together $1 million bet, the Daredevil stopped moving. No more reminders. 950. At this time, the gazes surrounding him slowly dissipated. Hey! Why didn't you come? Iron Fist Danny on the side was kept in the dark. Not at all. They are already under the surveillance of others. We're here. Not here to win money. Just to investigate this Gaia memory thing. It's better not to scare the snakes. Daredevil Matt explained immediately. The other two also settled down. No more action. Time is fast, it's 8 o'clock. As the bell rang, the secret door opened. There was a golden light inside. Dazzling. Some guests, wearing golden masks, walked in one after another. Don't stay in this casino. And that Iron Fist Danny also replaced the chips he won before with a million-level existence. Then he walked into the secret door with the Daredevil Matt. After verifying that Hellfire Club logo. And after that $1 million chip, CBFG. They were then allowed to be put in it. And Jessica, due to being mistaken for a dancer, was forbidden to enter. Unable to enter the VIP room with them. Had to stay outside the casino and wait. And the VIP room of this club is better than the casino on the first floor. Even more extravagant. As a whole, it presents a huge amount of round shape. The stand is divided into 2 floors. On the first floor, there are circles of white and comfortable leather sofas. In front of every sofa, there is a marble table. Fruit plate drinks, everything is available. On the second floor, there are some luxury boxes. Each one is comparable to the existence of the presidential suite. Only verified funds, more than $10 million to be eligible to enter. And in the center, it is like a round arena. Around it, a circle of glass-like substances is installed. It seemed like it was protecting something. The guests who came here all found their place. Daredevil Matt and Iron Fist Danny turned to look around. Immediately, I chose a sofa close to the stands. One did it. Soon, the entire VIP hall was already full of spectators. They wear various animal gold masks. It's like crazy zoo. And at the moment, the surrounding lights gradually went out. Next up, a beam of light immediately shone from above. Before the arena, I saw a figure of one person, and instantly appeared in front of everyone. Why, everyone. Good evening. I'm the host of this show. The guy, holding the microphone, shouted loudly. However, different from the host of the general party. This guy, in order to match the live audience. So I did some dressing up too. This made him look like Captain Jingting in Taijiazio Bao. It looks very funny. Alright. It's almost time now. Welcome everyone, come and participate in this, Hellfire Club's auction. I believe there are many present. Many are our old friends. The host, looking at the box above, said enthusiastically. Definitely. There are also some friends who have only recently joined our club. Talking. He casts his sights on Daredevil Matt and Iron Fist Danny. And some others. Maybe. Some friends still don't know what we auctioned off. So, in order to better illustrate the power of our products, before this auction, we will have a little warm-up event. It's called Darkness Arena. The host introduced with a smile. Hear the name. The surrounding guests couldn't help but discuss. Darkness Arena. Sound. It's kind of interesting. Look at the reactions of the people around you. The host showed a smile. In fact, this dark broadcast game, it was something that Martin Lee came up with temporarily. Because just a day ago, he leads the Hellfire Club. There was a battle with the demon party led by the Curtain Stone. Battle result. Naturally, Martin Lee's Hellfire Club, the big winner. In this scene, she took his subordinates and fled in embarrassment. Not only that, they also captured several users of Gaia memory. But, for these guys, Martin Lee, what a headache. So, he thought of such a method. Hold a dark station contest. Let these guys who have been captured by themselves fight as much as they like in the ring. On the one hand, this can show the power of Gaia memory. Let the guests and buyers below feel its terrifying power. On the other hand, they can also take advantage of the dark tournament. Let these rich people on the scene make their bets, thereby earning their money. Such behavior. Do more than one thing. Why not do it? Chapter 145. Even. This time, the dark broadcast competition, in Martin Lee's view, is just an experiment. If this time the exhibition competition, the response is enthusiastic. So, this Martin Lee, will expand it. Asterisk. Such a bloody game can attract a large number of rich people to come. After all, this Gaia memory, not every rich man is interested. But, that bloody game. But a lot of people like to watch it. The Colosseum in ancient Rome has fully explained this. Second come. He can also take advantage of this dark contest. Filter talent. Yes. This guy is going to set a hard-to-reject prize for the dark tournament. Then lure the cornered into this contest. Those weak become cannon fodder. And those with some strength. This Martin Lee, naturally, will not break his promise. Not only will they give them a lot of money, it will also be used as its own high-end combat power. Let him use it for himself. This is Martin Lee's overall plan. It can be said. Very detailed. I don't know where it is higher than the headstone that only knows how to sell memory. This is also doomed to the failure of the tombstone. And at the moment, in the manor, Levi was lying on his plush sofa, also visiting the scene. Because the audience is famous. It was one of his subordinates, Humaja, who pretended to be. Not only that, Levi also lets Yaz hack into all the electronics at the Hellfire Club. Whenever it has any bells and whistles, we'll give him feedback as soon as possible. So, for yesterday, this diabolical party led by Martin Lee to attack the tombstone. He has heard of it too. Have to say, this Martin Lee, although it is said that in the original Marvel, there is not much role. Just a dispensable villain. But judging from the current performance, it is still a brainy existence. I only gave him Gaia memory. Did not expect. This guy is actually able to spend so much money. Interesting. It's really interesting. I'm really looking forward to more and more, this follow-up development. Levi opened his hands and laughed. And at the moment, in the center of the station, there are lights everywhere. Okay, everyone. Stop talking nonsense. Then next. It's so exciting, the dark competition. We invite our 2 contestants. Captain Dragonfly, holding the microphone, shouted loudly. And the lights above the head began to rhythm constantly. The organs above the ring are up. Next up. I saw 2 huge amounts of iron cages rising slowly from above the ground. Inside is a strong man with 2 muscle knots. Both of them are the subordinates of the tombstone. Before, also awakening the memory. But in the previous battle, these 2 guys were defeated by Martin Li's men. Missed and captured. And was brought here. And looking at their appearance, they should have just woken up. Then you 2. I believe you already know your situation. I saw the Dragonfly captain outside, holding the microphone, and began to shout to the people inside. The 2 people in the cage immediately rage up. I want to open the cage. But no matter what, they were injected with medicine. The power now is not at all compared with the heyday. Don't say we didn't give you a chance. Next, I'll give you 5 minutes. The host is talking. Above that, a 5-minute countdown sign is displayed. Within 5 minutes, you can use all means to attack each other. Just kill the opponent. The victorious side can get $1 million reward. Besides, be free. Definitely. If you care about your previous friendship. If you haven't made a move. Then in 5 minutes, both of them are on stage. Then we will all die together. The voice just fell. The eyes of the 2 people in the cage changed instantly. All right. Stop talking nonsense. Then now. Dark Station, the first game, start. With the host's voice falling. I saw that the cage on the ring suddenly opened. And the 2 people in the ring stood facing each other. The eyes collided for a moment. Ask for flowers. Both start their own memory. Ape, ape. Snake, e. I saw only one person on the left, using the monkey memory. The light flashed. The arms immediately became extremely thick. The whole person, instantly transformed into a gorilla. It looks so powerful. The other person's body continued to grow longer. Fierce face, fangs spit out. In fact, most of the gangsters in this tombstone. All you get is an animal-shaped Gaia memory. In fact, in the whole series of Gaia sub-memory. Except for those high-level gold and silver memories. Even if it is an ordinary product for sale, there is a difference between ability. And this animal type. 0. Right at the bottom. Definitely. Not without exception. Some ancient species are relatively high level. For example, in the original work, the saber-tooth memory, the Feng Shen pterosaur memory, etc. appeared. And besides that, some rule classes are in the middle. The most powerful ones are the existence of some natural systems. This is a bit like the devil fruit in One Piece. In fact, in the ranking of devil fruits, is also like this. Animals are the worst. The Superman series is in the mid-range position. And the natural system is the most invincible existence. The weather memory and utopia memory that appeared in the later period. That's it. And now, in the activated Gaia memory. Most of the demons in this gravestone are animal-based Gaia memories. And under Martin Li, there are some rule systems. For example, money memory, negative energy memory, etc. So, battle among them. Such a devastating victory. All right. Now put your eyes back on the stage. After these two guys transformed, everyone in the audience's eyes widened. They were all attracted by the scene where the two transformed on the field. And the two transformed animal hybrids are not ambiguous. They each let out a demonstration-like roar. The atmosphere on the field suddenly became tense. In their sights, the person in front of him is no longer the old partner. It is a stepping stone to live on your own. Door. Chapter 146. So. Fight. The host waved his hand. Said enthusiastically. And at the moment, the dark contest has also officially started. The two entwined bodies move amazingly in unison. It's going to explode at full speed. Towards the opponent, launched a violent charge. Boom. Those two fists with ferocious power and extremely fast punching speed, without reservation, slammed together heavily. There was a muffled sound. These two people were originally thugs under the tombstone hands. Strength is not weak. And now, again using the power of Gaia memory. This suddenly made the battle extremely ferocious. Completely surpasses human combat. The scene is also very violent. Like savages. In less than a moment, they were beaten with blood. Cruel abnormal. This is a picture full of 953, full of visual impact. Seeing the audience under the stage, the blood was bursting. One after another stood up and forgot my cry. Go on. Kill me. Kill. Give me that boa constrictor. I have put millions of dollars on you. One time. Screams are everywhere. As if at the moment, in their bloodline, the wildness that was circulating was revived. An iron fist couldn't help but widen his eyes. At the same time, in a luxury box above that, Crossbones, one of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, is sitting in the box with his arms crossed. The Crossbones. It's Pierce's right-hand man. It is listed as a level 9 agent in SHIELD. It is the same type of existence as Hawkeye and Black Widow. But it has taken refuge with Hydra very early on. After getting the quest last time, they use Hydra's intelligence. Quickly found the head of this Hellfire Club. Then, it disguised as a rich second generation and entered the Hellfire Club. Then, I saw this scene. Until now. Only then did he determine that the Hellfire Club was the source of the Gaia memory flow. Report the news to the minister. He sat on the sofa, watched the battle below, and then said to the men beside him. That man, stand by the side. The right eye is flashing red. Definitely. This guy is not Humaja. Instead, a prosthetic eye is implanted in the body. In fact, to lower the situation inside this Hellfire Club, every member, after entering it, cell phones will be taken away. Ordinary people, naturally, cannot record the situation inside. However, this is for S.H.I.E.L.D., who is often on the brink of danger. Obviously no trouble. And at the moment, in the offices of the S.H.I.E.L.D. security department, this Pierce is holding his hands. Looking at the screen, the battle screen came from his subordinates. His eyes narrowed. The expression is very focused. This thing is even more powerful than the Amazon experimental body before. He murmured in his mouth. And, according to this Crossbones record, this Gaia memory has not had much side effects. Not like that Amazon cell. After the injection, the desire for cannibalism arises. This is simply the perfect power-up tool. You have to get it yourself. Crossbones. No matter what, let's find a way. Get 1 or 2 back from this one. It's best to have the highest grade silver memory they claimed earlier. Pierce gave his orders immediately. Yes. Minister. Crossbones in the box, nodded solemnly. Except for Hydra, Daredevil, and other 2 forces. That Hellfire Club perimeter. There is also a hidden force. It's nobody else. Just 1 day ago, the tombstone of the demonic party defeated by Martin Li. Now, in their hands, there are still 3 incarnations of Gaia memory. Damn guy! You actually attacked us yesterday. If this revenge is not avenged, I swear not to be human. Today, I'm going to let you taste the same. Wait and listen to my orders. As soon as the time is up, let's do it right away. The tombstone said coldly. And at the moment, the on-field broadcast game is coming to an end. Just see that ape mixed body. Being mixed with the python, it was tightly wrapped around his neck. Trapped to the point of breathlessness. Finally, in its gaze, the ape memory. Broken straight away. And that member was directly strangled to death. All right. Everyone. The winner of this battle is finally out. I believe everyone, you have seen the potential of this Gaia memory. Then next. It's the highlight of the day. Auction our Gaia memory. And, the strongest silver memory. I saw the host and clapped my palms. That whole arena, the organs operate. Soon, it will be ready. The glass cover surrounding it was retracted. Next up. In the center of the ring, 3 more pillars stretched out. On each column, there is a box. In the boxes, there are those powerful memories. Then below. Let's start our auction today. But right now. On the seat below, a figure stood up suddenly. Your so-called dark competition is too boring. He yawned. I thought there was something fun to do. Cause me to wait until now. Then next. Give me all those Gaia memories. That guy raises his hand. Pointing to the host ahead, he said. This action. In an instant, the eyes of the audience turned around in unison. 5.6. Who is this guy? Crazy, how dare you be so provocative? This guy, haven't you heard about the horrors of the Hellfire Club? Yes. In several auctions before this one. There are some troublemakers too. But they are no exception. All died at the hands of this Hellfire Club coder. That misery. Some old members are still unforgettable. I thought. This time the auction will be quieter. Did not expect. There were still thorns popping out. Cough, now, there are still people who dare to provoke us. The host sneered. After seeing the arena, 2 figures appeared immediately. And the guy in the auditorium. He also immediately took out his own memory. Accelerated memory. Chapter 147. Buzz. Seeing the fiery red memory, he inserted it into his belt. Boom. Accompanied by a harsh roar. A red-colored Kamen Rider appeared in front of everyone immediately. That's right. This guy, of course, is the previous Punisher. In fact, since this time, he's also investigating who's behind the Gaia memory. Even Daredevil and Iron Fist can hear this place. With the mechanical unicorn, how could he not be found? In fact, just now, he's in this club. Then he directly robbed a member. Then dragged him into the toilet and stripped him of his clothes. Then he changed his body and replaced him. And that guy? Still lying in the corner of the bathroom now, shivering. Then next. Come to my judgment. That Punisher raised his hands and pointed at the 3 people on the opposite side. Insanity. The host sneered. Do you think? By myself. Will it withstand our 3 users of Gaia memory? Now. Just let you see our terror. That's right. 21 for this auction. This Martin Li dispatched a total of 4 Gaia memory men. Among them, money and memory are responsible for the peripheral casino. The other 3 users of Gaia memory are responsible for the security of the auction. Right at the moment, the host was the first to take out his memory. Meganura, giant veined dragonfly. Do not. A burst of light flashed. The figure of that guy disappeared immediately. Instead, it's one that's 2 meters tall. A humanoid dragonfly with 4 thin dragonfly wings and a thorny tail spreads out behind it. Levi in the manner. When I saw this scene, I couldn't help but smile. Did not expect. The memory of this dragonfly captain is really a dragonfly. And at the moment, the 2 people behind him saw him transform. They also took out their own memory. LCEH. Ice Age. Luna. Luna. With 2 sound effects. They also transformed into 2 monsters with different shapes. One is completely white. It's a glacial doping. Possesses the ability to release cold air. You can control the water to turn into ice and attack the enemy. The other one is the moon god mixed body. You can stretch your limbs arbitrarily. Just like Luffy in One Piece. Let's go. I saw that giant veined dragonfly mixed body, flying into the sky. Say it to the 2 behind you. And the glacial mixed body and the moon god mixed body immediately rushed forward. Face the siege of the 3. The Punisher was unafraid. One pulled out his engine sword and rushed up. But soon. He's down. After all. 2 fists are invincible to 4 hands. The giant vein Jinxu in the sky constantly shoots out countless sharp poisonous needles from its tail. This Punisher hurriedly waved the engine sword in his hand and quickly resisted. And at the moment, the surrounding glaciers bleed out extremely cold air. Want to freeze it? This Punisher has to back off again and again. And that moon god mixed body, find the right time. Get your hands out. As if stretching, bound his feet. Then lift it up hard. It's like using a sack. Beat this Punisher, embarrassed. Back and forth. See this behind the scenes. The Crossbones and others in the box above were suddenly unable to sit still. They looked at each other. Now, the 3 people who guard the memory are all fighting with the Punisher. In the arena, you can't take care of it at all. Now, this is a good opportunity to steal silver memory. That Crossbones as a top agent, without the slightest hesitation. He stood up and waved his hand. Give me a hand. And with his command. Take time. There was one person who broke the glass of the upper box. Then, one of them threw a few smoke bombs towards the ring. And the surrounding guests thought it was a bomb attack. Immediately scared to run around. That smoke bomb, at the moment, released countless smoke. Cover the ring in the center in an instant. And the Crossbones took off the mask of gold. Then, put on your prepared infrared skull hood. Next up, led a few of their subordinates, turned over and jumped down. Modified firearms in hand. Like a gangster, he rushed towards the top of the ring. Some surrounding security personnel saw this. Immediately stepped forward to block. But, where are they, the opponents of the Crossbones? 3 or 2. Was dropped to the ground. Soon after, these Crossbones, with people, rushed into the ring. Get ready to put all the memory in your pocket. And at the moment, the other side. That Iron Fist and Daredevil also noticed the situation here. They don't have the slightest hesitation. Immediately got up and rushed into the smoke. Although I can't see it. But with that excellent hearing. This Daredevil, quickly determined the location of those 3 boxes. One time. The 2 teams rushed into the ring at the same time. Crossbones, grab the left box. And Daredevil, got the box on the right. They are at the same time. Give the box in your hand to the person behind you. Then suddenly rushed towards the silver memory box in the center. Got it. Those Crossbones, with an infrared mask. One to close the box of silver memory. Then 953 is in hand. Then at the moment, I saw a foot, suddenly flying. A kick on the silver box. Make it fly high. Court death. In the eyes of Crossbones, there was a flash of sternness. Did not expect. Someone actually dared to snatch this silver memory from him. He immediately waved his fist. Hit that guy. Then, the guy on the opposite side, in a very clever way, dodged his punch. Instead, he kicked it on its chest. Made him back a few meters. And at the moment, the box that flew to the highest altitude suddenly opened. Next up, from it, 2 items dropped. Because of the smoke, they couldn't see what those 2 things really looked like. Just get your hands up. Immediately chose the same. What the Crossbones got is that silver memory. Yes. However, this memory did not produce any response. That is, he cannot use it. In this regard, Crossbones did not care too much. Just bring it to Pierce. Even if your task is successfully completed. And Daredevil on the other side. Then found. It's a bit strange to catch this thing yourself. It has 2 sockets and looks like AW. This is the first dual drive developed by the museum. Chapter 148. Original. This museum makes this double drive. Just wanted to use it for experiments. Collect data. Lay the groundwork for future lost drives. So, it was placed together with the silver memory. Been sent here. Did not expect. By accident, it was obtained by Daredevil. And at the moment, in the sky, the giant veined dragonfly mixed body that was originally responsible for suppressing the Punisher. With keen perception, he also immediately noticed what was going on in the ring. Damn it! Dare to steal our memory! This giant veined dragonfly mixed body, immediately waving huge amounts of wings towards the bottom, sweeping away. Boom! A huge amount of airflow swept down immediately. In less than a moment, the billowing smoke was instantly dissipated. And the scene hidden in the smoke. It also appeared in front of everyone. Just meet the Daredevil and face off against the Crossbones. And behind them both, the brothers of Tekken and Crossbones, each holding a box. Is it still noticed? That Crossbones, watch the smoke clear all around. Couldn't help frowning. In that case, then leave for now. Bring this silver memory to the minister first. The rest of the box of memory will be discussed next time. Talking. The Crossbones, with their subordinates, rushed out the door. However, right at the moment, outside the gate, Roar entered a group of men in black. Stop them for me! The giant veined dragonfly in the sky roared loudly. Immediately, these men in black took out a black memory one after another. This is the lowest level of disguised memory among all memories. After use, can make physical fitness improve 3 to 4 times. Stab la la. Accompanied by bursts of light. Those men in black instantly turned into camouflaged doppelgangers in skull costumes. Then, they split up. They attacked the Crossbones and Daredevil with their claws and claws. The men of the Crossbones still want to resist. But it was easily picked up by the camouflaged mixed body soldier. Just twisted the neck. In less than a moment, only one of the Crossbones' subordinates was damaged. Damn! It seems that now, only to see. Is there a suitable memory for me? The Crossbones snatched the box from his own hands. Then turn it on. In. Sure enough, there was a memory flashing light. I knew it. There must be someone who matches me. The Crossbones laughed wildly. Immediately. Pick up that memory. Without too much hesitation, I inserted it into my own hand. Accompanied by a flash of light. These Crossbones turned into weapon dopants. That's right. It was the weapon's memory that had a connection with him. This weapon memory, in theory, should belong to the existence of the rule system. His hands. Any weapon can be changed. And at the moment, the group of disguised adulterants have already been killed. Grab that box of memory. Follow me. That Crossbones said coldly. Then, his hands shook. A hand turned into a sharp sword. The other hand turned into a spinning gatling. Da-da-da. Just see that gatling, shoot flames, and shoot wildly. Some of the camouflaged adulterants that rushed over were immediately knocked to the ground. And some then luckily rushed to the front of the Crossbones. But he was slashed to the ground by the big sword he wielded in the other hand. Immediately. This guy is like a god of war. Killed the group of disguised adulterants and retreated again and again. Ha ha ha. This is the power of memory. Now, I just feel that I have endless power. The Crossbones laughed. And Daredevil and Iron Fist on the other side are not good. They were surrounded by another group of camouflaged dopants. If you only rely on your own strength, they are hard to win. That being the case, might as well learn that Crossbones too. Let's see if the two of them can use the Gaia memory in this box. But before again, that Daredevil, first of all, took the dual drive on his body. Click. Just saw a light flash. On the other side of the Iron Fist waist, this double driver actually appeared. The Iron Fist bowed his head in surprise. Not sure what happened. And at the moment, that Daredevil has already opened the box. I saw that the box of memory actually reacted. Although the light is not very bright. But especially striking. The giant veined dragonfly in the sky, see behind this scene, immediately froze in place. What the hell is going on with these two guys? It can actually make a box of memory, all react. No. They must not be allowed to leave. Just grab them. Present it to the boss. So what happened today can not only be written off. Maybe even get a reward. He immediately said towards the two who were besieging the Punisher below. Leave one guy, it's enough to deal with him. Luna, you go to deal with that weapon mixed body. Leave the rest to me. The giant veined dragonfly mixed body immediately ordered downwards. Clear. That moon god mixed body, immediately turned his head. Its arms, instantly stretched. Grab the light above. Then he swung to the side of the weapon dopant. The two sides are now fighting together. And at the moment, that Daredevil and Iron Fist don't care so much. The two chose a memory from the box respectively. Then one inserted into the duel, Nori Hao, heavy drive on himself. Fangs. Joker. Ace. Fang Joker, Ace of Fangs. Stab la la. After inserting that memory, Daredevil and Iron Fist both produced the slightest electric current. They inevitably cried out. And the next moment, among the two, Daredevil's body suddenly collapsed. Then, the Iron Fist began to roar. Next up, black and white armor covered his body in an instant. A mighty gale. It is even more centered on him and spreads out. It's almost impossible to open your eyes. And the surrounding camouflage mixed bodies were blown backwards one after another. Even the giant veined dragonfly mixed body in midair was almost unable to stabilize its body. What? This guy, what memory did he choose? It can cause such a big storm.